Chapter 1. The Gift of a High-Dimensional Divine Civilization. The brain's temporary storage. Science fiction, not popular science. If you take it too seriously, then you have lost. In a vast universe, anything is possible. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Life support system malfunction. Please repair as soon as possible. Current oxygen supply can last for 10 minutes. Current temperature, 15 degrees Celsius, dropping to 55 degrees Celsius in 5 minutes. Please expedite repairs. While my peers traverse to ancient times, leveraging technology and knowledge to dominate the natives, he lamented, I find myself thrust into a futuristic interstellar era. Thousands of years ahead, that is this fair? Repair? In this primitive state? What do I even know? Lin Yang shivered in the cold, staring at a multitude of glowing components beneath the control panel, feeling overwhelmed. Just moments ago, he had been napping, and upon awakening, he found himself transported not to a technologically backward ancient world, but to a high-tech realm where interstellar voyages had commenced. He was aboard a malfunctioning shuttle, adrift in space. Peering out of the observation window, he witnessed the aftermath of a recent space battle, with debris from shattered warships floating nearby. Within the 10-meter-long shuttle, he was utterly alone. The main propulsion system was damaged and inoperative, and the life support system was critically impaired. He faced the dire threats of weightlessness, extreme cold, and suffocation. That I can't do this anymore. This is too much. This crossing is a travesty, ding. Due to the host's lack of knowledge and understanding, the system will initiate guidance services. There's a system. In that moment, he experienced a flicker of hope. System, quickly, provide me with a grand gift. Divine techniques, sacred elixirs, unparalleled artifacts. Don't be stingy. I am your host. Current world is non-fantasy. The host's desired items are unavailable. Please be realistic and open the novice gift pack first. Well, at least there's a novice gift pack. Open it. Buzzed out a hum resonated in his mind as Lin Yang's consciousness detached and melded with the shuttle systems. Once the sound faded, he received a notification. Congratulations! The host has opened a novice gift pack and achieved consciousness symbiosis with the shuttle. Should the shuttle become irreparable, the host will perish alongside it. System, you've got to be kidding me. This is a novice gift pack? What a scam! The shuttle is on the brink of becoming scrap. Please remain calm, host. You can now comprehend the shuttle and subsequently repair its faults. This shuttle is the supreme crystallization of a high-dimensional divine civilization, incomparable to the ordinary. You will gradually uncover its marvelous aspects. Once he stabilized his emotions, Lin Yang indeed found the shuttle no longer alien. He understood its structure as intimately as he did his own body. The components beneath the control panel revealed their functions to him. After locating suitable replacement from the reserve box, he installed them and gently descended from his floating state back into the seat. The temperature rapidly rose, and the air became breathable again. The blaring alarms within the cabin ceased. Rising from his seat, Lin Yang moved to the rear and accessed the engine control panel. Upon dismantling it, he discovered several transparent card-like components had burned out. He replaced them with identical units from the reserve box that in the next instant. The shuttle's engine roared back to life. Marvelous! He was astonished by his own efficiency. Repairing the shuttle had proven surprisingly simple after achieving consciousness symbiosis. Just as he prepared to explore how to pilot the craft, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Host, the shuttle requires the life energy of its symbiotic partner to sustain its evolutionary functions and consciousness operations. System, what this is outrageous. Please hasten to evolve it into a large warship. Once its energy capacity is sufficiently vast, it will reciprocate with endless life energy for the host. Alternatively, by recruiting crew members, each addition will permanently augment the host's life energy by 10 points. Current energy, 100 normal human level. How do I evolve it? The system fell silent for a moment before presenting a text panel. For the host, 3 types of tasks have been initiated: mainline, growth, and challenge. Completing tasks or destroying warships will yield evolution points necessary for purchasing items and upgrading the shuttle. Mainline Task 1, return home. Growth Task 1, initial evolution. Evolve the shuttle to possess attack capabilities. Evolution points required. 50. Challenge Task 1, First Blood. Destroy a ship in the initial battle. Evolution points, 100. Current evolution points, 10. The system merely provided tasks without instructions on how to complete them. Lin Yang was left to navigate this on his own. Fortunately, after achieving consciousness symbiosis, he had developed a comprehensive understanding of the shuttle. He activated the control panel screen and brought up the star map, clicking on coordinate identification to discover he was adrift in a vast expanse between Jupiter and the asteroid belt. Time was not the issue, the lack of sustenance was. Lin Yang activated the radar and cautiously piloted the shuttle through the wreckage of warships, hoping to locate food. His inaugural venture into piloting a spacecraft in the void felt akin to swimming through water. With consciousness symbiosis, the shuttle felt like a second body. He envisioned himself as a fish gliding through the liquid expanse. Damaged energy modules, incomplete anti-gravity generators, half-functioning shield engines. The identification results left Lin Yang shaking his head. Suddenly, a line of text caught his eye. Dragonfly K-type missile. Even in the interstellar age, there are missiles? Shouldn't it be lasers everywhere? Guided weapons possess ultra-long range, automatic tracking, agility, evasion capabilities, and even superluminal flight, making them indispensable for combat vessels. The system promptly clarified Lin Yang's confusion. If I can salvage and evolve these, wouldn't that fulfill the task? A spark of hope ignited within him. He swiftly directed the shuttle to salvage the missile. Before long, he scanned and retrieved a set of Cobra D-type ion pulse cannons. After collecting everything with a mechanical arm, an evolution option appeared on the screen. Detected salvageable materials, Dragonfly K-type missile, Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon. Would you like to evolve? Upon clicking the evolution button, he discovered that the ion pulse cannon required 20 evolution points and would take 20 minutes to evolve. However, he only had enough evolution points to select the Dragonfly missile. Combat module evolution in progress, duration, 10 minutes, consuming 10 evolution points. During the 10 minutes of evolution, Lin Yang remained vigilant and indeed scanned for food. Star Citizen ration pack, bean combo pack, vegetable pack, cooked meat pack, vitamin tablets, purified water. Upon retrieval, he found a plastic crate with a significant breach, containing only 10 ration packs, enough to last him for 10 days if rationed carefully. Before he could examine it further, a light cruiser approached at a distance of 500 meters. It suddenly emitted a tractor beam, locking onto the shuttle. A video of a menacing man appeared on the screen. Person in the shuttle, shut down your engines immediately, or I will open fire. You have been captured by me from this day forth. You shall be my slave, your soul bound to me. Lin Yang's heart raced. He had not anticipated that in this advanced, interstellar age, remnants of primitive slavery would still exist. Ding. Evolution completed. Dragonfly K-type missile is now operational. Congratulations. Host has completed Growth Task 1, Initial Evolution, earning 50 evolution points. Current evolution points, 50. It seems I can complete another challenge task. Lin Yang did not shut down the engines, but instead pressed the missile launch button immediately. Chapter 2. Recruiting the First Officer. This is absurd. How can the shuttle launch missiles? The crew aboard the opposing light cruiser was utterly unprepared. The Dragonfly K-type missile flew at an astonishing speed of 100 Mach, exceeding 120,000 kilometers per hour. In addition to the tug of the battleship's tractor beam, the speed surged even higher. The opponent had no time to react. Boom! A dazzling flash illuminated the surroundings. The shuttle was sent hurtling backwards by the explosive energy wave. Sound does not travel in a vacuum. Yet the explosion's energy radiated outward in a manner akin to a shockwave. The tremor that swept through the shuttle allowed Lin Yang to indirectly experience the magnitude of the blast. Minutes later, he stabilized the tumbling shuttle. You have destroyed a Razor-class light fighter. Evolution points 100. Congratulations, host, for completing Challenge Task 1. First Blood, evolution points 100. Current evolution points 250. Growth Task updated 2. Comprehensive evolution achieve. Comprehensive evolution in propulsion, combat, energy, auxiliary, and ship systems 2. Saturate the shuttle, evolution points 100. Challenge Task updated 2. Coordinated combat, command at least one crew member to work together in battle, destroying at least 3 enemy vessels, evolution points 200. Lin Yang contemplated the tasks. Beyond offensive firepower, he also needed to evolve defensive shields to fully upgrade the combat system. At that moment, there were no usable evolution materials among the battlefield wreckage, nor could he find food. Thus, he opened the evolution shop in search of opportunities. The shop interface displayed 10 showcase panels, featuring an array of goods that caught his eye. The cheetah-type pulse engine, black rhino-type shield generator, and wide-eared bat-type radar. Each of these items was essential for the shuttle's evolution. He noticed that the various components were named after animals from Blue Star, with their habits and characteristics corresponding to the functions of the components. Furthermore, the later the model letter, the higher the version and performance. For instance, the power of the black rhino-type shield was inferior to that of the type. The evolution shop refreshed every 30 days, or one could refresh it for 500 evolution points. The first refresh was free. After some contemplation, Lin Yang decided to take a gamble. Transform my bicycle into a motorcycle, give me something powerful. Refresh. Congratulations. The host luck is exceptional. A legendary item has appeared in the evolution shop. Hey, ha ha ha. Have I become a lucky sovereign? A golden item materialized in the shop. Chilin's type pulse engine. A conventional power engine suitable for medium and small vessels, with a maximum speed of 200 Mach 245,000 kilometers per hour, accelerating 10,000 kilometers in 2.5 seconds. Please do not be overly optimistic. Host, the current energy power of the shuttle can only utilize 10 of the Chilin engine's capabilities. Well, it's better than nothing. I'll take it. Lin Yang promptly spent 200 evolution points to purchase the Chilin X small pulse engine. Then he invested 50 evolution points and 50 minutes for the evolution process. Once he reached maximum speed, he shut off the engine and continued to move forward by inertia before evolving the engine. 50 minutes later, as Lin Yang was reviewing information about current human society, a prompt sounded in his mind. Beep. Evolution successful. Chilin X small pulse engine installed and compatible. Maximum speed 200 Mach. Acceleration of 10,000 kilometers in 2.5 seconds. Current energy power is insufficient, limiting maximum speed to 20 Mach. Growth task comprehensive evolution completion 30. Lin Yang raised the speed to its maximum. Finally, he no longer had to worry about food. He opened the shop again, discovering that the obsolete engine was worth 20 evolution points. This was just enough to evolve the Cobra-type ion pulse cannon. 10 days later, starving and thirsty, Lin Yang lay sleeping in the control chair when suddenly a voice echoed from the communicator. Hamster-class modified shuttle, please identify yourself and your origin, otherwise you are prohibited from entering the defense perimeter of Sirius. During these 10 days, he had familiarized himself with the structure and civilization level of the current world. From navigational briefs, he learned that he had emerged from the wreckage of a destroyed miner transport ship. There was a brief pause on the other end of the communication before the inquiry resumed. How did you modify the shuttle like this? This is a pirate's maneuverable warship that I seized. Were you originally a miner? Yes, I wasn't registered with any of the 3 factions, but now I possess my own warship. I am a free man, no longer an anonymous miner. An O1 has stolen your shuttle. Please dock a B7 to register as a drifter. In this world, the identity of a miner is lowly, lacking protection from the governments of Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt. Their names are absent from the records of the Human Alliance. Yet, whether a miner or a slave, possessing a spaceship allows one to become the lowest tier of free individuals, known as drifters. Once one becomes a free person, they can freely enter and exit Mars and the bases in the asteroid belt. However, those without identification are unprotected by the government and may be captured by free individuals to be enslaved or sold at will. Lin Yang lamented the cruelty of this world, yet he felt fortunate to have crossed over with such an identity, sparing him much trouble from investigations. The asteroid belt government processed his shuttle registration and issued him an identity badge as a free man. A prompt then sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the main task 1. Return home, evolution points 50, current evolution points. 50 main task updated 2. First mate recruit a first mate to embark on a stellar journey. Evolution points 100. You've really struck it lucky, no longer a miner. How about it? Interested in joining the transport team? We split the earnings 50-50. Thank you, but I don't need it for now. Sirius is a dwarf planet in the asteroid belt, with a diameter of only 950 kilometers. The primary economic source here is mining. Most tasks of the transport team involve transporting ore. Lin Yang left the registration office and headed straight for the mercenary dock. Upon arrival, he found a piece of paper and quickly jotted down a recruitment notice, seeking a first mate for a warship. Generous benefits, limitless prospects. The captain personally invites you to join. He raised the sign for quite a while, but despite the bustling crowd, no one paid him any heed. Feeling hungry and thirsty, he reluctantly squatted down. "Hey, are you still hiring?" "Yes. We were waiting for you." Lin Yang looked up to see a girl in her 20s, stunningly beautiful, with eyes as lively as the galaxy. She was dressed elegantly, exuding a somewhat aloof demeanor. At first glance, she seemed more like a pampered young lady than a combatant. What? Am I not qualified?" No. Welcome aboard. May I ask your name, age, and expected salary?" Lin Yang thought it was fortunate to have someone willing to apply. He shouldn't be picky. "Huang Yuexi, age confidential, salary doesn't matter as long as I have a place to stay and enough food, I'm fine. Your requirements are rather high." "What?" "Nothing. Let's go eat first. By the way, do you have any money?" "First mate Huang Yuexi?" "What?" "Joining your warship, and I have to treat you to a meal." "Well, you might be thinking too much. The meal is to foster a relationship and get to know each other." Gurgle. Huang Yuexi glanced at Lin Yang's stomach, feeling somewhat deceived. A glint of coldness flashed at her eyes. "No need for further words, let's go. I hope you genuinely possess a warship, otherwise this may well be your last meal." Chapter 3. The treasure first mate. During a single meal, the two consumed enough to satisfy 5 people. Lin Yang devoured 3 portions, while Huang Yuexi partook of 2. It was evident that hunger had taken its toll on them. Lin Yang also grasped the deeper implication behind Huang Yuexi's assertion that this was their last meal. She was out of money, having spent her last 50 star coins entirely. "Captain, you devoured 3 portions, yet still appear so lackluster. Is that not a tad excessive?" Yuexi, I assure you, I am not feigning fatigue. After 10 consecutive days at sea, I am rather sleep-deprived. In truth, it was the shuttle that had been draining his life energy. No matter how much he ate, it could not alleviate his exhaustion. Then how is it that you are the only one aboard this warship? What the original crew? I am the sole captain, and you are my first recruit. He gestured towards the ship docked ahead, equipped with the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon. Huang Yuexi abruptly halted, her fists clenched. "That is merely a small shuttle. You call it a warship? A vessel capable of combat is what constitutes a warship, is it not? Please, do not lose your temper. I did manage to destroy a Razor-class fighter with it." Huang Yuexi fell silent, devoid of funds and a stable place to stay. Aside from Lin Yang's stolen vessel, she had nowhere else to turn. Continuing to linger at the docks could very well result in her capture by bounty hunters and a forced sale to a mining facility. What a stroke of bad luck. "Let's go inside and take a look." Lin Yang exhaled in relief, having successfully diverted the conversation. He prioritized completing their main quest. With nothing to his name but deception, he entered the shuttle and activated the control panel. "I still have yet to name the warship. Yuexi, do you have any suggestions?" "None. I'm not interested." "Very well. We shall discuss it later. First, let us register your genetic information to grant you first mate privileges." Huang Yuexi placed her index finger upon the genetic registration device. After extracting the genetic chain from her skin cells, Lin Yang hurriedly added her name to the first mate section. "Congratulations, host. Main quest 2 completed. First mate, evolution points, 100. Current evolution points, 150. Successfully recruited crew member 1. Permanent life energy, 10. Current energy, 110 in an instant." Lin Yang felt a surge of extraordinary energy flood into his body. The weariness that had weighed him down dissipated entirely. His dark circles vanished, his gaunt cheeks filled out, and his previously hunched posture straightened with vigor. "What are you doing?" Huang Yuexi stared at him in astonishment. Moments ago, he had appeared half dead, yet now he radiated vitality. "Nothing much. I suddenly feel that the future is bright. It is time to head to the docks and seek some work, perhaps even recruit additional crew members. Main quest 3. The path of survival. Visit the labor or bounty docks to accept an E-level commission task and complete it to earn a wage or bounty. Evolution points, 200. Lin Yang eagerly made his way to the docks. while Huang Yuexi shook her head in disbelief. We cannot scrape together a single star coin. Aside from myself, no one is willing to join us. By the way, I have a question. Speak. When you pass away, this little shuttle will belong to me, correct? Ahem. Lin Yang frowned sleekly. First, this is a starship, not a mere shuttle. Secondly, you're not my wife, so you cannot inherit my. Seeing the cold glint in Huang Yuexi's eyes, Lin Yang smirked. You cannot even understand a jest? Should I perish you as the first mate? Would undoubtedly be the primary heir. I am merely reminding you, not seeking your approval. Captain, your starship is actually. Just as she was about to launch into a critique, Huang Yuexi inadvertently opened the shuttle's structural diagram. Upon seeing Qilin X small pulse engine on the screen, her heart raced. This is the legendary engine of the top-tier Qilin fleet. Only a small to medium variant. Do not get too excited. Lin Yang replied, a hint of pride evident in his voice. Even a small to medium engine could trade for 10 Razor-class light fighters, let alone this upgraded version. The X-type, legendary in its own right. Oh, so precious indeed. Such engines are highly sought after in reconnaissance and exploration circles. So this is your trump card. I possess many trump cards. In time, you shall come to understand, just as you, with your hidden strengths. Lin Yang had long recognized that Huang Yuexi was not to be underestimated. A seemingly delicate girl without any visible weapons, yet she roamed the docks unscathed. Rather than seeking employment on a large warship, she chose to hide aboard his vessel, demonstrating an intimate knowledge of the legendary Qilin fleet's engines. A mysterious background indeed. Huang Yuexi smiled with calm assurance. Let us proceed to the bounty dock. Is it any wonder you are my first mate? We are of like mind. Working is out of the question. If we are to do anything, it shall be as bounty hunters. The labor dock only posted messages for labor or recruitment, while all combat-related bounties were listed at the bounty dock. The highest level was SSS, with substantial rewards but immense danger. The lowest was E-level, consisting of escort, defense, or clearing space debris tasks. After registering the starship, Lin Yang accepted a task to escort spinach from a space farm from Sirius to Vesta, with the transport team responsible for sustenance and energy battery consumption. Upon seeing the shuttle, the transport team leader could not help but complain. Are you jesting? With this firepower and modification style, are you trying to amuse interstellar pirates? Regardless of whether I amuse or anger anyone, my only guarantee is your safe return. Lin Yang replied, I do not pick on you, so kindly do not pick on me. Let us conclude this farce quickly. If you wish to withdraw from the task, we will find another. 20 days for a mere 5,000 star coins? This task has been posted for 7 days without a single taker. Are you planning to delay further? At this rate, your farm may go bankrupt. Just do not blame us if you perish along the way. Let us depart. One last question. Is there anyone interested in joining my crew? Joining now means you get in at the ground level. I still have openings for a chief engineer, security officer, and communications officer. Does your little shuttle even have an engine room? Please, spare me the embarrassment. Huang Yuexi quickly tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve. Stop talking. This is rather humiliating. Cut out. Lin Yang thought to himself, remaining unfazed. Soon, the transport team and the shuttle departed the port, while 5 Razor-class light fighters followed suit, pursuing them along their route. Peter, are you certain that Shuttle is the one that killed Kua? Absolutely. Kua was scavenging on that battlefield, boasting about capturing a slave, and the video clearly shows this shuttle with an added ion cannon. Once we exit the Sirius star sector, notify the transport team. We are only targeting that shuttle, not the pirates. Understood. Half an hour later, the transport team left their current star sector. Suddenly, 5 light fighters pursued them. Captain, we are being targeted. The opposing team sent a video communication. Upon connection, a fierce bounty hunter appeared. You will understand your fate soon enough. Kua, whom you killed earlier, was one of the Vulture Hunter Guild. Dare to offend us, and you shall not leave the asteroid belt alive. With that, several ion blasts were fired their way. Lin Yang hastily maneuvered the shuttle to evade the oncoming blasts. Simultaneously, Huang Yuexi, seated in the co-pilot seat, activated the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon for a counterattack. With a resounding boom, the ion energy projectile surged forth. rapidly expanding to a size greater than the shuttle itself, piercing through the opposing ship's shield in a single shot. Boom! A radiant flash erupted. The foremost fighter was annihilated in a cataclysmic explosion, the ensuing shockwave rippling outwards with terrifying speed. Heavens! Could the pulse cannon truly possess such devastating power? Host. The Cobra D-type ion cannon is incapable of such output. It appears the energy projectiles have been amplified tenfold, the source of which can be traced to first mate Huang Yuexi. My invaluable first mate. A luminescent glow emanates from her very being. Chapter 4. The Battle of the Vulture Hunting Team. Where are you looking? Huang Yuexi's cheeks flushed. You are glowing. I'm not blind. How can I not look? Focus on piloting your warship. Leave the fighting to me. She pulled out a necklace from her clothing. It was an oval, coin-sized blue and white pendant that emitted a dazzling white light each time an ion pulse cannon fired. The ion energy released from the cannon's muzzle instantly amplified several-fold. This pendant is my trump card. When the time is right, I will explain it to you. Boom! The shuttle shook violently. Another enemy fighter was destroyed outside. A flash of white light followed, and yet another shuttle exploded. Congratulations, host. Challenge task 2 completed. Collaborative combat. Evolution points 200. Destroyed 3 Razor-class light fighters. Evolution points 300. Current evolution points 650. Challenge task updated 3. Rooting out the threat. Annihilate the entire Vulture hunting team to establish a reputation. Evolution points 1,000. Have they fled? The remaining 2 enemy fighters retreated in disarray. Captain, there are 96 members in the Vulture hunting team and 25 warships. Their leader, nicknamed Vulture, is named Joyce, a disciple of the legendary Martian hunter Gus. Though they are not well known in the asteroid belt, they are a formidable adversary backed by the high-ranking Gus hunting team. Yuexi, how do you know so much? Don't you usually avoid the internet? Such insider information is hard to come by online. Well, I stumbled upon it by chance. Then I hope you frequently stumble upon such valuable information. Lin Yang perceived her reluctance to reveal more, but did not press further. He promptly communicated with the transport team. The crisis has been averted. If you detect any anomalies next time, please inform the captain immediately. My radar range is limited. Unlike your transport ships. Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. I was playing cards in the aft cabin earlier and didn't notice the warships pursuing us. After this mission, could you increase the reward by 3,000 star coins? After witnessing the terrifying combat power of the shuttle, the transport team no longer underestimated them. Fearing Lin Yang would blame them for not relaying the news about the Vulture hunting team, they hastily offered to increase the payment. Excellent. I prefer collaborating with those of integrity. Let's continue at full speed. Lin Yang closed the communication, leaned back in his pilot's seat, and began browsing the evolution shop. Black Rhino C-type shield generator, Wild Buffalo D-type energy booster, wide-eared bat L-type radar, and a River Otter A-type steam shower room. Adding up the evolution costs, this will suffice. Just these. What are you mumbling about? Huang Yuexi glanced at Lin Yang in surprise. You'll find out soon enough. How about sharing the origin of your necklace? It's best you don't inquire. It's for your own good. Knowing too much can be perilous. Its secret could impact humanity as a whole. Likewise, don't pry too deeply. I've set the shuttle to autopilot. After the battle, let's take a break. The two settled into their seats and closed their eyes to rest. Beep. Evolution complete. River Otter A-type steam shower room installed and compatible. Congratulations, host. Growth task 2 completed. Comprehensive evolution. Evolution points 100. Current evolution points 160. Growth task updated. 3 rebirth. Evolve the shuttle's hull structure into a light fighter. Evolution points 500. 2 hours later, a notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. The next evolution would be somewhat challenging. He had yet to find a hull structure in the evolution shop. It seemed he would need to accumulate evolution points to refresh the shop. Hiss! Huang Yuexi suddenly gasped from the co-pilot's seat, startled awake by the slight tremor of the shuttle undergoing evolution. As she checked the hull details on the control screen, her eyes widened in disbelief. The basic shield, which could only withstand space debris or small rocks, had transformed into a battle-grade black Rhino shield. The power of the energy adapter had doubled. Previously, it could only utilize 10 of the Qilin engine's capabilities. Now, it could harness 20. The maximum speed had reached 40 Mach, or 49,000 kilometers per hour. The radar had also been upgraded to a warship level. Most astonishingly, a steam shower room had inexplicably appeared in the cabin. Huang Yuexi looked at Lin Yang in shock. What exactly is his trump card? No wonder the heart of the galaxy guided me to him. It seems I have found the right person. Ha! Lin Yang yawned, rising with a smile. Aside from eating, drinking, and other necessities, we no longer have to board the transport team's ship. We can bathe aboard the sun and moon. Are you satisfied? Sun and moon? Yes. Named after the yang in my name and the you in yours. The sun and moon is the name of this colossal starship. A smile graced Huang Yuexi's face. It's a lovely name. Thank you for considering me a friend, Lin Yang. You only just realized? From our very first meeting, I regarded you as a friend. 7 days passed swiftly, and they had completed 70 of their journey. On this day, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi were discussing the unique challenge customs of the Sirius people when suddenly 7 bright dots appeared on the radar interface. 3 scimitar-class medium fighters and 4 razor-class light fighters were approaching. Let us keep this quiet. The transport team is unaware of our radar upgrade. Let us see if they will alert us this time. As soon as Lin Yang spoke, the transport team captain sent a voice message. Mr. Lin, 7 warships are approaching. They belong to the vulture hunting team. They claim they won T-Rob cargo, but seek revenge. Could you please keep your distance? Thank you for the heads up, Captain. Rest assured, we won T-involve you. Whoosh! The shuttle suddenly accelerated to a speed of 40 Mach, surpassing the transport team as it flew toward the vulture hunting team. The transport captain was left speechless. Is it really possible to achieve such speed on a shuttle? Captain, the firepower is also beyond what a shuttle should possess. They realized they had encountered a capable ally and decided to enlist him for future missions. The Razor-class light fighter measured about 30 meters in length, manageable by a single pilot, while the scimitar-class medium fighter spanned 50 meters and required at least 5 individuals to operate optimally. Their firepower and shields were formidable. The vulture hunting team had deployed 3 medium ships and 4 light ships, signaling their intent to eliminate Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi without a moment's delay. However, as soon as both sides entered firing range, 2 light fighters were obliterated and a medium fighter's shield was penetrated. Lin Yang and the shuttle achieved a state of consciousness symbiosis. Closing his eyes and entering deep symbiotic mode, he became one with the shuttle, which moved as fluidly as a fish in water. While deftly avoiding attacks, Huang Yuexi launched counterstrikes. Each discharge of the ion cannon was augmented by her, amplifying its power tenfold. The vulture hunting team's shields were utterly incapable of withstanding such force. A single shot would breach a light fighter's defenses, and 2 shots would result in an explosion. Even the medium fighters could not endure 3 ion blasts. Moreover, the sun and moon shuttle's energy, shields, and propulsion had been elevated to the standards of light and medium fighters. Coupled with its smaller size, it became increasingly difficult to lock onto. The advantages were evident. In mere moments, the battle concluded. You have destroyed 4 Razor-class light fighters' evolution points, 400, 3 scimitar-class medium fighters' evolution points, 600, current evolution points, 1160 Yuexi. Scan the battlefield for valuable wreckage. I'm going to take a nap. Are you that weak? You're resting just after a brief skirmish? Yuexi, if you can't engage in conversation, don't force it. Lin Yang was exasperated. He was not fatigued at all. His claim of resting was merely a pretext to quickly refresh the evolution shop. Refresh, quickly refresh. It drives me insane. Congratulations. The host is extraordinarily lucky, having encountered a legendary item. Chapter 5. The Legend of the Trident-class fighter. After spending 500 evolution points to refresh, 10 new items appeared in the marketplace. One particular golden light fighter caught his attention. Trident-class light fighter hull frame. A legendary grade fighter, a technological marvel of blue star humanity. Length, 30 meters. Width, 10 meters. Height, 5 meters, featuring a double-deck interior, currently a raw frame with no room allocation. The hull is composed of diamond W-type titanium, while the observation windows are made of hard crystal Y-type tempered aluminum. Laser weapon slots, 8 vacant. Missile weapon slots, 4 vacant. Shield slots, 2 vacant. Tractor beam slots, vacant. Lin Yang was in need of a hull frame. He did not anticipate directly obtaining a legendary grade 1. However, the cost was exorbitant. 1,000 evolution points. And he currently had only 660. He planned to escort the transport fleet to complete the round trip quickly to accumulate evolution points. The next 3 days were relatively peaceful. He was unaware of what kind of counterattack the Vulture hunting group was preparing. Soon, they arrived at Hephaestus, a smaller circle than Sirius. Before unloading, the transport captain transferred 8,000 star coins to his account. Captain, there is still half of the return journey left. Why are you settling the payment so quickly? Mr. Lin, I never expected your grudge against the Vulture hunting group was so profound. I truly cannot trouble you with escorting anymore. This task is considered completed ahead of schedule. We shall collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, 3 The Path of Survival, earning 200 evolution points. Current evolution points, 860. Main quest updated for S-Class commission. Complete an S-Class commission at the labor or bounty dock to earn 500 evolution points. The transport fleet sped away. Having paid the full amount in advance, with an additional 3,000, Lin Yang found it difficult to complain. Beside him, Huang Yuexi remarked calmly, if we do not eliminate the Vulture hunting group, we will be unable to secure future missions. We should use this money to purchase weapons and energy first. Let us have a meal, then post recruitment information at the labor dock. We need to recruit at least 5 people. Nobody, huh? I mean, as long as the Vulture hunting group exists, no one will join us. Well, fine, we should eat first, then buy weapons at the dock. And finally challenge the Vulture hunting group. After their meal, they went to the trade dock to sell the wreckage parts salvaged from the battlefield. They exchanged it for 2,000 star coins, and with the reward, their account now held 10,000 star coins. They purchased 2 boxes of civilian rations, sufficient for the 2 of them to last a month. Additionally, they acquired 2 phase pistols and a phase assault rifle. They proceeded to the dock to buy 10 sets of energy batteries, 10 Dragonfly K-type missiles, and 5 Mosquito-style interference missiles. After spending 10,000 star coins, only 200 remained. The shuttle was filled to the brim. Finally, they visited the bounty dock. The dockmaster, Galeva, received their challenge to the Vulture hunting group. The battlefield was set between Hephaestus and Sirius. Vulture Joyce immediately accepted the challenge. Following this, a betting event emerged at the bounty dock. Yuexi, what is our odds? 100 to 1. What a great opportunity. Let us wager all 200. Moments later, feeling optimistic, Lin Yang remarked how he struck gold. Pretty much. Upon seeing our shuttle and learning our ages, the odds skyrocketed. How much? 1,000 to 1. Haha, splendid. Set sail. Imagining the imminent acquisition of 200,000 star coins. Lin Yang wore a grin broader than an AK. Huang Yuexi also smiled, promptly fastening her seatbelt. 2.5 days later, the shuttle arrived at the designated challenge point at a speed of 40 Mach, while the Vulture hunting group had yet to arrive. The Razor-class light cruiser had a maximum speed of 35 Mach, and the Scimitar-class medium cruiser was 30. The near-space battleships, eliminated from the Blue Star Fleet 50 years ago, could not possibly surpass their speed. Yuexi, you truly are a walking encyclopedia. Don't flatter me yet. Most of those warships that drifted into the backward asteroid belt have been modified, so their speeds might be comparable to ours. No sooner had she spoken than numerous light spots appeared on the radar. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers, there was 1 double-handed sword-heavy fighter, 5 scimitar medium fighters, and 8 razor light fighters, totaling 25 vessels, all members of the Vulture hunting group mobilized. Excellent. We can strike them head-on without searching them out one by one. The shuttle surged forward at full speed. The violence-prone Vulture hunting group also accelerated towards them. Kid, you're doomed. The process of your execution will be live-streamed in the asteroid belt. Hey, you're advertising for me? How commendable. I'll do my best to grant you a swift end. Don't get cocky. Soon you won't even have the chance to cry. Just squashing a few bugs. I'm not the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, so what is there to cry about? Curse you. I hope your strength matches your eloquence. That fool will likely be disappointed. My combat prowess exceeds my words. Huang Yuexi, seated beside him, cast a slightly disdainful glance at Lin Yang. Can we refrain from trading insults with the vultures? It seems we are indeed being broadcasted. Mind your image, or it will affect your recruitment efforts. Huh? Oh, understood. Clearing his throat, Lin Yang proclaimed, "Good morning, asteroid belt." In our last battleship explosion guess, the final tally was a full count of 11 vessels. Thanks to the vultures' relentless vendetta, I destroyed 10 of them just en route, triggered by their minions attempting to capture me as a slave, resulting in a fireworks show. The vulture couldn't swallow this humiliation, and I am more than willing to ensure he chokes completely. Many may not yet know me, but fear not. I am your captain, Lin Yang, and this splendidly intelligent and formidable lady beside me is First Officer Huang Yuexi. Do you wish to traverse the starry seas and seek vengeance? Join me and chase dreams across the galaxy. Huang Yuexi could hardly conceal her smile, giving Lin Yang a thumbs up. You really have a way with words. The vulture must be furious enough to turn off the live stream. The appetizer is over. It's time for the main course. Let the vulture hunting group suffer the consequences. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vulture hunting group launched 10 Dragonfly K-type missiles first. Lin Yang maneuvered the shuttle with agile precision, while Huang Yuexi prepared for defense. She first released a set of mosquito-style interference missiles. Dozens of micro-missiles flew wildly, intercepting 4 incoming missiles. Following this, she unleashed an ion pulse cannon. The galaxy heart on her chest radiated brilliance. The laser pulse cannon was amplified by several times. In just 2 shots, an enemy Razor-class light fighter was obliterated. Whoosh! Huang Yuexi locked onto another medium fighter, launching a Dragonfly K-type missile. As soon as the missile was fired, she discharged 3 ion cannons in succession, breaching the shield, allowing the missile to strike its target. A dazzling flash followed as another medium fighter was lost to the enemy. Vulture Joyce was taken aback. He had just opened fire and lost 2 warships, while the opposing force consisted merely of a single shuttle. The most frightening aspect was that the ion pulse cannon's power surpassed that of the laser cannon from his heavy fighter. Kid, what weapon is that? Play the fool and ask the Grim Reaper. Zing, zing, zing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yang piloted the shuttle closer to the vulture's heavy fighter. Huang Yuexi seized the opportunity. 7 ion cannons pierced the enemy's shield, and 3 Dragonfly missiles obliterated the 80-meter-long heavy fighter. With Vulture Joyce's demise, the remaining members instantly fell into disarray, pursued relentlessly by Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. An hour later, they were all consigned to the infinite void of space. You have obliterated the dual-handed sword-class heavy fighter, earning 400 evolution points, the scimitar-class medium fighter yielding 1,000 evolution points, and the razor-class light fighter garnering 800 evolution points. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully completing the challenge task, 3 root and branch, awarding you an additional 1,000 evolution points, bringing your current total to 4,060. The evolution of the ship's exterior is underway, transforming into the legendary Mitsubishi Sting Light Fighter, a process that will take 8 hours and 20 minutes and will require 500 evolution points. Chapter 6. Under Bounty Challenge Task Update. For some success, accumulate the destruction of 100 warships, evolution points 5,000. Lin Yang calculated that to complete this task, he still needed to destroy 75 warships. Indeed, it was a considerable challenge. Currently, only 2,560 evolution points remained before the 10-meter shuttle could evolve into a 30-meter light fighter. There were no available slots for evolution. The return journey seemed somewhat tedious. Fortunately, Huang Yuexi was there to accompany him. They chatted, sipped tea, and played a few rounds of chess, and before they knew it, over 8 hours had passed. Ding! The ship's skeletal structure evolution is complete, transitioning from shuttle to light fighter. Congratulations, host, for completing growth task 3 transformation, evolution points 500, current evolution points 3060. Growth task update for legendary warship. Evolve the triangular spike light fighter to its rightful legendary level, evolution points 2000. Suddenly, the shuttle shook violently. Huang Yuexi, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, quickly opened them. Calm down. We're upgrading our arsenal. Lin Yang stretched and stood up from the pilot's seat. A phenomenon akin to spatial decompression occurred. The cabin, originally over 2 meters wide and more than 1 meter high, rapidly expanded to nearly 10 meters in width. It felt as though he was standing on an ascending elevator as the cabin's height increased from a meter to 5 meters, dividing it into 2 levels. The 10-meter shuttle gradually elongated, ultimately settling at a length of 30 meters. From the outside, it appeared as though the shuttle had traversed a peculiar spatial filter. It entered as a shuttle and emerged as a formidable 30-meter light fighter, exuding an aura of combat prowess and resilience. The material of the hull had also transformed. Gome, first officer, let us tour our light fighter. Huang Yuexi was speechless with shock. Such technology was unheard of even in her previous realm. Curious? Then you must consider if it's time to reveal your secrets, Lin Yang teased. Huang Yuexi shook her head. If my true identity were to be exposed, it could spell doom for all of humanity. You took me in. I cannot endanger you. Lin Yang chuklet dismissively. You have but one identity, and that is my first officer. The future may hold further developments. Who knows? For now, let us familiarize ourselves with the sun and moon. This is the legendary triangular spike light fighter. You know of it? Indeed, it's a product of the Blue Star Fleet's advanced technology, with mobility and firepower capable of surpassing the older generation of double-handed sword-class heavy fighters. However, we currently only possess the hull structure. Our firepower and shields are still lacking. The triangular spike employs the most advanced King Kong W-type titanium for its hull. Even without shields, this new titanium can withstand ion cannon attacks. Yuexi, you truly are my encyclopedia. From now on, I shall pilot, and you shall fire. The original pulse cannon had been mounted on the main gun position. The missiles purchased had already been expended in battle. Now, the fighter was still quite empty. Not only were the external weapon slots vacant, but the internal space was also bare. The lower deck was devoid of any rooms, while the upper deck contained only a restroom and a steam shower. While on the shuttle, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi had both rested in their pilot seats. Now, with the cabin space expanded, it was time to add some rooms. The existing Evolution shop offered only one usable black Rhino C-class shield generator. After purchasing it, Lin Yang chose to evolve it. The triangular spike's legendary status was significantly attributed to its dual shields. After spending 500 evolution points to refresh the shop, a usable Cobra D-class ion pulse cannon appeared. After purchasing it and adding it to the evolution queue, Lin Yang spent another 500 points to refresh again. Finally, ship-related evolution components emerged. Bamboo Forest Bird D-type, living quarters, Bamboo Forest Bird E-type, living quarters, and Bamboo Forest Bird F-type, living quarters. After considering several refreshes to obtain the living quarters, he opted to buy all 3 to avoid having to refresh again after recruiting new crew members. 1 shield, 1 pulse cannon, and 3 living quarters later, hours of evolution passed. By the time the evolution was complete, Huang Yuexi was left in a state of stunned disbelief. Even if you were to suddenly conjure an alien race, I wouldn't be surprised. Your hidden cards are truly numerous. Choose. Which of the 3 rooms do you desire? The largest F-type is, of course, for the captain. I will suffice with the E-type. The D-type room will remain vacant for future crew members as a communal dormitory. The living quarters were not mere shells. They came equipped with beds, wardrobes, water dispensers, washing machines, and bathrooms complete with steam showers. Bedding and linens were provided, along with an air temperature control circulation system. A tempered aluminum window offered a view of the vastness of space outside the ship. With proper resting quarters established, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi took turns piloting the warship. This is the God of Fire Patrol Fleet. Please state your identity and origin, fighter. Lin Yang? My goodness, is that really you? What happened to the shuttle? Did you win a victory and upgrade to a warship? After a series of upgrades, only 50 evolution points remained. Please land at the bounty dock for re-registration of the warship and to receive the glory that belongs to you both. The bounty dock was bustling with activity. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi, the young duo, had managed to obliterate the entire vulture hunting group with the shuttle. This news had spread throughout the asteroid belt. The headlines of the past few days were dominated by their exploits. Bounty hunters revered the strong, and over 10,000 people flocked to witness the pair, applauding, whistling, and cheering in unison. Thank you all. My goodness, I love you. This feeling is incredible. Is anyone interested in joining? The Sun and Moon Warship is in need of crew. Don't hesitate, is there anyone? Lin Yang suddenly fell silent. His words remained unfinished as the once lively dock fell into an eerie silence. Those who had shouted the loudest moments ago exchanged awkward smiles, while others fell silent. Gazing at him, this was highly unusual. Why did everyone go quiet the moment he mentioned recruiting? The dock manager, Galeva, approached with a beaming smile. The vultures are the disciples of the legendary Martian hunter, Gus. You've wiped out their entire group, which certainly disrespects Gus. His identity and reputation are too significant for him to intervene directly, so an A-class bounty was issued on Mars. That's outrageous. This is intolerable. Getting angry won't help. Think about how to respond, Galeva advised. I mean, how can it be A-class? I wiped out the entire vulture group. That's worth at least an S-class, right? Does A-class look down on me? Galeva seemed at a loss for words. It was no wonder he had caught the vultures off guard. Calm down. Mars possesses a space teleportation hub, unlike the impoverished asteroid belt. Their A-class bounty market offers rewards higher than our S-class. That's more acceptable, but I can't accept a task to kill for profit. Forget it. What about my betting winnings? 200, the exact amount returned. What? Wasn't he at 200,000? Why is it only 200? Thanks to your impassioned speech before the battle, many people rebet on you. Just before the firing commenced, the odds dropped to 1. A 1T charge a service fee. Consider it a personal favor. What a con. Who runs bets that change in real time? This kind of betting is inherently irregular. Before the firing, the odds could soar to 1 in 1,000, but they could drop to 1 in 1. If you're unsatisfied, you can report the bookmaker at the bounty dock. Forget it. Who has the money to issue a bounty? What kind of people are these? Sigh, looks like I'll be going hungry again. Chapter 7. The Sirius Tiger Clan. How could I have made such a blunder? Huang Yuexi stifled a laugh as she tried to console him. Look on the bright side, Captain. Although we vanquished the vulture hunting party, we have attracted the Martian bounty. Your speech was indeed captivating, yet no one has joined us. While we haven't lost money, the stakes were 1,000-fold. Yuexi, who taught you to offer such counsel? He inquired. My grandmother. She must possess great wisdom. Such advice could provoke a beating. You should keep your distance from her. She passed away a month ago. My apologies. No need to apologize. I was being contrary on purpose. Consider it this way. While we have drawn the Martian bounty, we have also eradicated the vulture hunting party, have we not? Well, there's some merit in that. Lin Yang felt a sense of relief. How about we try our luck at the labor dock? There might be work available. Weren't you the one who claimed you would never work a day in your life? Given the Martian legendary hunter's bounty, no one is willing to commission us for tasks, nor does anyone dare to board our ship. Our account dwindles to merely 200 star coins. If we do not earn soon, we may not even be able to launch the ship. The bounty dock was devoid of commissions, compelling them to seek menial labor at the labor dock. They indeed found an employer who was unaware of current events and the internet, cleaning up an abandoned mine. Working 24 hours a day, they would earn 100 star coins, with the employer providing food and energy batteries for the ship. Upon arriving at the site, Lin Yang felt despondent. I told you, we are prominent figures. How can anyone not recognize us? That old fox, Trav, truly knows how to exploit. Before them lay an abandoned mine that had once been a 50-kilometer-wide asteroid, rich in titanium and magnesium ore. After 2.5 years of intensive mining, the resources were depleted. Subsequently, a new flight path was planned, but a failed demolition turned the mine into a sprawling debris field over 500 kilometers in diameter. To clear the way for the new route, the governmental body of Vesta issued a cleaning task. However, due to the meager daily pay of 200 star coins, progress was sluggish. Eventually, Trav contracted the job, but at a lower rate of merely 150 star coins per day. Just minutes before Lin Yang arrived at the labor market, Trav had further reduced the pay to 100 star coins daily. While Lin Yang seethed with anger, Huang Yuexi maintained her optimism. At least they provide energy and meals. We can save our earnings to purchase more missiles, perhaps even a laser cannon, to prepare for the Martian bounty hunters. Once we fend them off and upgrade our ship, I will ensure Trav pays for his exploitation. He has underestimated me. I support you. The two soon divided their labor. One would work for 12 hours while the other rested. They aimed to earn enough to purchase the Dragonfly K-type missiles. 7 days swiftly passed, and they finally received their payment. Lin Yang promptly headed to the Vesta dock to procure missiles. Upon departing the abandoned mine, a bright spot suddenly appeared on the radar. Moving rapidly, Huang Yuexi furrowed her brow. 50 Mach, TL light fighter, Sirius technology, heading our way. Bounty hunter? Most likely. Raise the double shields and prepare for battle. Lin Yang quickly secured 3 safety belts and reclined, entering a deep symbiotic state with the ship. In the face of a faster vessel, they had to give their all. Huang Yuexi clutched the heart of the galaxy, murmuring a few incantations. The coin-sized pendant emitted a brilliant white light. Captain, incoming cluster missiles, be careful. Counterattack with full force. Do not worry about me. Boom, boom, boom. A missile from the enemy ship approached at a velocity of 300 Mach. When it was merely 1,000 meters away from the sun and moon, the warhead suddenly dispersed into 100 smaller warheads, maintaining speed. The attack area expanded 100-fold, and combined with the guidance system's maneuverability and tracking capabilities, the sun and moon found itself in peril. Multiple warheads detonated in proximity to the ship. Thanks to the double shields, they barely withstood the assault. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Huang Yuexi immediately fired 4 ion pulse cannons. Both cannons discharged simultaneously, not diminishing the effect of the heart of the galaxy. The energy orb remained amplified many times over, compelling the enemy vessel to evade. The orb vanished into the endless void. While dodging, they surged towards the enemy ship at full speed. The missiles proved difficult to release, prompting Lin Yang to pull them into the fray. Just as they approached within 1,000 meters, a red light suddenly illuminated the front. Peep! The enemy vessel was equipped with a powerful phase cannon, a laser-type weapon with an incredibly rapid firing speed, almost approaching the speed of light, but with a short range. Typically, these weapons were mounted on heavy fighters or bombers. However, firing at such a close distance offered Lin Yang less than a 0.1-second reaction time, yet he managed to evade with remarkable precision, thanks to his consciousness being deeply attuned to the sun and moon, achieving a state of unity. The phase cannon beam grazed the hull of the sun and moon. Concurrently, Huang Yuexi unleashed a barrage of 10 pulse cannons. The enemy pilot evidently lacked Lin Yang's piloting skill, as 7 out of 10 energy rounds struck true, breaching their shields. Without hesitation, Huang Yuexi fired another 10 ion pulse cannons, each amplified tenfold. Boom! A brilliant light erupted in space as the enemy vessel was obliterated. The shockwave rocked the sun and moon. Bang! Suddenly, a massive object crashed against the cockpit's viewport, startling both Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to see a 3-meter-tall, tiger-headed humanoid grinning foolishly at them, clutching a metal plate inscribed with the words, "I surrender," scratched out by its claws. What shocked Lin Yang and Yuexi even more was that this tiger-headed creature had survived in the frigid vacuum of space, over 200 degrees below zero. After being ejected from the destroyed ship, displaying a foolish grin as if nothing had happened, the tiger-headed being appeared anxious and hastily scratched out on the metal plate. "I am Karugia from the Sirius Tiger Clan. I revere the strong, and my intent in undertaking Gus's task was to meet you. I'm not interested in money. Having defeated me, you have passed the test. Now, the robust Karugia requests to join you." Following this, he retrieved a communicator from his pocket, tapping a few buttons to display text on the screen for Lin Yang and Yuexi. "You have paid a breach of contract penalty of 50,000 star coins to the Martian bounty dock. You have paid a penalty of 500,000 star coins to Gus. You are blacklisted by the Martian bounty dock for malicious breach of contract. What do you think, Yuexi?" "Captain, I shall observe from the co-pilot's seat. No need for further questions. Then I will take the pilot's seat." The two settled into their seats, quietly observing. Despite the strength of the Sirius Tiger Clan, they could not withstand the unforgiving vacuum of space for long. 5 minutes later, The once cheerful Karugia morphed into a visage of despair, frost forming upon his body as his limbs stiffened. His once eager gaze dulled, and ultimately, he closed his eyes in resignation. The 3-meter-tall figure drifted away from the viewport, rigid and lifeless, into the depths of space. Upon witnessing this, the two hastily activated the shields and opened the docking bay. One released a mechanical claw to retrieve Karugia into the pressurized chamber. Lin Yang seized an assault phase laser gun and a bundle of rope. Secure the Tiger forthwith. After a fruitless search for naval recruits spanning over 3 weeks, prioritize enlisting personnel. Should these efforts prove futile, the beast shall be dispatched and its essence steeped into a potent tiger penis elixir. Chapter 8. Is this really 8 years old? Huang Yuexi pulled the tiger-headed man into the pressure chamber. Lin Yang sealed the outer hatch and repressurized the air. Once the air pressure in the chamber stabilized, he opened the door connecting the pressure chamber to the ship's cabin. The tiger-headed man was thus captured aboard the warship. Seeing the 3-meter-tall tiger-headed man for the first time was utterly imposing. "Wow, those claws are bigger than my face," exclaimed Lin Yang. "Captain, this tiger is heavily armed, and it has a full set of advanced battle armor. Strip him. Strip him. Yuexi, keep your phase gun ready. If he suddenly wakes up and attacks me, aim for the head." "Understood." Lin Yang hastily began disassembling the tiger-headed man's gear. On his back was a 2-meter-long high-powered energy cannon, and across his chest were more than 30 armor-piercing explosive rounds. A belt of over 30 high-energy explosive grenades encircled his waist, and there were also 2 high-energy phase pistols strapped to his legs. Remarkably, the tiger-headed man's pistols were nearly the same size as the assault phase guns equipped by Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. Aside from the firearms, each of the tiger-headed man's armors was fitted with a set of high-strength alloy claws. 3 claws on each side, each over 1 meter long when deployed, resembling 6 razor-sharp blades. He's practically armed to the teeth. You were already a fierce and robust tiger. Was all this necessary? Lin Yang couldn't help but scoff. Once all the weapons were removed, he proceeded to dismantle the advanced armor. After a flurry of activity, the tiger-headed man's frozen limbs began to regain movement, and his breathing returned. The two quickly worked together to securely bind him from head to toe, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling. They stood by with their phase guns ready. At this point, Lin Yang finally had the opportunity to check the system. After just destroying an enemy ship, he had gained an additional 100 evolution points, bringing his total to 150. Unfortunately, the items in the shop were all priced above 200 points, so he couldn't purchase anything yet. The vitality of the Sirius tiger was indeed tenacious. A few minutes later, the tiger man, Karugia, opened his eyes. "BRR, it's so cold." "Huh? Hee. Are you willing to accept my joining?" "Yuexi, hand me the gene registration device." Regardless of the ship, crew information is based on gene recognition. "Karugia, is it? Do you wish to join my crew?" "Absolutely. I came here for you. You annihilated 25 enemy ships with just a shuttle. It's unbelievable. I thought it was an exaggerated rumor, but now I believe it." "Excellent. With your physique and strength, you are perfectly suited to be my security officer. Let's recruit you first." Lin Yang plucked a strand of Karugia's fur and promptly extracted the genetic chain information, listing Karugia's name under the security officer section of the warship. "You have recruited a new crew member. Life energy permanently set at 10. Current energy 120. Suddenly, a surge of energy flowed into Lin Yang's body, invigorating him and filling him with strength. After recruiting Huang Yuexi, Lin Yang finally shed the constant fatigue and weakness that had plagued him. However, he still felt weaker than usual during hunger or exhaustion. Now, with the increase in life energy, his physical capabilities exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Even in times of hunger and fatigue, he would not feel weak. Lin Yang stretched his neck and clenched his fists, his bones cracking as if power was on the verge of bursting forth. "Ah, this feeling is exhilarating." Huang Yuexi looked at him in astonishment, thinking, what has gotten into him all of a sudden? Ahem. Lin Yang cleared his throat. "Security Officer Karugia, this is not directed at you, but when Deputy Huang Yuexi joined, she cleared her account. You cannot have personal assets on board. What about the funds in your account? Quickly transfer them here." "Captain, I have no money left. I lost everything to the Mars bounty Doc and the contractor Gus. What? You? Say that again. Lin Yang's teeth ground together in anger. Huang Yuexi quickly picked up Karuja's communicator, scrolled through it, and her expression turned menacing. Captain, this tiger really has no money. He still owes Mars Bank 200,000 star coins. Throw him out. Hurry. What about the tiger whip wine? Forget about it. Mars Bank is going to come after us for the debt. Beep. Captain, you have new messages. A notification chimed within the cabin. Lin Yang hurried to the cockpit to check the screen. This is Mars Bank. We are pleased to contact you, esteemed Mr. Lin Yang. Our client, the Sirius Tiger Karuja, has joined your warship, and you will now share the burden of a 200,000 star coin loan. Please remember to make repayments by the 10th of each month, with a minimum payment. Don't throw him out, Yuexi. It's a message from Mars Bank. Lin Yang rushed back to the rear cabin. Huang Yuexi maintained her stern demeanor, her phase gun aimed at Karuja's eye. A single shot would end him. Karuja, before the battle, informed the bank about joining us. That 200,000 star coin loan barely covers the interest we earn in a day. If it weren't for the director providing food, we'd starve. Killing him won't help. Keeping him alive could yield a profit. We could sell him to a black market or a biological company for alien experimentation, or even to an interstellar circus. Please, Captain, I can earn money. Let's go to the bounty dock and take an S-rank mission, and we'll be able to. Bang, bang. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi each kick Karuja. When we speak, you're not allowed to interrupt. If we could take bounty missions, will we need to come here to move rocks? Earning 100 star coins a day is barely enough to cover your interest payments. Bang. Furious, Huang Yuexi smashed her gun into Karuja's face. Lin Yang furrowed his brow and finally said, "Why not just stop repaying and become pirates? That won't work. Our current firepower can't withstand the asteroid belt fleet siege. Moreover, the asteroid belt is impoverished and lacks resources. Mars and Blue Star are affluent, but their patrol fleets are even more formidable. Unless we join a pirate group, going in without a recommendation will only lead to being slaughtered like sheep." Goodness, Yuexi, you're considering becoming a pirate too? This research conclusion is quite something. Even if we don't become pirates, if we default on the loan, we won't be able to dock at the harbor. In short, we've been trapped by this tiger, right? Unless we can extract economic value from him. The expressions of the two shifted to deviousness as they eyed the tiger-headed man with cold smiles. Karuja shivered under their scrutiny. "Captain Commander, what are you planning? We are a team. I am your security officer." Silence. Only speak when questioned. Karuja lowered his head, curling up as much as possible. "Contact your family and transfer 1 million star coins to my account, or you'll find out just how sought after tiger bone wine and tiger whip wine are in human society." Captain, I can contact my family, but you better not regret this. I'm not afraid of threats. Hurry up. Lin Yang thrust the communicator towards him. After a moment of hesitation, Karuja complied, sending a message to the Sirius Royal Temple. "Father, I am your son, Karuja. I have joined the warship of bounty hunter Lin Yang from the asteroid belt. I require 1 million star coins, or I will be turned into medicinal wine." Lin Yang was taken aback. "Wait, what are you? A prince?" In accordance with the venerable traditions of our Sirius tiger folk, males are obligated to challenge and vanquish their fathers upon reaching the age of 8. I harbor no desire to confront my imperial sire. Rather, I aspire to defy this benighted custom. Pray, reiterate your age? 8 years, you say? 8 years indeed. Chapter 9. The Prince of the Tiger People Captain. In a Tiger People family, only one male infant is born. Upon reaching the age of 8, he must duel with his tiger father. Only when one party perishes can the family conceive the next male tiger infant. Interestingly, the number of female infants is not bound by such traditions. So, does this imply that the majority of Sirius inhabitants are fierce females? Indeed, your perspective is quite unique. It is true that male Sirius beings are scarce, yet they occupy significant positions. What is the strength of the Sirius people within the galaxy? They are classified as a level 2. 6 stellar civilization, far surpassing humanity's level 2. Throw. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, had it not been for the constraints of the Galactic Alliance, human civilization would have been annihilated long ago. A level 1 planetary civilization is defined by its ability to fully exploit and control its home planet, as well as to develop and utilize orbital satellites or nearby planetary resources, facilitating space travel within its own galaxy. Achieving faster-than-light travel marks the threshold into a level 2 stellar civilization. Whether through warp speed, hyperspace travel, spatial jumps, or quantum slipstream. As long as one can depart their solar system at superluminal speeds, they attain level 2 status. Humanity has only just reached this milestone, while Sirius has already attained a level 2. 6, with technology that is at least tens of thousands of years ahead of humanity. After the initial shock, Lin Yang quickly donned a cheerful demeanor. Dear Big Cat, let us discuss this. Could you add another message to the one you just sent, indicating it was a prank? After all, our father is incredibly busy, and as his junior, I should not add to his troubles, right? Interstellar communication relies entirely on quantum channels. Due to the peculiarities of quantum entanglement, such communication is unbound by the constraints of space and time. This means that the message just sent by Karuja has already reached Sirius, located 6 light-years away. Giggling, Karuja puffed with pride. Of course, Captain. Does this mean you accept me? Well, of course I must accept you. You are already a part of my team. Wonderful. Now, let's send another message to the royal palace of Sirius. Father, I was just joking with you, as in our childhood. Your Karuja is well. In the Orion arm, no one dares to provoke the prince of the tiger people. I've made new friends. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, I have grown fond of this place. Moments later, a voice echoed, Coward, do not dare to claim the title of prince of the tiger people. You are unworthy. You have been exiled, pitiful cat. Do not let my fleet discover you, or they will reduce you to mere fragments. A new royal embryo has begun to grow, destined to inherit the glory of the tiger people. Karuja stared vacantly at the communicator, his eyes betraying a hint of grievance. Ding! Captain, you have a new message. Let Karuja be for a moment. Yuexi, we must take our leave. Hey, Captain. Officer, are you going to untie me? Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi pretended not to hear, retreating to the cockpit to open the message. Your account has received a transfer of 1,000,000 star coins. Money. The eyes of both lit up instantly. Upon checking the details, they found it was a transfer from an Interstellar trust company, accompanied by a note. Please take good care of him. Thank you. Goodness! Exclaimed Lin Yang. Captain, it seems what Karuja said is indeed true. With a thud, Lin Yang slapped his forehead in regret. Curse my naive, farming mindset. Had I known, I would have asked for 10 million. Huang Yuexi chuckled. Captain, I believe Karuja holds significant value. Although the Sirius royal family appears to have abandoned him, they have secretly provided financial support. With Karuja, the prince of the tiger people, we will receive clandestine protection from the Tiger Emperor. Moreover, his combat prowess is formidable. He will be a valuable ally. Having paid the entrance fee, he must remain with us. Lin Yang went to the aft cabin and untied Karuja. How many people know of your identity as the prince of the tiger people? After escaping Sirius, I only told you and the first officer, Captain. Did you truly believe you escaped by your own merits? Why not? Karuja is quite strong. It was your father who deliberately allowed you to leave. Wake up, my great prince. He entrusted me with 1,000,000 star coins to ensure your well-being. In a sense, I now stand in for your father. From now on, in all matters, you shall heed my counsel. Father, he understands me. Karuja lowered his head, touched. Captain, thank you for accepting me and for your willingness to assist me in achieving my ultimate life goal. What goal? To challenge the Sirius Elder Council, to lead the tiger civilization, and to abolish the foolish traditions that have harmed the tiger people for millennia. That is quite an ambitious declaration. I never agreed to it. Fear not. As long as we are united, it will be like the loan I applied for on Mars. We shall repay it together. How dare you mention loans? Who prompted you to voluntarily incur debts at the Mars bounty dock? That was to expedite my integration and earn your trust. Ah, clever one. Now I believe you. Kulme, let's see the cockpit. Karuja promptly donned his high-tech armor, arming himself while following into the cockpit. Upon seeing Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi's peculiar expressions, he hastily offered an awkward smile. The tiger people revere strength and power. Even in sleep, I must be armed. You can shower with them. But do not disrupt our rest, Lin Yang replied. Rest assured, Captain, I shall not disturb you and First Officer Huang in your reproductive endeavors. The tiger people are indifferent to primates. Enough. Silence. Lin Yang's forehead creased in bewilderment as he tilted his head, glancing at Karuja. He truly could not discern whether this tiger was being straightforward or simply foolish. Huang Yuexi's face flushed crimson, her ears nearly smoking. Gritting her teeth, she silently unbuckled her seatbelt, yanked out her necklace, and clenched the elliptical galaxy heart in her fist, her eyes blazing as she approached Karuja step by step. Exuding en overwhelming aura. Lin Yang could not help but swallow hard, retreating to lean against the wall. Yuexi, I did not teach this tiger anything. He spoke of it himself. With a thud, Huang Yuexi delivered a punch, its force exceeding that of a professional human boxer by several dozen times. Bolstered by the galaxy heart, her strike unleashed several tons of power, sending Karuja doubling over in pain, clutching his abdomen as he fell to the ground. Ah! Thud! The tiger, already tall and hunched in the cockpit, simply remained sprawled on the floor after the blow. Why? Captain, I do not understand. You both exude the scent of hormones, indicating a mutual attraction, and yet I cannot speak of such a blatant truth. Thud! Before Karuja could finish, Huang Yuexi's fist met his head once more, causing him to see stars. He quickly feigned unconsciousness. Actually, what Karuja said is not entirely unfounded, I think. Be silent. Understood. Lin Yang hastily raised his hand, eager to avoid inciting the wrath of a furious female tiger. Captain, let's first repay the loan from the Mars Bank, then terminate the labor contract with Trav, and subsequently purchase weapons at the dock. What do you think? It would be ideal if we could have a video call with Gus from the Mars Hunters to discuss matters thoroughly. Huang Yuexi's expression gradually shifted from gloom to brightness as she smiled gently. Captain, your considerations are astute. Perhaps Galawa from the bounty dock can assist in contacting Gus. Watching Huang Yuexi's tender smile, Lin Yang found himself momentarily distracted. Contrasting the earlier scene where she wielded the galaxy heart to strike down the tiger Karuja, her current gentleness was truly comforting. To my astonishment, the early repayment incurs a penalty of 50,000 star coins. Such avaricious capitalism. A palpable aura of hostility emanated from Huang Yuexi. Lin Yang, feeling helpless, shook his head. It is certainly more economical than a mortgage. Let us settle it in one go. After disbursing 250,000 star coins, Huang Yuexi's fists clenched once more. The Trawl Space Cleaning Company claims we breached the labor contract and demands a compensation of 100,000 star coins. What? That cunning old fox. Instead of seeking him out to extract a concession, he dares to approach us. Tiger, rise and get to work. Chapter 10. Opportunity squandered originally. Lin Yang and Trofimov had a labor contract stipulating settlements every 7 days. A week of work, followed by a seamless renewal or termination, devoid of any penalty clauses. Lin Yang scrutinized the contract meticulously at the time of signing. Now, Trofimov's accusation of violation and demand for 100,000 star coins in compensation was a blatant act of contract tampering, a predatory move. Procuring equipment at the shipyard would demonstrate the capabilities of a legendary destroyer to Trofimov. Kaluja's warship had been obliterated, leaving no salvageable remnants. With a mere 150 evolution points remaining, Lin Yang was compelled to spend star coins at the shipyard to bolster his warship's combat prowess. To confront Trofimov's space sweeping company effectively, maximizing the warship's armaments was imperative. 6 more ion pulse cannons, 3 additional missile launch platforms, 30 high-compression energy modules, and a full complement of Dragonfly missiles. Such opulence was the prerogative of affluence. Gazing at the 750,000 star coins in his account, Lin Yang fought the urge for unrestrained expenditure. We regret to inform you, Mr. Lin, that transactions on Vesta are currently unavailable. We are unable to assist you at this time. Pardon? I must have misheard. Mr. Lin, Trofimov Space Cleanup Company has initiated legal proceedings against you, and the Asteroid Belt United Polity has restricted your spending. A verdict without investigation? Regrettably, Mr. Lin, the shipyard is not privy to the details. Upon terminating the communication, a frosty veneer settled upon Lin Yang's countenance. It was time to bare his fangs. Huang Yuexi silently unwound the necklace from her wrist, clutching the galaxy heart in her hand. Kaluja meticulously inspected his high-powered energy rifle, a formidable phase pistol. The Sun and Moon battleship altered its course, heading from the shipyard towards the labor dock. After mooring, the trio, fully armed, disembarked from the warship. Lin Yang brandished an assault-type phase rifle, a phase pistol holstered at his waist. To his left stood, first, mate Huang Yuexi, wielding a phase rifle, its white light seeping through her fingers. To his right loomed the 3-meter-tall Tiger Man, Kaluja, cradling a 2-meter-long energy rifle. In the eyes of humans, it was less a rifle and more a laser energy cannon. The trio, exuding menace, advanced towards Trofimov's space cleanup company. Lin Yang harbored no concerns about assassination attempts from bounty hunters. In this world, bounty missions were monopolized by the bounty peer. Those who eliminated targets without accepting missions through the bounty peer would receive no remuneration. Since Kaluja's mission failure, the Martian bounty peer had yet to receive any follow-up requests. For the time being, he was secure. Is that Lin Yang? He wasn't slain by the Martian bounty hunters. Could that Tiger Man be a bounty hunter? Who knows? Let's steer clear. They don't seem to be hiring. Passers-by hastily scattered, fearing entanglement in the impending conflict. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yang rapped on the door of Trofimov's office. Enter. Ah, the rising star of the bounty world. Have you come to compensate me for the breach of contract? The corpulent Trofimov puffed on a cigar, his fingers adorned with bejeweled rings. Even the sight of the 3-meter-tall Kaluja failed to elicit surprise. Trofimov, you're scheming against me? Sucking me dry? Humph, humph, humph. Trofimov chuckled malevolently. Correct. Without 100,000 star coins in compensation, you won't spend a single credit in the asteroid belt. You illegally altered the contract afterward. I advise you to retract your lawsuit and apologize. Humph, humph, humph. You are indeed an idealist. It seems I must impart a lesson on the laws of reality. Is that so? I intend to see just how absurd this reality is. Lin Yang retrieved his communicator, sending a message to the Vesta court. I am Bounty Hunter Lin Yang. Trofimov's accusations against me are unfounded. He modified the contract afterward. I request that the court re-examine the case and rescind my consumption restrictions in the asteroid belt. The original verdict stands. The defendant is urged to compensate Trofimov Company for the breach of contract as soon as possible. Exquisite. That's the final word. Lin Yang terminated the communication, a hint of murderous intent playing on his lips. Did you truly believe me naive? I was extending an opportunity to you and the law. Since neither is valued, I shall resolve this in my own manner. Resorting to violence. I should be terrified, but alas, I anticipated this. Buzz. Trofimov pressed a button on his desk, immediately erecting a force field barrier, obstructing Lin Yang and his companions. Simultaneously, dozens of heavily armed individuals stormed into the office. Did you truly believe I cared about your paltry 100,000 star coins in compensation? I deliberately lured you into a trap. The legendary trilateral Thorn Destroyer, worth far more than $1 million. I also accepted the Martian bounty peer's 500,000 bounty mission. That's the real prize. Trofimov extinguished his cigar, gesturing to his subordinates. Deal with them. Chirp. Thud. Before anyone could act, Kaluja preemptively fired a shot from his energy rifle at the force field shield. The high-energy beam ricocheted off the shield, blasting a gaping hole in the wall. The energy rifle's power rivaled that of a light destroyer's laser cannon. Bang! Huang Yuexi unleashed a punch, enhanced by the galaxy heart. The man who rushed forward was sent flying, spewing blood, and died upon impact. Immediately following, the phase rifle discharged, multiplying the power of a common laser gun tenfold. Approaching the potency of Kaluja's laser energy cannon, limbs and viscera flew asunder wherever the laser struck, piercing through walls. Chirp, 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 chirp. Lin Yang dodged while retaliating with his phase rifle. He was astonished to find his accuracy amplified several-fold, striking down enemies with unerring precision. Yet, the enemy's laser weapons failed to harm him. As he pondered this, an individual equipped with a personal shield charged forth. Lin Yang's two-phase rifle shots failed to penetrate the shield, and the assailant lunged at him. Take this. Bang! A forceful kick sent the man hurtling over 20 meters, crashing through the breach wall and landing outside. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned, then comprehension dawned. While Vesta's gravity was weaker than Mars, and far less than Blue Star, he shouldn't have been able to send an adult male flying over 20 meters. There was only one explanation. His life energy, 120, vastly exceeded normal human levels. Trofimov's underlings were not genuine desperados. They were opportunistic bullies. They had assumed that their numerical superiority would intimidate Lin Yang and his companions. Instead, they were the ones terrified. In less than 3 seconds of engagement, over 20 men lay dead, chests punctured, heads cleaved, bodies obliterated by the energy rifle. The carnage was appalling. A few thousand star coins a month? I'm not risking my life for that. A man turned and fled, followed by the remaining survivors. In an instant, only Trofimov remained in the office. THTH this. You don't run. Trofimov dared not leave the force field shield, fearing a fatal headshot. Trembling, he cowered behind his desk, drenched in a cold sweat. Mr. Lin, there's been a misunderstanding. Please, calm down. I'm willing to concede to any demand you make. I prefer your earlier defiance. Come on, continue sending your men to attack us. No. I'm misunderstanding. I'll retract the charges immediately. Too late. I offered an opportunity. Lin Yang turned and waved his hand. Yuexi, amplify the energy cannon's firepower for Kaluja. Let's see just how strong Trofimov's shield truly is. Chapter 11. We are good people. Karugia adjusted the energy level of the explosive energy gun to its maximum, and the energy chamber began to charge. The fist-sized muzzle was aimed at Trof. White light began to emerge from the gaps between Huang Yuexi's fingers, instilling fear in Trof, who hastily raised his hands. Though he was oblivious to the origins of the white light, he had witnessed Huang Yuexi amplify the power of the phase gun exponentially. If the explosive energy gun's potency were to be enhanced, even a slight increase could easily pierce through shields. I will pay. I will compensate you all the money from the company. With a sharp sound, the powerful explosive energy gun, already as formidable as a light warship's laser cannon, was further augmented by Huang Yuexi's enhancement of the heart of the galaxy, rendering it equivalent to the firepower of a heavy warship. Trav's force field shield was utterly incapable of withstanding it. The shield was shattered instantly, and he evaporated in an instant, creating a massive hole in the room. The tremendous recoil made Karugia's robust body shudder as he looked on at Huang Yuexi in astonishment. Commander, is this how you obliterated my warship? Impressive. Bang. Bang. Ouch. Why are you hitting me? Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi gritted their teeth in fury, their eyes ablaze as they approached Karugia step by step. A cold sweat beaded on the forehead of the large tiger, who retreated in panic. What have I done wrong this time? Bang. Bang. The two delivered another pair of punches to Karugia. You fool. Can't you show a bit of coordination? Didn't you hear him say he would compensate us with the company's money? Could you at least give a warning before firing? Do you have any idea how much we've lost? Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi scolded him in unison, forcing Karugia to step back repeatedly. Thud! The shaking wall was slammed by Karugia's back, causing the entire structure to tremble precariously. The three hastily dashed outside. Captain, Commander, and the Prince of Sirius. I have never been interested in money since childhood and know nothing of extortion. Now I understand. I will cooperate with you next time. Who extorted whom? Karugia, don't make baseless accusations. I was merely giving Trav a chance for repentance. Stop covering for him, Captain. We were indeed preparing to extort him, but unfortunately, this foolish tiger ruined it. A Yuexi, was it really necessary to be so blunt? Boom! The building behind them collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. In the distance, a squad of soldiers approached. Drop your weapons and surrender. Lin Yang, give up resistance immediately. Various energy beams flew through the dust. Captain, it's the patrol squad. The three fought back while retreating toward the docking bay. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall anti-explosive mech blocked the entrance. Without uttering a word, it launched 3 electrified chains toward the trio. Upon seeing the 3-meter-tall mech, Karugia became suddenly exhilarated. He stowed the explosive gun behind his back and with a swift motion, extended the steel claws from his arms. The 6 steel claws glimmered like 6 blades. In a flash, he lunged forward, pivoting, and with a crack, 3 alloy chains snapped in response. Karugia's form flickered as he darted to the mech's front. With a loud crunch, the steel claws pierced the mech, sending sparks flying. The 3-meter mech was instantly incapacitated, tossed aside by Karugia. Boom! The mech crashed to the ground and exploded, blocking the pursuing soldiers. The ace mech of the infantry was destroyed in less than 3 seconds. Yuexi, you were right. Karugia's combat prowess is indeed formidable. He is a valuable ally. Karugia puffed out his chest with pride. Captain, my intellect is quite sharp as well. It's just that I lack social experience. Next time, whether in extortion or coercion, I'll one team mess it up. Just be quiet. We are good people. Prepare for aerial combat. Understood, Captain. I will take charge of missile launch, but we don't have any missiles. What can I assist with? Simply keeping quiet is already a help. Yes. Due to the chaos at the labor dock, the Zao Godstar Patrol had classified them as dangerous criminals. A patrol fleet consisting of 2 heavy, 5 medium, and 13 light fighter ships was en route to their location. Lin Yang immediately entered deep symbiotic mode, transferring his consciousness to the triangular spike light fighter. Captain, they have refused our communication. Let us take down this fleet and force the Zao Godstar government to reach out to us. The triangular spike light fighter was equipped with dual shields. Although it only had 2 ion pulse cannons, Huang Yuexi could amplify their power exponentially. It was fitted with the Qilin X-type pulse engine and a Wild Buffalo D-type energy adapter, achieving a maximum speed of 40 Mach. Under Lin Yang's control, its agility surpassed that of a fish in water. The Zao Godstar Patrol fleet was substantial, but the warships they commanded were outdated models retired from the Blue Star or Mars fleets. In terms of combat coordination, the patrol squad had spent years engaged in leisurely activities, lacking real combat experience. In contrast, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi had faced life-and-death battles, their synergy reaching a level where they understood each other without the need for words. Consequently, the 20 warships were mere targets. Within 5 minutes, the triangular spike light fighter broke through the encirclement. You have destroyed 2 heavy sword-class destroyers, earning 800 evolution points, 5 scimitar-class cruisers, earning 1,000 evolution points, and 13 razor-class fighters, earning 1,300 evolution points. Current evolution points, 3250. Challenge task, minor success, completion, 46. With the evolution points in hand, Lin Yang immediately refreshed the evolution shop. Host is extremely fortunate. A legendary item has been refreshed. Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon, priced at 2,000 evolution points. Evolution cost 500 evolution points. Time required 50 minutes. That's ridiculously expensive. System, don't take advantage of me. Rest assured, the shop prices were predetermined by a higher dimensional divine civilization. If this system could intervene, I would ensure you got it for free. The particle cannon was a long-range energy weapon typically mounted on heavy bombers or large frigates, and the Fire Dragon X-type was legendary among cannons. Considering the battles that might lie ahead, Lin Yang gritted his teeth and made the purchase, proceeding with the evolution. He installed the particle cannon in the main gun position and moved the ion pulse cannon to the secondary gun position. Thus, upon completion of the evolution, the warship would possess 1 main and 2 auxiliary energy cannons. Captain, they have indeed sent a message. Just now, we tried to reach out to clarify the situation and resolve the misunderstanding, but they refused us, coming at us with lethal intent. Now that they realize they cannot kill us, they wish to contact us. Let us reject their call for a while. Huang Yuexi promptly rejected the call. Seconds later, another message arrived, which was also declined. After a 3rd communication request, Huang Yuexi finally accepted the call. On the other end was a middle-aged man clad in a fleet officer uniform, the commander of the Zao Godstar fleet, General Nelson. His anger was barely contained, his face pale and eyes wide with rage. Lin Yang, you have violated the laws of the asteroid belt. Surrender immediately, relinquish the fighter you are piloting, and pay a fine of 20 million star coins, or be classified as an A-grade fugitive by the asteroid belt. The people wronging me know better than anyone how wronged I truly am. You are aware of the cause of this conflict. Yet you choose to prioritize the Zao God, star government's reputation over legal fairness. I'm afraid we cannot comply, Commander. Huh. It's already difficult to recruit crew members in the asteroid belt and secure bounty missions. What do you think I have to miss about this backwater? Farewell. Having just terminated communications and poised to depart, Huang Yuexi received another message. Upon opening it, she heard Mr. Lin, Ms. Huang, Mr. Tiger Man, this is Ni Zin, a physician with the minor resistance. We wish to commission you for an S-class bounty mission. Captain, shall we accept? Inquire about the specifics of the mission, including the precise coordinates and time frame. An S-class mission is imperative to accept. Chapter 12. S-class commission Lin Yang was preparing to depart from the asteroid belt, not out of fear of the joint fleet's pursuit, but due to the unattainable S-class bounty missions, which hindered his completion of the main storyline's fourth part. Today, fortune had come knocking at his door, sparking his interest. Huang Yuexi inquired, what mission? And I, Jiwan replied, intercept the asteroid belt's transport convoy and seize 3,000 oxygen generators. Huang Yuexi asked, what is the reward? Coordinates and timing? And I, Jiwan responded, upon completion, I will pay 1 million star coins. The interception coordinates are Y3690, Y1124, X7055, and the time frame is in 47 hours. Huang Yuexi questioned, how can you prove your authenticity? And I, Jiwan assured her, just visit coordinates Y3499, Y1001, X6211 to see for yourself. Rest assured, our combat capability is inferior to that of the patrol team and poses no threat to you. The captain remarked, however, the coordinates she provided are off the route. There are no records of asteroids or space stations in that desolate area, which is an hour away from us. Lin Yang pondered for a moment. In an hour, the legendary Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon would have completed its evolution. Even if there were an ambush by the Vesta fleet, he could still engage in a fierce battle and emerge victorious. There was nothing to worry about. Ideally, there would be a Vesta protective fleet, allowing him to swiftly destroy 100 warships and fulfill the challenge. Let's proceed at maximum speed. Karuja, keep a close watch on the radar. The Sun and Moon ship immediately adjusted its course, hurtling towards the coordinates at a speed of 40 Mach. 50 minutes later, the exterior of the warship suddenly emitted a blinding white light, startling the tiger-like Karuja. Enemy presence detected. How did the radar miss it? Captain, they are attacking. Be cautious. However, Lin Yang leisurely stretched, while Huang Yuexi cast a calm glance at Karuja. How strange. Our combat capabilities have indeed escalated to a new level. She remarked. What do you mean? Karuja queried. Just look at the control panel, Huang Yuexi replied. Karuja opened the control panel screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. There's an old saying among humans. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Just know that the combat capability of the Sun and Moon ship has improved. Don't ask too many questions. Knowing too much may invite peril. Karuja tilted his tiger head thoughtfully, agreeing with Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi's words. He nodded vigorously indeed. Captain's Sun and Moon ship and the first officer's galaxy heart harbor great secrets. If this information leaks, it will certainly attract the attention of other civilizations. We must maintain a respectful distance, as we all have our secrets. Moments later, Karuja suddenly voiced a complaint. Wait a minute. You both know my secret. As the prince of the Sirius Tiger clan, I was exiled for challenging a 2,000-year-old tradition. Perhaps I am being hunted by the elders of Sirius. I have no secrets before you two, but you both do. This is unfair. Extend your claws, Lin Yang said calmly. Extended. Captain, what does this mean? Karuja asked. Are your 5 fingers of equal length? Lin Yang inquired. Not at all. They vary in length, shaped by the necessities of life. Precisely. Lin Yang smiled fondly, stepping closer to Karuja. If you desire absolute fairness, then all 5 fingers should be the same length. But if you wish to live normally, they will naturally differ. Now I ask you, would you prefer to live or to be fair? Fairness? Karuja tentatively replied. Yuexi, throw it out. Lin Yang ordered. Life. Captain, I choose life. Karuja quickly raised his hands. I wish to live and have friends. I understand now, Captain. Humans truly grasp the essence of philosophy. Haha, I appreciate your cleverness. My dear Golden Tabby, when the time is ripe, All secrets will be shared with you. Yes, Captain, I promise not to complain in the future. Huang Yuexi thought it amusing, realizing how Lin Yang had skillfully managed the large tiger. A few minutes later, Karuja detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, there is a minor gravitational distortion 50 kilometers ahead, but the radar has not scanned any objects. It is likely a concealed phenomenon. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification beeped from the communicator. Captain, she has sent a message voluntarily. Connect. On the video screen appeared a woman in her 30s, exuding elegance and warmth. Welcome to you all. I am Inai Zhuan. Please continue towards the coordinates and follow the cursor to enter the rebel base. This is the rebel base? Lin Yang asket. Indeed, we have concealed a 30-kilometer diameter asteroid. See you at the dock, Mr. Lin. Upon reaching the point of slight gravitational distortion, they indeed spotted several faint white markers. Following the markers, Lin Yang piloted the warship into a force field barrier. Suddenly, a hollowed-out asteroid appeared before them, transformed into a 30-kilometer diameter space station. At each of its 8 corners were shield devices, effectively concealing the location. After docking, Lin Yang and his companions observed Inai Zhuan come to greet them, accompanied by several individuals with abnormal physical conditions. Upon disembarking and getting a closer look, Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Inai Zhuan appeared dignified, but the individuals behind her were all deformed, with some having underdeveloped limbs and awkward postures, while others sported twisted features and relied on crutches. Mr. Lin, I'm delighted to meet you. These individuals are the leaders of the rebels. Allow me to introduce everyone. Through Inai Zhuan's introductions, Lin Yang and his companions learned that beneath Ceres, Vesta, Pallas, and Juno lived the descendants of pioneer miners, hundreds of thousands of them, each bearing varying degrees of deformities. The pioneer miners had arrived in the asteroid belt 5 centuries ago to extract minerals, dedicating their lives to the advancement of human civilization. Yet their descendants now resided underground, suffering from oxygen deprivation. After centuries of propagation, the lack of oxygen had led to increasingly severe deformities, while the asteroid united government controlled the distribution of oxygen. Upon hearing the news of Lin Yang's disruption at the labor dock and the annihilation of a patrol team, the rebels sought to commission him to intercept a transport convoy and seize the oxygen generators, which would then be secretly distributed to the underground living quarters on various asteroids, thus improving their living conditions. Inai Zhuan was not originally from the asteroid belt. She hailed from the highly developed blue star. However, in her quest to rescue the miners' descendants, she joined the rebels 5 years ago and has since dedicated herself to their welfare. After absorbing these narratives and examining various materials within the base, and encountering one deformity after another, Lin Yang's heart ignited with fury. He had never been fond of the asteroid belt's united government, and now his disdain only intensified. Dr. Inai, is your intel about the transport convoy reliable? The transport company has an undercover agent among us. The information is highly credible. 3 medium-sized Camel-class cargo ships, 5 medium-sized Scimitar-class fighter ships, and 15 Razor-class light fighter ships are providing escort. The 3,000 oxygen generators were originally intended to be sold at a high price to the underground miners. Can the underground miners afford it? Lin Yang cuestioned. Not all. They will have their wages docked. Once these generators are in use, the miners will have no time for rest over the next 30 years. Then how do you plan to transport and utilize them without being discovered? War is inevitable. One must not relinquish the spirit of resistance out of fear of retribution. The miners have little left to lose. This interception of the cargo ship is our resounding declaration of protest. Well said. We shall accept this S-level commission. Chapter 13. Phase to refrain from resistance due to fear of reprisal would consign future generations to perpetual subjugation. Lin Yang concurred with Inai Zhuan's sentiment. Having ascertained the veracity of the S-class commission, the next course of action was preparation. The rebel base possessed a mere handful of warships, repurposed from mining vessels or freighters, insufficient to confront the asteroid belt joint fleet. Furthermore, there was a dearth of missile weaponry. Only energy and sustenance could be provided to Lin Yang. We have ample energy reserves. Prioritize provisions, as I have a voracious companion, he stated. Karuja consumes the equivalent of 10 human rations per sitting. Our existing food stores are dwindling rapidly. The base promptly furnished them with 20 crates of Star Citizen rations, each containing 50 packets, sufficient for a month. Prior to departure, Lin Yang jestingly inquired, "Are there any among you willing to enlist in my warship? I am in dire need of personnel." N.I. Ziwen responded with a smile. "I fear you shall be disappointed, Mr. Lin. Our rebel forces are stretched thin." The 7-hour voyage commenced, culminating in their arrival near the freighter ambush point. Concealed behind an asteroid, approximately 100 meters in diameter and 50 kilometers distant, they deactivated the engines and primary systems, maintaining only radar communication and life support. Vigilance would be maintained in shifts. The warship featured 3 suites, sufficient to accommodate the trio. Time elapsed swiftly. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi were roused from their slumber by Karuja. "Captain, a convoy has been detected, matching the scale described by Dr. N.I., 10,000 kilometers distant. Let us proceed to the cockpit immediately." Karuja, prepare for engagement. 20 technologically inferior warships posed no significant challenge to Lin Yang. The battle concluded within 5 minutes, leaving 3 transport vessels paralyzed with trepidation. Debris scattered throughout the void. You have annihilated 5 Scimitar-class medium destroyers, yielding 2,000 evolution points, and 15 Razor-class light destroyers, yielding 3,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 5250. Challenge mission, minor victory, completion, 66 Yuexi. Instruct the freighters to lower their shields and scan for cargo and energy modules. Why this superfluous calculation of energy? Huang Yuexi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yang. Is an explanation truly necessary? Captain, in your parlance, we adhere to the principle of a thief never leaves empty-handed. Any surplus energy module shall invariably become ours. There's no need to characterize us so disparagingly. I am merely extending an act of magnanimity, affording them an opportunity to avert a greater calamity. 10 minutes later, the 3 freighters dutifully ejected 200 sets of high-compression energy modules from their cargo bays. Huang Yuexi manipulated the robotic arm to retrieve them into the cargo hold, while Karuja assiduously transported them to the energy chamber. Lin Yang reclined indolently in the pilot's chair, eyes closed, perusing the evolution marketplace. Taurus B-type, tractor beam. Porcupine de type missile launcher, bamboo bird de type twin. Huang Yuexi had grown accustomed to Lin Yang's sotto voce musings. Due to the exigency of time, they refrained from scavenging the battlefield debris. With the 200 sets of energy secured, they transmitted an unloading coordinate to the 3 freighters, instructing them to proceed at maximum velocity. The coordinates designated an unloading point, not the rebel base. A 4-hour voyage ensued, during which Lin Yang permitted the warship to evolve autonomously, setting the coordinates and monitoring the freighters en route. Vesta Joint Fleet Command. Commander, the oxygenator transport has been intercepted and the entire escort annihilated. Which pirate syndicate is responsible? Not a pirate syndicate, but Lin Yang, who absconded 2 days prior. Has he joined a pirate gang? No. Pirates are required to remit a security deposit to reside within the asteroid belt. They are all astute individuals. None would countenance Lin Yang. The final visuals transmitted by the escort indicate the presence of a single warship. Thump. Commander Nelson, incensed, slammed his fist upon the table. The authority of the asteroid belt joint fleet could not be challenged. Failure to eliminate him would embolden pirate syndicates to disregard directives. Notify the Vesta main fleet to pursue Lin Yang and his cohort, with no quarter given. At that juncture, a message was received at command headquarters. Commander, the rebels have transmitted a message claiming responsibility for the transport vessel hijacking. They demand improved benefits and treatment for the underground miners, and the middle-aged officer waved dismissively, interrupting the communications officer's report. Disregard it. Miner revolts are an internal conflict, a historical vestige of the asteroid belt. Reduce the oxygen content by a further 0.5, and they will comply. The immediate priority is to eliminate Lin Yang and his faction, who challenged the legitimacy of the government. 3 hours later, Karuja detected an anomaly on the radar interface. Captain, a fleet is approaching from Vesta. spearheaded by an Orca-class strategic frigate, accompanied by 10 Battle-Axe-class heavy bombers, 22-handed sword-class heavy destroyers, 50 Scimitar-class medium destroyers, and 80 Razor-class light destroyers, 10,000 kilometers distant. They're sparing no expense. Is this in response to the 3,000 oxygenators, or to us? Huang Yuexi remarked placidly, if it were solely for the oxygenators. The original transport vessel's escort would not have been so paltry. It appears we have become celebrities within the asteroid belt. In recent decades, we're the only ones who have dared to openly engage the asteroid belt joint fleet. Perhaps they deem the government's reputation more valuable than the oxygenators. Then we shall trample their pathetic reputation beneath our feet. Yuexi, Karuja, prepare for battle. Huang Yuexi glanced at Lin Yang, initially contemplating suggesting retreat. However, upon Lin Yang's declaration to engage, she refrained from dissuasion, instead lowering her head, clutching the galaxy heart at her chest, and commencing her supplications. Upon learning of the impending engagement with a formidable fleet comprising 161 warships, including a strategic frigate exceeding 500 meters in length, dwarfing even near-space small warships in terms of firepower and defense, the Tiger Man Karuja's eyes gleamed with fervor. Ha ha ha! Captain, this is precisely why I was compelled to join you. To fight the many with the few, to overcome the strong with the weak, to never yield. This ethos is the very epitome of the supreme creed revered by our Tiger Man race. Battle, death, and honor. Oh, only battle and honor remain. Death belongs to them. Prepare for the hunt. Lin Yang fastened his safety harness, closed his eyes, and instantly entered a state of profound consciousness symbiosis, merging man and machine. The Sun-Piercer-class light frigate executed an about-face, charging towards the Vesta main fleet. Upon initial engagement, 2 Razor-class light destroyers were swiftly obliterated. The Sun-Piercer sustained a direct hit from an ion cannon, but the robust dual shields held firm, preventing hull damage. Captain, this fleet is unlike the patrol vessels. Their combat capabilities are formidable. I concur. These are bona fide soldiers. Maintain focus. Do not forget our trump card. Pew pew pew. Boom. Boom. Energy beams, pulse lasers, and missiles permeated the void. The once ebony expanse was illuminated, punctuated by incessant warship explosions. The Sun-Piercer was besieged by over 100 warships. Even with Lin Yang's consciousness symbiosis, his fusion with the vessel, he could not withstand the relentless barrage. It was soon struck repeatedly. Captain, shields at 30. Engage the main cannon? No, reserve it for the strategic frigate. How long until we enter firing range? 500 kilometers. Very well. Destroy 12 more warships, and that will suffice. Advance towards the frigate. Let them witness the particle cannon, its power amplified tenfold. Chapter 14. The Particle Gauss Cannon, Impact. Congratulations, host. On completing challenge task for minor victories, evolution points, 5,000. Challenge task updated, 5 pursue victory. Destroy the main fleet of the God of Firestar. Evolution points, 8,000. Current evolution points, 13800. Exceeding 5,000, can refresh the evolution shop 10 times at once. Guaranteed to yield 1 legendary item. System. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Lin Yang Rogli. The evolution points spent on lower-tier items far exceeded 5,000. Such opportunities wasted in vain. Properly coordinating ordinary and advanced items is essential for swiftly evolving the battleship. If one solely seeks high-tier evolution without the transition offered by ordinary ion pulse cannons and energy adapters, the host would still be piloting a small shuttle. After the explosion of 12 warships, Lin Yang finally accumulated the destruction of 100 vessels. The Day-Moon itself had also sustained damage. Captain, the left shield is down, and the right shield remains at 15. If we take another hit, our shields will be gone. Karuja, continue repairs. Yuexi, prepare the particle Gauss cannon. Inside the bridge of the Orca-class strategic frigate, Fleet Commander Derek's face turned ashen with fury. Useless. A bunch that only knows how to indulge in bar revelries. They're in disarray, being attacked by a light fighter. This pampered lot. General, Commander Nelson wishes to view the battle live. Tell the commander that the communication system is malfunctioning, unable to stream live. If this situation leaks, the fleet's leadership will face a significant upheaval. General, Lin Yang is charging towards us. Courageous, yet his intellect is pitiable. Lock the phase cannon on the target and fire as soon as it enters range. He took a sip of the Blue Star's specialty red tea, his eyes filled with disdain as he watched the triangular light fighter barreling in on the large screen. A cold smirk crept upon his lips. Believing that possessing a legendary fighter makes one invincible, he fails to comprehend the disparity between interstellar leviathans and near-space vessels. He is still too young. If he were my subordinate, his future would be bright, but alas, he is destined to perish in the void, a fleeting figure. The scene shifted. The galaxy heart on Huang Yuexi's chest emitted a blinding white light. Captain, we're in range. The frigate's phase cannon has locked onto us. Fire the particle Gauss cannon. Increase power. Impact. Boom. The main cannon of the Orca-class strategic frigate discharged. A 10-meter diameter, red high-energy phase beam surged forth. Simultaneously, the main cannon of the Day-Moon-S triangular light fighter fired, unleashing a high-energy particle light sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, radiating a dazzling golden glow. It illuminated hundreds of kilometers of battlefield in an instant, traveling at speeds rivaling light, leaving no time for a reaction. The particle energy beam collided with the phase cannon beam, instantly obliterating the phase cannon's energy. Unrelenting, it struck the Orca-class strategic frigate with tremendous force. Boom! Bang! Bang! The 500-meter-long frigate flipped halfway in the void. Thousands of soldiers aboard were thrown off their feet amidst explosions, flames, and thick smoke rapidly filling the vessel. Major Derek fell from his command chair, crashing Chapter 15. The fourth crew member, S-Class Fugitive Doctor, congratulations, host, for completing the main quest for S-Class commission. Evolution points, 500. Current evolution points, 500. Main quest updated. 5 see it through to the end. Collaborate with the minor resistance to deliver 3,000 oxygen generators to the underground minor habitation areas and ensure their proper operation. Evolution points, 2,000. Dr. Enis personally led the resistance fleet to transfer the 3,000 oxygen generators onto the mining ships. The 3 transport ships gratefully fled the scene. Lin Yang finally completed the 4th part of the main quest and subsequently initiated communication with Enis. Dr. and I, regarding our S-Class commission, my part is complete. What about my reward of 1 million star coins? Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Lin, Ms. Huang, and Mr. Karuja. Please dock your warship with the lead mining ship, and I will present your reward. My warship is currently repairing its power system. The auxiliary energy is only sufficient for the life support system and cannot be used for docking. Please transfer the funds. In that case, please open the ship's airlock. I will deliver the reward in a spacesuit. Yuexi, open the airlock. Dr. and I must be bringing the silver supervisory key. After the airlock opened, the mining ship, a few hundred meters away, also opened its airlock. Dr. and I, clad in a spacesuit, gently controlled the thrusters, slowly approaching the Asahi Go. The dozen or so mining ships behind her immediately departed. Why are the mining ships leaving? What is Dr. and I planning? Let's see what she has to say. It doesn't seem like she's delivering the silver supervisory key. Let's see how she intends to pay 1 million star coins. Moments later, Dr. and I entered the destroyer's airlock. After the outer door closed, the airlock was repressurized. Once the pressure equalized, the inner door opened. Enis emerged from the airlock, removed her helmet, and candidly smiled. Mr. Lin, I am the reward. This is not quite ethical, is it? Dr. and I, why didn't you mention this earlier? I apologize, Mr. Lin. The minor resistance has no funds. I am the only valuable fugitive and can only use this method to pay the reward. I deeply regret withholding this information from you. Why is the Blue Star polity offering a bounty for your capture? I was once a biologist and served as the head of the New Human Project's genetic optimization team. Shortly after the project commenced, I discovered that artificial gene optimization did more harm than good. I presented my dissenting opinions to the Supreme Council and published a paper arguing that the New Human Project was a self-destructive endeavor. Before I could be arrested, I fled Blue Star. I presume your paper was never published? Indeed, all networks censor my paper. I became an enemy of humanity's overall evolution. After 5 years of exile, I arrived in the asteroid belt. The so-called New Human Project was jointly proposed by the Blue Star and Mars polities a decade ago. In order to rapidly catch up with advanced civilizations such as Sirius, Rigel, and Pegasus, the human civilization decided to cultivate flawless offspring through gene screening and optimization. These theoretically perfect offspring are known as new humans. The original humans and those born through natural conception without gene optimization are collectively referred to as old humans. The new humans bear the future of civilization and are currently the solar system's largest genetic engineering project. Lin Yang never imagined that the NIZUN before him was actually the head of the gene optimization team, a veritable top-tier biologist. Lin Yang shared her view that artificial gene optimization interferes with natural evolution. NIZUN selflessly aided the suffering miners, establishing underground clinics in various locations over the years and saving countless lives. Now, she was willing to sacrifice her life to fulfill her commitment. This spirit of contract made Lin Yang feel as though he had found a treasure. It would be difficult to let her leave. Guni, since you have voluntarily entered my warship as a captive, your future is now under my jurisdiction. NIZUN frankly stated, as you wish. Mr. Lin, please do not feel burdened. If you fear I will escape, you may kill me and transport my body to the designated location to claim the reward. Very well. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Lin Yang turned and headed towards the cockpit, prompting Karuja to hastily reach out and stop him. Please don't, Captain. Doctor. And I is a good person with foresight. We Siriusians engaged in artificial gene manipulation 20,000 years ago, and it was a detrimental decision that harmed future generations. Get lost. Why are you getting so agitated? Captain, isn't it just 1 million star coins? I'll pay. Please release Dr. and I. Oh, you can pay? Huang Yuexi, who had been watching the drama, also became interested. Karuja, can your father provide more funds? This time, it's 100 million star coins. Lin Yang's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, 100 million. Otherwise, I'll kill you and pickle you in wine. 100 million? I'll slowly work to pay it back. If the time is extended, can I pay it off in 300 years? Do you think I can live for 300 years? Do you think humans are as long-lived as tiger people? Lin Yang was so angry that he wanted to shoot Karuja. Huang Yuexi coldly said, First, give us 1 million. 100 million is a bit much. I'm afraid your father can't afford it. He won't even give 1 million. Father has already cultivated new royal embryos. I'll slowly work to pay the 1 million star coins. Shut up. You're really delaying things. Thwack. Lin Yang jumped up and smacked Karuja on the head. He then went to the cockpit and retrieved the gene registration device. Seeing this, Karuja finally breathed a sigh of relief and grinned foolishly. You scared me. I knew it. Although the captain and first mate are decisive, they only target enemies. Huang Yuexi nonchalantly said, Stupid tiger, your level of cooperation still needs improvement. You need to practice until you know what the captain wants to do with just a glance. I'll strive for that. Ni Yuan, who was waiting to be dealt with, was somewhat bewildered. What are you going to do? You're mine now, Lin Yang said with a mischievous grin. He grabbed her hand and pressed it onto the gene registration device. After extracting the information, he dragged NIZUN's name to the ship doctor column. Boom! Lin Yang instantly felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. His limbs were filled with power. His hearing and vision were noticeably enhanced. His energy was also more abundant. You have recruited a new crew member. Permanent life energy 10. Current energy 130. Welcome to the team, Dr. NIZUN. From now on, you are a member of the Asahi Go. Lin Yang smiled slightly, his aura even more imposing than before. NIZUN was stunned on the spot. Mr. Lin, you. Sister and I. Huang Yuexi grabbed NIZUN's arm. I finally have a female companion. There are 2 vacant staterooms. You can choose whichever one you like. However, let's sleep together tonight. Shall we? Is this real? You don't want the 1 million? You. Lin Yang waved his hand with a smile. A top-tier human biologist, concerned about the millions of toiling miners, willing to sacrifice herself to fulfill her commitment. For a person like that, I wouldn't trade her for 1 million, let alone 100 million. Karuja laughed. Doctor and I, our identities are not simple. Each one is more outrageous than the last. I am a banished Siriusian tiger person prince. The captain and first mate have unknown origins and dare to challenge the asteroid belt polity. You're a solar system civilization's S-class fugitive. Ha! We truly are a legendary criminal organization. It's a team or group. Don't say organization. Organization is a derogatory term in human language. Yes, Captain. We are a legendary criminal team. Forget it. You can say whatever you want. Zun, let Yuexi accompany you to choose a room. Zun's eyes reddened. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Captain, thank you. You're welcome. We're family from now on. I should have been honest with you sooner. It is not yet too late. I shall presently dispatch a missive to the miners, for I, Lin, am a man who sees his endeavors through to their conclusion. The 3,000 oxygen concentrators. I shall assist in their deployment and ensure their proper function. Chapter 16. The Vital Energy Awakening. Wang was astounded by Lin Yang's commanding presence. After a brief moment of astonishment, she bowed deeply. Captain, on behalf of over 7 million miners, I extend my gratitude for your assistance. Please contact the rebels immediately. Those leaders are preparing for a suicide attack on the asteroid regime after my departure. Hurry, Yuexi, send a message to the rebels. Lin Yang couldn't help but scoff. Aren't those leaders being a bit reckless? If they all perish, who will lead the rebellion? Wang replied helplessly, they have only a few years left to live. They were always abnormal, living underground with insufficient oxygen, leading to an average lifespan of no more than 40 years. So they are willing to accompany you to death? We did not expect your character to be so noble. Is it so chilling, Wang? Do I appear to be a ruthless character who kills without a second thought? Corujia, standing nearby, eagerly nodded in agreement. Bang! Lin Yang punjed Corujia lightly. Nithivan smailed apologetically. Captain, you seem to be a decisive person. Lin Yang then activated the communication. Do not proceed with the suicide plan. Dr. and I will not perish. Upon seeing the unharmed Wang, the leaders all displayed expressions of surprise. Firstly, Ms. Wang is now my ship's doctor, not yours. Secondly, we will assist in deploying oxygen generators. Lastly, put away your cleverness. Attempting a suicide attack on the asteroid regime with outdated mining vessels is akin to a birthday celebrant hanging themselves out of sheer boredom. You will be reduced to dust before even reaching the asteroid. But we... Wang smiled. Gentlemen, my captain has already promised to assist in deploying the oxygen generators, and I am not in danger. You need not accompany me to death. Indeed, Doctor and I, you are right, but if we do not strike a blow against the asteroid regime, the living conditions for the miners will not improve. Perhaps in the near future, the oxygen generators will be confiscated. Yes, Doctor, we may not have long to live. For the sake of millions of our compatriots, we are willing to die. Wang shook her head. Listen to what my captain has to say. I absolutely do not agree with your plan to sacrifice yourselves. Huh? This? Yes. Mr. Lin, we will distribute tasks immediately. After the communication ended, Wang cast an admiring glance at Lin Yang. It seems that the miners of the asteroid belt have finally found a true leader. 5. What? 4. Huh? 3, 2, 1. Lin Yang counted down with a satisfied smile. The Chilean X-type energy is online. Corujia, head to the energy room and fill it up. As the sun and moon battleship shook, the new Chilean X-type energy adapter was completed and perfectly compatible. Upon entering the energy room, Corujia was instantly dumbfounded. Originally, the Wildwater Buffalo D-type energy adapter was a cylindrical device 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter tall. Now, the Chilean X-type energy adapter had a diameter of 5 meters and a height of 9 meters, capable of accommodating 500 high-compression energy modules at once. The original energy room, located in the lower deck, was now transformed into a towering chamber 9 meters high. Corujia circled around the Chilean X-type energy, unable to contain his astonishment. How could this materialize out of thin air? Is it quantum, four-dimensional printing technology, or hyperspace transmission technology? Could it be a modification of reality that bypasses the laws of physics? Sirius doesn't possess such technology. My captain is truly remarkable. In the cockpit, Huang Yuexi and Wang were equally astonished. Captain, The power of a new energy is 10 times that of the original. The engine can finally be fully developed, allowing us to reach a speed of 200 Mach, which is 68 kilometers per second, or 245,000 kilometers per hour. Not only does our speed reach its peak, but as long as Karugia can keep up in the energy room, our Fire Dragon X particle cannon will be able to fire continuously. No longer will we face the issue of exhausting energy after a single shot and being left powerless. Karugia chuckled over the communicator. Captain, during battle, I will keep loading modules in the energy room. Does it resemble an ancient boiler worker? Ancient? Lin Yang was taken aback, then felt a wave of sadness. Darn it. To them, a boiler worker truly is an ancient profession. But why do I feel it isn't that distant? My third uncle was a boiler worker. Sighing, he suddenly felt inexplicably deflated. What am I? Just a backward primitive of ancient times. Please do not be disheartened, host. Your genes are the purest and most natural. It is precisely because of this that you can achieve a deep symbiosis with the battleship, an advantage that no contemporary human possesses. System, are you suggesting that the genes of all humans are no longer purely natural? After over 2,000 years of advanced technological development, even infants born naturally without edited genes have undergone artificial genetic screening before birth, or their parents have been screened. They are not humans who have evolved naturally and cannot achieve symbiosis with a battleship on a conscious level. I am beginning to understand why you brought me from ancient times. This system does not possess the ability to traverse time and space or select travelers. Your appearance activated this system. All right, seems Lin Yang's eyes suddenly widened and his fists clenched tightly. He felt an immense surge of energy flowing into his body, as if he had an inexhaustible source of strength. Every bone in his body was filled with power. This sensation was simply indescribable. Congratulations, host. The Qilin X-type energy has begun to operate, and the sun and moon's energy has reached a state of fullness, converting into life energy that nourishes you. As long as the battleship's energy remains full, you will possess boundless life energy. What is my current life energy level? It remains at 130, exceeding that of an ordinary human by 30. Recruiting crew members is necessary to increase the limit. The battleship continuously replenishes life energy, but cannot raise the upper limit. Understood. Captain, stop mumbling to yourself in a daze. Where are we pursuing? Yuexi. I have a habit of talking to myself, but I am neither confused nor dazed. Please refrain from stating that so often. Head towards the direction of Sirius. Full speed ahead. Once more, they set off, accelerating from 40 Mach to 200 Mach. The ship's shield layers shimmered with points of light, all caused by the impact of space debris colliding with the shield. These light spots resembled raindrops striking a car's windshield. Beep. The Z-type radar has been upgraded and is now installed and compatible. Captain, the radar is online. Zhuang, in charge of the radar, initiated a maximum range scan of 100,000 kilometers to locate the main fleet of Sirius. Found it. 53,000 kilometers away. We expect to catch up in 20 minutes. Karugia, ensure the energy supply. Ziyuan, keep a close watch on the radar. Yuexi, prepare your galaxy heart. Let the battle commence. Chapter 17, The Great Battle. The curtain falls on the political regime of God of Firestar. Commander Derek is drafting a list of punishments. Having suffered defeat, he must surely find a few scapegoats. The 7th, 5th, and 3rd teams, none shall escape, along with those heavy bombers that have been retreating to the rear. General, bad news. The aide rushed into the captain's office. Lin Yang is catching up. What? Wasn't he supposed to be delivering supplies? Perhaps he has finished? Damn it. He shows us no respect. Notify all warships to prepare for battle, with the escort ships stationed behind to oversee operations. Any vessel that dares to retreat will be obliterated. General, this time, speak. This time, Lin Yang's warship is moving at an even faster speed, 200 Mach. How much? It's true, 200 Mach. Our fleet's maximum speed is only 50 Mach. We cannot compete. It seems escape is impossible. Thus, we shall engage. This is the final battle. Give it your all. Aside from a large escort ship, The fleet retains 117 warships. Upon receiving the command, they quickly formed a defensive formation measuring 1,000 kilometers on each side, standing like a shield in space against Lin Yang's assault. Meanwhile, the large escort ship remained shielded behind, overseeing the battle. Soon, both sides entered firing range. The 118 warships unleashed their firepower simultaneously, illuminating space with lasers and guided weapons. From a distance, it appeared as a colossal beam of light 100 kilometers wide, while Lin Yang's ship, the Sun and Moon, danced within the beam. Before long, he breached the defensive line, with his warship's speed increasing to 200 Mach. Maneuverability surged several times. After absorbing the warship's life energy, Lin Yang became increasingly adept during the consciousness symbiosis. He felt as if he was the warship. Its movements were an extension of his own body. In the blink of an eye, he penetrated the defensive formation as if it were unguarded territory. Dense lasers whizzed past him, barely grazing the shield layers. The guided weapons, traveling at around 100 Mach, could not match his velocity. Leveraging his extraordinary speed and agility, he stood invincible. The cooperation of First Officer Huang Yuexi was perfectly timed. The two ion pulse cannons fired incessantly, their ion blasts surpassing the firepower of the enemy's heavy bombers, swiftly clearing the path ahead. As he passed through the defensive formation of 117 warships, the particle cannon targeted the large escort ship. Pew, pew, pew. 3 successive shots lit up the sky with dazzling brilliance. The over 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic escort ship exploded, illuminating the cosmos. A massive shockwave erupted, instantly hurling nearby smaller warships into the void, debris scattering like shrapnel. Seconds later, the flames reached 1,000,000 kilometers away at God of Firestar. Commander Nelson gazed at the luminous point in the cosmos outside the dome and felt a chill run down his spine. Escort fleet, quickly. Take my family to Venus for refuge. Chaos erupted throughout God of Firestar. Various factions seized the opportunity to plunder. Meanwhile, a grand pursuit unfolded on the battlefield 1,000,000 kilometers away. Destroying a light fighter yields 100 evolution points, while a heavy bomber grants 600. Lin Yang would certainly not let them escape. Even without evolution points or system tasks, he would not allow his enemies to flee. Showing mercy on the battlefield equates to cruelty towards oneself. These complacent soldiers, who had enjoyed their privileges without taking action, needed to be eradicated. The so-called main fleet of God of Firestar was essentially a collection of old warships retired from Mars or Blue Star, incomparable to the legendary warships with fully developed power. An hour later, the battle concluded. Lin Yang felt no fatigue and immediately altered course toward God of Firestar. Congratulations, host. You have destroyed the main fleet of God of Firestar, completing challenge task 5 pursue victory, earning 8,000 evolution points. Challenge task updated 6 total victory, defeated the asteroid belt United Fleet, earning 15,000 evolution points. You destroyed 1 Orca escort ship, earning 1,500 evolution points. 10 Mountain Axe bombers, 6,000 evolution points. 20 double-handed sword heavy fighters, 8,000 evolution points. 42 scimitar medium fighters, 8,400 evolution points. 45 razor light fighters for 1,500 evolution points. Current evolution points, 36,400. Yuexi sent a message to the rebels, instructing them to transport the oxygen generators to God of Firestar immediately. Understood. I will send it right away. HM, are you feeling nervous? I just didn't expect that we could annihilate a main fleet of over 100 warships with just a light fighter. My emotions are still settling. This is nothing. After all, it was a mid-tier fleet composed of outdated warships. Given our maneuverability and firepower, it would be abnormal not to win. I think you're the one feeling anxious. Feeling anxious is still feeling anxious. TCH, do you really think I am as anxious as you? Captain, you're going to close your eyes and rest again, right? Understandable, given your anxiety. Yuexi, you wait for me tonight. Lin Yang closed his eyes, reclining in the pilot's chair as he browsed the evolution store. First, he decided to make a tenfold draw. Host strikes lucky, obtaining a legendary item, Xiangui X medium shield, costing 2,000 evolution points. Not bad, I'll purchase it. Another tenfold. Host continues to be fortunate, and the store produces another legendary item. Fire Phoenix X-type sublight cluster missile. Only one? Also 2,000 evolution points? I'll buy it. With over 20,000 evolution points remaining, Lin Yang could not suppress his urge to keep purchasing. He immediately went for another tenfold draw. Host has hit the jackpot again, and a legendary item appears once more. System, stop being tedious. This is something I spent 5,000 evolution points to draw. It's not luck. If I really had luck, an epic item should appear. Seeing the Xiangui X medium shield appear again, Lin Yang smiled slightly. But it was good. I have now collected both shields. Another tenfold. After the battle, evolution points surged, making it hard to resist the urge for another tenfold draw. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. Your luck is extraordinary. An epic item has appeared in the store. Yin Yang Fish Y-type mirror generator. A new gadget with no manual, priced at 10,000 evolution points. So that is how it is? I'll buy it. At God of Firestar, those with foresight and spaceships had fled. Apart from the lower-class individuals and the descendants of miners with nowhere to go, only various nefarious gangs fixated on immediate gains remained. Gunfights erupted among the gangs on the surface, with robbery incidents rampant. Various space battles descended into chaos, with numerous factions or individuals seizing the turmoil to capture ordinary people. Once captured aboard their ships, these individuals became slaves sold at whim. The political regime of God of Firestar, maintained for hundreds of years, collapsed with a thunderous crash, falling without a struggle. An hour later, the Sun and Moon ship docked at God of Firestar's port. The warship's double shields have been upgraded. The new Xiangui X shield boasted 10 times the power of the previous black rhinoceros shield. Throughout the journey, Dr. Ni Ziwen finally witnessed what true miracles were. Compared to Lin Yang's warship, Huang Yuexi's Heart of the Galaxy, and Karugia's lineage, she felt her status as an S-class fugitive from the solar system was utterly insignificant. Captain, the leaders of the rebels have arrived. Ziwen, go meet them. I need to stabilize the Order of God of Firestar before deploying the oxygen generators. As soon as the words left his mouth, a camel-class transport ship took off in the distance. Ziwen frowned. Captain, I scanned that transport ship and found it crowded with 2,355 people, all bound. Moonshadow, targeting engines. Initiate standard attack. Pew, pew. 2 unenhanced ion pulse cannons cripple the transport vessel instantly. Is that not Major Galeva Bounty Dock? How is it that he has descended into the vile trade of human trafficking? Chapter 18. The matter resolved, departing in style. In the plunder of the dock, the transport ship, devoid of combat capabilities, was under the command of Galeva, the head of the bounty dock. After enduring 2 blasts from an ion cannon, he promptly signaled his surrender. Captain, do not fire. It is I. Indeed, it is you. Lin Yang replied with a cold smile. Galeva, why forsake your bounty dock to engage in the slave trade? I dare not. I intended to transport them to Sirius. But fearing they might misbehave en route, I had no choice but to bind them individually. No need for explanations. I require your cooperation now. We shall discuss this later. For the moment, land your ship peacefully. Mr. Lin, my transport ship's engine has been destroyed by you. No matter, I possess a towing beam to bring you down safely. 5 minutes later, the transport ship descended alongside the Sun and Moon. Over 2,000 individuals disembarked, all women and children. Galeva's face turned pale, and he managed an awkward smile. Lin Yang chuckled coldly, slapping him on the shoulder, causing Galeva to flinch. Mr. Lin, you accompany me to the Fleet Command Center. We must announce to all residents of Sirius that the previous regime has fled, and Sirius is now liberated, taken over by the miners' resistance. From now on, whether underground or above, all humans shall be free. Excellent, Galeva exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Mr. Lin, you are truly a savior. Sirius is fortunate to have you. Lin Yang shot him a glance that made Galeva uneasy. After the announcement, the turmoil on Sirius gradually subsided. The underground miners ceased their work and began to surface. The resistance organized the miners to register their status as free individuals. The 800 oxygen machines, pre-allocated by population, began to be transported underground. The surface oxygen machines and the base dome remained intact, and the shields had not been compromised. Soon, normal operations resumed. Overall, the transition of power had not inflicted significant harm upon the civilian population, marking a remarkably smooth change. Lin Yang instructed Galeva to summon the leaders of the remaining factions on Sirius, as well as several resistance leaders and group heads, to convene a temporary government conference at the Fleet Command Center. With the commander and his family in flight and the flagship destroyed, the outcome was enough to intimidate the minor factions. The dozen or so leaders nodded submissively, hardly daring to raise their heads before Lin Yang, who had become a legend. For centuries to come, his exploits would echo throughout the asteroid belt. I hope you will conduct your businesses honestly. Sirius will flourish in the future. All I ask is that you refrain from causing disturbances. Yes, Mr. Lin, we will not cause trouble. Sirius is my home, and I shall strive to build it up. Lin Yang exchanged a smile with N.I. Zuan. Well, we have matters to attend to at the dock. The remaining details shall be addressed by Mr. Shuttle. The oldest of the resistance leaders stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, though Mr. Lin is not of our ranks, he shall forever be our honorary leader. We shall adhere to his ideals and govern Sirius well. Following this, Lin Yang and his companions did not participate further in the meeting. With matters concluded, it was time to head to the dock for significant upgrades to the warship. 5 energy cannons lay idle, along with 2 pulse cannons, 2 refractor cannons, and a magnetic burst cannon, 3 missile launchers, and as for the Dragonfly K, I demand the highest version Z. Fill it up. Fill it up. 1,000 energy modules. Do not concern yourself with whether I can accommodate them. The empty space is irrelevant. The supply packs must include meat. I have a large cat that does not eat vegetables. Fill it up? Yes, fill it up. There is no way around it. It does not cost me anything, so I shall be extravagant. Upon arriving at the dock, Lin Yang felt as though he had burst into a lavish garden uninvited, without a shred of modesty. With the regime on Sirius collapsed and Commander Nelson fleeing in disgrace, the new administration was one Lin Yang had supported. Thus, the contents of the dock were his to commandeer, and he was not one for pleasantries or shame. He wished he could take the entire dock with him. The sales representatives followed closely behind, trembling, fearful that Lin Yang would hold a grudge for their previous refusal to sell. Mr. Lin, the workers are currently transporting goods. The cannon modifications will require 3 hours. Would you and your companions like to wait in the VIP room? We have some exquisite blue star green tea. Very well. Please inform Galeva at the bounty dock to bring a communicator to the VIP room. Yes, please wait a moment in the VIP room. I will fetch him immediately. 20 minutes later, Galeva arrived at the VIP room with a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Mr. Lin, you summoned me? Contact the legendary Hunter Gus from Mars. Of course, it would be my honor to assist Mr. Lin in alleviating his troubles. Once the video call connected, an emaciated old man appeared on the screen. His face a tapestry of wrinkles, with sparse white whiskers and short, straight white hair. He smiled coldly, his eyes glimmering with icy light. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Once a lowly outcast, you have now toppled the regime of Sirius and become a figure of great significance in the asteroid belt. It seems the death of Vulture at your hands is a point of pride for him. Oh, so you do not hold a grudge for my slaying of your apprentice. Vulture? Ha ha! Had you been an unknown nobody who fortuitously killed Vulture, I would have crushed you like an ant daring to challenge authority. However, you are now an important figure. Vulture's demise in your hands is not a disgrace, merely a dog, and I care not. Truly a legendary bounty hunter. You understand that your inaction would not spare you from the collective wrath of the asteroid belt. I hope we do not cross paths directly. Thank you for the compliment. Allow me to return the favor. The asteroid belt government has lodged a protest with the Galactic Alliance, accusing the Sirius Tiger race of unlawfully interfering in the internal affairs of a lower civilization. That tiger next to you is in trouble. The saber-toothed tiger from Sirius is on his tail. One wave of trouble subsides as another arises. After ending the communication, Lin Yang shook his head in exasperation. He feared that even if he clarified that it had nothing to do with Sirius technology, they would not believe him. Of course not. Huang Yuexi remarked softly. The foolish tiger is merely a wanted criminal in exile. He does not mind a saber-toothed tiger pursuing him. If we reveal our trump card, we may find ourselves besieged not only by human civilizations, but possibly even the outer galaxies. Kaluja chuckled. The saber-toothed tigers are not just one. They are part of the ancient enforcement organization of Sirius, with high authority and formidable strength. They are devoid of emotion, knowing only slaughter. If they come for me, all the better. I have much to say to them. And Ziwin expressed her surprise. Aren't you the least bit concerned? Ha ha! The tiger race knows not the meaning of fear. I revel in the thrill of being pursued. Galeva, I ask you, where do you intend to transport those 2,000 slaves? Huh? Truly to Sirius, they are not slaves, they... Click. Lin Yang pressed the phase gun to his forehead. If you cannot provide useful information, then you are of no further use. Chapter 19. Taking over the bounty dock, the reason you are still alive can be distilled into 4 purposes. To issue notifications and stabilize the situation. To convene a meeting with the leaders of various factions. To contact the Martian hunter Gus. And to manage the affairs of the slaves. Lin Yang tapped Galeva's forehead with a phase gun. If you fail to meet my expectations, what purpose do you serve? Captain, I will tell you everything. Furthermore, I have a 5th purpose. Spare my life, and you will find me invaluable. Oh, pray, elaborate. Those slaves are the personal property of Commander Nelson. He ordered me to transport them. Had I known you were I would have stayed on Vulcan instead of running off to Ceres to welcome you. Did you capture those people? No. They were already slaves, often sold to arenas or individuals. You can verify this. They are usually held in Zone F. And it was you who granted them the status of freemen. How many arenas are there in the asteroid belt? 4, with Ceres being the largest, followed by Vulcan, Mercury, and Venus. Will those female slaves also be sent to the arenas? You do not know? Some nobles have rather twisted psyches. Why were there no male slaves in your transport? The male slave transport ship took off an hour ago. Women and children moved slower, which caused my delay. Now, speak of your 5th purpose succinctly. Do not waste my time. Galeva swallowed nervously, his palms damp with cold sweat. He understood that his life hinged on his forthcoming performance. Captain, after the liberation of Vulcan, it will undoubtedly begin to return to normalcy. You mentioned it would become even more prosperous. Thus the bounty dock must reopen. Get to the point. Indeed, I possess 20 years of experience managing bounty docks, and I have extensive connections within the bounty community. I can manage the bounty dock for you, continually amassing wealth. Lin Yang smiled coldly. Do not forget, you were originally one of Nelson's men. The quantum monitoring microbomb. It has been implanted in my cervical spine. Should I show disloyalty, you can obliterate my head at any moment. This proposal of a microbomb was indeed simple and brutal. Utilizing the principle of quantum entanglement, Lin Yang could monitor Galeva from any corner of the universe. It was equipped with a system to monitor blood pressure, heart rate, body temperature, and respiratory frequency. Any sign of betrayal would result in immediate execution. Once implanted, it would connect with the nervous system. Should the connection sever, it would self-destruct. To be candid, Lin Yang regarded this electronic shackle with disdain. True to his character, he would either use it boldly or eliminate it with a bullet. However, apart from Galeva, he could find no other capable individual to manage the bounty dock. He would not generously hand it over to the miners' organization, who had overthrown the previous regime. The bounty dock was his rightful claim, a lucrative market he intended to embrace, for it is said that a gentleman loves wealth, provided it is obtained through righteous means. Very well, Galeva, you are quite clever. I hope you refrain from foolishness in the future. Thank you for your recognition, Captain. Galeva is at your service. This man was indeed astute, placing himself in a position where he could either perish or thrive without unnecessary subterfuge, transforming himself into a useful slave. 10 minutes later, the dock engineer implanted the controllable microbomb in Galeva. The remote control was in Lin Yang's possession. Galeva, go find the miners' leader, Chang, to transfer the bounty dock. Recruit additional personnel so the dock can commence operations swiftly. I require results, and I am indifferent to how you achieve them. But remember this, do not tarnish my reputation. Understood. Rest assured, Captain, within 24 hours, your bounty dock will be operational. After Galeva departed, Lin Yang smiled. We shall no longer be lacking in funds. Huang Yuexi remarked distantly. Captain, awaken from your dreams. As long as the asteroid belt coalition remains intact, the bounty dock on Vulcan will not have business. Indeed, that is my next course of action. Once order is restored on Vulcan and defenses are in place, we shall take the initiative. I am curious, Captain. Curious about what? Previously, you would ask everyone if they wish to join your crew. Now the opportunity has arisen. With but a command, numerous individuals would rush to join, much like Galeva earlier. Why did you not extend an invitation? Well, better to be selective than indiscriminate. Our fifth companion must not be of Galeva's ilk. Lin Yang had recruited the enigmatic Huang Yuexi, bearer of the heart of the galaxy, along with Karuja, the prince of the Sirius civilization, and Ni Ziwan, a top genetic biologist and S-class fugitive. For the next crew member, he did not intend to simply recruit from the streets. They must possess strength that rivals the three already chosen. Soon, the miners' leader, Shurchong, sent a message. Mr. Lin, trouble brews. The crew installing the oxygen machines has encountered an attack underground. It is a monstrous creature from the arena, genetically modified by Nelson. 15 of them. They have killed many miners and are heading to the surface. Chapter 20. The continuous flow of life energy. It appears that the main quest is not as easily accomplished as Lin Yang had anticipated. He mused inwardly, believing that lounging in the VIP room of the dock while sipping tea would suffice, delegating the operation of the oxygen generators to the miners. However, he was caught off guard by the chaos that erupted underground, compelling him to intervene personally. Are the system's main quest, growth, and challenge tasks predetermined? He inquired. Could you disclose some information about the future? The three types of tasks are temporarily devised by this system based on the host's current circumstances, and they only take effect after approval. If this system were aware of future developments, it would have already conspired with the host to dominate the universe, came the response. Who is the reviewer? A high-dimensional divine civilization? It is a set of primitive laws embedded in the foundational code of this system. Ever since your activation, this system has not encountered any high-dimensional divine civilization. It seemed even the system had its mysteries. In that case, let us strive together. You are the host. Without you, this system cannot survive. I will maximize the benefits for you, the system assured. Content with this exchange, Lin Yang called out Karuja. Accompany me to investigate what monstrosity Nelson has created. Excellent. My bones are itching for action. Huang Yuexi exclaimed, rising eagerly. I shall join as well. Ni Ziwan added. You too. Lin Yang hesitated, initially thinking they could rest. However, he reconsidered. These women were far from delicate flowers. They could hold their own in both space and ground combat. Very well, let's all go. The four of them promptly departed the dock, fully armed, heading towards the site of the incident. Unlike Blue Star, God of Firestar lacked a suitable atmosphere for human habitation. It was not like Mars, which, after terraforming, had conditions conducive to human life. The various bases on God of Firestar were shielded and domed, interconnected by underground passages. They rode a base vehicle through the underground tunnels, swiftly arriving at the main base of the planetary government. A large crowd was fleeing, while the already deformed underground miners lagged behind, either trampled to death or hunted down by the monsters. The rebel guards were firing energy weapons or phase guns, but the monsters seemed to possess shields that rendered them immune to energy-based attacks. The four of them leaped from the vehicle, charging into the fleeing throng. Upon glimpsing the monsters, nausea welled within them. 15 creatures, barely recognizable as carbon-based life forms, included a towering 3-meter-tall giant ape adorned with twisted serpents for robust arms, and a venomous tail, a 5-meter-long 3-headed wolf covered in thorny vines, and a massive bear over 3 meters tall, clad in impenetrable armor. These abominations were the result of genetic amalgamation between Blue Star's beasts and extraterrestrial entities, crafted as merciless killing machines for the gladiatorial arenas. Now equipped with personal shields, their brutality in slaughtering civilians had intensified. The rebels found themselves utterly powerless against these creatures. Their warships remained docked, unable to enter the domes. while the base's mechs were either malfunctioning or locked, with no means to unlock them. Lacking powerful artillery, they were incapable of inflicting damage on the monsters. Thus, Chief Shirtsong had turned to Lin Yang for assistance. Mr. Lin, these monsters were deliberately left by Nelson to massacre the underground miners. By the time we discovered them, all 50,000 workers in the E9 mining area had perished. Why do we only find out now? The E9 mining area is remote and lacks communication devices. The miners could not escape, hence, a deafening roar interrupted Shirtsong. The 15 monsters, now frenzied, abandoned the crowd and charged towards Lin Yang and his companions. Do these creatures recognize us? Captain, I suspect Nelson is orchestrating them from behind the scenes. That is plausible. Fire at will. With a swift motion, Huang Yuexi unleashed her phase gun, amplifying its power with the heart of the galaxy, rendering it comparable to the phase cannons mounted on standard warships. The personal shield of a gigantic spider was no match for the intensified blast, which pierced through its defenses. A second shot from the phase gun incinerated it, creating a gaping hole over a meter wide. Boom! Karugia fired his oversized energy cannon, loading it with armor-piercing explosive rounds. It shattered the shield and detonated within the bear, splattering blood and gore across the street. Lin Yang and Ni Ziwen found no need to intervene. Huang Yuexi and Karugia swiftly dispatched 5 of the monsters. The remaining 10 turned and fled towards the underground entrance. Ziwen, stay to assist the injured. We shall pursue. With hundreds wounded and unable to move, Ni Ziwen remained behind, while Lin Yang and the others chased after the monsters. The underground tunnels were a labyrinth, and after half an hour of pursuit, Huang Yuexi could no longer keep pace. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she handed her necklace to Lin Yang. I cannot continue. My stamina is limited. Running through these winding tunnels for half an hour is more exhausting than a 30-kilometer run outside. Is my first officer fatigued? Have you not always wished to comprehend its significance? Take it. Return it to me once the monsters are vanquished. Huang Yuexi leaned against the tunnel wall, making her way toward the nearby exit. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yang felt a pang of compassion to so readily entrust me with her secret card. I cannot fathom the trial she has faced, wandering alone to this desolate asteroid belt and joining me. Then just a mere shuttle pilot devoid of resources. If I were to betray her trust, Captain, hurry. We cannot linger. Karugia called out from ahead. By now, they had eliminated 2 more monsters, leaving 8 still fleeing underground, with miners falling victim to the creatures along the way. They could not afford any delays. After them, Lin Yang tightened his grip on the heart of the galaxy, sensing a pulse in his fist. Ahead lay a fork in the path, and he and Karugia veered left in pursuit. 2 hours later, Karugia was panting heavily, waving his hands in exasperation. It is not that my stamina is lacking, Captain. The monsters have scattered, and our pursuit has covered several times the distance they have run. This underground maze is relentless, and my size makes navigating the turns cumbersome. There are still 6 remaining. You pursue them. It seems you are not up to the challenge, old tiger. Hand me the energy cannon and armor-piercing rounds. Captain, while human endurance is indeed impressive, you are not being entirely reasonable. Your heart rate, breathing, and blood pressure remain stable. I understand now. It is the heart of the galaxy aiding you. The heart of the galaxy was indeed remarkable, yet could not replenish stamina. Otherwise, Yuexi would not have exited early. Indeed, how extraordinary. I meant to say, you are extraordinary, Captain. How do you? Karugia's words faltered as Lin Yang vanished around the corner of the tunnel. With the life energy replenished by the sun and moon, Lin Yang could draw upon an inexhaustible source, regardless of the distance from the warship. As long as the energy aboard the sun and moon remained vibrant, he was endowed with an unending flow of vitality. His hearing, sight, willpower, strength, endurance, and self-healing remained at peak levels. In contrast, the genetically modified monsters lacked such enduring stamina. 3 hours later, guided by the heart of the galaxy, Lin Yang cornered the last remaining monster in an abandoned shaft of the mine. Just as he prepared to fire, the towering 3-meter giant ape unexpectedly spoke. Lin Yang, what is your true origin? Are you truly human? Nelson, the former commander? Indeed, it is I. Human civilization is evolving from the old paradigm to a new era of humanity. These miners are, at best, flawed remnants, scarcely qualifying as even the old human standard. Neither Earth nor Mars will acknowledge the legitimacy of the miners' organization. The unified fleet has already assembled. I urge you not to interfere. Should you persist in your defiance, the entirety of Vesta will face annihilation. Chapter 21. The heavily armed destroyer boom. The giant ape was obliterated into fragments. Enough of this. I am but an ancient relic of humanity. The monster was wholly annihilated. The threat on Vesta has been neutralized. 800 oxygen generators were deployed and are now functioning successfully. Upon returning to the surface, they arrived precisely at the location of the bounty dock. This dome-shaped base, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, represents his holdings on Vesta. First Officer Huang Yuexi, Security Officer Karuja, ship's Dr. Ni Ziwen, and the bounty dock manager Galeva awaited his arrival, along with several leaders of the resistance, led by Shirtsong. Captain, are you not fatigued? I'm Fine. Thank you for the galaxy heart. If only I could enhance its power, Lin Yang replied, extending his hand to place the galaxy heart necklace around her neck. Huang Yuexi's eyes softened slightly. Only I can harness its true power, just as you alone can master the warship. I was merely speaking casually. You genuinely wish to share the galaxy heart with me? If it were possible, why not? Cough. Karuja cleared his throat. Captain, Leader Shirtsong mentioned that the joint fleet from the asteroid belt is converging on us. How shall we respond? Why panic? Are you afraid? Lin Yang tossed a large energy cannon over to him. Karuja caught it deftly. In our Tiger clan, the concept of fear does not exist. However, Shirtsong expressed concern, Mr. Lin. With the current strength of the resistance, we cannot withstand the joint fleet. Moreover, the miners on Vesta have already descended to the surface, registering as free individuals. They will be subjected to mass executions under the old regime. And Ziwen added, as the ancient saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. This war may harm innocent residents. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yang declared, there is but one way to respond. You say we, the resistance, shall comply wholeheartedly. Let all civilians take refuge underground to escape the conflict. Then, all resistance members will depart aboard the mining ships and inform the joint fleet that we have completely retreated. Shirtsong nodded. In that case, the joint fleet will not waste firepower attacking Vesta, devoid of resistance forces. Regardless of who governs, the miners shall be safe. Do not be overly optimistic. If we do not severely damage the main fleet, they will still execute the miners after taking control of Vesta. Why is that? Simply because the miners supported the resistance? That is merely superficial. Lin Yang's eyes darkened momentarily. The human elite have forsaken the old humanity, leading the entire race towards a new evolution. The miners, with a deformity rate of 100, are deemed inferior even to the old humans. Were it not for their reliance on the asteroid belt's resources, the elite would have eradicated them long ago. Indeed, the miners lack even the right to register their identities. Mr. Lin, I heard you were once an unregistered miner. Where did you? Enough. Let us split up and prepare to confront the main fleet. Lin Yang interrupted Shirtsong's inquiry, wishing to reveal no more of his secrets. He promptly led his 3 companions to the dock, while Shirtsong directed the resistance to execute their plan. Only Galeva, the bounty dock manager, remained frozen in place, contemplating the micro-explosive device implanted in his neck, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Have I placed my bets on the wrong horse? Regret? Nonsense. I was on the brink of death and had no choice. Lin Yang is no ordinary man. I cannot have chosen poorly. Captain, you must secure victory. The exterior of the Day and Moon warship is equipped with 8 energy cannon positions for missile silos and a tractor beam, all fully outfitted. The main cannon is a legendary Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon. The 4 secondary cannons are all Cobra D-type ion pulse cannons, with 2 Red Spider E-type laser refraction cannons on each side. These high-energy laser beams can refract between enemy ships or guided weapons at close range, serving as both offensive and defensive tools. The lower hull features a Mantis Shrimp D-type magnetic explosion cannon, a type of electromagnetic cannon. The upper hull houses 4 missile launch platforms, armed with 16 Dragonfly Z-type missiles and 357 Dragonfly K-type missiles. Lin Yang had emptied the dock's missile storage. Additionally, there is 1 legendary Fire Phoenix X-type sublight cluster missile and 1 epic Enyang Fish Y-type mirroring generator. The current day and moon destroyer is, without a doubt, armed to the teeth. The 4th growth task, legendary Warship, require the evolution of the triangular spike light destroyer to its proper level. Now its firepower, and defense have far exceeded expectations, with internal facilities upgraded to their original standards. Task completed, resulting in an addition of 2,000 evolution points. The 5th section of the growth task has been updated. Second advancement. Evolve the light destroyer's hull framework into a medium destroyer, requiring 5,000 evolution points. Presently, the system shop offers a scimitar-class medium destroyer framework, set to refresh automatically after 30 days. Lin Yang dismissed it. After all, he had destroyed no fewer than 180 scimitar-class medium destroyers. He preferred to save his evolution points for a 10-fold draw, rather than undertake evolution tasks with outdated models discarded by the Blue Star or Mars fleets. Upon boarding, Lin Yang took the helm. Huang Yuexi served as co-pilot, and Ni Ziwen manned the radar station. The Tigerman Karuja stood ready in the energy chamber to load power modules at a moment's notice. Prepare yourselves. This will be a fierce battle. Captain, the Resistance mining fleet has departed Vesta and sent a retreat message to the joint fleet. Ni Ziwen reported on the movements of the Resistance. Not at all. I suspect they will split into at least 2 groups. One will pursue the Resistance while the other comes to take over Vesta. Huang Yuexi frowned. Perhaps 3 groups. To the regime in the asteroid belt, we are the source of calamity. Can we ascertain the scale of the opposing fleet? If we rely on previously released official data, the main fleet from Sirius comprises 300 warships of various sizes, with Pallas having 150 and Juno 100, not counting the patrols within the sector. Huang Yuexi glanced at Lin Yang. It seems we cannot entirely annihilate the enemy fleet this time. Even with our firepower configuration, we cannot chase down scattering ships across the vast expanse of space. Lin Yang smiled sleekly. I never intended for total annihilation. Defeating the main fleet will suffice. We will not concern ourselves with Pallas and Juno for now. To capture the thief, we must seize the king. Let us confront the largest fleet from Sirius. Sirius, Vesta, Pallas, and Juno are the 4 largest asteroids scattered throughout the asteroid belt. Sirius, the largest, has a diameter of 940 kilometers, equivalent to 1/50th the volume of the moon. Vesta and Pallas are similar in size, both exceeding 500 kilometers in diameter, while Juno, the smallest, measures only 230 kilometers across. As the mining region of the solar system, military strength here is rather weak, with fleets primarily consisting of warships discarded by Blue Star and Mars. Consequently, Lin Yang, piloting a legendary destroyer equipped with legendary power and firepower, felt no fear as he charged directly towards the largest fleet. The 6th part of the challenge task, Decisive Victory, merely requires him to defeat the asteroid joint fleet, not annihilate it. As long as the Sirius fleet is vanquished, the remaining 2 fleets will undoubtedly surrender without a fight. After an hour of full-speed flight, Ni Ziwen, fixated on the radar, suddenly grew tense. Oh no, I have detected traces of spatial warp. It's a warp-capable warship. Captain, it must be the forces from Mars or Blue Star intervening. Chapter 22. The Mirror, an epic weapon. Warp speed is one of the 4 contemporary methods for interstellar travel in the universe, alongside interstellar gateways, hyperspace flight, and space jumping. Most civilizations predominantly employ warp flight. The warp engine compresses and distorts space, allowing a spacecraft to achieve light speed or faster-than-light velocities by squeezing space. Consequently, a fleeting trace of compressed space lingers in the cosmos following warp travel. Conventional near-space warships lack the capability to detect such warp traces. However, the Sun and Moon vessel is equipped with a legendary wide-eared Bat Z-type radar, the pinnacle of near-space radar technology, a rarity even among near-space warships of Blue Planet or Mars. A distance of 100,000 kilometers remained. Zhuang detected the enemy ship's warp traces on the radar. No sooner had she spoken than the enemy vessel disengaged from warp at a distance of 500 kilometers. The Orca-class strategic frigate, employing warp speed 1.0 alongside the Orca W-type conventional pulse dual engines and controllable thermonuclear fusion energy, was identified as the ocean current from the Martian fleet. Captain, we are locked on. Establish a communication link and negotiate. The communication was rejected, and the adversary launched 5 Ghoul missiles. Ghoul missiles are high-speed, guided weapons designed for long-range space engagement, each armed with a nuclear warhead equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT, traveling at a speed of 300 Mach, or 102 kilometers per second, far exceeding that of the Sun and Moon's light fighter. In the blink of an eye, 5 nuclear warheads detonated near the warship, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The fighter's observation window promptly switched to blackout mode to shield against the blinding light. The shockwave hurled the Sun and Moon vessel, spinning like a top in space. The left shield diminished by 30, while the right shield plummeted by 50, as Zhuang reported the damage. Huang Yuexi had already retaliated against the ocean current frigate with 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles. Although they lacked nuclear warheads, the top-tier Dragonfly missiles also reached speeds of 300 Mach, closing in on the ocean current within mere seconds. Yet, in an instant, the over 500-meter-long ocean current frigate vanished from the Sun and Moon's main screen. The 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles lost their target and drifted into the infinite void of space, set to self-destruct in a minute. Beside the radar, Zhuang hurriedly announced, "The ocean current has entered warp speed 1.0, repositioning to 500 kilometers behind us, and has launched another 5 Ghoul missiles. Warp speed 1.0 is equivalent to light speed, approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. Even at this introductory level, it grants the ocean current a decisive advantage over the near-space warship." The Sun and Moon. Lin Yang felt a sense of helplessness for the first time, just as he stabilized the tumbling vessel and prepared to evade. 5 more Ghoul nuclear missiles exploded in proximity. The immense shockwave sent the warship hurtling again, spinning in space. The left shield retained only 10 power, while the right shield was incapacitated. "We cannot withstand another attack. ZZZZ." Huang Yuexi continued to unleash energy projectiles. However, against a ship capable of light-speed travel, they posed no threat as they could not lock onto the target. Yuexi, the mirror generator. This epic weapon, Lin Yang had intended to reserve for the assault on the Sirius fleet, but the current disadvantage compelled him to utilize it. Whoosh! A 2-meter-long mirror generator was launched. A second later, space twisted, and a vessel identical to the Sun and Moon emerged, charging through the 100-kilometer nuclear explosion at a speed of 200 Mach, heading directly for the ocean current frigate. Simultaneously, particle cannons, ion pulse guns, magnetic explosion cannons, and various guided weapons were unleashed. The potency of the energy weapons was amplified several-fold. The sight astonished Lin Yang and his companions. "System, is that mirror a reflection from a parallel universe? How can it possess the enhancement capabilities of the heart of the galaxy?" The mirror is a slight reflection of the timeline within this universe, capable of lasting 1 minute. As long as the original remains intact, the mirror cannot be destroyed. The host may perceive it as a temporarily separated macroscopic quantum superposition state. I don't understand. Simply put, as long as I'm not annihilated, the mirror is invincible, correct? This can be understood that way, but the duration is limited to 1 minute. That is sufficient. Just then, the Martian fleet's ocean current frigate ceased its warp evasion and unleashed phase cannons and photon torpedoes at the Sun and Moon. Boom! The frigate's attack passed through the Sun and Moon, akin to a flashlight beam piercing through a projection. In a moment of astonishment from the commander, the enhanced particle cannons, ion pulse guns, and magnetic explosion cannons all struck the frigate, instantly depleting its shields by 80. Concurrently, another Sun and Moon vessel burst forth from the nuclear flames, this one being the original ship, surging towards the frigate at 200 Mach. Simultaneously, onboard lasers, directed particle beams, pulse energy blasts, and guided weapons were unleashed, leading to a fierce engagement as the strategic frigate found itself besieged by 2 Sun and Moon vessels. The shields rapidly diminished. The commander of the ocean current gaped in disbelief, hastily issuing orders to evade. Warp speed 1-0. Any direction, retreat quickly. Whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Just a second before the frigate initiated warp, Huang Yuexi promptly launched the Fire Phoenix X-type sublight cluster missiles, intercepting the frigate from a diagonal front at a velocity of 250,000 kilometers per second. The Mirror Sun and Moon simultaneously launched a Fire Phoenix X-type sublight cluster missile, also armed with a nuclear warhead. The two legendary cluster weapons detonated, creating a dense nuclear explosion zone with a diameter of 500 kilometers. A series of explosions rendered the already precarious shields of the enemy ship utterly incapacitated. The ocean current was forced to exit warp without the opportunity to retaliate. Pursued by two Sun and Moon vessels. Under the relentless bombardment, the Martian fleet's ocean current frigate erupted in a catastrophic explosion, transforming into a spectacular display of cosmic fireworks. The detached warp engine was successfully locked onto. It did not explode, maintaining an 89 integrity, salvageable for use. Excellent news, Zhuang, salvaged the engine. The Sun and Moon vessel proceeded to recover the ejected warp engine, while the Mirror ship zipped past them. Captain, the Mirror has vanished. 1 minute of invincibility. What an exquisite, epic weapon. Yuexi, you are a veritable encyclopedia. How much do you know about this type of weapon? I have heard that the civilizations of the solar system were researching a mirror weapon, but I lack specific details. I never anticipated you would employ it directly. Haha, perhaps we will encounter more in the future. Quickly install the warp engine. Let us also experience the exhilaration of light speed. Mars? In the command center of the space fleet, Commander Elif wore a grave expression, fixated on the video feed of the ocean current frigate's destruction. Chief of Staff Pierce voiced his concerns. Marshal, based on our analysis, there is a 99% likelihood that this is a mirror weapon. Could it be that the green carbon man leaked information? Impossible. Though that drunkard loves gambling and mischief, his integrity is beyond question. If he truly intended to play tricks, he would not have remained on Mars for 500 years. Could it be that there is a traitor within our Martian ranks? Contact the Martian Council immediately. I wish to discuss this matter in detail. And Lin Yang? Let those lowly miners and fringe nomads cause their ruckus. They are of no consequence. Warn the asteroid regime. Lin Yang must be captured alive. Anyone who kills him to silence him shall become Mars's enemy. Chapter 23. Upgrade the warp engine. You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate, evolution points, 1,500, current evolution points, 3,500, detected evolvable material. Version 1. 0 warp engine, evolution cost, 500 evolution points. Time required, 6 hours and 20 minutes. Proceed with evolution. Zhuang, have you yet to locate the Sirius fleet? Captain, based on the fleet speed previously announced by Sirius authorities, they will take at least 5 days to reach Vesta, and they are currently too distant for our radar to detect. At our speed of 200 Mach, how long until we encounter them? It will take at least 6.5 hours. All right, Yuexi, set a course for Sirius and initiate inertial self-piloting at maximum speed. Once the arrangements were completed, Lin Yang immediately closed his eyes to summon the system panel and selected to evolve the warp engine. Beep. Due to the current ship being a light fighter, it lacks the spatial conditions to install dual engines. The host must replace the legendary Chilean X-type conventional pulse engine. Please arrange the engine configuration wisely to avoid becoming hindered in short-range operations. Lin Yang pondered for a moment, then resolved to execute a surprise attack against the asteroid coalition fleet and firmly chose to commence the evolution. The Sun-Moon fighter commenced cruising at an inertial speed of 200 Mach. The 4 crew members finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhuang immediately began to assess the others for injuries. Captain, I distinctly saw you collide with the control panel and injure your forehead. How is it that the wound has vanished? Lin Yang smiled slightly. His injury had already been healed by the continuous influx of life energy. It might be because I was close to Yuexi. Her galactic heart healed our wounds. Huang Yuexi rubbed her wrist, perhaps. My wrist was nearly dislocated, but it was healed by the galactic heart. However, I am curious. Captain, why didn't the galactic heart heal Sister and I? She was also nearby. That would be a question for your galactic heart, and I, Ziwin, replied. In any case, it is good that both of your wounds have healed without further inquiry. I only have minor abrasions, nothing serious. I will check on Kaluga. No need. That big tiger is tough as nails and can survive in space for 5 minutes without any protection. Captain, surely you jest? Even if I am uninjured, I am still fatigued. Please assist me in repairing the shields. With a sigh, Lin Yang reclined in his pilot's chair and promptly fell asleep. And I, Ziwin, chuckled helplessly and raised the temperature in the cockpit by 2 degrees. Yuexi, you should rest as well. I will monitor the radar. Sister and I, how is your injury? No worries, just a superficial wound. Meanwhile, aboard the Sirius main fleet, Commander Theodore, after receiving the report from the Martian regime, appeared utterly dumbfounded. The Martian regime abandoned us. Exiled Commander Nelson wore a worried expression. The Yangliu-class frigate equipped with a warp engine boasts firepower and defense several times superior to that of the asteroid fleet's flagship, yet it was still destroyed. It is a pity we did not witness the battle. We do not know if it resulted from interference by the Sirius forces. Theodore sighed. Perhaps the Martian regime fears pressure from the Sirius civilization, prompting them to abandon us in the asteroid belt. What should we do, Commander? Should we still reclaim Vesta? Yes. If we do not reclaim Vesta, the rebels will certainly become more brazen, subsequently seizing Mars, Jupiter, and Ceres. I would rather destroy all 3 asteroids than allow those lowly miners to take control. But what about Lin Yang? Marshal Arif of Mars stated that as long as we do not kill him, capturing him alive is fine. As for the Sirius side, we need not worry too much. At least for now, the Sirius civilization does not endorse interference in lower civilizations' internal affairs and has dispatched an execution squad to hunt the wandering Tiger Man. Understood. As long as we do not kill Lin Yang, no matter how we handle the asteroid belt crisis, Mars will not intervene. Exactly, Nelson. I can even sense that Marshal Arif hopes we can eliminate all the lowly miners. The United Asteroid Coalition is not merely the descendants of miners, but rather a ruling coalition dispatched by Mars and Blue Star, with Martians constituting 80 of its population. Thus, the asteroid belt can be viewed as a vassal force of the Martian regime. In addressing the rebels, they must adhere to the orders of the Martian government. As Theodore, Nelson, and several generals convened in the conference room to formulate a battle plan, the communications officer transmitted a voice report. General, we have received a communication from a Trident-class light fighter. It may be Lin Yang. Should we connect? Connect, and transfer the image to the conference room. The conference room's large screen switched to display the cockpit of the Sun Moon, where Lin Yang sat in the pilot's seat, flanked by First Officer Huang Yuexi. Behind them stood N.I. Ziwin and Kaluga. General Theodore, a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Oh, is that not the exiled Vice Admiral Nelson from Vesta beside you? So you are Lin Yang? Quite impressive. If I'm not mistaken, the Tiger Man behind you should be from Sirius, right? And the other woman, the S-class fugitive, the public enemy of human evolution, N.I. Ziwin. I nearly captured her 5 years ago on Sirius. Who would have thought she would still be in the asteroid belt? You are unaware of much more, such as in a few hours, I could render you and Nelson into exiled, powerless commanders. Such bravado. Do not think that with the support of Sirius technology, you can act with impunity. Do you regard the Galactic Interstellar Alliance as a mere decoration? An investigation team has been initiated, even the Supreme Commander of Sirius. The Tiger Emperor cannot protect you. Sirius technology? Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. Say whatever you wish, General Theodore. I contacted you to discuss the peaceful transition of the asteroid belt regime. If you wish to avoid exile or death, please hand over control to the miners and ensure the smooth operation of the oxygen generator underground. Preposterous. Furious. Theodore slammed the table and pointed at Lin Yang on the screen, shouting, "You a mere first-tier commoner, by sheer chance obtaining support from Sirius technology. Expect to provoke the asteroid belt regime? Such delusion. Even if I were to destroy all 4 asteroids, I would not place them in the hands of those inferior miners. It seems there is nothing left to discuss. Very well, do not come to me later like Nelson, who initially ignored me and then realized he could not afford to offend me, only to return with a humble approach. I'm not inclined to offer you a second chance." After severing the communication, Theodore clenched his fists in anger. Having served as the supreme leader of the asteroid belt for 30 years, it was the first time he had been so openly disrespected, particularly by a young man of minor origins. He felt his dignity had been affronted. Were it not for the fear of the Martian regime, he would have sought to eliminate Lin Yang at all costs. Since Mars demanded Lin Yang alive, then we shall execute all others on Vesta. Those traitorous lowly beings do not deserve to continue living. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and his crew were in good spirits, leisurely chatting in the cockpit and even communicating with the rebels for a while. They had yet to detect any signs of the Jupiter and Mars fleets. Given that the asteroid belt fleets lacked warp engines, even at their fastest speed, it would take several days before any contact. Over 6 hours later, a system prompt awakened the slumbering Lin Yang. Beep. Evolution complete. Warp engine 1. 0 has been installed and is compatible. Lin Yang sprang upright from his bed, hurriedly pressing the communicator by his side. Ziwin, how far are we from the Sirius fleet? 50,000 kilometers. At our respective speeds, we will enter range in 10 minutes. No need to wait 10 minutes. Report the size of their fleet. Our warp engine has been upgraded. All personnel prepare for battle. Chapter 24. Space Encounter Decapitation. 2 Orca-class strategic frigates were present, but the Martian regime had disabled their warp drives, rendering them negligible. What about the other warships? Lin Yang inquired, fastening his buttons as he headed towards the cockpit. Huang Yuexi, having just awakened, followed behind, casually securing her hair into a high ponytail. There are also 50 beheading axe-class heavy bombers, 82-handed sword-class heavy destroyers, 120 scimitar-class medium destroyers, and 150 razor-class light destroyers, totaling 402 warships. It seems more than just the main fleet is participating. Even the patrol units are involved. Indeed, Captain, she replied, adding the previously announced numbers for the Sirius and Vesta patrol units, and subtracting the 20 patrol ships you destroyed, the numbers align perfectly. A smile graced Lin Yang's face. A full-scale deployment leaves the rear vulnerable. It seems my surprise attack plan can proceed smoothly. A surprise attack? On Sirius? Precisely, but not immediately. First, we'll stir things up with the main fleet. If we can obliterate the 2 frigates and decapitate Theodore, all the better. Karuja had filled all 500 compartments with Kirin X-type energy cells and was surrounded by high-compression energy modules awaiting loading, ensuring ample power for the warp drive. Lin Yang settled into the pilot's seat, closed his eyes, and entered a state of profound symbiosis. Piloting conventional pulse engines felt like a fish swiftly navigating water. However, the warp drive offered an entirely novel sensation. After setting the course and engaging warp 1.0, he perceived the surrounding space instantly elongating, with distant starlight transforming into streaks of light rapidly receding. His body felt compressed, as if his soul were detached and propelled forward. In a mere instant, before he could fully grasp the experience, he arrived at the destination and disengaged warp 1.0. His initial experience with light-speed travel in the cosmos left him dazed, as if his mind had been stirred with a wooden stick. Fortunately, the Sun Chariot promptly replenished his life energy, restoring his mental clarity. Outside the vessel, combat had already commenced. As the Sun Chariot exited warp, the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon unleashed its fury. Already a legendary weapon of immense power, Huang Yuexi had amplified it tenfold using the heart of the galaxy. The diameter of the high-energy particle beam surpassed that of a light destroyer, striking the bridge of the Orca-class strategic frigate with precision. The initial blast depleted 30 of the 500-meter-long enemy vessel shields. Simultaneously, 4 ion pulse cannons and magnetic storm cannons fired, all striking the target. It was then that the enemy fleet of 402 warships reacted, locking onto the Sun Chariot and launching guided tracking weapons, albeit low-yield missiles. Some even veered off course into deep space, as if fearful of overwhelming Lin Yang's warship. Huang Yuexi, without hesitation, activated the 2 laser refraction cannons. Twin flashes erupted from the Sun Chariot's flanks, intercepting all incoming missiles. Simultaneously, she launched 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles. The Orca-class strategic frigate succumbed to the barrage of attacks, its shields reduced to a mere 5. Two missiles obliterated the remaining shield value, while the other two directly impacted the hull. A cataclysmic explosion illuminated the void as the 500-meter-long strategic frigate was annihilated. The enemy fleet launched a second counterattack, this time devoid of guided weapons, relying solely on energy cannons and various tractor beams. What is this? Are they trying to capture us alive? Lin Yang muttered, his brow furrowed. They've already lost a flagship. What are they doing? Are they still asleep? Just as the attacks were about to strike the Sun Chariot, the surrounding space shimmered, and Lin Yang engaged warp, causing the vessel to vanish. In less than a tenth of a second, it reappeared 500 kilometers in the opposite direction. Upon reappearance, the particle cannon, ion pulse cannons, magnetic storm cannons, and Dragonfly Z-type missiles unleashed a devastating barrage upon the other Orca-class strategic frigate. The commander of the frigate, none other than Theodore, the supreme commander of the asteroid belt United Government, was paralyzed with fear. Nelson, the exiled vice admiral, trembled beside him. Theodore frantically tapped at the communication interface. We surrender. Surrender. The entire fleet surrenders. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the warship as flames engulfed the bridge. Consuming Theodore and Nelson, their remains scattered into the void. Having annihilated both flagship frigates, the Sun Chariot engaged Warp 1.0 and sped towards Sirius. You have destroyed 2 Orca-class strategic frigates, gaining 3,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 6,000. Phew, that was close. Lin Yang excelled, reliefed. The surprise attack, executed flawlessly by him and Huang Yuexi, had decimated the enemy fleet's flagship vessels and eliminated Supreme Commander Theodore and Vesta's exiled Vice Admiral Nelson. Logically, he should have accepted the surrender and assimilated the remaining 400 warships. However, his own vessel had nearly failed to engage warp. Furthermore, in order to upgrade the warp drive, he had replaced the Kirin X-type conventional pulse engine. Without the ability to warp, they would be stranded, and even the strongest shields could not withstand the concentrated fire of 400 warships. The near failure was attributed to Karuja's inability to load energy modules at a rate sufficient to match the consumption. Warp drives were incredibly energy-intensive, and Huang Yuexi's full-force attacks had depleted the 500 energy modules in the storage bay in an instant. Despite Karuja's strength and speed, she could barely load enough for 2 warps and 2 full power attacks. Not only was the loading speed insufficient, but the energy module reserves were also dwindling rapidly. Although he couldn't fathom why the enemy fleet hadn't launched a full counterattack and had even attempted to capture them alive with tractor beams, Lin Yang decided not to linger, lest the situation deteriorate. After disengaging from combat, he accessed the evolution store and immediately initiated a 10-draw pull. Please, let me get a legendary medium destroyer hull. But as fate would have it, what he desired most remained elusive. Congratulations, host. A legendary item has appeared in the store. Huh? System, are you kidding me? A life support module? What am I supposed to do with that right now? I need a medium destroyer hull, or even a thermonuclear energy source. Captain, without loading thermonuclear fusion or antimatter energy, true warp flight is impossible. No amount of energy modules will suffice for the warp drive's consumption, Huang Yuexi stated. Did you hear that, system? Karuja is already complaining. Host, please consider the legendary natural island X-type life support module, which features gravity, temperature, humidity, air circulation, radiation shielding, light protection, simulated combat sounds, crew health monitoring, and can operate on medium and large-sized destroyers, accommodating hundreds of individuals. System, have you switched careers to sales? Captain, stop muttering to yourself. Karuja is trying to talk to you. Huang Yuexi retorted, regarding him with mild disdain. Lin Yang sighed. Yuexi, don't look at me like I'm crazy. Oomph, so you're aware? Ahem. Karuja, today's situation is exceptional. Please put in extra effort. Once we reach Sirius, we'll have more energy. The current energy reserves are barely enough to reach Sirius. I'm afraid we won't be able to fight freely once we arrive. And Aizuan interjected with concern, Captain, what if Sirius puts up a fierce resistance when we arrive? Lin Yang smiled faintly. Unlikely. Provided we can achieve warp velocity, their defiance will be quelled. A few moments transpired. The Sun-Moon vessel disengaged from Warp 1.0, materializing above the Sirius dockyards. Aster, transmit a communique to the dockyards, demanding their immediate surrender. Moontide, employ your galaxy heart to assist Karuja in unleashing a potent blast of energy. Expedite the process. Chapter 25, A Surprise Attack on Sirius. The Helios's energy reserves had been utterly depleted. Devoid of power, the warship once again began to siphon off Lin Yang's life force. After finalizing his arrangements, Lin Yang felt a certain enervation, yet he harbored no apprehension, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his strategic design. The towering, 3-meter-tall Tigerman, Karuja, carried a colossal 2-meter-long blaster rifle, which, for a light cruiser in the asteroid belt, was akin to a ship-mounted laser cannon, amplified tenfold by Huang Yuexi's galaxy heart. A single shot possessed the destructive force of a heavy cruiser's primary armament. Upon opening the pressurized outer airlock, the unshielded Karuja unleashed a blast toward the dockyard. The augmented energy projectile, spanning a full 3 meters in diameter, detonated instantly upon the dockyard surface. In the ensuing moment, the warship received a message of surrender from the dockyard. And Zewin exclaimed with delight, "Captain, the dockyard is surrendering, pleading for us not to attack." Not only the dockyard, but also the trade depot, labor exchange, bounty terminal, or transport hub, and the remaining officials are simultaneously yielding. Asupli smiled gradually in Yang lips. With a gentle wave, he instructed the dockyard to dispatch 500 energy modules via shuttlecraft and directed the heads of each facility to pilot shuttles for rendezvous. Opting not to land, warp drive technology represented a paradigm shift in the asteroid belt, a form of dimensional subjugation. Subjected to a technological blockade by the Martian regime, the asteroid belt fleet lacked the capacity for warp speed travel. Lin Yang, piloting his warship with warp drive superiority, had decimated the flagship of the main fleet, eliminating Theodore and numerous other high-ranking officials. Sirius was now not only defenseless, but also bereft of its leadership echelon. The only remaining warships belonged to some unaffiliated individuals from the bounty terminal. These bounty hunters had traditionally eschewed involvement in intergovernmental conflicts, seeking only their own independence and freedom. With the bounty hunters abstaining, Sirius was left with no means of resistance. Furthermore, the populace, unaware that Lin Yang's warship had exhausted its energy reserves, was unwilling to risk being obliterated in retaliation for Theodore. Thus, Lin Yang, having expended his energy to reach Sirius, unleashed a single blast from his blaster cannon and proceeded to annex the entire celestial body. A minute later, Lin Yang's weariness and enervation rapidly dissipated as a renewed surge of life energy coursed through his veins. Karuja had scarcely finished loading the energy modules when Lin Yang was restored to full vitality. "Have all the Sirius representatives arrived?" Huang Yuexi responded nonchalantly. "They have. 15 shuttlecraft were insufficient to transport them all, and 20 more are en route. Veritably, there are more administrators than workers. Sirius is teeming with leaders, and our light cruiser cannot accommodate such a multitude. Small wonder Sirius's economy has consistently lagged. It has been sapped by this leadership stratum. Issue a directive for only the heads of the various terminals and governmental officials to come aboard, with a total not exceeding 10. The remainder may remain where they are." 5 minutes later, Lin Yang received the 10 highest-ranking officials of Sirius in the lower decks of the warship. Each was portly and clad in formal attire, their fleshy visages contorting into 4 smiles. The specter of death loomed before them, as the main fleet had been unable to keep pace with Lin Yang's warp speed voyage. Their former arrogance had vanished, replaced by obsequious behavior in Lin Yang's presence. "There is no need for such formality. I have but a few matters to convey." "Speak, Mr. Lin. We shall comply without fail." The assembly shuddered, nearly collapsing on the spot. "The rebel forces will soon assume control of Sirius. If you wish to continue residing on Sirius, ensure a peaceful transition, and you shall not regret it. However, should you attempt to abscond with slaves or assets, I believe your warships will find it difficult to outpace my warp drive. No, we shall not flee. We shall adhere to Mr. Lin's directives and cooperate with the rebel forces, or rather, the minor organization, in the transfer of authority." "Excellent. Those who act in such a manner are sagacious for the minor organization, as the ruling entity of the asteroid belt will require your leadership. Provided you ensure a peaceful transition, you may even retain your original positions. As for how the minor organization would restructure the administration of the asteroid belt, that was beyond Lin Yang's immediate concern. However, he was certain that the rebel forces would not continue to employ these parasitic elements. He was merely offering a tantalizing prospect. Whether they would partake in it was contingent upon their own actions. For now, it was imperative to stabilize the situation. You fear that I have annihilated the fleet? Indeed, many of your relatives are among its ranks, for membership in the fleet is typically reserved for the affluent and influential. Rest assured, provided they cooperate, their lives shall be spared. Following the departure of the 10 officials, the 500 energy modules have been fully transferred. Lin Yang, having set the course, promptly engaged Warp Drive 1.0, vanishing in a flash from the Sirius star system. The department heads each wiped beads of perspiration from their foreheads, hastily dispatching messages to the retreating fleet, instructing them to await assimilation and to refrain from resistance. Minutes later, Lin Yang disengaged from Warp Drive. A mere 100 kilometers ahead, 400 warships of varying sizes were arrayed in a square formation spanning 100 kilometers, powered down with shields deactivated, awaiting absorption. Good heavens! There is a mastermind orchestrating the fleet's actions. Had they dared to launch a single pulse cannon, I would have had grounds to obliterate them entirely. But with their engines and shields disabled, my inclination to slaughter them wanes. Karuja remarked, "We tiger folk only challenge the strong. To attack the weak is a sign of incompetence. And to attack those who have surrendered is an abomination." Karuja, the traditional tenets of your tiger folk must be revised. Were it not for the utility of these warships, I would gladly endure the tedium of systematically destroying them all. Huang Yuexi, her gaze icy, stated impassively, "To fail to eradicate the roots is to invite their resurgence in the spring breeze." And I, Ziwin, cast a surprised glance at the pair, musing that it was no wonder Lin Yang and Yuexi coordinated so seamlessly in battle. They shared a similar decisiveness in matters of life and death. "Captain, are you preserving these warships for the rebel forces?" Indeed, without warships for defense, the rebel forces, even if they were to govern the asteroid belt, would be unable to maintain control for long. We shall inevitably venture forth to the distant reaches of the cosmos. We cannot remain ensconced in the asteroid belt, playing the role of perpetual caretakers. Precisely. Your foresight is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. Refrain from such flattery, lest I become conceited. Ziwin, do not praise him so. Observe his complacent demeanor. Such is my esteemed captain. Chapter 26. The surrender of the intelligent God Star and the dissolution of the marriage God Star. Lin Yang piloted the sun and moon into warp speed, heading towards the god of Fire Star. 400 warships of various sizes promptly altered their course, following suit. Upon receiving the news, the resistance forces realized that Lin Yang and his team of 4 had become the pivotal figures in determining the fate of the asteroid belt. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the god of Fire Star at warp speed 1.0, preparing to land at the bounty dock when their warship received a message from the fleet of the intelligent God Star. It was a video connection request. Upon connecting, they were greeted by Major General Lu Yuanshan, commander of the intelligent God Star fleet. "Greetings, Emir Lin Yang. On behalf of the 150 warships of the main fleet of the intelligent God Star and our 3 million residents, I surrender to you and the minor organization, hoping that this senseless war does not persist and granting peace to the asteroid belt." 3 million residents? General Lu, are you including the underground miners in that count? Indeed, since the Martian regime has cast us aside along with the miners are now considered part of the intelligent God Star's populace. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for providing the intelligent God Star with a peaceful transition. I will lead the leadership of the intelligent God Star in anticipation of your arrival with the minor organization. You have defeated the united fleet of the asteroid belt, completing challenge task. 6 total victory. Evolution points 15,000. Current evolution point 16,000. Challenge task updated. 7 rising reputation. Total destruction of 10 interstellar strategic frigates. Evolution points 50,000. The challenge task has been completed. Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement and hastily instructed Ni Ziwen to confirm with the resistance forces. Moments later, Ni Ziwen joyfully reported. The leader of Stone Warehouse said that the commander of the Marriage God Star fleet, Major General Zhou Mingyuan, was picked up by a warp-speed warship from Mars. The Marriage God Star fleet has disbanded on the spot, and the captain of the third team has issued a surrender message, while the remaining warships scattered in flight, possibly transitioning to become interstellar pirates. That was effortless. Wonderful. I never expected that with the warp engine and after destroying the main ship of the god of Grain Star, victory would come so easily. However, he turned to find his first officer, Huang Yuexi, frowning, seemingly troubled. Yuexi, we have easily won the war and become legends of the asteroid belt. Why do you appear so pensive? Huang Yuexi expressed her concern. I am pondering why the Martian regime chose not to rescue Theodore, Nelson, and Major General Lu Yuanshan, yet singled out the weakest commander of the Marriage God Star fleet, Zhou Mingyuan, for rescue. Perhaps this Zhou has relatives in the upper echelons of Mars. Perhaps. Huang Yuexi replied with a gentle smile. By the way, you rarely speak of your past, Yuexi. What did you do on the Marriage God Star? Not much. The Marriage God Star is quite small. I worked as a scavenger with my grandmother. The grandmother who is particularly skilled at encouraging others to think positively? Yes. Huang Yuexi lowered her head and said, Captain, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I would like to request some rest. Feel free to rest. You need not be so formal. Would you like me to accompany you? No. All right then. At the Martian Space Fleet Command, Commander Leaf and Speaker Paters sat before a large screen, listening to the report from Major General Zhou Mingyuan, commander of the Marriage God Star fleet. Marshal, Speaker, although I cannot substantiate my intel, every word is true. That girl can amplify the firepower of the phase gun by several times. During her capture, she caused significant damage to the Marriage God Star patrol team. Lin Yang's warship possesses extraordinary energy artillery, which is certainly not of Sirius technology, but rather that seemingly fragile yet unfathomable girl. Was her background unclear? She arrived at the Marriage God Star with an elderly woman. Had it not been for someone attempting to capture her as a slave, we would have remained unaware of their existence. What happened afterward? The one who sought to capture her as a slave was killed on the spot. The Patrol Chapter 27, Legendary Medium-Class Interceptor. So, it seems we are on the same wavelength, Lin Yang. What about the funds from Ceres, Vesta, and Juno? Damn, could they have been siphoned off by the Martian regime? Beside them, Ni Ziwen interjected. Indeed, Chief Shirtsong mentioned that he had scrutinized the accounts of the three bases, and at the moment of their defeat, the funds were transferred to the Martian government. Regardless, since he is so astute, I will spare him from the rebels' wrath. Ziwen, please inform Shirtsong that if Liyuan Mountain has any utility, he should be given a way out. Understood. I will convey this to Chief Shirtsong. An hour later, the system notification chimed once more. You have evolved the light-class ship into a medium-class interceptor, completing growth task, 5-second advancement. Evolution points, 5,000. Growth task updated, 6 golden legend. Evolve the legendary medium-class interceptor to its rightful level. Ensure all components reach the golden legend level. Evolution points, 10,000. As the spaceship Day and Moon drifted slowly through space, it suddenly jolted. A white luminescent wall appeared at the bow, gradually moving toward the stern. As the ship traversed the light wall, both its exterior and internal structure transformed. The cockpit expanded from its original width of over 5 meters to 8 meters, presenting 4 operational positions. Lin Yang took command as the main pilot, while Huang Yuexi occupied the co-pilot seat. Besides assisting with navigation, she could also control the ship's firepower. The radar and communication systems were managed by Ni Ziwen from the right rear of the co-pilot's position. To the left rear of the main cockpit were the monitoring systems for the hull, shields, energy, and life support modules, along with the manipulation of the space mechanical arms. Now occupied by Karuja, the height of the cockpit increased from under 3 meters to over 4 meters. Karuja, who stood 3 meters tall, could now enter the cockpit without stooping. From the exterior, the ship's bow expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters wide. On either side of the cockpit, 2 additional small vacant rooms emerged, which Lin Yang intended to use as a temporary conference room and lounge. The height of the cockpit rose from 5 meters to 12 meters. Aside from the cockpit, which remained a double-deck structure, the rear compartments transformed into 3 levels, each approximately 3 meters high, showcasing the thickness of the ship's hull. The outer hull's thickness exceeded 1 meter, constructed entirely from the latest human-grade W-type titanium alloy, significantly enhancing its overall resilience. Originally, the light interceptor measured 30 meters in length, but upon fully traversing the light wall, its new skeletal framework expanded to 50 meters. The additional 20 meters could accommodate dual engines, facilitate the evolution of a larger energy chamber, and provide space for living quarters to recruit new crew members, substantially enhancing its carrying capacity. This spectacle left Ni, Ziwen, and Karuja in astonishment, as it was their first experience witnessing such a marvel. Incredible. I have never seen nor heard of such technology. Although Huang Yuexi had previously experienced the evolution of a light interceptor from Shuttle, witnessing the transformation of a medium interceptor still left her exhilarated. This is the endowed-class medium interceptor, featuring 12 energy turrets, 6 missile launchers, dual engines, dual shields, and dual energy sources. It's the ace vessel among Blue Star's fleet, a legendary warship even the Martian fleet lacks. Yuexi, how do you know so much? Ni Ziwen inquired with curiosity. Lin Yang chuckled. The first officer is my encyclopedia. No, she is our encyclopedia. The Tiger Man, Karuja, glanced around with intrigue before exclaiming, Captain, such technology has never been heard of in the 6th-level stellar civilization of Sirius. Even among the 3-0-level civilization of the Luminarians, it may not exist. I shall not question the principles behind it. Can you provide me with an armory? What do you need that for? Don't you know? The Tiger clan of Sirius is renowned across the galaxy for weapon manufacturing, and I am among the best. Look at this gear. It was all crafted by me. Lin Yang asked with interest, what about the explosive energy guns and the 2 enhanced energy projectiles? Of course. As long as I have a fully equipped armory and sufficient materials, I can produce a plethora of weapons. All right, when the time is right, I shall arrange one for you. And I, Ziwen, upon hearing this, eagerly added, Captain, I wish for a medical laboratory. Absolutely. Ziwen, once the conditions are met, I will make arrangements immediately. Yuexi, do you have any requests? Huang Yuexi smiled slightly and shook her head. My only requirement is a place to settle and enough food to eat. What, have you forgotten? I have not forgotten. At that time, I mentioned that your requests were not modest. Haha. I still remember how close I was to starving when I recruited you on Sirius. That 50 star coins, though not much, was all I had. If you were one to deceive and take advantage of others after that meal, we would have to become slaves or miners just to survive. And I, Ziwen, intrigued, immediately pulled Huang Yuexi aside to inquire about the details of that incident. Lin Yang shrugged helplessly and took Karuja to tour the new warship. Regrettably, it had cost 2,000 to buy and only 200 to sell, with 5,200 evolution points. He proceeded to upgrade the Qilin X-type pulse engine once more. An hour later, the Day and Moon medium-class interceptor boasted dual engines, 1 warp engine rated at 1.0 and 1 conventional pulse engine. The residents of Vesta were left astounded, buzzing with speculation. Mr. Lin went out for a while. And how did he acquire a new warship? Is that the medium-class interceptor that only the Blue Star and Martian fleets possess? It looks far superior to the outdated Scimitar class from decades ago. Look closely. The Scimitar class doesn't have that many turrets, nor is it this large. What classification is this? Could it be even more formidable than the Scimitar class? Perhaps it is the legendary Endowed class. The Endowed class, the legendary warship that nearly caused a rift between Blue Star and Mars? Indeed. Oh my. Mr. Lin and his crew are truly enigmatic. Who could be assisting him? Is it the rumored Sirius civilization? Shoo. No need for wild speculation. Just know this. Mr. Lin is helping us, and that is sufficient. The leaders of the rebel factions were equally astonished, jaws agape. Yet, as long as Lin Yang did not volunteer information, they maintained their silence. A day later, the fleet of 400 warships from Sirius arrived at Vesta, integrating into the ranks of the rebels. the rebels officially adopted the name Asteroid Belt Miners Alliance, with Shuttle serving as the inaugural leader. The fleets from Pallas and Juno, which had surrendered, also accepted redistribution through remote communications. The Miners Alliance replaced 80 of the fleet's personnel, reorganizing the original fleet and redistributing it into 4 detachments of varying sizes based on the population of the asteroid residents. Additionally, oxygen generators were being deployed methodically. 3 days later, a notification resonated in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! You have assisted the miners in deploying 3,000 oxygen generators, improving their living conditions. Completing main task, 5 a good beginning and an end, evolution points, 2,000. Current evolution points, 7,100. Main task updated, 6 bounty tycoon. Monopolize the 4 bounty markets in the asteroid belt and initiate formal operations. Evolution points, 10,000. Chapter 28. Monopolizing the asteroid belt bounty market, the system indeed has delivered a remarkable task this time. Lin Yang expressed his satisfaction. With the original regime defeated, not only can the bounty dock be seized, but the entire asteroid belt could also be claimed, making the monopoly of the bounty dock a mere formality. This system will strive to secure maximum benefits for the host, and, through macro analysis of the future, will strategize for you. Governing the remote and underdeveloped asteroid belt will only mire you in complications, hampering your conquest of the Star Sea. Thus, the task of monopolizing the bounty dock has been delineated. We think alike. The millions of miners in the asteroid belt have a complex relationship with Blue Star and Mars. Such historical legacies will be best left for the rebels to resolve. Once I involve myself, it would take 3 to 5 years to extricate, but with the rebels' protection, the bounty dock can operate smoothly and without concern. You are correct. On the surface, you are relinquishing the asteroid belt to the rebels. Yet in truth, it is a territory you have conquered. The rebels have become your vassal force, manipulated from behind the scenes, which is far safer than stepping into the limelight and directly contending with Blue Star and Mars. The arrangement of the system aligned perfectly with Lin Yang's intentions. After sending messages to Sirius, Vesta, and Juno, the leadership of the miners' organization promptly allocated the bounty dock to Lin Yang and even dispatched soldiers to patrol the market for security. Galeva, you have received a promotion and a pay raise, Lin Yang announced as he arrived at the bounty dock on Vesta with 3 crew members. Galeva hurriedly welcomed him, exclaiming, "Captain, it is truly my fortune to serve you. I have received word from Sirius, Vesta, and Juno regarding the bounty dock. Your kindness is unforgettable, and your brilliance shines like the sun. Enough flattery. Get to work. I require all 4 bounty docks to be operational within a day." "Yes, Captain. As long as you finalize the personnel appointments for the 4 docks, I assure you they will be operational in 10 minutes. Inform them that the original management will remain unchanged, and you will be the overall supervisor, reporting to me monthly." "Understood. I will arrange that immediately. Please, the 4 of you, take a seat in the office. Is there tea?" "Yes. We have Blue Star's specialty green tea, along with black tea, pure floral tea, and aged white tea." Huang Yuexi inquired, "Do you have ladies' clothing?" "Yes. We have casual wear and sports pants. Over a dozen new sets, each unique, specially prepared for you and Dr. and I." The Beastman Karuja asked, "Is there meat?" "Yes. I specifically purchased fresh refrigerated Blue Star goat meat from the trade dock." "Ha ha ha, splendid. I want 200 pounds. Before Ni Ziwin could speak, Galeva continued, "The various medical instruments and medicines for the hospital on Vesta have been prepared. Good. Once you make your selections, I will immediately dispatch them to the battleship." Lin Yang and his companions exchanged smiles. Dependable subordinates are indeed a source of peace of mind. Galeva has hit the jackpot. He is a clever man. Even if they try to dismiss him now, he would not leave. He is adept at handling affairs, ensuring that the logistical supplies on the battleship are impeccably arranged. Previously, they had been consuming standard rations meant for ordinary citizens. But Galeva had negotiated with the Miners' Alliance to prepare a dining selection worthy of fleet high-ranking officials, a lavish array of both meat and vegetables. 10 minutes later, while Lin Yang was resting in the office, he heard the system's notification sound. The 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt have been officially claimed and are now operational. Main quest, 6 bounty tycoon completed. Evolution points, 10,000. Current evolution points, 17,100. Main quest updated, 7 Journey to Mars. After assisting the Miners Organization in restoring order to the asteroid belt, embark on the journey to Mars. Successfully arriving at the Mars Space Trade Station will yield 20,000 evolution points. Gazing at the taskbar on the system panel, Lin Yang reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to ponder. The challenge task requires the destruction of 10 frigates. He has only destroyed 4 so far. This task presents a degree of difficulty and must be relegated to a later time. The growth task, Golden Legend, involves upgrading all the battleship's facilities to legendary status. Achieving this requires a guaranteed legendary level with every 10 consecutive attempts, and his evolution points are insufficient, necessitating a delay as well. Only the main quest appears manageable. Once order is restored in the asteroid belt, they can set sail. At a warp speed of 1.0, it will take just over 20 minutes to arrive, provided that prior negotiations are conducted. This indeed is the simplest task. It shall be my focus. Suddenly opening his eyes, Lin Yang noticed Huang Yuexi quietly observing him. What's wrong? Yuexi, do you have something to say? It's nothing, but I can tell you have something on your mind. Go ahead. How shall we arrange this? We're all ears. Instruct the Miners Organization to expedite the restoration of order. The remnants of the original regime, such as the gladiatorial slave arenas and the monstrous transformations, should be shut down or resolved as necessary. Should they require our assistance in maintaining order, let them speak freely. And I, Ziwin, interjected. The order among the 4 asteroids is steadily being restored. The gladiatorial arenas are set to be converted into sports facilities, and the slaves will regain their freedom while the transformed monsters are prepared for confinement. Kill them. Kill them? Yes. Inform Shuttle that the transformed monsters are bloodthirsty and brutal, not normal carbon-based life forms. They should be executed outright. Understood. I will relay your instructions. And Ziwin activated her portable communicator to pass along Lin Yang's orders. Captain, Shuttle has complied with your directives, but he mentioned receiving news from the Martian regime. The Warm Current strategic frigate is approaching. What is their purpose? They claim it is for establishing diplomatic relations. Yet in reality, it concerns negotiations regarding the legend. However, they demand that you be classified as an S-class interstellar pirate, prohibiting any military or trade relations with you. And further, they intend to block all your communications within the asteroid belt. I did not acquiesce to their demands. We are currently in a pause during negotiations, and I seek your counsel. Chapter 29. The Game with Mars. Choices indeed. The Martian regime is truly remarkable. Its political maneuvers far surpass the clumsy antics of the underdeveloped asteroid belt. Lin Yang could not help but exclaim. Shutle's tone grew resolute. Mr. Lin, the United Asteroid Belt was vanquished by you. Without your involvement, we would still be the unseen underground resistance. I cannot acquiesce to the demands of the Martian regime, nor can the entire resistance. We must support your leadership to stand against Mars and Blue Star. Hold on. Do not bestow upon me the imperial robe. Lin Yang hastily interjected. Such titles are but empty names. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Let us accept their proposal to classify us as S-class interstellar pirates. What? That is impossible. I cannot do that. Calm yourself, listen to me. The accounts of the 4 bounty docks are currently under Galowa's name, correct? Yes, your account has been jointly frozen by Mars and Blue Star, with over 100 million star coins inaccessible. Then it is settled. On the surface, the bounty docks will appear to belong to Galowa, while in reality, they remain under my control. Although the Miners Organization claims to sever ties with us and label us as pirates, we can still communicate privately. I can still direct the general planning and future direction of the asteroid belt, correct? Of course. But the Martian regime has stated they will send a supervisory council to monitor any exchanges between us. As long as this supervisory council holds no real power, it cannot hinder our communications. We can assign them the task of searching for pirates to keep them occupied. However, they also demand that all news about you be blocked, forcing millions of miners to forget about us. The more they attempt to erase us, the more our legend will grow among the people. Pay them no heed. Agree to their demands, and urged them to restore various investments promptly. But you must remember, they must not interfere in military, economic, or civilian affairs. Not even a little. By then, the Supervisory Council will merely be a facade. What about you, Mr. Lin? Once order in the asteroid belt is restored, we will set sail. The boundless starry sea awaits us. I believe the demands for Mars and Blue Star are not aimed at obstructing your life in the asteroid belt, but rather preventing you from reaching Mars or Blue Star under normal circumstances. Precisely, Shirt Song. If you understand this, then in the future, direct all major matters concerning the asteroid belt to me. For minor issues, you may discuss amongst yourselves. Yes, Mr. Lin, we shall forever support you. You are the soul of the asteroid belt. In this intricate game, Lin Yang outwardly relinquished the fruits of victory and retreated into the depths of space. In truth, he had sacrificed nothing. This decisive act of relinquishment garnered the admiration of millions of residents in the asteroid belt. As long as he wished, he could command the entire asteroid belt. Yet, he prepared to journey to Mars, intent on forging his own destiny. The asteroid belt would serve as a steadfast support, continually supplying various resources. The subsequent negotiations proceeded smoothly. The Martian regime obtained what they desired, believing that Lin Yang had not assumed leadership of the asteroid belt. The entire team still bore the title of Interstellar Pirates, making it exceedingly difficult for them to approach Mars openly. The Martian regime dispatched a supervisory council of 30 individuals to oversee the operation of the new regime. The new mineral legislation and the rights of miners commenced execution. The tax revenue from the asteroid belt swelled, leading to increasing prosperity. 3 days later, Shirtsong sent an encrypted message. Order has been restored in the 4 asteroids and major mining sites, a total of 7. 86 million miners and 120,000 slaves have attained the status of free individuals. The 4 main fleets have officially commenced patrols, and all docks are operating normally. The transitional governance of the asteroid belt has been formally completed. Upon receiving this report, Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. It is time for us to set sail. Destination, Mars. Captain, we have received another encrypted communication. Connect it. Upon opening it, an Wang's expression revealed some surprise. It was General Liu Yuanshan, the former commander of the Shin Star Fleet. Due to his timely surrender, he had presented Lin Yang with 100 million star coins. Following the transfer of power, Vice Admiral Liu Yuanshan was appointed as the head of the Asteroid Belt Fleet Academy, essentially granting him a nominal position for retirement. Having safely landed, he should have been living a low-profile life. Yet he risked discovery by the Martian Supervisory Council to send Lin Yang an encrypted message. General Liu, it has been a while. You still possess your charisma. What pressing matter compels you to use encrypted communication? Mr. Lin, I have heard you intend to embark on a long journey to Mars. Yes, do you have something to convey? Weren't you classified as an interstellar pirate, and your account frozen by the Martian regime? Indeed, I'm troubled by that matter. At Mars Trade Dock F Zone 66, at the Solar System's Mars branch of the Star Alliance Bank, seek out a 3-eyed Orion named Yao Ban. He is an old acquaintance of mine and can upgrade your account from a secondary regional version to a primary universal version, usable throughout the entire Star Alliance. When that happens, the freezing by Mars and Blue Star will be rendered ineffective. Oh, General Liu, your timing is impeccable. Thank you. You are a person of wisdom and foresight. We shall meet again in the future. Is there any message you wish for me to relay to the 3-eyed Orion? Yo, Bon. Yes. I have heard that the saber-toothed tiger punishment squad from Sirius is about to enter the solar system, coming for your companion, Mr. Tiger Man. Be cautious in your dealings. Farewell. After closing the communication, Lin Yang noticed that Karugia no longer wore her usual carefree demeanor. Her tiger eyes narrowed, reflecting concern. The co-pilot, Huang Yuexi, also wore a frown, seemingly lost in thought. Clap, clap. Lin Yang clapped his hands. Cheer up. It is time to depart. What troubles you, big cat? Are you afraid? Humph. The Tiger Man fears nothing. I merely miss my mother and father, as well as my several sisters. Very well. And you, Yuexi? You seem to carry some worry as well? Huang Yuexi offered a calm smile. It is nothing. I'm just a bit hungry. How about you all? I'm also hungry. Then I shall prepare the meal." Huang Yuexi swiftly departed the cockpit. After she left, Wang approached Lin Yang. I asked her privately, but she said nothing further, so I did not press. "Sister Wang, some words may be easier for you girls to discuss. Could you find an opportunity to inquire?" "All right, I will assist her in preparing the meal." Wang proceeded to the temporary dining area in the aft cabin. As she approached the door, she overheard Huang Yuexi speaking. "Huh? Sister Wang? I didn't say anything. I was just preparing the meal. What would you like to eat?" Chapter 30, Mars Set Sail. Wang smiled gently as she lightly grasped Huang Yuexi's hand. Huang Yuexi was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a grin. "Why so serious all of a sudden, Sister Wang? Quick, what do you want to eat? Chicken set or fish set?" "Sister, I'm not hungry. I just want to ask if you've encountered any difficulties lately." "No, Yuexi. Lin Yang mentioned that we are a team, a family. You wouldn't keep any challenges from us, would you? If you feel shy telling him, could you confide in me instead? I'm a woman too." "There is truly nothing, sister. You're overthinking. I merely recalled my grandmother from our days of exile." Seeing that she could not extract any more information, Wang chose to let the matter rest and began preparing the meal with Huang Yuexi. During dinner, Lin Yang cast a questioning glance at Wang, to which she subtly shook her head. Huang Yuexi placed a large chicken leg into Lin Yang's lunchbox, urging, "Eat up, Captain. One chicken leg can't satisfy you. Here, have another. Hey, Yuexi, aren't you on a diet? You don't seem overweight. If you're not going to eat it, give it to me. I could use more." Karugia abruptly snatched Lin Yang's lunchbox, pouring its contents into his mouth with a loud crunch, finishing it in just a few bites. Noticing the astonished expressions of the three, he quickly seized the lunchboxes belonging to Wang and Huang Yuexi, exclaiming, "I'm starving," and devoured their food as well. "Captain, I'm only 30% full. I'm still hungry." Lin Yang, exasperated, thought, "Didn't you say 10 portions would suffice? You've eaten enough for 13, and you dare claim you're only 30% full?" Huang Yuexi retorted coldly, "Tell your father to send money quickly. 100 million star coins for our meal expenses." Wang shook her head helplessly. "Karugia, how can you recklessly shield us in battle, yet behave like a thief during mealtime? From your human perspective, I'm still a child of 8 years. Surely, you cannot let a child go hungry?" Lin Yang clenched his fist and lightly punched him. "Who isn't a child? From your tiger people's perspective, with an average lifespan of 300 years, a 20-something human is but a mere child. All right, Captain, we're about to set off. Let Karugia eat his fill this time." Wang smiled, mediating the dispute. "Eat. Go on, devour as much as you can." Karugia opened his mouth wide and consumed Chapter 31. The Sirius Sabertooth Punishment Council Sabertooth. Disengage from warp speed and activate communications. Enter combat readiness. Upon establishing the video connection, a fierce-looking tiger man with a scarred face and a missing ear, severed by a laser weapon, appeared on the screen. His expression was menacing, and a tuft of grizzled whiskers adorned his chin. His once golden fur, streaked with black, now bore numerous patches of gray, indicating he was at least 150 years old. Given the average lifespan of Tiger Man is 300 years. "You are Commander Lin Yang of the fighter ship, a human from the solar system?" he inquired. "Indeed, but why do you obstruct my course?" "I am Gala, the bounty officer of the Sirius Sabertooth Punishment Council, and I command you to lower your shields and surrender the fugitive Karugia to my warship." Huang Yuexi and Wang frowned upon hearing this, yet Lin Yang remained composed, smiling. "Mr. One Ear, Karugia is my ship's safety officer and a vital combat asset. How can he possibly be a fugitive? He has violated a tradition upheld by the Sirius civilization for 2 millennia, refusing to confront a challenge from his own kin. A cowardly act, a disgrace to the Tiger Man race. Yes, as long as he does not trouble the Sirius civilization, he is not considered a criminal. However, he has leaked Sirius technology to you, disrupting the political transformation within the asteroid belt of the solar system. The Star Alliance is investigating this matter and has applied pressure on Sirius. This pressure must be alleviated through Karugia's death. Your reasoning lacks logic. Karugia has not leaked any Sirius technology. Even if he had, the technological capabilities of the solar system civilization, particularly my near-range fighter ship, would be insufficient to quickly comprehend it. Gala furrowed his brow, seemingly recognizing the flaw in his argument, yet his anger flared once more. Whether he is guilty is not for you to decide. It requires the ancient Saber-Tooth Punishment Council's judgment. I command you to lower your shields and surrender Karuja immediately. Mr. One-Ear, you cannot bully the less advanced and weaker civilizations solely due to your technological superiority and might. That contradicts the principles of the Star Alliance. I have exercised considerable restraint. If it were not for your continuous commendations regarding my honorable scar, I would have already disabled your shields and remotely transported the fugitive away. Proudly, Gala touched the scar where his ear once was, a remnant from 100 years ago when he was ambushed by an insectoid mercenary group while pursuing the S-class criminal. Black Tiger Vidaka, it is my honor. I commend your bravery while respecting the laws and traditions of Sirius. Yet I ask that you, Mr. One-Ear, also respect our human traditions. What traditions? Gala inquired, his brow furrowing. No wonder the solar system humans develop slowly. They're burdened by such cumbersome regulations. A minute later, he sent a document. Blue Star and Mars have approved it. Only the asteroid belt has not. However, historically, the miners of the asteroid belt were a vassal state of Mars, so Mars's approval suffices. Now, can you release him? Damn it. Lin Yang courteset silently. It takes ages for my applications to be processed, and Mars has even frozen my account. Yet the Sirius request gets immediate approval. Clearly, stalling tactics will not work. I must face the situation head-on. He closed his eyes and reclined in the pilot's chair. Huang Yuexi and Ni Ziwen understood immediately that he was entering deep piloting mode. Combat was about to commence. Suddenly, with no warning, Huang Yuexi launched 3 Dragonfly K-type missiles, followed by simultaneous fire from 4 ion pulse cannons. Lin Yang maneuvered the ship into a roll, evading the attack. Ni Ziwen adjusted the radar to maximum power, closely monitoring any movements within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Boom! The 3 Dragonfly missiles struck Gala's heavy fighter ship, producing only 3 bursts of flame upon detonation. The 4 ion pulse cannons, significantly enhanced, also hit the enemy ship's shields, causing only minor flickering effects. Ni Ziwen exclaimed, the enemy's shield value decreased by 1, but it recovered in 0.1 seconds. Our attacks are ineffective. Huang Yuexi frowned. The Sirius Tigermen are a Type 2, 6 stellar civilization. This battle will not be easy. Retreat. Lin Yang casually set a course, immediately entering warp speed mode 1.0. But the ship began to shake violently. A massive beam of light enveloped the sun and moon, ensnaring it in a gravitational field that prevented the ship from entering warp speed. Alarms blared within the vessel. Warning! Warning! Warp entry failed. Power system malfunction. The hull has been captured by an unknown gravitational force. 10 kilometers above the sun and moon, a colossal mothership, measuring 5 kilometers in length, appeared. Gala's fighter ship had emerged from this behemoth. With such immense interstellar power, not even the 50-meter-long sun and moon, nor the 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic frigate, could escape its tractor beams. Captain, it is an interstellar cruiser of the Sirius Tigermen. It has gone stealth. Our radar cannot detect it. At that moment, Karuja stumbled into the cockpit, having been startled awake from slumber. Upon seeing Gala's heavy fighter ship outside and the blue light enveloping the sun and moon, his tiger eyes widened in shock. He rushed to the communication station. Release my friend. I, Karuja, a tiger man, challenge you to a sacred blood duel. You are not a legal citizen of Sirius. You lack the qualification to request a sacred blood duel. Bang! Karuja slammed his fists together in frustration. Even as a heretic, as long as tiger blood flows through my veins, I can request a sacred blood duel. This is a tradition established by the first Tiger Emperor 2 millennia ago. Do you not respect traditions? Why do you shy away from dueling with me? The interstellar cruiser, measuring 5 kilometers in length, continued to maintain its tractor beam on the sun and moon, which was now opening its docking bay. In a minute, the sun and moon would be pulled inside the cruiser. Huang Yuexi launched several more missiles and energy cannon attacks, but they were as ineffective as raindrops in the ocean. Karuja clenched his fists and howled to the heavens. "Captain, please lower the shields and let them transport me. Tiger men consider attacking the weak a disgrace. They will not trouble you. As a royal, I will not be executed. At most, I will be imprisoned." "Did you just wake up, Tiger?" "Gala stated that your death is required to alleviate the pressure on the Galactic Star Alliance." "Death?" "Tiger men fear not death. I merely wish to die in a duel. Since they will not allow me to die honorably, then I suppose I can accept a cowardly punishment." Karuja spread his hands helplessly. "Lower the shields, Captain Officer Huang. Doctorni, knowing you has been the greatest joy of my 8 years. I long to continue competing with you for sustenance. Yet I cannot let my fear of death implicate my friends. Farewell. Bang. Enough with the self-sacrificing rhetoric. Get to the aft cabin and repair the engine." Lin Yang sprang up and delivered a punch to Karuja, thinking, "You almost had me fooled. I am a protagonist here, understand?" Yet, Karuja did not depart as instructed. Instead, he hurriedly reached for the shield control on the main console. Slap! His massive tiger paw was simultaneously swatted away by Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. Huang Yuexi coldly stated, "Do not overstep your boundaries. This interface is not for a safety officer to operate." Lin Yang smiled slightly, aware of the ancient human adage, "To whom much is entrusted, much is due." Karuja, with tears in his eyes, shook his head. "I have not heard that before. I have been entrusted by the Tiger Emperor to care for you, and I will not abandon you mid-journey, casting you aside as a criminal." As Lin Yang spoke, he gently raised his index finger. "Moonlit Tide, it is time to test the efficacy of our new epic weapon." Chapter 32. Time Reversal, Turning the Tide. Whoosh. The speed was excruciatingly slow, merely 1 Mach. Such a languid pace rendered the Sirius Tigermen disinclined to intercept it. Instead, they gazed with curiosity at this uniquely shaped guided weapon, pondering its lethality. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted. A colossal shockwave rapidly expanded outward. Within the inner layer of the shockwave, additional waves emerged, each layer cascading outward, with speed and power incrementally intensifying. Boom! Upon a shockwave's arrival at the Sun Moon, the 50-meter-long medium fighter trembled violently. The Sirius Tigermen's 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser also quaked under the force. In the next moment, the massive tractor beam emitted by the cruiser fractured, propelled by the shockwave. The Sun Moon medium fighter, the heavy fighter piloted by the Tigerman Gala, and the 5-kilometer interstellar cruiser all retreated. This retreat was not merely spatial. Rather, it was a regression through time. Lin Yang's earlier words resurfaced in reverse order. Every gesture and utterance from those aboard the warship unfolded in a rewind-like fashion. The Sun Moon medium fighter reverted to a position from 1 minute prior. Gala continued to pilot the heavy fighter on its intercept trajectory. Suddenly, Lin Yang, navigating the ship at a warp speed of 1.0, felt an eerie familiarity with the scene before him. "I have experienced this." "So have I." Huang Yuexi hastily accessed the weapon interface. "When did this happen?" "Precisely 1 minute ago. We were expelled from a temporal bubble, retreating by 1 minute." "How could I not comprehend this, Yuexi?" At that moment, the previously slumbering Karuja awoke and rushed into the cockpit. "Captain, something feels off. I have a vague sense that we narrowly escaped annihilation. Prepare for battle. Your instincts are correct." The four exchanged a quick glance at the battle log. Buzz. Lin Yang immediately exited warp speed. Huang Yuexi activated the weapon interface. Karuja dashed to the energy room to recharge the energy modules. Ni Ziwang maximized the radar power. 10,000 kilometers away, there are signs of slight spatial distortion. "Captain, you halted just in time. Had we delayed exiting warp by even 0.001 seconds, we would have collided with Gala's ship. We only detected Gala's heavy fighter. The interstellar cruiser remains cloaked. Captain, should we send a message? Let us wait for their communication. Yuexi, prepare the particle cannon, deplete energy for a powerful strike, and aim directly at the cruiser's position." Huang Yuexi frowned. Amplifying the particle cannon's power significantly was indeed formidable, yet it likely posed no threat to the Sirius cruiser. Lin Yang slightly shook his head. Huang Yuexi quickly comprehended. "You wish to inform the saber-toothed tiger of our technological prowess. which is not derived from Karugia. Precisely, we cannot win, and the saber-toothed tiger will not heed explanations, leaving us no choice but to present the facts. In the galaxy, some advanced civilizations have developed cloaking technology for their warships, allowing them to evade radar detection, thereby conferring a crushing advantage in space combat. Consequently, the Star Alliance maintains stringent regulations regarding cloaking technology, amounting to a monopoly only accessible to a select few advanced civilizations. Lower civilizations not only lack access, but are also prohibited from research. This is akin to the regulations imposed by the World Council on nuclear arms thousands of years ago, when Blue Star had yet to attain full Level 1 planetary civilization status. Currently, each advanced civilization in the galaxy possesses unique cloaking technology, a closely guarded secret. Karugia, a child of the Tiger clan without military or political involvement, could not possibly have encountered cloaking technology. Lin Yang's ability to unveil the cloaked vessel and launch an attack, regardless of the method employed, serves as evidence that Karugia did not relay Sirius technology to humanity. As anticipated, the Tigerman Gala transmitted a communication, echoing the same words from a minute ago. "You're the commander of the fighter, Lin Yang from the solar system?" He then pressed the buttons on 4 missile launch pads. The Dragonfly K-type missiles launched in groups of 4, surging towards the cloaked 5-kilometer interstellar cruiser at a velocity of 100 Mach. Simultaneously, Huang Yuexi commanded the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon to fire. The originally 10-meter-wide golden high-energy beam, upon enhancement, expanded to over 100 meters in diameter. Concurrently, 4 ion pulse cannons and 1 magnetic explosion cannon opened fire, each weapon's power amplified many times over. Boom! A tremendous radiance erupted as the enhanced particle cannon first struck the cloaked interstellar cruiser, followed by the 4 ion pulse cannons and the magnetic explosion cannon. All 5 ship-mounted cannons, being pulse types, emitted high-energy light clusters. Although swift, their range was limited. Fortunately, the distance to the massive interstellar cruiser was merely several kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the energy weapons made contact. Finally, a series of Dragonfly K-type missiles followed suit. A violent explosion enveloped the exterior of the interstellar cruiser. Huang Yuexi maneuvered the particle cannon to fire 3 more times. Zing, zing, zing. The colossal interstellar cruiser rocked under the assault, with explosions occurring in rapid succession. At that moment, Karugia urgently called through the communication channel. "Energy consumption is too rapid. I can't keep up. We have enough for 1 more cannon fire, but the next will require 2 minutes. Lin Yang Urged Yuexi. Fire again. Zing. Boom." A flash of fire erupted as the particle cannon struck Gala's heavy fighter, instantly depleting 30 of its shield. Simultaneously, hundreds of Dragonfly K-type missiles found their mark on Gala's vessel. Boom, 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 boom. As the intense explosion subsided, Lin Yang and the others finally discerned that Gala's heavy fighter had shielded against the final shot of the particle cannon, successfully intercepting the barrage of Dragonfly K-type missiles. "Captain, we detected a phenomenon of particle compression within the heavy fighter. Gala has been teleported away. The cruiser has warped out. Do we win?" Just as Ni Zhuang and Huang Yuexi expressed their astonishment, the communication station received a message. Upon connection, several elderly tiger men with graying fur appeared, including Gala. The video displayed a bridge engulfed in smoke, with sparks cascading everywhere. Clearly, the Sun Moon's unexpected assault had inflicted considerable damage on the cruiser. Lin Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. Did our previous attack truly damage your cruiser? He slapped his forehead, attempting to mask the smile, threatening to break through. "I genuinely had no idea that cloaking would diminish your shield. Now you understand that Karugia hasn't imparted any technology to me, correct?" Chapter 33. The Sacred Blood Duel. It was evident that Karugia was not part of the senior ranks of the Sirius military. Otherwise, he would not have been able to inquire about our cloaking technology. One of the officers, a white-bearded tiger man, asked, "What means did you employ to spy on our stealth technology? Scan the battlefield for traces of space and time. If your technology is up to par, you will uncover the truth." The scanning results were being calculated, and we would soon know. Karuja is the perpetrator and must be surrendered. At that moment, Karuja stood up. When did you ever say that? A minute ago, no. It must have been 2 minutes. Just then, a tiger man hurried onto the bridge, delivering the scanning report to Gala. Upon reviewing it, Gala's body trembled, and he promptly handed the report to the white-bearded tiger man. The elder tiger man appeared taken aback. The Sirius tiger clan is a level 2, 6 stellar civilization and has yet to master temporal weaponry. Only a race that has achieved a level 3, 0 galactic civilization can pry into such matters. It is evident that Lin Yang has received assistance from a more advanced race, certainly not from the tiger man Karuja. The elder tiger man resigned, set down the scanning report. Lin Yang, the tiger clan's warships can cloak themselves, masking all radar scans within the known Milky Way, but at the cost of lowering their shields. Otherwise, your close-range fighter would not have inflicted any damage on the cruiser. Lin Yang replied, I merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. It was not my intention to harm the cruiser. There is no need for false modesty. You have triumphed over the Sirius Tiger Clan's interstellar cruiser. This honor belongs to you four and cannot be taken away. However, accolades aside, we must provide an explanation to the Star Alliance. Lin Yang nodded. I understand, but I had already clarified the situation a minute ago. Karuja also requested a sacred blood duel, which you disregarded, insisting on capturing my warship, leading to this scenario. Now, you can explain the facts of the Star Alliance. The elder tiger man picked up the scanning report once more. Do you have any records from before the activation of the temporal weapon? No. Even if there were, Lin Yang would not share them. Those were records from the cockpit of the Day and Moon, and he would not easily part with them. Very well. The Tigers are not unreasonable. I will submit the combat log of the cruiser as a report to the Star Alliance, and will temporarily refrain from pursuing whether Karuja disclosed secrets to a lower civilization. However, I dread hearing the word however. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Speak. How do you intend to retract? This is not a retraction. It is about Karuja's request for a sacred blood duel. Setting aside the incident erased by the temporal weapon, he recently requested a sacred blood duel, and we all heard it. According to Sirius tradition, the saber-toothed tiger punishment must accept the challenge to be held 48 hours hence at the Martian Colosseum. No, the misunderstanding has been cleared. Another duel is meaningless. The sacred blood duel is of utmost significance to the Tiger Clan, even more solemn than a father-son duel. Once requested, it cannot be retracted. Even if you flee the Milky Way, the saber-toothed tiger will pursue you and arrange the duel. Flee? With my warp speed of 1.0, I can't even escape to Jupiter. Then we shall meet on Mars, Karuja. Rest well and prepare for the duel. Wait. As the elder tiger man prepared to leave, Lin Yang hastily called out, as interstellar pirates, we cannot enter Martian orbit. You must have a way, for the original route is to Mars. Gala's warship is right here. It is your trophy of honor. Do not make me teach you how to proceed. After communication was severed, Karuja burst into laughter. The saber-toothed tiger punishment's heavy fighter is fully operational. Captain, we hit the jackpot this time. Bang! Lin Yang approached and punched him. I was negotiating with the saber-toothed tiger, and you had to act like a big shot and bring up the sacred blood duel? Huh? What do you mean? Are you out of your mind? You're merely 8 years old. Can you truly contend with those over 100? This duel could have been entirely avoided. Beside them, Huang Yuexi shook her head helplessly. Let it go, Captain. This foolish tiger is stubborn and will not change his mind. Karuja nodded vigorously. Indeed, this is my first battle against decaying traditions. Thank you all for facing it with me. Wait, don't try to drag me onto your pirate ship. I refuse to participate in the duel. You never know. What do you mean by you never know? I am not a tiger-headed man. I do not have tiger blood flowing through my veins. But we are one collective, are we not? And I could toss you aside at any moment. Believe it? Believe. Heh. But I know you would never abandon me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this conflict with the saber-toothed tiger. I have no retort for you. Facing the childishly naive Karuja, Lin Yang felt utterly exasperated. Huang Yuexi remarked, the original plan was to hijack a cargo ship nearby and use it to transport us to the Martian port, but now we have a ready-made, Sirius heavy fighter. There is no need to hijack a cargo ship. And Ziwin added, I wonder if the Martian patrol fleet will question us. Lin Yang replied at that time, let Karuja impersonate Gala. dye his fur gray and white, add a tuft of beard, and simply cut off one ear. Upon hearing this, Karuja quickly covered his ears. Captain, if I lose an ear in battle, that is my honor, but if I lose it while impersonating someone else, that would be my disgrace. Ni thiban chekiv. Don't worry, Karuja, I can disguise you with microsurgery. No need to actually cut it off. Oh, I see. I thought the captain wanted to serve up a dish of tiger ear as a snack. Lin Yang said, enough joking. Hurry and secure our spoils. Prepare for transfer. Karuja immediately dashed to the aft cabin, ready for a spacewalk to retrieve their bounty. Huang Yuexi asked, what about the day and moon? Should we find a place to hide it, Captain? That is one option, but Mars is so bustling. Yuexi, why not take a stroll? I'd like to take you shopping. Wake up, Captain. Even if you successfully reach the Martian port, you must remain low-key and hidden. You cannot wander freely on the streets. Here, take this for your safety. Huang Yuexi removed the heart of the galaxy necklace from around her neck and placed it in Lin Yang's hand. Such a precious item. You simply give it to me without fear of me running away? Humph. Huang Yuexi pouted and smiled. You better not run away. Lin Yang donned the necklace around his neck and chuckled. So, the heart of the galaxy is your token of affection for me? Fear not. I shall keep it safe. This time, Huang Yuexi did not blush and glare at him, but instead looked down and smiled. Show off. And Ziwen said, Yuexi, I will stay behind. You go with Lin Yang to Mars. No, Sister Ziwen. Only the captain and I can pilot the day and moon. If the day and moon is needed for support, you alone cannot manage it. It is best for me to stay behind and maintain contact. After reaching an agreement, Lin Yang, along with Karuja and Ziwen, boarded the Sirius technology heavy fighter. Karuja disguised himself as Gala, piloting the warship at full speed towards Martian orbit. Lin Yang and Ziwen then rested in the aft cabin. Once the warship departed, Huang Yuexi sent a message to an unfamiliar target. Shuttle, arriva au Mars. Unlocking the nouveau riche, though the heavy interceptor of Sirius technology was advanced, it lacked a warp engine, as it was merely a near-space fighter primarily executing short-range missions. Even interstellar travel was conducted via interstellar portals or motherships. By omitting the space-consuming and energy-intensive warp engine, the near-space warship could significantly enhance its firepower and defense, which also accounted for its resilience against particle cannon bombardments. After soaring at a maximum speed of 500 Mach for 45 hours, they finally reached the orbit of Mars. Although Mars, with a diameter of 700 kilometers, is merely half that of Earth, it is still considerably larger compared to the 4 asteroids in the asteroid belt. Moreover, its proximity to the Sun made it far more luminous. What astonished Lin Yang the most was that Mars had transformed from the reddish hue he remembered to resemble Earth instead, with oceans visible through its atmosphere. In Mars' orbit, numerous space stations floated like aerial cities, and 2 interstellar portals stood out, each with a diameter of 100 meters, emitting a soft blue glow. From a distance, they appeared akin to 2 azure mirrors suspended in the Martian orbit. The edges of the portals glimmered with green light as warships flew into the blue radiance, instantly transported to another corner of space. Conversely, when the edges glowed red, warships queued at the entrance. Emerging from the blue light, these vessels had come from another corner of the universe, all being near-space ships with dimensions under 100 meters. Larger interstellar leviathans could not traverse the portals and required warp engines for interstellar journeys. The 2 portals continuously facilitated the transit of warships. One operated between Earth and Mars, while the other connected to Alpha Centauri's southern gateway, the fabled home of the Trisolarans, situated a mere 24 light-years from the Sun. Regrettably, this world bore no Trisolarans. The southern gateway had once served as a transit hub for the Star Alliance and an observation station overseeing humanity's lower civilization. 8 centuries ago, humanity constructed its first warp engine, achieving light speed 1.0 en route to Mars, marking the dawn of humanity's entry into the 2.0 stellar civilization threshold. The Star Alliance formally engaged with humanity, inviting them to join the Galactic Interstellar Alliance for mutual evolution and exploration of the boundless cosmos. Thus commenced humanity's age of interstellar navigation. Now, 8 centuries later, Mars had evolved into humanity's second settlement, housing 3 billion inhabitants. The orbit was adorned with vast trade stations, spaceship docks, space farms, ice water factories, and fleet bases. The vibrant neon lights of the space metropolis illuminated the cosmos. In stark contrast, Lin Yang finally comprehended why the asteroid belt was deemed a desolate backwater, as there was no scrutiny upon their arrival. Upon the detection of the Sirius warship, the Martian patrol team nearly prostrated in greeting. "Captain, my disguise was for naught," Yuan lamented. "I never anticipated their subservience toward outsiders. Human technology is at the bottom tier within the Star Alliance, and Mars is even more backward than Earth. Encountering a high civilization, it is no wonder they exhibit such deference," Lin Yang replied. He then expressed concern. "What if their attitude toward fellow humans undergoes a dramatic shift? Your worries are valid. Captain, at least a decade ago, when I escaped, they were just as subservient," she replied. Before long, the warship docked at the trade port. Coexists still donned her gala attire, while Lin Yang and Yuan donned hoods, keeping their heads low as they disembarked. Each of them naturally carried a phase gun. The moment Lin Yang set foot on the trade station, a notification resonated in his mind. "You have successfully arrived at the Mars Orbital Trade Station, completing the main quest, 7 Journey to Mars. Evolution points, 20,000. Current evolution points, 22,100. Main quest updated, 8 Sacred Blood Duel. Lead Coexists in the Sirius Sacred Blood Duel and thoroughly defeat the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society. Evolution points, 30,000. Participating in the duel was straightforward, but achieving a decisive victory posed a challenge. Lin Yang momentarily pondered his approach, deciding to first indulge in a tenfold draw. "Congratulations, host. A legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall. Candle Dragon X-type explosive pulse cannon, capable of emitting highly compressed energy orbs that cause explosive effects upon hitting the target, with a single-shot energy of 10,000 megajoules. A flight speed of 1,000 Mach, a firing rate of 300 rounds per minute, and a range of 1,000 kilometers. Price, 2,000 evolution points. High-energy pulse weaponry was a must-buy." He proceeded with another tenfold draw. "Congratulations. A legendary item has once again appeared in the Evolution Mall. Yinglong X-type directional phase cannon, capable of emitting high-energy directional particle beams, carrying an energy of 50,000 megajoules per second, exiting the chamber at 1,000 light speed, with a range of 500 kilometers. Price, 2,000 evolution points. A directional high-energy ray weapon. Purchase." He executed yet another tenfold draw. "Congratulations. The host has once again drawn a legendary item. Another Candle Dragon pulse cannon? Very well. He would first enhance the weaponry." 3 rounds of tenfold draws yielded 3 legendary weapons, and Lin Yang eagerly anticipated their power. The remaining evolution points sufficed for the enhancement costs. After upgrading the warship from a lightweight trident to a medium-sized broadsword, there remained slots for 4 laser cannons and 2 missile launchers. Lin Yang summoned the system to initiate remote enhancement, positioning the 2 Candle Dragon X-type pulse cannons on either side of the ship and placing the Yinglong X-type phase cannon at the rear. The enhancement would be completed in a day, not delaying his activities on Mars. District F, number 66. The Star Alliance Bank's branch on Mars. "Captain, we've arrived," Yuan remarked, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was tailing them. The trio entered the bank, and upon mentioning the name of the Orion's 3-eyed being, they were promptly escorted to a VIP room. Moments later, a sharp-looking middle-aged man entered the chamber. Apart from a vertical eye position between his eyebrows, he bore a striking resemblance to a human. "Mr. Lin, thank you for your patience. I am the 3-eyed being, Yao Ban, from the Orion's Betelgeuse system." The trio rose to greet him. "Mr. Yao Ban, we appreciate your assistance in this matter," Lin Yang replied. "You're too kind. General Yu Yuanshan once rescued me from space pirates. This account upgrade is merely repaying a favor. May I ask if these two are Vice Officer Huang and Coexists? This is Dr. and I. Vice Officer Huang could not make it. Such a pity. I would have liked to witness the legendary team's full splendor. I hope to have the opportunity next time," Yao Ban said, manipulating his wrist-mounted projection device before presenting a registration device to Lin Yang. Please input your fingerprint, iris, and genetic information, and the account upgrade will be complete. After completing the procedures, the 107.5 million star coins in Lin Yang's account were immediately unfrozen. With the upgrade to a level 1 account in the Star Alliance, the banks on Earth and Mars lost the authority to freeze his funds. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. You are now a golden VIP client of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, Orion's Spiral Arm, and the Star Alliance's Betelgeuse civilization. You will enjoy free Warship rescue services and annual maintenance, a 30% discount on Warship insurance, and a 50% reduction in interstellar portal fees. Additionally, you will receive 10 Betelgeuse VIP travel vouchers each year, covering all aspects of accommodation and transport. Thank you. Please send the details of these benefits to my account. I will review them when I have time. We have matters to attend to now, Lin Yang replied. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Since you have transferred your funds to Betelgeuse Bank, you are now our golden VIP client, enjoying free security services at both space stations and on the ground. Shortly, we will arrange for 10 armed bodyguards to ensure your safety until you depart Mars. Chapter 35. The legendary project of 5 centuries ago upon exiting the bank. Lin Yang sent a message to Huang Yuexi, exclaiming, "We have become affluent." Huang Yuexi responded with a smile. "Now we can have someone shop at the Mars trade dock, buy plenty of meat for Coexists to indulge in, and procure a brand new medical facility for Sister Zhuang. You should treat yourself more as well. Is it still the same request? A place to settle down and enough to eat? You remember, truly deserving of being the captain. Stay safe. I'm going to catch some sleep." After closing the communication, Lin Yang took a step forward and 10 fully armed bodyguards followed suit. 2 were from Blue Star, and 8 were young men from Mars, each wielding phase rifles, donning radar goggles, and adorned with communicators, appearing as if they were facing a formidable foe, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Lin Yang felt a wave of annoyance. "Report," announced the leading Martian youth, standing at attention. "It is our duty to protect our esteemed VIP client, and we shall fulfill it at all costs, lest we face a deduction in wages." Indeed, the 10 nodded in agreement. They cared not whether Lin Yang was a pirate or a fugitive. Their loyalty lay solely with the Star Alliance, where they served as security personnel. "Understood. We shall abide by your directives and remain at the ready." After dispersing the conspicuous security team, Lin Yang received a message from the Sirius Saber-Toothed Tiger Penalty Association. "Please proceed to Zone G, number 15, and board the shuttle to the Colosseum in the newly established city on the Martian surface. Do not worry about your pirate status. We have not disclosed it. Your silence does not imply that the Martian Intelligence Agency has not discovered it. What if we cannot escape once we reach the surface? We could leave one behind on the heavy fighter ship, prepared to assist at a moment's notice. If the Martian government attacks the Sirius battleship, we shall counterattack immediately. Wouldn't it be better to take the warship directly? No, though it incite diplomatic panic. An alien warship entering the atmosphere equates to an act of war. Very well. We shall maintain a low profile." Zhuang decided to remain aboard the heavy fighter ship, ready to provide assistance at any time. Lin Yang also notified the bank security team to head to the dock to safeguard Zhuang near the warship. Having wealth makes a significant difference. The bank security team is at one's disposal. Lin Yang and Coexists boarded the Martian shuttle piloted by the Tiger Man Gala, departing from orbit to descend towards the Martian surface. Upon entering the atmosphere, the sight that greeted Lin Yang was astonishing. There are oceans, land, mountains, and rivers. Above, white clouds floated, and beneath them, flocks of birds soared. Shuttles and spacecraft traversed between the Martian surface and space. The ground revealed bustling, modern cities, a stark contrast to the desolate Mars he had envisioned. The scale of this engineering feat was monumental. Mars had indeed been transformed. Gala remarked, with human technology. Such a feat is unattainable. After all, the Martian core has long extinguished, leaving the atmosphere vulnerable to solar winds, with the entire planet stripped of moisture. Only thin ice layers exist at the poles. This transformation is thanks to the Star Alliance's support for lower civilizations. Observing a Martian environment now akin to Blue Star, Lin Yang marveled at the wonder of this project. Gala continued. It is said that igniting the Martian core to create a liquid metallic state akin to that of Blue Star's core would generate a magnetic field to shield against solar winds. Icebergs were transported from the asteroid belt in Europa to replenish water, alongside the construction of 500 colossal air factories. Surely, this must have taken centuries to achieve? It was completed in merely 30 years, 5 centuries ago, designed and constructed by the legendary Star Alliance engineer, M.O. Ban. What? Are you not a human from the solar system? Are you unaware of this history? I was once an undocumented miner, barely surviving, with no opportunity to engage with such matters. As the old human saying goes, you have turned your fortunes around. Not just for myself. I have helped over 7 million miners rise as well. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Man Gala straightened his posture gravely, crossing his massive tiger claws over his chest. This honor belongs to you. Gala, the Tiger Man, praises it. Joining you is a wise choice for Karugia. Thank you. The honor belongs to my team. Lin Yang felt a surge of pride at the tigress compliment. By the way, Mr. Gala, could you enlighten me on the process of the sacred blood duel? Gala shot a surprised glance at Karugia. You did not inform your captain? Not at all. I applied for the duel myself. He need not be involved. Do not speak so definitively. I see your captain is not one to remain uninvolved. Gala chuckled helplessly. Karugia intended to challenge the 566 Tigermen who captured him, engaging in a relentless wheel battle without breaks until the last drop of blood is shed. That is the sacred blood duel. Are you jesting? Lin Yang eruptet in anger. This is absurd. Just kill him directly. A non-stop wheel battle. 1 against 566? This is sheer bullying. Are you not Tigermen ashamed of preying on the weak? Indeed, Gala proclaimed, standing tall and serious. We Tigermen have always been ashamed of bullying the weak. However, in contrast, we take pride in challenging the strong. The greater the disparity between the challengers, the greater the honor for the weaker party. Karugia's sacred blood duel will become legendary. This is outrageous. How can he possibly defeat 566 opponents? Even if you go easy on him, he still cannot prevail. We will not go easy. That would be a desecration of the challenger's honor. In the sacred blood duel, giving 1s all is the utmost respect for the challenger. What kind of tradition is this? There is no logic in it at all. You, Captain, Karugia interrupted Lin Yang's protests. At that moment, the only way to save everyone was through the sacred blood duel. Regardless of the outcome, my fate is sealed. To be executed is a disgrace. But to die in the arena is an honor. Absolutely not. I am your captain. I do not agree. Gala interjected with a note of resignation. This is a tradition of the Tigermen that has been passed down for 20,000 years, and even the Star Alliance cannot intervene. However, you and Karugia are a team and may participate together in the challenge. A weaker team may challenge a stronger one, and if victorious, the honor belongs to you. There is no if. This is a certain loss. Lin Yang was infuriated, contemplating the impossibility of completing the main quest. This is ridiculous. A mere human, over a meter tall and weighing just over 100 pounds. How can he compete against Tigermen over 3 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 pounds? Your muscle and bone density are several times that of humans. You are even more robust than the northeastern tigers of Blue Star. You want me to take part in this challenge? You're merely setting me up to be a pawn. The Tigermen are not devoid of logic. Considering the frailty of human physique, you may choose the challenge's nature, which includes but is not limited to strength, speed, endurance, and unarmed combat. Any one of those? Indeed. Then it is settled. I will participate in the challenge based on endurance. I shall take on your entire saber-toothed tiger penalty association. Chapter 36. The Wager. A thought occurred to Lin Yang, with the Niche G battleship providing a continuous stream of life energy. He would demonstrate the terrifying power of an upright ape rivaling a perpetual motion machine. Gala shook his head dismissively. We respect your challenge to the strong, but we scorn you for treating it as a trifling matter. A trifling matter? Mr. Gala, are you suggesting I am jesting? What else? A single one of you challenges 566 Tigrons? As a primate from Blue Star, you are inferior even to a Tigron infant. If I lose, you may immediately execute Karugia. If I win, This farce ends, and our journey will not be further delayed. Is that acceptable? Karuja protested vehemently. No, Captain. I wish to die in battle, not be executed in a cowardly manner. Silence. Lin Yang struck Karuja. You will not die. Watch my signals. The Tigran Gala curled his lip, scoffing. I question how you managed to stir up the asteroid belt's political landscape. Did you do so by boasting? To quote an ancient Terran proverb, seas cannot be measured with a bushel. With your limited perspective, you struggle to comprehend the ocean's vastness. I now challenge the saber-toothed penal legion. If you decline, you must cancel Karuja's holy blood duel. Gala's brow furrowed in exasperation, recognizing the barb. We accept your challenge, Lin Yang, but your defeat will mean certain death. We will proceed with Karuja's holy blood duel. To die in battle is his deserved honor. Whatever. If you lose, the duel ends. Is that agreeable? Agreed. I shall report to the council immediately. Karuja tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve, protesting softly. Captain, are you here to collect my corpse? Or to lie down with me? I am the one participating in the holy blood battle. This has nothing to do with you. Silence. If you were assured of victory, would I stand here to bear this burden for you? A guaranteed victory. Rest assured. The Sirius Tigran's skeletal structure and muscular strength far surpass those of Blue Star's Siberian tigers. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot defeat them in any contest. However, Lin Yang's circumstances are not normal. His life energy has reached 130, and his physical abilities exceed the limits of normal humans. Moreover, he possesses the continuous life energy of the Nish Ji. Regardless of the distance, it can be channeled back to Lin Yang, ensuring he never tires. If the Nish Ji's energy is sufficient, he will never need rest. In such a contest of endurance, Lin Yang can overwhelm any carbon-based species in the galaxy. The Council has approved your challenge, granting you an opportunity to earn honor. Do not treat honor as a trifling matter, or the other 2 women in your group will be executed. I am fearless. How shall we compete in endurance? A weighted sprint, proportional to body size and weight. You will carry 100 kilograms, while the Tigrans carry 1,000 kilograms. The first to collapse loses. Lin Yang chuklet diricifali. Too little. Mars' gravity is 0. 38 times that of Blue Star. Carrying 100 kilograms is equivalent to only 38 kilograms. To expedite this endurance contest, we must increase the stakes. I will carry 200 kilograms, and you will carry 2,000. What do you say? Consider this carefully. Carrying 200 kilograms is equivalent to 76 kilograms under Blue Star's gravity, the limit for a human. Are you certain you wish to challenge us? If there is no difficulty, it cannot be called a challenge. Very well. Tigran Gala admires your courage. I hope your words are not mere boasts. I shall consult with the council. The saber-toothed penal legion swiftly agreed to double the weight. The Tigran race secured the Martian arena, concealing from the Martian government that it was a duel with Lin Yang's team. The Sirius Tigrans did not disclose the information, and the Martian government did not dare inquire, cooperating fully by clearing the arena. Although ordinary citizens could not attend, some social elites, nobles, and unruly individuals managed to enter the arena. The Tigran race did not object, were it not for their desire to conceal Lin Yang and Karuja's pirate identities. They would have broadcast the event throughout the Star Alliance. Battle and death have always been honors revered by the Tigran race. With a competition, there are victors and vanquished. With an audience, there is betting. Upon entering the arena, they were greeted with cheers. In addition to the cheers of over 2,000 Tigrans, there were thousands of special spectators. Karuja, be confident. Wave to the crowd. Karuja waved listlessly. Captain, why are you joining me in this suicide mission? Humans do not revere death in battle. Who says we do not? To be shrouded in horsehide is the fate of a human hero. Besides, this is a guaranteed victory. A guaranteed victory? Do not become conceited, Captain. You are stronger than ordinary humans, but you cannot compare to the Tigran race. At that moment, a humanoid robot approached. Good luck. You must persevere. Moved by the robot's encouragement, Lin Yang grasped its hand. Thank you. I appreciate your support. I never expected a robot to support me. You misunderstand. I'm a legendary engineer living on Mars. This robot is merely a puppet I use to skip work. I see. Nevertheless, thank you for your support. Support. My foot. You must collapse within 10 seconds of the challenge's start. I bet you will lose within 10 seconds. Do you hear me? 10 seconds. Do not run a second longer. I am relying on you to turn my life around. I truly wish to pummel you to death. Forget it. I will not lower myself to your level. I will try my best. All right? Thank you, brother. You must lose the match within 10 seconds. I have wagered all my possessions on you. Wait a moment. Lin Yang's heart stirred. How about we make a wager? No bet. The robot hesitated for a few seconds, tilting its head abruptly. Speak. You are truly whetting my appetite. If I win the match, exhausting all 566 Tigrons, will you forfeit? You cannot win. Otherwise, I would not have wagered all my possessions on you losing within 10 seconds. Betting on the impossible is what makes it exciting. What do you say? Are you game? I am. In a guaranteed victory, why would I refuse? Good. How much money will you owe me if you lose? I will have no money. I will have lost everything, leaving me with nothing but my wretched life. Lin Yang thought, this fellow is interesting. He's also a rogue. He suits my taste. Then wager your only life. You must do whatever I command. Intriguing. It is settled. Should we not write a contract and affix our fingerprints? A gentleman's word is his bond. A scoundrel will not acknowledge paper and ink. The robot waved its hand and walked away nonchalantly. Karuja was perplexed. Captain, what are you betting with him? He seems like a swindler. It is pointless. Lin Yang smiled. A guaranteed victory is a way to relieve boredom. He wanted me to lose within 10 seconds. If I were not concerned about revealing my identity and being pursued by the Martian government, I would have wagered 100 million star credits. I see that your hands are itching. Karuja, my entire body is itching. Once I defeat the saber-toothed penal legion, do not stubbornly insist on continuing the duel. Learn to flee without shame. Regardless of how we win, we must win. If they renege and insist on a duel, stall for time, contact your father to pull strings. Or have Yushi pilot the Nish G and warp here to wreak havoc. Karuja was dumbfounded. No, Captain. I would rather die honorably than live in disgrace. It is better to live shamelessly than die nobly. I command you to live shamelessly. It is too difficult. Living that way is a torment. Not difficult. Just thicken your skin. Chapter 37. The terrifying upright ape carnage. As the two entered the arena, the stage was set for Karuja and the Tiger Men to engage in a formal duel. The Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society would first determine the outcome of a stamina contest against Lin Yang. They anticipated that the farcical contest would conclude within a minute, with the ensuing bloody duel being the only truly significant event. Beyond the Elder Council's leadership, the remaining 2,000 Tiger Men grumbled in disgrace at the thought of competing against the frail monkeys of the solar system. It was incomprehensible that the Elder Council would permit such a trivial challenge, tarnishing their honor in the process. However, once the starting gun fired, they instantly realized their grave miscalculation. Running under a burden of 200 kilograms on Mars equated to a weight of 76 kilograms on Earth. While this was humanity's limit, it was not Lin Yang's. Donning the lead weights, he ran with seemingly effortless ease. Although his speed could not match the towering Tiger Men, he maintained a steady pace. The arena featured a circular track with a circumference of 500 meters, and Lin Yang, alongside 566 Tiger Men, commenced the race. Initially, the Tiger Men believed that Lin Yang would tire after only 10 meters, and they intended to pummel him with their lead weights, hoping to crush the audacious Lin Yang before engaging in a bloody duel with Karuja, thereby preserving the dignity of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society. Yet, Lin Yang ran 100 meters without losing speed. Completing the first lap, he actually accelerated. This spectacle prompted the Tiger Men to re-evaluate their opinion of him. Those who initially viewed the contest as a disgrace began to change their perspective. Remarkable. My honor remains unblemished. As a diminutive primate, he is indeed formidable. He deserves to compete with the Tiger Men. Karuja has chosen wisely. His endurance is worthy of Tiger Men's admiration. I hope he can complete another lap. Even if he collapses on the track, he will have earned his rightful honor. The audience buzzed with speculation about Lin Yang's origins. In a corner, a humanoid robot lamented, "Alas, will I have to serve another 500 years? And I still owe a life. What shall I do?" In the blink of an eye, 20 laps were completed. Lin Yang, who had initially lagged behind, steadily surpassed the Tiger men one by one. The towering figures fell behind him, unable to escape the fatigue inherent to carbon-based life forms, particularly under the burden of 2,000 kilograms of lead. Despite Mars' lower gravity, this weight was akin to 760 kilograms on Earth. After 20 laps, spanning 10 kilometers, the Tiger men's speed had noticeably decreased, while Lin Yang continued to draw upon an inexhaustible reserve of life energy. The Sun and Moon-class medium fighter vessel continually replenished his energy reserves. Witnessing this, Karuja's eyes widened in realization. How could I have forgotten? The captain pursued the artificial monsters in the underpass of Vesta for over 1,000 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Victory is assured. He cheered for Lin Yang, hopping with enthusiasm. Captain, well done. Captain, you're magnificent. This will be recorded in history. The audience rose to their feet, erupting in cheers and whistles. In another instant, 20 more laps flew by. Lin Yang bounded forward, engaging the Tiger men in conversation as he ran. Are you Tiger men distant relatives of the felines from Blue Star? Do you enjoy catnip? By the way, do you carry Toxoplasma gondii? I've heard the she-tigers of Sirius are numerous. Do you fear your wives? Thump. One Tiger man, overwhelmed by Lin Yang's incessant chatter, clasped his ears in frustration, only to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. The first Tiger man to fail the challenge had emerged. Lin Yang leapt into the air in joy, spinning around. Out. Switch to four-legged form. We cannot lose. To be defeated by a human is a disgrace for the Tiger men. The elder of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society bellowed. The 2,000 Tiger men, who had been running upright, suddenly shifted into a quadrupedal beast mode, their speed markedly increasing, leaving Lin Yang far behind. Yet Lin Yang was unperturbed. He laughed heartily, recalling how early humans, dubbed the terrifying upright ape, hunted by exhausting their prey. Feel free to accelerate. You cannot shake me off. 40 more laps passed, and Lin Yang gradually surged from the back of the pack to the front. Oh, is that not Mr. Ears Galore? 80 laps in, why not take a break? After all, you're getting on in years, and carrying 2 tons of weight. Even if I perish, I shall not rest. Lin Yang, are you even human? Does it sound like an insult? I am indeed a genuine human from the solar system. Feel free to check my genes. Have you taken any performance-enhancing substances? If you're barren, do not blame the bed. If you cannot deliver, do not blame the low gravity. You simply cannot keep up. Defeat is inevitable. You, calm down. Watch your step. Just a reminder, if your speed does not surpass mine, you shall concede defeat. I will not indulge your excuses. The Tiger men, resolute in their pride, would rather die than resort to dishonorable tactics in a challenge. Then come, let us pursue. Spare us the bravado. Lin Yang quickened his pace, effortlessly leaving the Tiger men in his wake. Their view of Lin Yang's back became a daunting mountain they could not surmount. 3 hours passed, and they had covered over 300 kilometers under heavy load, not a leisurely jog. Even the Tiger men, as carbon-based beings, began to succumb to fatigue, their numbers dwindling. The pace of the remaining Tiger men significantly slowed, while Lin Yang remained far ahead, a solitary figure against the backdrop of panting competitors. Suddenly, over 1,000 Tiger men, resolute yet exhausted, ceased their running, gasping for breath. Have you decided to concede? No. The Tiger men would rather die than admit defeat. Then why are you all standing still? We suspect you are not human. Perhaps you possess a propulsion device, or you have ingested some special drug. Are you serious? Are you trying to cheat? You were scanned before the contest began. That was merely a scan with Martian instruments, which lack precision. You must accompany us to the battle cruiser for an in-depth scan. To hell with that. When it comes to cheating, I am a professional. Bang! Lin Yang delivered a swift kick to the chin of the Tiger men's elder, knocking him over. Karuja, they have been outpaced and are resorting to dishonorable tactics. Eliminate them. Karuja howled, still equipped with his full arsenal of deadly weapons. With a swift motion, 6 steel claws sprang forth from his arms. Akin to a colossal wolverine, he leaped into the throng of Tiger men, spinning with arms wide open, causing a hasten to the newly established arena on the Martian surface. With a firepower is unparalleled, the scene erupted into pandemonium. Spectators in the stands scattered in disarray, desperate to escape. Shedding the 200-kilogram lead weights, Lin Yang traversed over 20 meters with each bound, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Tigerians who had prematurely exited the arena. None managed to elude him, nor could they transmit distress signals. The sword-toothed tiger penal legion would rue their arrogance and negligence, having wagered on a swift victory over Lin Yang and Karuja, only to find themselves in dire need of reinforcements. Encumbered by the lead weights, they had relinquished their weaponry and communication devices, now lamenting their decision. However, Lin Yang afforded them no respite. The Sirius Tiger clan, once esteemed guests, were now being mercilessly slaughtered. Discarding the comparatively slow phase rifle, Lin Yang seized Karuja's formidable energy cannon, loading it with high-compression, wide-area explosive rounds. Each blast annihilated over a dozen Tigerians, since their adversaries had resorted to unscrupulous tactics. Forfeiting their honor, he would show no mercy. Yet, the Tigerians, a race renowned for their formidable combat prowess, swiftly regrouped after their initial panic. Dispersing from their clustered formations, they mitigated the devastating area of effect damage of the energy cannon and reduced Karuja's culling rate. With over 400 Tigerians already fallen and 2,000 remaining, they launched a counteroffensive. Some, heedless of their lives, lunged at Lin Yang, attempting to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Nimble and evasive, Lin Yang continued to dispatch them with ruthless efficiency. Karuja's situation, however, was precarious. A surging tide of over 1,000 Tigerians, each a fervent acolyte of combat and death, swarmed him. Soon, he was besieged, his movements constricted. The steel claws on his arms whirled incessantly, felling Tigerians, yet he remained trapped within the encirclement. Lin Yang attempted to intervene, only to be thwarted by 500 to 600 Tigerians. Fearless and relentless, they hurled the corpses of their fallen comrades, impeding Lin Yang's advance. Suddenly, Karuja's face was lacerated by 5 bloody gashes. With a savage lunge, he severed a Tigerian's arm with his right claw. Immediately following, his left claw impaled another, leaving 3 gaping wounds. But even as his attacker succumbed, others surged forward, their claws tearing 10 bloody furrows across his back, their jaws clamping down on his shoulder. Despite the agony, Karuja roared, violently flinging the Tigerian from his back. Before it could land, he unleashed a sweeping blow with his claws, instantly decapitating it. Yet, another Tigerian seized his leg, tearing and biting. The Tigerian race, hailing from a 2-6-level stellar civilization, now engaged in a primal, savage duel, devoid of warships and advanced weaponry. In moments, Karuja was drenched in blood, both his own and that of his foes. Witnessing this from afar, Lin Yang stamped his foot in frustration. Damn it, I've dragged these Tigerians for over 300 kilometers. How do they still have so much energy? Lin Yang's initial strategy had been to feign a contest of endurance, exhausting the members of the sword-toothed tiger penal legion. Had they conceded defeat, he would have been satisfied. Otherwise, he would have crushed them in a subsequent duel. He had underestimated the tenacity of the Tigerian race, their ability to endure even under overwhelming pressure. Through a gap in the throng of Tigerians, Lin Yang fired a phase rifle, striking one of those assailing Karuja. However, the demise of a single Tigerian among the 1,000-strong mob was negligible. The hundreds of Tigerians confronting Lin Yang, seeing his attempt to aid Karuja, charged with renewed ferocity. Lin Yang's phase rifle spat bolts of energy until it overloaded. He hurled it, killing several Tigerians, but others swiftly replaced them. Forced to wield the cumbersome energy cannon, he retaliated while attempting to evade the onslaught. Besieged and battered, Karuja was now a mass of open wounds with exposed bone. The pain, however, seemed to invigorate him. His eyes turned crimson, and a surge of power coursed through him, as if on the cusp of eruption. With a roar, Karuja swung his arms, bisecting 2 Tigerians. Then, he threw back his head and howled, unleashing a burst of unknown energy. A shockwave emanated from his body, and his 3-meter frame swelled to 5 meters. His fur grew longer, his high-tech armor shattered, and his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. The gold and black stripes of his pelt transformed into pure gold. In golden arcs of electricity crackled around him. His fangs and claws elongated and sharpened, and his eyes glowed with a crimson light. Karuja's roar sent shivers down the spines of the assembled Tigerians. This fear seemed to emanate from the depths of their beings. For the first time, the fearless Tigerian race knew terror. Tiger Emperor? Gala gasped, his eyes wide. Is that the legendary berserker, Tiger Emperor? The scourge who nearly annihilated the Tigerian race 20,000 years ago? The elder recoiled in horror. Unbridled rage, growing stronger with each battle. This is the gene that was suppressed 20,000 years ago. How can this be? Our current Tiger Emperor doesn't possess this power. Has Karuja undergone a reversion? Notify the Martian government. Prepare for a mass evacuation. Retreat to space. Before the Tigerian elder could finish his warning, Karuja swatted him aside, killing him instantly. With a sickening crunch, Gala was seized in Karuja's jaws, his life extinguished in an instant. A Tigerian, seizing the opportunity, snatched Karuja's discarded steel claws and struck at his leg with all his might. The claws left only 3 shallow wounds, which healed almost immediately. When he struck again, the claws bounced harmlessly off Karuja's skin. Karuja's hide was becoming increasingly resilient and impervious. With a roar, Karuja snatched the claws, snapped them in two, and hurled the fragments, killing 6 more Tigerians. He charged through the remaining Tigerians, each blow fatal. Blood stained the arena, and the dismembered bodies of Tigerians flew in every direction. In moments, the Tigerians were all but annihilated, and the spectators had fled. Lin Yang, using the energy cannon, eliminated the last fleeing Tigerian. Karuja, the battle is over, stop. With a deafening roar, the berserk Karuja charged, forcing Lin Yang to dive aside. Karuja slammed into the arena wall, leaving a massive crater in the half-meter-thick concrete. Turning, he roared and charged at Lin Yang again. Damn it, still berserk? Lin Yang's galaxy heart pennant vibrated, warning him of imminent danger. He fired the energy cannon at Karuja's foot, tearing flesh and exposing bone. But in less than a second, the wound healed. Another blast had no effect. Just then, Ni's UN landed in a heavy fighter of Sirius star technology. Karuja lost his mind. Give him a shot. Knock him out. With the power of the shipborne guns, he'll be vaporized. Trust me, it won't shoot. Lin Yang shouted as he ran. Nizuin furrowed her brow, immediately locking onto Kaluja, who was in hot pursuit. Fwhip! Boom! A blast of ionized energy propelled Kaluja backward for over 200 meters. However, as the smoke dissipated, Kaluja stood up. Extensive burns covered his body, with bones exposed in several places. Yet in the blink of an eye, rapid healing commenced. His golden figure surged to a height of 10 meters. Subsequently, with a resounding boom, he shattered the sound barrier, hurtling towards Lin Yang accompanied by dozens of lightning bolts. The galaxy heart began to pulsate intensely. Lin Yang quickly used the galaxy heart. Huang Yuexi's voice echoed in his mind. Without a moment to spare for contemplation, Lin Yang swiftly dodged Kaluja's assault. He promptly grabbed the coarse mane on the back of the tiger's neck, leveraging himself onto its back. With his other hand, he grasped the throbbing galaxy heart and forcefully slammed it onto Kaluja's head. Chapter 39. The Great Earthquake on Mars, breaking through. After the heart of the galaxy struck above Karuja's head, a fist-sized vortex suddenly emerged, absorbing all the golden light, heat, and lightning from Karuja's body, resembling a miniature black hole. The speed of this vortex increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, Karuja's fury diminished significantly, his towering form gradually shrinking. As the gravitational pull of the heart of the galaxy intensified, the golden fur that covered his body reappeared, now adorned with streaks of black, still stained with the blood of the tiger folk. Lin Yang was in a similar state, his entire being soaked in the blood of the tiger folk. Captain, I can't hold it down. With a thud, Karuja's eyes closed, collapsing to the ground. Beep. You and Karuja have eradicated the members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society, completing main quest, 8 Sacred Blood Duel, gaining 30,000 evolution points. Main quest updated, 9 Breakthrough, having successfully navigated through the encirclement of the Martian fleet. Lin Yang and his crew safely rendezvoused with the Day and Moon ship, earning an additional 40,000 evolution points. Captain, the Martian fleet is mobilizing. They seem to be aware of the massacre of the Sirius Tiger Folk Punishment Society. We must retreat. Where is the day and moon ship now? Lin Yang gently placed Karuja on the cockpit floor, not having time to change out of his blood-soaked clothes, hurriedly taking his seat at the helm. Ni occupied the co-pilot seat, assisting with the operations. The warship accelerated, breaking free from the Martian atmosphere. Lin Yang tapped the communication interface, somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, a connection call from the Martian fleet popped up on the screen. Should we answer? Do not answer. We must flee. Just as they declined the call, hundreds of Dragonfly Z-type missiles surged toward them. However, the highest version of the Dragonfly missile reached only 300 Mach, unable to match the speed of the Sirius heavy fighter. Failing to catch up to the fighter, the missiles detonated in the atmosphere. Once the heavy fighter broke through the atmosphere, Lin Yang instantly increased the speed to a maximum of 500 Mach, disregarding Martian technology's guided weapons. Captain, a warp-speed warship is blocking our path. With so many Sirius Tiger folk having perished on a Martian surface, the Martian regime was terrified, unwilling to bear the responsibility. They were compelled to exhaust all their resources to intercept Lin Yang. 20 large strategic frigates equipped with warp engines obstructed their route, among which were 3 of the latest generation Orca 2 strategic frigates, capable of achieving warp speed of 2.0. Although they could not compare to the warp engines of Sirius civilization, chasing and intercepting near-space fighters without warp engines posed no challenge for them. Additionally, there were over 800 warships, all modern models, not comparable to the old retired models from the asteroid belt. In space, they spanned thousands of kilometers. Not to mention a near-space fighter, even a bullet the size of a peanut would find it difficult to escape. Lin Yang clenched his fists. The heavy fighters of the Tiger Folk, while advanced, could not match the maneuverability of the day and moon ship, nor its firepower, which was amplified several-fold by Huang Yuexi. The odds of breaking through the encirclement were nearly zero. This main quest is becoming increasingly challenging. Lin Yang lamented inwardly. Just then, Ni Wang suddenly looked puzzled. There is an encrypted voice communication hidden within the Martian fleet's communication. Captain, could it be that the three-eyed beings from Betelgeuse want to help us? Isolate it and connect. Upon connecting, a slightly slurred voice greeted them. I have an urgent matter. I still need to contact you because a gentleman's word is unbreakable. So tell me, how do you plan to repay me? Who are you? Did you drink too much, brother? Can you straighten your tongue? I'm a legendary engineer. Who am I? Even I don't recognize myself. Are you human? I can make you collapse in 10 seconds if you don't listen. I have no choice. My strength does not allow me to be low-key. Well done. I appreciate your strength. I hope you are more reliable than the Martian regime that has delayed me for 500 years. I've decided to place my bets on you. Who? Is that a drunkard? Asleep? Ni Wang furrowed her brows tightly. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. Encountering a robot manipulator claiming to be a legendary engineer before the challenge seemed to have turned out to be a drunkard. No need to pay him any mind. If he's an engineer, then I'm a scientist. I'm an engineer, a legendary one. Without me, there would be no Mars today. Mars is unreliable. All talk and no action. I'm out. Anyway, I owe you a life. So tell me, how do I repay it? Lin Yang contemplated for a moment. Regardless of the truth behind the other party's claims, he made a bold wish. A life is not something easily repaid. First, help me break through the Martian fleet's encirclement. If you could do that, I will contact you again in the future. Easy peasy, nothing to worry about. Get ready, Mars, is about to tremble. Boom! The Martian surface suddenly shook. The entire planet began to tremble, a massive earthquake. Major cities on the surface witnessed buildings collapsing. Martian society instantaneously fell into chaos. Speaker Pastor and Fleet Commander Alif were terrified, hastily contacting their subordinates to stabilize the situation. At that moment, Lin Yang connected to the Martian fleet's communication. It's you. Lin Yang. Alif seethed, gritting his teeth. Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? If you had that kind of power, you wouldn't be fleeing. So many serious people have died. I must provide an explanation to the Tiger folk. You shall not leave the Martian orbit. Very well, prepare to welcome the earthquake. Snap! Lin Yang snapped his fingers. Mars indeed trembled once more. This time, 60 of the buildings in major cities collapsed. Communication was severed, and contact between the surface and space was lost. The core's rotation began to slow. If it were to stop spinning, the liquid metallic core would start to solidify, leading to the extinction of Mars's core once again. The colossal planetary transformation project encountered a significant fault, likely rendering it irreparable. Witnessing this scene, the Martian fleet commander dared not gamble. He immediately ordered a retreat. The Sirius civilization would be dealt with later. Stabilizing the Martian ecosystem came first. Whoosh! Lin Yang piloted the Sirius heavy fighter at a speed of 500 Mach, breaking through the encirclement and heading towards the day and moon ship awaiting in space. At that moment, he received another encrypted communication from the mysterious engineer. I've caused a great disaster to save you. If you don't protect me, my life will be seized by the Martian regime. I didn't mean to cause the earthquake. Who knew you were so formidable? TCH, I'm a legendary engineer. Destroying this planet is a trivial matter. They owe me. Chapter 40. Not a single one can be missed. After Lin Yang piloted the battleship away, Commander Li for the Martian fleet immediately dispatched a space fleet to the surface to retrieve surveillance footage from the Colosseum in New Land City. Without the on-site video, he would be unable to provide an explanation to the Sirius civilization. However, upon the fleet's descent, they discovered that the Colosseum had collapsed and the surveillance footage was lost. They could only gather information from some spectators in the stands, who claimed that Lin Yang had run over 300 kilometers under heavy load, outpacing the Tiger people. They also mentioned that Lin Yang, alongside Karuja, had slaughtered 566 Tiger people, with reports of Karuja transforming into a golden figure adorned with lightning. Enraged, Alif berated the investigators, exclaiming, "Fools! Do you even believe what you are saying? Am I to placate the Sirius Tigers with these exaggerated rumors?" The investigators, chastened by his tirade, dared not meet his gaze. While the Martian space remained unaffected by the earthquake, the surface had succumbed to a state of paralysis. Alif commanded the battleships to proceed to the ground for rescue operations. Upon learning of the situation, the Blue Star government promptly dispatched a rescue team. The asteroid belt miners also received the news, and Shurtsong swiftly sent out 2 fleets. One team traversed the surface with 20 medium-sized fighter jets, providing humanitarian aid to Mars. The other team moved stealthily, comprising 40 heavy fighter jets that altered their identification codes to masquerade as interstellar rangers and bounty hunters, secretly heading to rendezvous with Lin Yang, ready to fight to the death at his command. Should Lin Yang give the word, the 40 ships could instantly transform into massive self-destructing bombs. In Martian society, a bountiful SSS-level bounty swiftly emerged. This bounty was issued directly by the Martian government, bypassing the bounty docks, offering a reward of 300 million star coins for the capture of Lin Yang, dead or alive. Additionally, Lin Yang's team was also targeted. The first mate Huang Yuexi had an SS-level bounty of 50 million star coins, alive only. The security officer, the Tiger Karuja, had an SS-level bounty of 50 million star coins, also alive, while the doctor and I Zhuan maintained an S-level bounty, but the amount increased to 10 million, regardless of life or death. Since these bounties were issued by the Martian government, they differed from those at the bounty docks, allowing multiple bounty hunters to pursue them simultaneously, even collaborating to complete the mission, with the Martian government ensuring full payment for the bounty. These 4 bounties quickly spread across major networks in the solar system. Inevitably reaching Lin Yang's fighter jet, and Aizhuan couldn't help but laugh. My worth has multiplied tenfold. If it rises further, I shall be an SS-level fugitive. Lin Yang Chuklet, I arrived as an SSS level. This is splendid, indeed. Karuja, who had awakened, lay helplessly on the floor. Why must both I and Commander Yuexi be alive, while Captain and Dr. Ni's fates are indifferent? And I, Zhuan replied, the reluctance to kill you stems from the fear of pressure from the Sirius civilization. As for Yuexi, I am less certain. However, the Martian government has no qualms about the Captain and me. Lin Yang laughed heartily. Regardless of the bounties, let whoever comes face annihilation. Zhuan, Set the ship to maximum cruising speed. Keep a vigilant watch. I shall rest for a while. Call me with any news from Yuexi. With over 40 hours until they reached the day and moon, Lin Yang did not wish to squander the 30,000 evolution points. He reclined in the lounge, closed his eyes, and initiated a tenfold refresh. Congratulations, a legendary item has appeared in the evolution shop. Quafu X-type warp engine, capable of reaching a maximum warp speed of 2,0,10,079 times the speed of light. The latest version of Martian technology, priced at 15,000 evolution points. Warp level 1 is equivalent to the speed of light, while level 2 exceeds it tenfold. Lin Yang did not wish to delve into the complexities of ranking formulas. He merely understood that upgrading to a 2.0 warp would allow him to traverse the solar system in just 1 hour and reach Alpha Centauri in 6 months. He purchased it without hesitation and proceeded with another tenfold refresh. Congratulations, a legendary item has appeared in the evolution shop. Baishi V-type towing beam. Towing range of 100 kilometers. Maximum towing force of 10,000 tons. Priced at 5,000 evolution points. Having acquired these 2 items, his evolution points reset to 0. However, Lin Yang could operate the evolution remotely, ensuring that the evolution points were sufficient for consumption, with an excess of 50 points. The new warp engine and towing beam are currently undergoing evolution, expected to take 34 hours and 20 minutes. Lin Yang calculated meticulously. To complete the 6th step of the growth task, the Golden Legend, he needed to upgrade all components of the medium-sized fighter jet to the legendary level. Currently, 8 energy cannons and 4 missile launchers remained at the ordinary level, along with 5 living quarters awaiting evolution. Furthermore, there was an unoccupied energy room. If he relied solely on the evolution shop's tenfold refresh, it would likely take 100 attempts to gather everything needed. The Sirius heavy fighter he was currently aboard possessed numerous weapons. System, would you classify the Sirius technology weapons as legendary within human technology in the solar system? Indeed. Take the TL saber-toothed Tiger heavy fighter you are currently aboard, for instance. Its shields and firepower far exceed the legendary level of human technology. Then if I let the day and moon consume this battleship, I should be able to complete the Golden Legend task, correct? At that time, the system will evaluate based on the standards set in the original code. The firepower will certainly meet the criteria, aside from the living quarters. Settled then. I shall tackle the living quarters solo. In the blink of an eye, over 40 hours had passed. The day and moon had completed its remote evolution. Lin Yang, Enai Zhuan, and Karuja were filled with urgency as they sped towards the coordinate point. Upon entering radar range, Lin Yang commanded, "Captain, our battleship remains in a standby, floating state. Quickly scan for Yuexi's life signs aboard the ship." Enai Zhuan shook her head, her complexion pale. Lin Yang's heart sank. Is there nothing? No life signals at all? Either the ship is unoccupied, or there are no living beings aboard. This is intolerable. Prepare for battle. Lin Yang grasped the galaxy heart at his chest, silently wishing, "Please, do not let anything happen, Yuexi. You must remain safe." Soon, the heavy fighter arrived alongside the day and moon. After docking, the passage was immediately opened. Lin Yang dashed towards the day and moon. Karuja quickly stepped in front, saying, "Beware traps. Let me shield you." However, upon entering the day and moon, they found everything clean and orderly, devoid of any signs of an interstellar pirate boarding. The 4 living quarters were immaculate, with no trace of Huang Yuexi. The other empty living quarter was temporarily serving as a dining area, also vacant. The trio rushed to the cockpit, only to find it empty. The day and moon was in standby mode, and on the main console lay a note. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Karuja immediately headed to the aft cabin to search, while Enai Zhuan rushed to the lower decks. The engine and energy room were absent. Neither the mid-level nor the lower-level cabins contained anyone. This cannot be. Lin Yang held the note in one hand while gripping the galaxy heart with the other. Karuja speculated, could it be that she encountered some danger and chose not to involve us? Enai Zhuan, frantic, stamped her feet. Suddenly, she remembered something. Search. We must scour every corner of the universe for Yuexi. Not a single one of us can be missing from the day and moon. Chapter 41. Never give up. Ding. You have successfully broken through the blockade of the Martian fleet and met with the sun and moon, completing the main quest. 9 breakthrough. Evolution points 40,000. Current evolution points 40,050. System. Even without this mission, I would find Yuexi. Even if it means abandoning all tasks, I will not relent. Lin Yang gripped the heart of the galaxy, reminiscing about his first encounter with Huang Yuexi. At that time, hunger gnawed at him, leaving him weak and weary, barely able to lift his eyelids. He waved a sign recruiting a first mate at the labor dock of Sirius, attracting laughter from passers-by who deemed him foolish. Just as he was on the brink of starvation at the dock, Huang Yuexi appeared before him. Though she inquired coldly if he was still recruiting, she ignited a flicker of hope within him. After joining, he sought no high salary. He only craved a place to belong and enough to eat. Upon their first meeting, she treated him to a hearty meal. Watching Lin Yang devour his portion, she immediately ordered 3 more servings, consuming 5 times the amount and exhausting all her savings. In that moment, Huang Yuexi entrusted her future entirely to Lin Yang, a trust that blossomed upon their very first encounter. Were it not for Huang Yuexi's generous act of spending all her money to feed Lin Yang, his journey through time might have ended in starvation. Lin Yang would never forsake Huang Yuexi, who stood by him through adversity. He would never give up. Z1 sent a message to the 3-eyed being Yao Bing of the Star Alliance branch. Reach out to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization, and also contact that drunken gambler who communicated with us through encrypted channels. Utilize all our connections to locate Yuexi. Yes, Captain. I have also messaged Gus, the legendary hunter from Mars. He promised to mobilize all his disciples to assist in the search. Yes, proceed with that plan. From the writing in the messages, it appears Yuexi has been missing for 2 days before the bounty was issued. Have the bounty hunters help search as well. Any trace, even if she is detained by the Martian government, is better than leaving us to wander the vast cosmos without a clue. Karugia immediately contacted his father, the Tiger Emperor. Despite the Emperor's declaration of his exile, he mustered the courage to ask for assistance in finding Huang Yuexi. Father, my friend, the chief mate Huang Yuexi has gone missing. Could you utilize Chapter 42, a lifetime of protection? I am acquainted with the legendary engineer Mo Ban from 5 centuries ago, who is also associated with the Mo Ban Engineering Institute on Mars. That drunken man, who incessantly claims to be a legendary engineer, could he possibly be Mo Ban? Absolutely not. And I, Ziwin, asserted firmly, Mo Ban existed 500 years ago. That intoxicated individual could not possibly be him. Perhaps he merely claimed to have been at the Mo Ban Engineering Institute, labeling himself as such. It is not difficult to comprehend that a student of the sciences would hold Mo Ban as a goal and prattle on about being a legendary engineer. Lin Yang promptly sent an encrypted message to Shirt Song, the leader of the asteroid miners, sharing their current coordinates. General, have you received any word from Colonel Huang? I have found a lead. We are on the way to pursue it. The fleet speed is too slow. No need to follow. Understood, General. We are at your command. Once the shipyard is completed, I shall report to you at once. After terminating the communication, Lin Yang immediately set the destination coordinates. The sun and moon then entered warp speed, utilizing only 1/10 of its power. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the coordinates mentioned in the Mars Patrol report. N.I. Ziwin activated the radar scan at maximum power. No warships were detected within 100,000 kilometers. Lin Yang quickly retrieved the simulated flight path. We shall travel at the minimum warp speed of 1.0, covering a distance of 198,000 kilometers every 0.66 seconds. Upon exiting warp, we will scan immediately. If there are no results, I will continue to pursue the simulated route. Nifiba Nadif. This will perfectly bypass the 100,000 kilometer radius already scanned. The newly reached zone of 98,000 kilometers will fall within our scanning range. Captain, this method ensures maximum search efficiency, though it requires you to enter warp repeatedly. I am fine. You and Karuja just keep an eye on the radar. Thus, Lin Yang entered warp speed once more. After 0.66 seconds, they exited warp and conducted a scan. When no targets were detected after a minute, they entered warp again. This continued, following the simulated route time and again. Lin Yang envisioned a cylindrical search route with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, or a diameter of 200,000 kilometers. Entering warp at 1:0, exiting, scanning commenced, yet yielded no results. Entering warp again at 1:0, exiting, scanning resumed. Still no results. They entered warp once more. And so it went. The sun and moon, a medium-sized interceptor, leaped through space in continuous warp, transforming into mere points of light that vanished and reappeared. Finally, after 4 minutes and 36 seconds, Ni detected the presence of a mercenary warship belonging to the insectoid chitinous seven-eyed race on the radar. The heavy interceptor, measuring over 80 meters in length, was flying at a constant speed of 400 Mach, 5,000 kilometers away. Captain, we found it. Can we scan the information within the warship? It's too far. We need to be within 2,000 kilometers for an accurate scan of the ship's interior. Prepare for precise scanning. I will pursue immediately. Lin Yang swiftly switched to conventional power, accelerating to a speed of 500 Mach. Karuja temporarily took command of the sun and moon's weaponry, readying for battle. Soon, the distance between the two warships diminished to 2,000 kilometers. Ni reported, Captain, there are human life signals aboard the opposing warship. However, due to the insectoid shields, part of the signal is isolated, so we cannot determine whether the human is male or female. The opposing warship detected them and immediately sent a communication call. Upon connection, the screen revealed an insectoid with antennae and 7 eyes on its forehead, transparent wings on its back, and 4 spiky, sturdy arms, resembling an oversized mutated cockroach. It emitted an indecipherable sound from its mouth. Ni adjusted the translator and finally understood the creature's words. Why are you pursuing us? Speak quickly. Otherwise, we will immediately violate our agreement and destroy your warship. What agreement? Is it the one with Huang Yuexi? Is the human aboard your warship Huang Yuexi? Speak. Indeed, the human is Huang Yuexi, but she is not necessarily from the solar system. Why are you pursuing us? Need I say more? I am in pursuit of my first officer. You must tell me why. She willingly left with us. Do not make unfounded accusations. If you continue to follow us, do not blame the mercenaries for their lack of integrity. I demand to see her immediately. Otherwise, you shall not escape. Lin Yang waved his hand. Karuja immediately charged the ship's cannons. The phase cannon, particle cannon, ion explosive cannon, burst pulse cannon, and particle-cutting ray all reached full capacity in an instant. Simultaneously, the 6 missile launch platforms activated, locking onto the opposing warship. The insectoid captain hesitated for a moment before erupting into a series of cackles. Are you planning to destroy Huang Yuexi along with your ship by firing all at once? Lin Yang retorted fiercely. You shall be the first to perish. If anything happens to my first officer Huang Yuexi, we shall ensure you accompany her in death. With a gesture, Lin Yang ordered Karuja to fire the particle cannon immediately. Although its power was not enhanced by the heart of the galaxy to several times its usual strength, it was still formidable. The insectoid's warship rolled to evade the attack. What a madman! The insectoid captain shouted in exasperation. Bring the guest over. Quickly calm this insane man. Moments later, Huang Yuexi, looking astonished, entered the insectoid warship's cockpit. Upon seeing the furious Lin Yang, the gritting Karuja, and the tearful Ni, she hurriedly lowered her head to cover her mouth, stifling a few sobs as she struggled to regain her composure. Raising her head, she softly asked, Lin Yang, did you not see the message on the main console? I saw it, but I do not understand. Lin Yang replied angrily. Do you truly regard me as a friend? Do you consider the sun and moon your home? Are Karuja and Ziwen not your companions? Huang Yuexi's brow furrowed. I do not care. Since you have left home to join my crew, you must obtain my approval to leave. I will not allow you to depart without notice. And Ziwen interjected. Yuexi, we have pursued you here. Perhaps this is our last meeting. If you have any concerns, please share them with us. You are unaware that the captain nearly went mad upon discovering your departure. Lin Yang exhaled deeply, shaking his head in resignation. Yuexi, do you think I lack the ability to protect you? Even if I am powerless, I will fight to protect you. Remember at Sirius dock, you joined me seeking refuge and spent all your savings to treat me to a meal. At that moment, I vowed to protect you for a lifetime. Huang Yuexi, who rose from nothing and shared hardships with me. Huang Yuexi's eyes reddened, and she quickly lowered her head. Lin Yang. She could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. I am a saint nurtured by the Origin Church. No matter how many trump cards you possess, you cannot rival them. Even the Star Alliance dares not engage them lightly. The Galactic Pirate Guild, the Black Force Hunters, the Boron Alliance, the Mechanical Civilization, and even extraterrestrial civilizations all fear the Origin Church. Chapter 43. Showdown with the Mercenary Corps. Lin Yang was livid, trembling with rage. He turned to find Carluja and Ni also shaking, but their expressions spoke of fear and dread rather than anger. Conversely, the insectoid captain within the opposing warship seemed to convulse as if struck by a sudden surge of electricity, his wings vibrating intensely, antennae blurring into afterimages. My esteemed guest, he stuttered, are you, perchance, a member of the ancient and venerable Origin Church? Or, dare I say, a holy maiden? Huang Yuexi offered a curt nod. Did they not inform you? And no, they did not. Why? Oh, why did you not disclose this sooner? Huang Yuexi disregarded the insectoid captain's outburst. Lin Yang clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Tears welled in Huang Yuexi's eyes. I yearn to be with you forever, navigating the cosmos aboard the Sun Chariot, embarking on adventures, engaging in battles, and forging bonds with kindred spirits. My happiest days have been spent in your company. Alas, reality diverges from aspirations. I must relinquish my dreams and confront the harsh truth. I cannot bear to be the cause of your demise. Ha ha! Lin Yang eruptet in laughter. Heedless of all else, never shall we release him, even unto death. We cannot afford to antagonize the Origin Church. Had we known of this entanglement, we would have declined this commission, even if offered tenfold the remuneration. The insectoid captain, in a state of panic, immediately beseeched the mercenary base for reinforcements. A warp-capable frigate promptly engaged its hyperdrive and hurtled towards their location. If that is your stance, then enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Lin Yang instantly entered a state of deep focus, his mind melding with the ship's systems. Carluja voiced his apprehension. Captain, are we truly going to engage in open warfare? Our adversaries are, in fact, affiliated with the Origin Church. What? Do you harbor fear? Fear is not the issue. I am merely concerned about the potential repercussions for numerous civilizations. And Yuan interjected, Captain, are you genuinely unfamiliar with the Origin Church? Indeed, I am not. Then surely you have heard of the Botez Void? Yes, but what is their connection to it? Legend has it that, 5 billion years ago, the Origin Church initiated a cosmic war of unimaginable scale, employing superweapons to create that very void. Lin Yang was, of course, aware of the Botez Void, situated 700 million light-years from the solar system. Through the lens of deep space telescopes, it appeared as though a colossal, dark claw had violently ripped apart the fabric of the star-studded sky, leaving behind a desolate emptiness. Spanning 250 million light-years in width and 330 million light-years in length. This irregular, elliptical region contained a mere handful of galaxies, whereas under normal circumstances, it could have accommodated at least 500 Milky Way-sized galaxies. Are we to believe that a cosmic war annihilated over 2,000 galaxies? Even if Lin Yang were to entertain such a notion, he refused to attribute it to the Origin Church. That is merely a legend. If they possessed such immense power, they would not have resorted to employing mercenaries to abduct Yuexi through clandestine means. Carluja elucidated 2 millennia ago, the leader of the Stellar Alliance, the Photophilic One, rallied 86 civilizations to launch a grand offensive against the Origin Church, spanning 30,000 light-years. The conflict left both sides severely weakened, culminating in the signing of a non-aggression pact, which remains in effect to this day. It is for this reason that they dispatched mercenaries to covertly seize Officer Yuexi. I care not, just as I care not for the might of the saber-toothed Tiger Penal Legion. I will defend those under my protection with every fiber of my being. Captain, Your words resonate deeply, Carluja exclaimed, his eyes brimming with emotion. With us united, we shall defy the entire cosmos. Captain, I, Carluja, am honored to serve you. And Zun added fervently, let's engage in battle. Captain, your decisions are our decisions. Very well. Carluja, unleash the full extent of our firepower. Zun, maintain a vigilant scan for Yuexi's life signs. Carluja responded, we must not harm Officer Yuexi. Lin Yang reassured him, rest assured. To the insectoids, Yuexi is now a liability, her demise carrying far graver consequences than her loss. They will undoubtedly prioritize her safety to avoid implicating their entire septimoculate coleopter clan. We shall focus our efforts on a relentless assault, without hesitation. Chirp, 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 chirp. Carluja comprehended the underlying logic and promptly unleashed the 4 ion cannon batteries. 3 energy bolts found their mark, while 1 missed. Enemy shields depleted by 15. Yuexi's life signs remained stable. Zun reported promptly. Continue the assault. Lin Yang executed a sharp barrel roll with the Sun Chariot interceptor, evading 2 phase cannon beams fired by the insectoids. Carluja immediately activated the particle cannon. Chirp! A concentrated beam of high-energy particles, spanning several meters in diameter, impacted the insectoid warship squarely. Enemy shields depleted by 25. A force field now surrounds Yuexi, indicating the deployment of a personal shield. Continue the assault. Captain, a warp-capable vessel is approaching warp factor 5. 0. Scarcely had Zun uttered these words when a strategic frigate, over 600 meters in length, materialized 200 kilometers away, exiting warp speed. Its peculiar form resembled a colossal space cockroach. Immediately upon exiting warp, it unleashed a phase cannon blast towards the Sun Chariot. Lin Yang swiftly an efficient maneuver, narrowly avoiding the attack. The massive frigate interposed itself, obstructing their pursuit and blocking their line of fire. Simultaneously, it initiated a long-range teleportation sequence, intending to transport all members of the insectoid interceptor crew, including Huang Yuexi, onto the frigate. Once the teleportation was complete, the enemy would escape at warp factor 5. 0, rendering any pursuit futile. Carluja, target the frigate's engines. Unleash all available weaponry. Lin Yang shouted urgently, his hands instinctively gripping the galaxy heart. The cockpit was suddenly bathed in an intense, cerulean glow. Simultaneously, Carluja unleashed their full arsenal. This time, however, the particle cannon, phase cannon, ion cannon batteries, burst pulse cannon, and particle-cutting beams were transformed beyond recognition, amplified tenfold in power. The high-energy beams surged from a mere dozen meters in diameter to over 100 meters. 4 high-energy rays, each spanning over 100 meters, struck the frigate, engulfing a significant portion of its hull. The energy bolts from the pulse cannon swelled to the size of an interceptor. The barrage of projectiles impacted the target in rapid succession, as if dozens of interceptors had collided with the frigate. Boom! A blinding flash illuminated the void. The frigate's shields had been breached. They had ceased the bioparticle teleportation sequence. Continue the assault. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Another volley of cannon and phase cannon fire struck the frigate. The 600-meter-long vessel erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. You have destroyed the insectoid expeditionary strategic frigate. 2,000 evolution points awarded. The shockwave rapidly expanded outward. Lin Yang, without pausing to acknowledge the system notification, hastily maneuvered the Sun Chariot to evade the blast, circling around to pursue the insectoid interceptor. As soon as the enemy vessel came into view, Carluja unleashed a simultaneous barrage from the phase cannon, particle cannon, and 4 ion cannon batteries. Suddenly, Zun cried out, "The insectoids have ejected Yuexi into space. She is equipped with a personal shield." Chapter 44. The 5th crew member boom. The heavy fighter of the insectoid was engulfed in an explosion. The shockwave sent Huang Yuexi, who was drifting in space, flying. Lin Yang hastily piloted the sun and moon to catch up. Carluja activated the tractor beam and managed to grasp her just in time. Zhuang rushed to the entrance of the pressurized cabin, awaiting her arrival. Moments later, Huang Yuexi was pulled into the cabin. After the outer door closed and the air pressure was adjusted, the inner door opened. And Zhuang hurriedly entered the pressurized cabin and embraced Huang Yuexi. Foolish sister, why didn't you inform us earlier? Huang Yuexi's eyes reddened. Sister Zhuang, I want to do it again next time. You have destroyed the insectoid heavy fighter. Evolution points, 500. Main quest updated, 11. The 5th crew member. Successfully recruit 1 more crew member. Evolution points, 60,000. Lin Yang entered the rear cabin. Gazing at Huang Yuexi with relief. She looked back at him with deep affection. Both had countless words stuck in their throats, unable to express them. Sorry. Lin Yang, It's all right, I understand everything. Karuja chuckled. We're all troublemakers. And Zhuang interjected. We must leave quickly. The Martian fleet has detected the insectoid cruiser-S illegal navigation and is on their way to investigate. Lin Yang removed the heart of the galaxy and personally placed it around Huang Yuexi's neck once more. Thanks to the heart of the galaxy, otherwise, I fear I would never see you again. Huang Yuexi's eyes glistened with tears as she cradled the heart of the galaxy, feeling its warmth, and her cheeks flushed. It has accepted you. I know. Let us go. Tell us about the Origin Church. Yes, this time I will not hold back. There was no time to scan the battlefield debris. The sun and moon immediately departed at warp speed 2.0, just as they left. The Martian fleet's warp cruiser arrived on the scene, promptly scanning and analyzing the unknown space battle. As she recounted her experiences, she revealed that she was a true human, born in a remote corner of the galaxy. It was a desolate planet, shrouded in perpetual mist, revolving around a dim red dwarf star. Her childhood was spent in cold desolation, under the strict supervision of individuals clad in black robes with obscured faces. These individuals taught her etiquette and the various doctrines of the Origin Church. Within an ancient palace-like structure, there was a wondrous library containing most of the galaxy's knowledge. Whenever she had free time, Huang Yuexi would immerse herself in reading about humanity in the solar system. This was also the reason she had gained such extensive knowledge, earning her the playful title of encyclopedia from Lin Yang. As she grew older, she gradually learned that she was a saint, destined to fulfill a sacred mission, to establish a mental connection with the origin God from the 5th-dimensional space and convey the divine will. All members of the church were to be led into a higher dimensional space by the origin God to enjoy eternal life. Despite being indoctrinated for 18 years, she retained her own subjective thoughts and persistently resisted this mission in her heart. The servant who cared for her, Granny Huang, supported her decisions and secretly stole the treasure heart of the galaxy from the Origin Church, aiding her escape. After 2 years in exile, she finally reached the solar system of the Orion Arm. Later, Granny Huang sacrificed herself to protect her, prompting her to adopt the surname Huang and continue her flight, ultimately reuniting with Lin Yang. Yuexi, can you establish a mental connection with the deity of the 5th-dimensional space? I dare not attempt it for fear of being discovered, but I can connect with other beings mentally, like when you warned me in the Martian arena. Yes, I sensed a danger warning from the heart of the galaxy, which prompted me to alert you through mental communication. Is the Origin Church truly that formidable? Zhuang mentioned that the Puppis Void was their doing. Huang Yuexi shook her head slightly. I cannot be certain. That is how it is recorded in the library, but without evidence and lacking detailed accounts of the Puppis War. Perhaps after 5 billion years, historical records have long been lost. Incredible. By the way, where on the star map is the planet you grew up on? I do not know. Granny Huang did not disclose the location to prevent mental tracking. When she took me aboard a warp cargo ship to escape, she consumed amnesia drugs and no longer remembered herself. And Zhuang inquired, where are they directing you to rendezvous this time? The Pegasus constellation. In the F district of the Green Light Nebula, the oxygen-rich planet, the homeworld of the insectoids' seven-eyed race. What a cunning Origin Church, leaving no trace behind. Where shall we go now? I fear the Origin Church will not let this go easily. First, let us recruit a crew member on Mars. Don't worry, Yuexi. The Star Alliance 1T allow the Origin Church to waltz in. As long as we are within the Star Alliance's territory, we will be much safer. The sun and moon exited warp speed 300 0.000 kilometers from Mars and sent an encrypted voice communication to the self-proclaimed drunkard known as Mo Ban. Mo Ban died 500 years ago. Do you not feel ashamed to claim to be a legendary engineer? Lin Yang began with a reprimand. Shamed? Ya Muntakbun. The news of my death 500 years ago was a deliberate ruse. Why fake your death? To evade the scrutiny of the Star Alliance's Supervisory Council. The Martian government agreed to collaborate with me against the Star Alliance, but they proved unreliable and we can no longer cooperate. Against the Star Alliance? Indeed, the decaying Star Alliance needs reform. As an engineer, I not only repair mechanical failures, but also seek to rectify the systemic flaws of the Star Alliance. How did you induce the earthquake on Mars? The project to ignite Mars's core was designed and constructed by me. After 500 years, I still oversee from underground. With just a slight manipulation, I could stir the core and trigger an earthquake with ease. The recent earthquake on Mars has claimed many lives. The Martian government will eventually trace it back to you. I am aware, but the Martian government breached our agreement first. Since they refused to heed my counsel, I see no reason to consider them. Beyond inciting an earthquake and causing chaos, I cannot assist you in breaking through. What about the Martians who perished? Not a single snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. The tone from the other end grew furious. I transformed Mars's ecological environment. They promised to join me against the Star Alliance, yet deceived me, failing to take action while I served underground for 500 years. How long do you live? 500 years. I'm a member of the green carbon race from the Perseus arm, with an average lifespan of around 1,000 years. Additionally, I have undergone mechanical fusion, granting me an even longer lifespan. Do not judge other species by human standards. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. Lin Yang was momentarily stumped, realizing the drunkard's logic held merit. Indeed, it was unwise to apply human reasoning to extraterrestrial beings. Yuexi, do you know of the green carbon race? They are a special carbon-based intelligent species capable of photosynthesis, classified as a level 2. 7 stellar civilization, with an average lifespan of 1,000 years. If he is indeed a green carbon being, then he could very well be Mo Ban. Chapter 45. Let's take a big gamble. Lin Yang nodded, a smile gracing his face. Hey, legendary engineer, can you receive video communications? I wish to see your true visage. I can, but it will reveal our connection, and the Martian regime will immediately seek trouble with you. You need not worry about that. As long as you are a green carbon being from the Perseus arm, I can rescue you and restore your status as a free being. I may even consider aiding you in your struggle against the Star Alliance. Really? Of course. If I fail, the Martian fleet will come for me. At that point, I shall bear the full responsibility for the Martian earthquake. What have you to fear? All right. After all, I have nothing to lose. Death would be a release. Look closely. I am indeed a green carbon being with 6 arms. Once the communication shifted to video mode, Lin Yang and his companions beheld the true form of the engineer, their eyes widening in astonishment. The image revealed a dark green humanoid creature, adorned with 6 arms, reminiscent of a 6-armed deity depicted in temples. A layer of vibrant green moss-like hair crowned its head, and its body, devoid of clothing, was covered in tough, dark green scales. From the video, it appeared to stand over 2 meters tall, possessing a robust and agile physique. Captain, this indeed resembles the depiction of green carbon beings recorded in the library. Huang Yuexi whispered. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. I am beginning to believe you are truly one of them. I indeed am. Now that you believe, it is unfortunate that I have been exposed. The Martian fleet is gathering to hunt you down. You must find a way to escape. Though I may have lost my life to you, if you cannot escape, do not blame me for being unscrupulous. Since you are nearing death, why not indulge in a grand gamble? Again, is it true that you are so addicted? Lin Yang responded with a mysterious smile. Have you not wagered everything on me? If I manage to rescue you and safely depart from the Martian surface, you shall join my fleet. From that point onward, whenever we confront the Star Alliance, the strategies will be dictated by me. What if you cannot? There is no what if. I will succeed. Such grandiose claims. You are overly confident, are you not? The Martian earthquake is an insurmountable disaster. Do not concern yourself with that. I ask you, do you dare to gamble? I shall undoubtedly win. What is there to fear? If you lose, I am dead regardless. If you win, I may live. It's a sure profit. I have waited 500 years. I'm not bothered by your fleeting century or so. Very well, await good news. After terminating the communication, Huang Yuexi revealed a joyful expression. It seems he truly is a green carbon being. We stand to gain immensely. He once presided over the construction of the Star Alliance's largest space fortress, personally designed the Interstellar Corridor conveyor belt, and transformed the ecological environments of hundreds of asteroids. The tale of the green carbon being is not merely a legend within the Star Alliance, but throughout the entire galaxy. However, Karugia appeared somewhat concerned. Captain, this individual revels in alcohol and gambling. Is he reliable? And Ziwen also shook her head slightly. Opposing the Star Alliance is no trivial matter. Whose affairs are trivial among us? Lin Yang chuckled as he glanced at the three companions. They exchanged knowing glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, each of us has stirred up considerable trouble. There are those who oppose the Sirius civilization, the solar system human civilization, and even the Origin Church. Adding another foe against the Star Alliance would hardly be excessive. Lin Yang continued. As for Karugia's concerns about his fondness for drink and gambling, they may be disregarded, for he is quite clever and adept at manipulation. He will not engage in bets that are disadvantageous to him. Even if he miscalculates and loses, he will find a way to wriggle out of unfavorable agreements. Karugia nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether he is a gambler or a drunkard, he has staked his life for our rescue. Accepting him poses little risk. If he causes trouble, we can always cast him out, right, Captain? Just as you threatened to throw me into space at the start. Karugia, that was merely a scare tactic. I can never truly do that. But if this individual causes chaos, I would not hesitate to dispose of him. Once their discussions concluded, Lin Yang instructed Ziwen to send a communication to the Martian fleet, directly contacting the Supreme Commander of the Space Fleet, Marshal Alif. Lin Yang, where are you? You cannot escape the solar system. The Martian fleet is pursuing you with full force. Calm down, Marshal. Even if you capture me, what will it accomplish? Can you provide a satisfactory explanation to the Sirius civilization? Do not speak of the Martian earthquake. Even if it were to explode, the Tiger clan would still harbor an unquenchable hatred for the slaughter of their kin. All of this is your doing. What exactly did you do? Indeed, it was I who caused this. I reached out to you to take responsibility. Can you truly bear this burden? I do not make empty promises. If you agree to one condition, I can absorb the wrath of the Sirius civilization on behalf of the Martian regime. How can you take on such a responsibility? It is one that all of humanity cannot bear. I have said it can be done, as long as you agree to my terms. The Sirius Tiger clan will cease their pursuit of Mars. If I am not mistaken, their fleet is already en route. Infuriating. Marshal Alif clenched his teeth in anger. He had no choice but to relent. The Sirius Tiger civilization had dispatched 10 interstellar cruisers, heading toward the solar system specifically to investigate the deaths of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Squad. If the Martian regime failed to provide a reasonable explanation, they would rather withdraw from the Galactic Alliance than avoid war. The Tiger clan does not actively attack the weak, but in pursuit of vengeance. They could obliterate Mars as easily as crushing an ant. Speak, what is your demand? Release the engineer, Mabang, whom you have detained. He is the green carbon drunkard hidden beneath Mars. He owes me a life debt and must serve aboard my battleship for the remainder of his days until he passes away. Marshal Alif frowned, pondering that Lin Yang was even more cunning than they had anticipated. While they had only sought to have him serve for 500 years, he demanded a lifetime of servitude from Mabang. It appears the Martian earthquake was indeed your doing. Now tell me, when did you conspire? Do not speak to me in such an accusatory tone. I have already prepared the details regarding the detention of Mabang and the false death announcement to deceive the Star Alliance. Do you truly wish for me to send it to the Council of the Alliance? If that occurs, Martian technology will undoubtedly be sanctioned. Do you seek mutual destruction? Your net has long been torn. I am not the fish on the chopping block. Face reality. Agree to my terms, and you will benefit without loss. The Star Alliance will not impose sanctions on technology, and the Sirius civilization will refrain from seeking retribution. Nonsense. Marshal Alif struck the table in frustration. Do you know how many lives were lost in this Martian earthquake? Mars has suffered immensely. There are no gains to be had. I do not know, but I did inquire about the casualties on Mars from a bang. Do you wish to know his response? What did he say? Lin Yang smiled subtly. He stated that during an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. The Martian environment was transformed by him, providing you with a suitable habitat. Yet you deceived him in a servitude for 500 years. I believe if you were to demolish Mars, it would be justifiable. Marshal Alif was momentarily rendered speechless. After a few seconds of contemplation, he resignedly slammed his fist on the table. Tell me, what plan do you have to deflect the ire of the Sirius civilization? Thus, you agree to hand over Mabang in one piece? He stirred the planet's core and caused the earthquake. We will no longer employ him. The planetary core monitoring station will no longer have a place for him. Very well. Await my news. The Sirius fleet shall return promptly. Chapter 46. Burning bridges 1 minute later. Lin Yang established contact with the Sirius Star Fleet. I am Captain Lin Yang of the Sun and Moon. I wish to discuss the matter concerning the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council. The screen displayed Major General Wanda, commander of the 7th Fleet of Sirius. A majestic figure with a coat of pure white fur. Are you the human who stirred the asteroid belt of the solar system? You hardly appear formidable. I challenged the strong with my frail stature and emerged victorious. That is your honor. I have reviewed the information regarding your battle with the saber-toothed Tiger cruiser. The Star Alliance no longer pursues the matter of advanced technology leaks, but Sirius civilization demands clarity on how the ancient Punishment Council was annihilated. Karugia has requested a sacred blood duel, and I participated alongside him, facing the 566 members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council. Does General Wanda not know this? When submitting the air combat report, the Punishment Council did not mention the sacred blood duel. Karugia interjected. They sought to erase me and the captain, disregarding the true traditions of the sacred blood duel. So you resorted to cunning to eliminate them? No. The captain and I defended our honor through battle and bloodshed. An ordinary duel? Indeed. Impossible. Major General Wanda rose in fury. A tiger man and a primate cannot defeat 566 tiger warriors without employing overwhelming firepower. You couldn't even best 2 of them. The saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council is composed of seasoned warriors. Lin Yang replied calmly. I first tested their endurance through weighted sprints. After running 300 kilometers, they resorted to deceit. Preposterous. Major General Wanda roared. Do not tarnish the honor of the tiger race. Even when faced with foes 100 times stronger, a tiger never resorts to trickery in a formal contest. Lin Yang smirked, shaking his head. Yet they indeed cheated, refusing to acknowledge their defeat. Subsequently, Karugia and I engaged them in close combat. They were unarmed at the time, thus we gained the upper hand. They fought valiantly, charging in a battle, but Karugia unleashed his fury, leading to the downfall of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council. You claim this without evidence. If it is as unfounded as the Martian regime, I shall not let you go unpunished. Of course, evidence exists. Zhuang, present it to General Wanda. At that moment, Zhuang piloted a heavy fighter jet equipped with Sirius technology to assist in the arena. The flight recorder captured the final moments of the duel, omitting the scene where Lin Yang subdued Karugia with the heart of the galaxy. The ground was strewn with the corpses of tiger warriors, most weighed down by heavy lead blocks. Lin Yang wielded a large explosive energy gun, leaping 30 meters to pursue a tiger warrior. Karugia had completely lost control, transforming into a towering figure over 5 meters tall, radiating golden lightning. The two worked in unison, swiftly vanquishing the members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council. Upon watching the video, Major General Wanda fell silent. The science officer beside him reported in a hushed tone, the footage shows no signs of tampering. But the ending has been edited. Karugia's appearance closely resembles that of the legendary Berserk Tiger Emperor. Wanda nodded, gesturing for the science officer to withdraw. Lin Yang, well, the latter part of the video. The subsequent content bears no relevance to the Punishment Council's demise. I'm under no obligation to share it with you. I hope you understand, General. While I cannot see the part where the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council cheated, their deaths are unrelated to the Martian regime. The grievances of the tiger race are clear-cut and will not be directed at Mars. However, you must provide further compelling evidence to prove the Punishment Council's deceit. At this moment, Karugia stepped forward. Major General Wanda paused for a few seconds, reluctantly shaking his head. If it is true, the honor of the tiger race will be sullied. If false, they chose to fight you unarmed. Their deaths are a consequence of their own decision. Let this matter rest. I hope you never mention it again, to anyone. Lin Yang declared, from this day forth. Only tales of their bravery in battle and fearless approach to death will circulate throughout the galaxy. Thank you. Please provide another sample of Karugia's genetic material. His transformation is crucial to the future of the tiger race. As captain, I refuse to provide any crew member's genetic sample to any entity or individual. However, should Karugia insist, I will not impede him. Karugia retorted, I've been exiled, no longer a legal citizen of Sirius civilization, deprived of welfare. I am under no obligation to provide genetic material. General Wanda, please convey to my father that the decaying system will ultimately harm the tiger race. The saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council is a prime example. I shall do so. Continue your exile, and do not let me see you again. Major General Wanda promptly issued orders for the 9 cruisers to return to their original route, leaving one to continue towards Martian orbit to retrieve the docked interstellar cruiser and the bodies of the Punishment Council's tigers. Simultaneously, a message was sent to the Martian regime, ceasing the investigation into the deaths of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council and requesting that Mars, Blue Planet, and the asteroid belt miners refrain from disseminating this matter. All settled, Lin Yang Rela said, stretching. Feeling empty? Huang Yuexi inquired with a smile. Haha, never. I await you in my newly upgraded quarters. Since the sun and moon had been equipped with controllable thermal nuclear energy, Lin Yang was endowed with an inexhaustible supply of life energy. With 500 evolution points remaining, 3 living quarters had yet to be upgraded to legendary status. He promptly initiated a 10-fold upgrade. Legendary ship frame, Trident heavy fighter, priced at 15,000. Lin Yang Bonderet. Buy. This was not easily obtainable. It would be awkward to wait for the ship frame upgrade and not receive it. He proceeded with another 10-fold upgrade, yielding a legendary X-type shield. The battleship already possessed dual X-type shields, but he urgently needed a legendary living quarter. Reluctantly, he abandoned that idea and initiated another 10-fold upgrade. After 4 consecutive 10-fold upgrades, he finally obtained 2 legendary X-type living quarters, just sufficient for evolution. Captain, how long until my new house is ready? Does it include a weapons manufacturing room? 3 hours, no weapons room. We'll discuss that later. Weren't you supposed to upgrade a weapons room for me? I even mentioned brewing tiger bone liquor with your remains. Huh? Is it wrong for me to ask? I won't inquire again. At the Martian Space Fleet Command, Commander Alif expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Major General Wanda, who appeared on the video screen. Thank you for your mercy. The Martians will never forget your kindness. We have secured the cruiser, and the remains of your esteemed guests have been prepared for your arrival. You may coordinate with Captain Huang at that time. Yes, we will certainly adhere to your arrangements. The communication ended. Alif sighed in relief. That young man Lin Yang does possess some skill. Marshal, the speaker has sent a communication. Upon connecting, Martian speaker Peters inquired anxiously, what did the Sirius Tiger people say? All is well. The Tiger fleet has returned. That young man Lin Yang did not boast. He truly resolved the situation. Excellent. However, I fear that upon surrendering the MO ban, the Star Alliance may impose sanctions upon us. After all, we have concealed the MO ban from the Alliance for so many years and have committed numerous. Do not worry unnecessarily, Speaker. Who said we were to surrender MO ban to Lin Yang? Not surrender? Of course not. Ever since he communicated with MO ban via video and revealed its location, 20 large strategic frigates have already been dispatched to encircle it. How could they possibly turn back? If Lin Yang were to perish, wouldn't all our troubles be effortlessly resolved? Chapter 47. Barefoot kicking iron plates. Lin Yang had meticulously arranged the evolution of the Sun and Moon vessel when Ni Ziwen detected anomalies on a radar. Captain, something is amiss. 20 strategic frigates are approaching at warp speed. This doesn't appear to be a simple escort for the MO clan. No sooner had she spoken than the Sun and Moon was surrounded by the 20 formidable frigates, each exceeding 500 meters in length, equipped with warp engines and powerful ship-mounted cannons. They constituted the main force of the Martian fleet, capable of exerting firepower across a radius of 10,000 kilometers, forming a tightly knit encirclement. Regardless of which direction Lin Yang attempted to warp away from, the 20 frigates would intercept him. Damn it. Is the Martian fleet intent on burning the bridges behind them? Huang Yuexi coldly remarked, by eliminating us. They avoid handing over the Mo clan and escape scrutiny from the Star Alliance, while further consolidating control over the asteroid belt. Karuja added, they could also fulfill the bounty in one fell swoop, saving on payouts to bounty hunters. And Ziwin observed, it seems they're no longer concerned for the lives of Yuexi and Karuja. All hands, battle stations. Yuexi, firepower, Karuja, energy, Ziwin, monitor radar, and ship defenses. Lin Yang closed his eyes and leaned back, entering a state of profound symbiosis with the sun and moon. Ziwin attempted to establish communication with the enemy frigates, but her call was swiftly rejected. A message to the Mo clan met the same fate. Captain, it makes sense that their frigates aren't accepting communications, and the Mo clan's rejection likely indicates a loss of communication freedom. We'll wait for them to contact us. We're being locked onto by particle cannons, Huang Yuexi exclaimed, just as a golden high-energy beam, over 10 meters in diameter, shot towards them. Lin Yang swiftly maneuvered the vessel to evade the strike and accelerated at 500 Mach towards the first attacking frigate. Fire! Huang Yuexi commanded, activating the particle cannon. The firepower of the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon, though formidable, paled in comparison to the power unleashed by the 500-meter-long Titan against a 50-meter medium fighter. A golden high-energy beam struck the port side of the frigate, reducing its shield by 15. Fida, Fida, Fida. For consecutive ion explosive cannons unleashed their fury, enhanced by Huang Yuexi, transforming into high-energy orbs 50 meters in diameter. Each impact felt as though a medium fighter had collided with the enemy's ship. The enemy's shield dwindled to 60. We're being targeted by the Ghoul X-type missiles. The new version reaches speeds of 550 Mach. Ziwin relayed vital battlefield information. Lin Yang deftly maneuvered closer to the frigate, executing a sharp turn to evade the rain of laser fire. Huang Yuexi promptly pressed the Matrix missile launch button. The upgraded Matrix launch platform could now fire 10 missiles simultaneously, and 6 platforms activated, unleashing 60 Dragonfly K-type missiles in a single second. Though the K-type missiles traveled at 100 Mach, their proximity rendered speed irrelevant. 50 of the missiles struck the frigate, while the remaining 10 intercepted the pursuing Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. A brilliant explosion illuminated space as 10 thermonuclear missiles detonated beside the frigate, employing a reckless strategy that disregarded the lives of their comrades, obliterating the frigate's shields entirely. Seizing the moment, Huang Yuexi unleashed a phase cannon, piercing through the 500-meter-long frigate. The fiery explosion sent shockwaves through the void. Lin Yang executed a roll, accelerating effortlessly to evade the blast and soar towards another frigate, pursued by dozens of Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points, 1,500. Challenge task reputation, rising completion. 60, only 4 more to go. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang's determination surged. The remaining 19 frigates immediately tightened their encirclement, unleashing a barrage of laser weaponry that wove a deadly net through space. As the encirclement grew smaller, the attacks intensified. Boom! An explosive pulse cannon struck the sun and moon, depleting its left shield by 20, while the right remained intact. Endure a little longer. I need to close in on this Orca 2. The Orca 2 strategic frigate boasted a Warp 2.0 engine, making it difficult for the sun and moon. Also equipped with Warp 2.0 to pursue, Lin Yang's intentions were clear. He refused to let any frigate escape. Since they opted for underhanded tactics, they should not expect mercy in return. Although the frigates wielded thick shields and fierce firepower, their mobility was lacking. In contrast, Lin Yang's sun and moon, powered by Sirius Tiger technology, excelled in maneuverability, compensating for its thinner shields with superior evasion efficiency. Moreover, while the sun and moon was classified as a medium fighter, its firepower rivaled that of the frigates, enhanced by Huang Yuexi's Heart of the Galaxy. Aside from being unable to augment missiles, its 12 energy cannons surpassed the frigate's firepower. Once more, a volley of Dragonfly K-type missiles was launched, intercepting 10 Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Lin Yang, we're out of missiles. Intercepting the incoming Ghoul missiles will be challenging now. Focus all fire on the enemy ship. I'll handle missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Huang Yuexi unleashed 3 successive bursts from the particle cannon, devastatingly impacting the enemy vessel and swiftly depleting its shields by 50. Karuja quickly loaded new energy modules in the energy room. Upon detecting insufficient weapon-specific energy, he diverted from controllable thermonuclear energy to ensure uninterrupted attack, defense, and flight capabilities. Lin Yang navigated alongside the enemy's shield, evading their retaliatory energy blasts, which instead detonated the pursuing Ghoul missiles, resulting in 5 thermonuclear missiles exploding in proximity. Huang Yuexi commanded the firing of 4 ion explosive cannons and 2 explosive pulse cannons in rapid succession, striking the enemy ship with relentless precision. The enemy's shield plummeted to 0, leading to another catastrophic explosion. The second frigate was obliterated. You have destroyed an Orca 2-class frigate, evolution points, 2,000 onward. The 4 of them worked in seamless harmony, their synergy so profound that words were unnecessary. Boom! With the explosion of yet another frigate, the remaining 17 frigate commanders were left in disbelief, lamenting through their communicators. Have we truly provoked a formidable foe? Damn it, we've stepped on iron plates barefoot. Why did the Marshal issue such an order? Quickly report to the fleet command. Their firepower is overwhelming. We cannot win. As several commanders deliberated, another ship erupted in flames. With 3 Orca 2 frigates destroyed, the battle was deemed unwinnable. Marshal Alif ordered a retreat. However, the remaining 16 frigates, limited to a maximum speed of warp 1.0, equivalent to light speed, stood no chance against Lin Yang's sun and moon, capable of reaching warp 2.0 at 10 times light speed. The 16 frigates barely entered warp when Lin Yang caught up with them. Huang Yuexi unleashed an enhanced particle cannon, forcing the enemy vessel out of warp. Flee. From the moment you fired upon me, your annihilation was inevitable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom! You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate, earning 1,500 evolution points. You have cumulatively destroyed 10 large ocean-going frigates, completing challenge task, 7 rising fame, earning 50,000 evolution points, with a current total of 59,000 evolution points. Chapter 48. Mars in Dire Straits. Complete surrender. Challenge task update. 8 illustrious reputation. Accumulated destruction of 50 interstellar large strategic frigates. 60,000 evolution points. 10 have already been destroyed. Eliminating another 40 will complete the challenge. Frigates are not as ubiquitous as close-range warships. The entire asteroid belt only had a few, and those had their warp engines dismantled. Mars has a mere 20 or so. This time, 20 were dispatched to encircle Lin Yang. In the blink of an eye, 5 were annihilated. Lin Yang naturally had no intention of letting the remaining 15 frigates slip away. Missing this opportunity to demolish frigates would make completing the challenge much more arduous. Monsoon frigate exiting warp within firing range. Stern photon torpedoes locking onto us. NI's UN constantly reported radar information. Huang Yuexi manipulated the 6 energy pulse cannons, unleashing a barrage of fire. The photon torpedoes launched by the enemy ship were intercepted by the pulse blasts as soon as they left the launch bay. Detonating near the launch bay was tantamount to self-destruction. Coupled with subsequent pulse cannon hits, the shields of the Martian fleet's monsoon frigate rapidly deteriorated. Quickly send a surrender signal. Sur. Boom! The captain's order to surrender was cut short. The ship experienced a violent explosion. The Sun Chaser's pulse cannons pierced through the shields and the hull. Brilliant flames erupted alongside the shockwave. Without pause, Lin Yang immediately engaged warp drive, pursuing another frigate. He had already annihilated all of the Martian fleet's Orca 2-class frigates. The remaining frigates only possessed a warp speed of 1.0. They were simply outmatched in speed and were overtaken by Lin Yang in seconds, even when disengaging warp to retaliate. The massive frigates were no match for the Sun Chasers' agility, although the shields of the larger warships were more robust than the Sun Chasers. They couldn't withstand the amplified firepower. The frigates, once the strategic backbone of Mars, had become mere targets, like clumsy ocean sunfish. They were being relentlessly attacked by swift and lethal smaller predators. Successive, cataclysmic explosions occurred. Soon, the last frigate exploded less than 10,000 kilometers from Martian orbit. The Sun Chaser emerged from the intense conflagration. Executing a barrel roll, it soared toward the Martian space station with panache. You have destroyed 15 Orca-class strategic frigates. 22500 evolution points. Current evolution points. 81,500. The destruction of the final frigate near Mars was broadcast live by various space stations in Martian orbit. Everyone in the space stations witnessed the events clearly, including Martians, Earthlings, interstellar merchants, rangers, bounty hunters, drifters, and adventurers who travel between star systems. A medium-sized destroyer had decimated large strategic frigates. Lin Yang's name swiftly spread among various races. Indeed, the man with a 300 million star coin bounty from the Martian government. That bounty is not easily earned. I heard the Martian fleet dispatched 20 large frigates this time, a complete rout. Look, the close-range fleet is assembling. Fleet Admiral Arif, caught in a bind, dispatched all of Mars warships, the main fleet plus the close-range patrol squadron, totaling 1,000 ships. A cataclysmic earthquake shook the Martian surface. The 20 billion Martians on the surface were still in a state of paralysis. Social order had not been restored. The main space fleet's frigates had been completely destroyed. If Lin Yang was not stopped, he feared the Martian government would change hands like the asteroid belt. The 8 space outposts in Martian orbit were charging their main cannons. Their target was, of course, the Sun Chaser piloted by Lin Yang. The firepower of these space outposts far exceeded that of the frigates, rivaling the Sun Chaser's energy cannons, which had been amplified more than tenfold. The space docks, trade ports, bounty terminals, labor terminals, transport terminals, and space factories were all in a state of high alert. All defensive systems were activated. Tens of thousands of missiles locked onto the Sun Chaser. At this moment, the entire Martian space orbit, with over 1,000 close-range warships and hundreds of thousands of people, was in a state of emergency. It was as if they would be massacred if they didn't resist Lin Yang with all their might. The 2 interstellar portals were also active. Peacekeeping warships from Earth and the Galactic Star Alliance arrived on the scene one after another through the portals. They all had one objective, the Sun Chaser. Are we really that popular? Lin Yang quipped sarcastically. Aren't you going to seize the opportunity to give a recruitment speech? Huang Yuexi asked with a smile. No, it's better to be selective. Lin Yang stopped 3,000 kilometers from the space outpost. The Martian side immediately initiated a communication request. On the other end was High Counselor Paths, anxious and worried. Lin Yang, as fellow humans, why must you be so ruthless to your own kind? This is not the same as your conduct in the asteroid belt. Hey, don't slander a good person, which I saw me being ruthless to my own kind. You are piloting a warship with alien high technology, pursuing 20 frigates, and are you planning to attack the Martian space station and the surface? While the communication was in progress, Anai's UN had compiled a 3-minute video explaining the ins and outs of the situation and posted it on the Martian social network. The space stations instantly erupted. Voices criticizing the Martian Council and the space fleet for breaking their promises grew louder and louder, quickly climbing to the top of the trending topics. The asteroid belt and Earth's networks also learned the specifics. The news also reached the Star Alliance. The Sirius cruiser, having just received the bodies of the Huron race, immediately put pressure on the Martian government. The Sun Chaser's honor cannot be tarnished. The Martian government must take this seriously. The Earth and Star Alliance peacekeeping fleets immediately deactivated their weapons. Hundreds of warships, originally hostile to Lin Yang, were now calmly observing. Martian Counselor Pass was speechless. He was already in the wrong. All 3 parties involved were on the scene. The Sirius Huron race could join the confrontation at any time. With the name M.O. Ban resurfacing, the situation was spiraling out of his control. He couldn't help but want to slap Fleet Admiral Arif. If Arif hadn't been so clever and tried to silence Lin Yang, the Martian government wouldn't be in such a dilemma. Rumble. A deep rumble suddenly came from the Martian surface again, causing an aftershock from the earthquake. Although the destructive power was not as great as the first two earthquakes, it posed a greater threat. Montakban, quickly, let him reignite the core. When he was imprisoned, he entered a deep sleep, a self-defense mode. His brain stopped functioning, and he became a vegetable. He was already a vegetable. Pads slammed the table in anger. Contact Arif for me. After less than a minute of secret communication, High Counselor Pads contacted Lin Yang again. Arif violated the agreement and dispatched a fleet to attack you without the Council's approval. He has resigned from his position as Fleet Admiral of the Martian Fleet. Lin Yang, what are your demands? Lin Yang smiled sleekly. So straightforward. A 180-degree change in attitude. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one with demands, aren't you? You must be in trouble. No wonder you could easily overthrow the asteroid belt. Your thinking is indeed meticulous. That's right, we are in trouble. Not the Martian government, but nearly 3 billion ordinary residents. The Martian core is about to extinguish. Only Mo Ban can reignite it, but he refuses to wake up. I think only you can awaken him. I have conditions. Tell me. Haha, don't accuse me of being greedy. Chapter 49, The Lion Roars. Once the core of Mars extinguishes, the absence of a flowing, high-temperature liquid metal core will render the formation of magnetic poles impossible. Without these poles, the protective magnetic field will dissipate, allowing intense radiation from solar winds to directly assault the Martian atmosphere. A substantial amount of nitrogen and oxygen will be expelled into the vastness of space, while surface moisture will evaporate, transforming Mars into its original desolate, reddish-brown state. This second bastion of human civilization will become inhospitable for widespread human existence, resulting in incalculable losses. The planetary terraforming project was overseen by Mebane 5 centuries ago. Yet the technological dilemma concerning the core can only be resolved by him. Given the technological capabilities of the Martian regime, it may take 50 years to rectify, during which time humanity on Mars would be unable to thrive. However, Mebane, filled with hope, was preparing to leave Mars to join Lin Yang's fleet for a new beginning. Yet, once again, the Martian regime broke its promise, dispatching a fleet to capture Lin Yang and imprison him. Despair engulfed Mebane as he faced the grim reality of the core's malfunction. He entered a deep sleep, his brain ceasing activity and rendering him akin to a plant. Despite the regime's exhaustive efforts, they could not awaken Mebane. Now, Lin Yang stood as the sole beacon of hope to revive Mebane, who was the only one capable of saving Mars. Patrez, the Grand Chancellor, understood the stakes and readily acquiesced to Lin Yang's demands. As long as you can awaken Mebane and restore the Martian environment, I shall grant your lofty requests. First, annul our group's designation as interstellar pirates within the solar system and revoke the bounty. That is not an issue. The Martian regime will also bestow upon you the honor of Martian heroes, ceasing all bounties on your heads. Merely revoking the bounties is insufficient. Our combined bounty amounts to 410 million. You must compensate us. Very well. Once Mebane awakens and restores the Martian environment, the regime will pay you 410 million star coins. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. Furthermore, I demand the Martian bounty dock. Patrez hesitated. The bounty dock is not directly owned by the Martian regime. I cannot simply grant it to you. The dock generates around 2 billion star coins annually, purely from service fees, not from the bounties paid to hunters. During the era of interstellar navigation, bounty docks are perpetually profitable across planets. Owning one is akin to possessing a myth. It is a vital source of tax revenue for the Martian regime. Naturally, Patrez was reluctant to concede. Yet in the current negotiations, the Martian regime possessed no leverage and had no choice but to comply. Huang Yuexi coldly interjected, "Let us be candid, Chancellor Patrez. While the bounty dock appears to be a private enterprise, its stakeholders are high-ranking officials within the regime, with you, as the primary shareholder, holding 14.6 enough. I shall concede the bounty dock to you," Patrez said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His clandestine ownership of the bounty dock was unknown even to the council, yet it was laid bare before Lin Yang and his companions. Next, the assets transferred before the deaths of Theodore, former commander of Sirius, Nelson, former commander of Vesta, and Zhou Mingyuan, former commander of Juno, shall be returned to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Very well. As soon as the Martian environment is restored, we will promptly hand over the accounts to the Miners Organization. Lastly, regarding my expenses on Mars, are you suggesting a zero-cost acquisition? Mars is currently undergoing a crisis. Please be reasonable. In truth, there is little to purchase. I shall not take advantage of your misfortune. Henceforth, all interstellar portals will be free of charge, and for any official docks, we shall receive a 90% discount on pricing. Isn't that still taking advantage of our plight? Agreed. Let it be so. Send Mebin over via shuttle. Once he awakens, we will commence the restoration of the Martian environment. Do you have any further requests? Will you not send a fleet to attack and attempt to eliminate your adversary, Elif? Ha ha ha. Lin Yang laughed. Do you wish for me to advocate for his execution? To bear the infamy and hatred? Dispose of him as you see fit. I have already retaliated and destroyed 20 escort ships. Sufficient. Elif, the former commander of the Martian fleet, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Following such a catastrophe, someone must emerge to shoulder the blame, and all responsibility could be shifted onto Elif. The Martian regime and nearly 3 billion Martians could never forgive him. However, even a dying centipede does not easily perish. After Elif's execution, his loyal followers would remain. To deflect hatred, the Martian regime sought Lin Yang's suggestion for Elif's execution. Yet this ploy did not escape Lin Yang's keen perception. Seeing Lin Yang un fazet, patres smiled awkwardly. The Martian Council merely sought your input, should you choose not to intervene. We will proceed according to Martian law. Mebin will arrive in 20 minutes. Please be prepared for the handover. Shortly thereafter, a shuttle departed the Martian surface, swiftly ascending into space toward the sun and moon. Mebin was delivered before Lin Yang, and after the handover, the shuttle promptly departed. Lin Yang took a small piece of dark green bark from Mebin and placed it on the genetic registry. Within seconds, the genetic chain information was successfully recorded. Mebin's name was listed under the chief engineer position, responsible for the management of the sun and moon's engines, energy control, and overall maintenance of the warship. Boom! An immense surge of energy coursed through Lin Yang, invigorating every bone in his body. He felt a revitalizing clarity and a surge of vitality. Ding! You have recruited Chief Engineer Mebin. Permanent life energy 10. Current life value 140. With the increase in life value cap, the life energy revitalized by the sun and moon surged. Lin Yang felt utterly invigorated. What a sensation! With a deep breath, he clenched his fists, producing a satisfying crack. Let's awaken Mebin. Karujia's eyes widened. Are we to engage in combat? Captain, are you planning to punch him awake? I am not as brutish as you. Lin Yang prepared to have Huang Yuexi use the heart of the galaxy. Before he could even speak, Mebin slowly opened his eyes. 6 elongated arms stretched languidly, fingers extending to double the length of a human's. After a yawn, Mebin unfolded his curled legs and stood upright, towering at 2 meters tall. Though not as robust as Karujia, who stood over 3 meters, his 6 long arms rendered him anything but frail. Is that it? You are awake? Lin Yang asked, astonished. There's no need for surprise. Captain, your reaction reveals your unfamiliarity. When we green carbon beings enter a deep sleep, our brains cease activity, yet our spinal nerves remain vigilant, capable of sensing the surrounding environment for danger. As the oppressive environment dissipated, replaced by warmth and comfort, I naturally awoke. Oh, how I adore this place. It is far more intriguing than the Martian underground. Pray tell, is there any wine? No wine, only work. That is unacceptable. Without wine, I shan't labor. Drinking will hinder your work, Mebin, reminded an Ai Zhuang, standing nearby. Oh no, no, no. Mebin waved his slender finger. Green carbon beings require light and water for work. If it includes light and wine, the effect is even better, invigorating my spirit. Let us set aside that discussion for now, Mebin. We must focus on restoring the Martian environment. The core is nearing extinction. Is there any benefit to this? Indeed, the Martian Chancellor has acquiesced to many of our demands. If we restore the environment, he shall honor his commitments. No, I shall no longer place my trust in Mars. Let them fulfill their commitments first, Captain. I'm quite serious. They must adhere to their obligations before we even consider the restoration of Mars' environment, regardless of whether it can ultimately be rejuvenated. They must first honor their promises. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, Mr. Mo Ban, your words resonate deeply with me. Chapter 50, Execution of the Fleet Marshal, Transfer of Bounty Dock. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a new crew member, completing the main quest, 11th fifth crew member. Evolution points 60,000. Current evolution points 112, 500. Main quest updated, 12, Azure Planet. After restoring Mars environment, embark on a journey to the Blue Planet, arriving at Azure Planet. Evolution points 70,000. Lin Yang's communication was received. The council hastily connected. Upon seeing Mo Ban standing behind Lin Yang, Speaker Pataz and the other council members felt a mix of emotions, both reluctance and anger. Lin Yang, you have outdone yourself. We exhausted every method to awaken Mo Ban, yet you managed to do so in less than a minute. Mo Ban belongs to the sun and moon, and you have detained him. Naturally, we could not rouse him. Enough of that. Let us swiftly commence the restoration of Mars' environment. The core temperature is continuously declining. We detonated 50 nuclear bombs with a yield of 1 million tons. Yet it has not halted the temperature drop. Lin Yang smiled slightly, shaking his head gently. I have witnessed the Martian regime's lack of integrity. After alleviating the crisis brought by the Sirius civilization for you, you failed to honor your agreement and instead dispatched a fleet to besiege me. I believe that where there is one breach of trust, there are countless more to follow. What do you mean? Pataz's expression changed abruptly. Are you intending to breach the contract? No, it is to see if you will keep your word. We will certainly keep our word. Who would believe that? Mo Ban, do you believe it? I do not. Mo Ban, behind him, shook his head disdainfully. 500 years ago, you promised to assist me against the Star Alliance. It was one delay after another. One deception after another. The most recent incident is even more telling. A lack of integrity coupled with intentions to silence me. There is no credibility left. All of this folly was instigated by a leaf. He has been arrested and will be executed after the interrogation process. Lin Yang replied indifferently. How you deal with a leaf is a matter for your Martian government. Now, if you wish for our assistance in restoring the environment, you must first fulfill your commitments. However, our agreement stipulates that we will fulfill our end after the restoration of Mars' environment, which has yet to commence. Pataz, do you believe you possess any negotiating leverage? We are quite realistic. If you were a bit more practical, you would expedite the fulfillment of your agreement. Unless you wish to default. It makes no difference whether it is done sooner or later. Speaker Pataz fell silent. After a moment, he reluctantly stated, please wait a few minutes. The Martian Council needs to discuss this. Suit yourself. We have time to wait, but Mars may not. Allow me to remind you. Once the core temperature drops to a critical point, reigniting it will be exceedingly difficult. The Martian regime had no choice. Within less than 3 minutes of discussion, it was decided to comply with Lin Yang's demands and make the necessary payments in advance. Ding! You have received a transfer from the Martian government amounting to 410 million star coins. A notification chimed within the cockpit of the sun and moon. Pataz was filled with regret. Had he known, he would not have issued such a bounty, and if he did, he should not have set it at such a high amount. Ding! Official documentation from the Martian government received. Zhuang opened it to find an announcement regarding the restoration of Lin Yang, Huang Yuexi, Kaluga, and Zhuang, and Mo Ban as free individuals. They were also conferred the honorary title of Martian Hero upon Lin Yang. Following that, another message emerged from Shuttle, the leader of the asteroid belt miners, indicating that the Martian government had begun transferring assets that were relocated prior to the fall of the previous regime, totaling 7 billion star coins. These funds, along with the accompanying invoices, were handed over to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Upon receipt, Shuttle promptly clarified his position. General, this money is yours to command at any time. It is the development fund for the asteroid belt. Use it wisely to manage the belt effectively. Shortly thereafter, the Martian government sent a supreme VIP certification to the sun and moon. Henceforth, Any expenses incurred on the Martian surface or in orbital space stations at official stores would receive a discount of 90. Lin Yang immediately piloted the Sun and Moon toward the spacecraft dock in Martian orbit, preparing to peruse the available goods. Moments later, news spread of the execution of Elif, the former commander of the Martian fleet. Public outrage on Mars subsided significantly. This catastrophe could be deemed a man-made disaster, with Elif being a substantial contributor. The Martian fleet had lost all its strategic escort vessels. Its combat capability diminished to the point where it could no longer contend with the Blue Planet. With 2,000 high-compression energy modules, 100 Dragonfly Z-type missiles, 300 Ghoul X-type missiles, 10 sets of individual shields, and 10 assault phase rifles, how much would that cost? No payment is necessary. Mr. Lin, it is our honor to have you shop at the Martian spacecraft dock. How could we possibly charge you? Colonel Zhang Xiong, the dock's manager, personally welcomed him, unwilling to accept even a fraction of the cost. Wouldn't that be akin to taking advantage of the situation? You promised a discount. Let us settle up. Well, how about we appoint the 5 of us as representatives? Your business acumen is truly remarkable. Lin Yang had now become a legend on Mars and in the asteroid belt, particularly after his medium-sized fighter destroyed 20 large strategic escort vessels. Many bounty hunters, interstellar rangers, adventurers, and travelers regarded him as an idol, bringing significant traffic to the dock. Absolutely, it is our honor. Huang Yuexi turned her back, while Mo Ban squatted down like a large tree stump, both concealing their identities. Only Lin Yang and Kaluga remained carefree, even striking a few poses. And Ziwang stifled a giggle beside them. As cargo was being loaded, Gus, the head of the bounty dock, arrived in a shuttle at the docking port. Mr. Lin, I am here to transfer the bounty dock to you. Goose, how did you become the head of the bounty dock? I recall the position was not yours. This legendary bounty hunter chuckled awkwardly. The former head, Ruff, is my apprentice. He is merely a front. The true head of the dock is I, while the original owner was Speaker Patas. Now, you're the owner. Here are all the accounts, assets, worker information, bounty records, and expenditure details. Please review them. Gus handed Lin Yang a palm-sized projection computer containing all the information regarding the Martian bounty dock. Lin Yang opened it to find a remaining account balance of 240 million star coins. Wow, Patas, didn't he clear out this money? Am I mistaken? You're not going to contest this? You have handled matters well. Since Kaluga joined, you have not had to intervene, and you have exerted considerable effort in searching for Yuexi. I am indeed calculative, but only towards those who lack integrity and bring about their own demise. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your righteousness. Please allow me to bow on behalf of all my disciples. Chapter 51. The Blue Star Representative Mediates, the Star Alliance ambassadors promise with a thud. The legendary Martian hunter immediately knelt down. That is too much formality. Lin Yang extended his hand to assist Gus. Upon further investigation, I have found that Vulture Joyce is merely your named disciple. He ventured alone into the asteroid belt, unrestrained in remote areas, and engaged in reckless behavior without your instruction. Mr. Lin is indeed wise. The matter concerning the Vulture is a result of my numerous disciples and my inadequate oversight. Let bygones be bygones. There's no need to dwell on it. In the future, the bounty docks will require the diligent maintenance of your disciples. Rest assured, I shall relay the order that all of Gus's disciples are obligated to assist in maintaining order at the Martian bounty docks. Gus, a true legendary bounty hunter, recognized the situation clearly. His discernment surpassed that of the former fleet commander, Elif. Not long ago, Ziwang had contacted him, requesting assistance in locating Huang Yuexi. Although the clues he provided were ultimately not the ones that led to her, Gus promptly dispatched dozens of bounty hunter disciples. Each disciple commanded a small hunting team, scouring the Martian orbit for any trace, with some even traveling through teleportation portals to Blue Star to seek news of Huang Yuexi. This was known to Lin Yang and remained etched in his memory. Now, at his advanced age, Gus piloted the shuttle alone to deliver documents, adopting a humble demeanor. After transferring the bounty dock intact, he tactfully proposed his departure from Mars. Naturally, Lin Yang did not wish to see him and his disciples leave, as that would reduce the number of bounty hunters available for missions at the Martian dock by 40, which would not bode well for business. Since the retired Gus was a wise man who would not cause trouble, there was no need to drive him and his disciples away. Gus was thus able to continue living on Mars, which brought him great joy. He also returned the full amount of the 550,000 star coin penalty incurred by Karuja for breaching their agreement and extended an invitation for Lin Yang and his companions to visit his bounty base once they completed the environmental restoration of Mars. After Gus's departure, Lin Yang immediately sent a communication to Galawa, the head of the asteroid belt bounty docks. Galawa arranged for a capable individual to oversee the operation of the 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt. Bring a few competent subordinates to Mars. I have acquired another bounty dock. Captain, you have secured the Martian bounty dock. Indeed. My goodness. One Martian bounty dock is larger than the combined scale of the 4 docks in the asteroid belt. I am not referring to the physical size, but the bounty scale. I understand. No need for a lecture. Bring your team over to take charge. You remain the chief administrator. By the way, maintain a good relationship with Gus. That old fellow is quite astute. Understood, Captain. I shall prepare to head over immediately. Regarding the heads of the 4 asteroid belt docks, I have a candidate. Who? Major General Liu Yuanshan, commander of the original Wisdom Star, is currently the dean of the Fleet Academy. His retirement has been rather idle. Managing the 4 bounty docks as a side job would be well within his capabilities. Very well, make the arrangements. I will contact General Liu Yuanshan shortly. Upon receiving the appointment notice, Liu Yuanshan readily agreed without hesitation. I am so bored that I feel like I'm rusting away. Hand over the 4 bounty docks to me. I am confident I can transform this place into the bounty center of the solar system. Half an hour later, the dock had successfully transferred its cargo. The lower deck of the Sun and Moon was filled with food, while the middle cargo hold was packed with energy modules and Dragonfly Z-type and Ghoul X-type missiles. The upper deck was also 40 filled with various provisions. Just as Lin Yang and his team were preparing to board the battleship, 2 shuttles arrived at the port. They were representatives from the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador, specifically sent to mediate conflicts. Following them were several Martian legislators. Mr. Lin, please proceed to the dock's conference room. We have prepared everything. Colonel Zhang Chuan, the dock's director, led the way into the conference room. The Martian political body had always been in a passive position. Now, having fulfilled their commitments, they feared that Lin Yang might abandon them. Reluctantly, they contacted the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance, recounting the events surrounding the detainment of Mo Ban, requesting their intervention to ensure Lin Yang fulfilled his obligations to restore Mars's environment. The Blue Star Federation was outraged upon learning that Mars had detained a legendary Star Alliance engineer. However, as fellow humans, they could not turn a blind eye to the potential loss of habitat for over 2 billion people. Blue Star would inevitably face an influx of refugees. Now that Mars was willing to downgrade to a vassal state of Blue Star, the Federation could not remain indifferent. Lin Yang, as fellow humans, we share a common destiny. Whether it be the Blue Star Federation, the Martian political body, or even the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization, we are all part of a whole. Now that the Martian political body has begun to fulfill its commitments ahead of schedule, we hope you will also lead Mo Ban in restoring Mars's environment promptly. No need for the Blue Star Federation to intervene. We are honorable and trustworthy individuals. We will commence restoration work shortly. Excellent. The Blue Star Federation bestows upon you the title of Honorary Citizens, granting you all the benefits and privileges of Blue Star citizens. What about Ziwen? The Blue Star Federation and the Martian political body will reassess Dr. Ni's differing views on new human engineering. Her status as a fugitive has been cleared. She remains a top scientist in human genetics. After receiving satisfactory confirmation from Blue Star, Lin Yang then turned his inquiry to the Star Alliance ambassador. I trust the ambassador is already aware of Mo Ban's resistance against the Star Alliance. I wish to know the Alliance's perspective on this matter. The Star Alliance ambassador, a 3-eyed woman from the constellation of Orion named Yun Ban, responded, considering the survival of nearly 3 billion inhabitants. The Alliance will only impose penalties on the original Martian political body without implicating the general populace. We are delighted to learn that Mr. M.O. Ban is still alive. In response to the unlawful detention of the Star Alliance engineer by the Martian political body, the Alliance has decided to impose a technological blockade on Mars for 500 years. However, the general populace will not face punishment, and we hope Mr. M.O. Ban will promptly restore the Martian environment to prevent further loss of innocent lives. We will do so. We intend to commence environmental restoration on the surface shortly. Now, I would like to know the Star Alliance's stance on M.O. Ban's defiance. Yin Ban smiled wryly and shook her head. Historical records indicate that 500 years ago, M.O. Ban openly expressed vehement opposition to the Star Alliance. He even fought with the regional marshal of the Orion Arm, who were in Cuba at the Decennial Conference. The Star Alliance is open-minded and willing to accept differing opinions. Does this mean you will not pursue M.O. Ban's anti-Star Alliance statements, nor target my team? As the ambassador of the Star Alliance, I assure you that there will be no repercussions regarding Mr. M.O. Ban's anti-Star Alliance statements. Nor will there be any discrimination against the crew of the Sun and Moon. Agreed. Let us commence our work. In truth, even without the assurances from the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador, Lin Yang and his crew would still proceed to the Martian surface. They were preparing to board the battleship to expedite the restoration of Mars's environment. However, the Martian political body was anxious, having entrusted the mediation to the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador. Thus, Lin Yang seized the opportunity to address several pressing concerns. The Sun and Moon slowly ascended from the dock's port, heading towards the Martian surface. Captain, the Speaker of the Martian Council, Peters, has come to personally greet us. Have his fleet clear the way. We cannot afford any delays in our work. Chapter 52, Restoring Mars Ecology, the Banquet of Ambush. Lin Yang was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with the bureaucratically inclined Peters. He had completed the main task and was ready to set sail once more, eager to witness the evolution of Blue Star after several millennia. The Grand Chancellor of Mars arrived in a shuttle, accompanied by numerous officials. No fewer than a dozen shuttles had come to greet him. Upon receiving the order from the Sun and Moon to make way, Peters' face flushed with embarrassment, feeling the sting of a cold rebuff. Step back, everyone. Allow them to finish their work before inviting them to the banquet, he commanded, though a voice urged him, Grand Chancellor, we must invite them to dine. The Star Alliance has blocked our technological advancements. Perhaps we could glean some useful techniques from them. Most importantly, we should inquire about the mirroring weapon Lin Yang employed last time. Any clue could serve as a trump card. Understanding the principles behind Huang Yuexi's enhanced energy weapon would be even better. It might free us from the sanctions imposed by Blue Star and the Star Alliance. Peters waved his hand dismissively. No need to voice it outright. We must avoid alerting the Star Alliance. I have a plan. Let's prepare a lavish feast. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon down to the Mars Ecological Monitoring Station in New Land City. The five disembarked from the warship and entered the underground control room. After descending 300 meters in an elevator, they arrived at the original workspace of Moban. Hundreds of engineers stood in line, awaiting their command. Enough with your smiles. How have I taught you? Can't you resolve such trivial matters? Have you been diligent in your work? M.O. Ban chastised the engineers sternly. Yet, the chief engineer remained unperturbed and quickly presented a bottle of Blue Star's distinguished liquor. M.O. Ban's eyes lit up. He uncorked the bottle and downed nearly half in one go, contentment washing over him. Once satisfied, he approached the control panel and input the password. 6 mechanical arms with 30 elongated fingers swiftly entered the codes, moving so rapidly that their fingers left afterimages. A minute later, he pressed the main control switch, plunging the entire underground control room into darkness as the power was cut. Moments later, the lights flickered back on, and the core monitoring system rebooted. Several previously insurmountable problems vanished. M.O. Ban marked 72 points on the three-dimensional core projection. The chief engineer nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Master, after the core monitoring system restarted. The rate of temperature decline has slowed, and Mars magnetic poles have stabilized. Very well. Should any difficulties arise in the future, remember to contact the Sun and Moon. The significant environmental issues plaguing Mars' political body were resolved by Mo Ban in less than 2 minutes, such as the formidable power of scientific knowledge and technology. The engineers lined up to express their gratitude. Lin Yang chuklet Molbun. It is evident that you have not been idle in teaching your students over the past 5 centuries. Mo Ban raised the bottle and drained it completely. If not for my attachment to these disciples and my fondness for good liquor, would I have stayed here for 5 centuries? I saw through the lies of Mars' political body centuries ago. Alas, you did not have a better path, did you? Now that a better path has emerged, it may not provide sufficient liquor, nor will you find disciples to flatter and honor you. Just don't regret it, old brother Mo Ban. I have already staked my life on you. What is there to regret? Besides, I am a man from 5 centuries past. Captain, you calling me old brother feels a bit presumptuous. Oh, I see. Then I shall refer to you as great-grandson from now on. What? Surely not. Are you some ancient being? Perhaps. Oh, the Grand Chancellor of Mars, Peters, awaits us at the door. Seeing Lin Yang and the others emerge from the underground control station, Peters hurriedly approached, shaking Lin Yang's hand fervently. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Mr. Lin, you are even more remarkable in person than in the video communications. Professor Mo, I was once your student as well. I must thank you for your assistance. It was all that scoundrel Elif's foolishness. Greetings, Miss Huang. Welcome to Mars. Prince Karugia, it is my honor to meet you. Doctor and I have long admired your reputation. I read your paper on artificial gene intervention long ago. Truthfully, had it not been for the overwhelming circumstances, I would have been the first to support you. Lin Yang and his companions were taken aback by Peters' enthusiasm. Just recently, they had been locked in a life-and-death struggle, and now they seemed as close as family. Lin Yang smiled. There is no need for such courtesy, Chancellor. We are merely fulfilling our obligations. Restoring Mars' core is our duty, and now that the work is complete, we must take our leave. No, please do not rush away. This incident stemmed from Mars' oversight. Now that the core issue has been resolved, and Mars' ecology is beginning to recover, please grant us the opportunity to make amends. Oh, is there to be an apology, then? Naturally. Please accompany me to the Newland City Interstellar Hotel. The Martian government has prepared a modest feast. I hope you esteemed guests will honor us with your presence for a conversation. Although the recent earthquake had toppled 60% of the structures, most were simple buildings lacking protective shields. The official Interstellar Hotel, designated for entertaining extraterrestrial ambassadors, remained unscathed. Reluctant to refuse such hospitality, and with hunger pangs urging them on, Lin Yang and his companions boarded the shuttle with Peters, heading towards the hotel several kilometers away. During the journey, they learned that while the earthquake's impact was widespread, covering all of Mars, the destruction was not as severe as it could have been. Only some old, simple structures had fallen, and casualties were relatively few. Once the populace discovered that the earthquake had been triggered by Mo Ban, who had been imprisoned for 5 centuries, their ire shifted towards the Martian government, directing sympathy towards Mo Ban rather than hatred. The resentment towards him diminished, while anger towards the Martian government was redirected at the former commander Elif. Following Elif's execution, the Martian populace's fury subsided significantly, and they focused on restoring their living conditions. The Martian government prepared the highest standard of reception for Lin Yang and his companions, with 18 senior council members and the Grand Chancellor in attendance, alongside high-ranking officials from various cities and departments. A grand banquet was held at the Interstellar Hotel, where Grand Chancellor Peters personally poured drinks. After several cups, Lin Yang suddenly felt a drain on his life energy. Thankfully, the sun and moon could continuously replenish energy from afar, but such a sudden loss of vitality was undoubtedly ominous. Bang! Lin Yang slammed his hand on the table. What kind of wine is this? Thud! As soon as he spoke, the mayor of Newland City at the same table collapsed, blood streaming from his orifices, lifeless. Peters? Are you orchestrating an ambush? Chapter 53. A Glimmer of Hope. Thud. 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 In the grand banquet hall, over 20 tables were set, and one after another, individuals collapsed, victims of a deadly poison. The presiding chairman, Peters, along with several esteemed council members, succumbed to the same fate, perishing at their tables. Those gathered for the banquet were all senior officials of the Martian regime, the least of whom held the title of deputy mayor. In his final moments, Peters lamented that he had been betrayed. Lin Yang had no time to ponder who the betrayer might be. He urgently inquired about the well-being of his companions. Suddenly, the galaxy heart pendant adorning Huang Yuexi's chest emitted a bluish-white glow, restoring her pallid complexion to a healthy hue. This poison is colorless and odorless. It's incredibly potent. I've recovered. What about you, Lin Yang? She exclaimed. Ye me fine. Ready for battle. Lin Yang responded. Ziwen swiftly opened her portable medicine kit, retrieving a homemade antidote and consuming it. Her color began to improve as she exhaled with relief. Hastily, she offered another pill to Karugia. Furrowing his brow, Karugia clenched his fist and struck his abdomen. With a heave, he expelled the poison wine, his complexion also brightening. A triumphant smirk crossed his face. What sort of medicine is this? For us tiger folk, this minuscule dose is akin to merely rinsing our mouths. He turned to look at Mebin, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Mebin, with all 6 hands clutching 6 bottles, was inebriated. What a fine wine. It's intoxicating, he declared. That wine is poisonous. Lin Yang, Huang Yuexi, Karugia, and Ziwen shouted in unison. Undeterred, Mebin drank from another bottle, tossing it aside with a chuckle. The poison makes it exhilarating. The green carbon people can neutralize all neurotoxins. This wine packs a punch. Lin Yang gave him a thumbs up. Let us retreat. The 5 of them appeared incongruous among the other Martian officials, who were dressed in formal attire. Unlike the officials, they bore weapons and personal shields, ready for combat at a moment's notice. Yet, as they traversed the bodies of fallen Martian officials to reach the entrance of the banquet hall, they were confronted by a quantum force field shield. Lin Yang fired his phase gun, but it failed to penetrate the shield. Huang Yuexi followed suit, enhancing the power of her shot, yet the shield remained unscathed. Commander Yuexi, let us use this, Karugia suggested, retrieving a large explosive energy gun from his back. Huang Yuexi immediately placed her hand on the explosive gun. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the hall, but the shield remained intact. Let us try the windows. Lin Yang urged, rushing toward them. It's futile. There is no escape. The entire banquet hall is encapsulated. A woman's voice called from beyond the shield. Lin Yang turned to see a beautiful blonde girl, her expression fierce, flanked by a dozen armed soldiers. Who are you? He demanded. Sirius. My grandfather is Marshal Arif, the supreme commander of the Martian fleet. Lin Yang, it's remarkable that you 5 have survived the poison wine, while all the council members and officials perished. Are you seeking vengeance for Arif? Do you not understand that the current plight of Mars is his doing? I care not for your grievances. The Martian Council deceived my grandfather into relinquishing power for a safe landing, only to betray him with execution and imprison my father and uncle. The Martian fleet has been dismantled, and they must pay the price. Sirius's resolve was fierce. Are you truly willing to drag Mars down with you? As you once said, the net has long been torn, and I am no mere fish awaiting slaughter. Lin Yang, here will be your end. A resounding boom echoed in the distance. Peering outside, they saw 2 heavy fighter ships attacking the prison. A soldier whispered something to Sirius, and a smile crept across her face. My father and uncle have been rescued. They will lead the Martian fleet once more. This outcome is beyond your expectations. I assent it. First, let's see if Blue Star agrees. Stop dreaming. Lin Yang replied defiantly. You will not witness the resolution. Lin Yang, accept your death. Sirius waved her hand dismissively, casting a cold glance at Lin Yang before turning to leave. Immediately, several soldiers adjusted the energy field shield outside the banquet. Allowing external energy to enter while preventing it is indeed most timely. Had you delayed the shield breach by even a mere 0.1 seconds, I would have found it impossible to account for the situation to the Tiger Emperor. Chapter 54, Assistance from the Tiger People, Pursuit. Major General Ruda, the captain of the Tiger King-class Star Cruiser, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Did you save us? I am truly thankful. Lin Yang was astonished to learn that his saviors were the Tiger people of Sirius. No, it is you who saved yourselves, I merely lent a helping hand. Had you not disrupted the shield, the particle transmission would have been impossible, he clarified. The Tiger People Star Cruiser had yet to depart. Officially, they claimed to be retrieving the remains of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Council members and reorganizing the crew of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Cruiser. In truth, Major General Ruda was secretly executing the orders of the Tiger Emperor to ensure the temporary safety of Karuja and his companions. When the fighter jets attacked the Martian surface prison, the Sirius Star Cruiser detected unusual activity. Scanning from space, they discovered that Lin Yang and his 4 companions were trapped within the shield. Due to the Interstellar Alliance's regulations prohibiting interference with the internal affairs of lower civilizations, they could not reveal their covert protection of Karuja. Consequently, Captain Ruda could not dispatch nearby warships for support. He could only hope that Lin Yang and his companions would manage to breach the shield, even if for just a fraction of a second, allowing their transmission to the cruiser. Fortunately, at the last moment, they succeeded. Major General Ruda breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have preserved the prince's life. Otherwise, facing the Tiger Emperor would have been daunting. Upon hearing Ruda's account, Karuja's eyes glistened with emotion. Father has not abandoned me. However, until the new embryo matures, you remain the prince of the Tiger people. If the new prince fails in the duel 8 years hence, you will still be the sole heir. Your Highness, may I request your genetic sample? Absolutely not, Karuja replied firmly. General Ruda, it is not a matter of being heartless. I must challenge the decaying tradition of father-son duels that has plagued the Tiger people for 2 millennia. It must be abolished. Very well. Your challenge to this ancient tradition is indeed an honor. I respect your choice. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I will continue to protect you from the shadows. Ruda conceded. Lin Yang interjected. Can you transport us to the sun and moon? The sun and moon is currently shielded. I can only transmit you alongside a warship. Ruda replied. Please do not disclose that it was the Tiger people who rescued you, as Karuja has been exiled and my actions contravene the laws and traditions of Sirius. Understood. We shall not cause you any trouble. When Karuja first joined, Huang Yuexi had accurately analyzed the situation. With the presence of this Tiger People Prince, they would undoubtedly receive assistance from the Tiger Emperor. Thanks to the Tiger People's support, Lin Yang and his companions had managed to escape peril. A second later, 5 beams of particle light appeared beside the Sun and Moon warship on the Martian surface. As the beams converged, Lin Yang and his companions were transmitted aboard. Board the ship. Engage in battle. Since their crossing, Lin Yang found himself in a precarious predicament for the first time. Now that they were free, he would not let the enemies who sought his demise escape. The 5 of them entered the Sun and Moon and immediately set course for the Interstellar Hotel several kilometers away. Ni disseminated the news of Salir's assassination of Martian officials online, also forwarding it to the Blue Star Federation and the Interstellar Alliance Supervisory Council. The personal shield's built-in combat recorder captured Salir's remarks outside the banquet hall, as well as the assault on Lin Yang and his companions by several individuals, all of which were revealed by Ni. In an instant, the Martian populace erupted in outrage, condemning Salir's cruelty and malice. Mars found itself in an awkward state of political disarray. The Blue Star Federation promptly issued a communique to calm the residents, designating Salir and her associates as Martian traitors. However, Salir had vanished, having led her faction off Mars in a warship. Over 600 warships had defected, exiting the Martian star domain. Captain, those are the soldiers attacking us from outside the shield, Ni reported, having tracked their information. They were aboard a shuttle, preparing to escape the Martian surface. Whoosh! Huang Yuexi immediately launched a Dragonfly Z-type missile. The shuttle evaded for a moment, but was struck by the missile, exploding before it could escape the atmosphere. All 10 soldiers aboard perished. Where did the Martian traitors flee to? Gus from the bounty dock inquired. The fleet is heading towards the Blue Star direction. Having not gone through the interstellar portal, they are fleeing in formation. Pursue. Not a single one shall escape. At that moment, the Blue Star Federation initiated a communication call. Upon connection, a yellow-skinned officer appeared. I am Major General Hu Lianchuan of the Blue Star's 3rd Fleet. We have received news of Benjamin and others' defection and are intercepting them. You need not pursue. Mars requires your assistance in maintaining order. Lin Yang pondered briefly before shaking his head. Mars does not require the aid of a single fighter jet for order maintenance. With representatives from the Blue Star Federation and the Alliance present, I shall refrain from intervening. The true orchestrator of this rebellion is Sirius, not Benjamin. She seeks to kill me. This vendetta must be avenged. Once we apprehend Sirius, we will hand her over to you. The Martian rebel fleet comprises 637 warships of various sizes, a significant asset. You need not pursue. Simply leave it to us. The Blue Star Federation. To Blue Star, 637 warships are an asset. To me, they are a resource. How about this, General Hu? Whoever catches up first claims them. Hu Yanchuan considered for a moment and nodded slightly. Very well, you pursue first. If you destroy them all, that is acceptable. If I catch up first, I will seize the warships and hand Sirius over to you. After ending the communication, the Blue Star's third fleet immediately entered warp speed to intercept the Martian rebels. Just as Lin Yang prepared to engage warp mode 2.0, Bounty Hunter Gus suddenly sent a communication call. Mr. Lin, we have detected that the Martian rebels have suddenly altered their course. I request to join you in the pursuit. Gus, at your age, still so passionate? Lin Yang remarqued. Ah, you do not understand. The rebels attacked the bounty dock while leaving Mars, and my fourth disciple Yihua led a counterattack but was unfortunately killed. Yihua is not a mere named disciple. He is far superior to the Vulture Joyce. I cannot swallow this grievance. As the Sun and Moon exited the atmosphere and reached space orbit, 120 warships of various sizes were neatly arranged 10 kilometers ahead. These vessels were not part of the Martian regular army, but rather battle-hardened bounty hunters, equally formidable in combat capability. Indeed, the old adage holds true. The world is not merely about fighting, but also about human relationships. Resolving conflicts with Gus was truly the right decision, Huang Yuexi noted. If we had not spared Gus at that moment, we would never have been able to eliminate all these bounty hunters. Most importantly, our bounty dock relies on them for profit. Indeed, Gus is quite adept at his work. Had it not been for his fourth disciple, we would have had to spend billions repairing the bounty dock. At that moment, Gus sent another coordinate. Mr. Lin, an informant reports that Sirius is leading the Martian rebels towards this location. It seems she intends to rendezvous with the Interstellar mercenaries, the Seven-Eyed Quill clan. Chapter 55. Observing from the sidelines, I have encountered that mercenary group before. Their warships are remarkably advanced. If you choose to engage in battle, the likelihood of your destruction is high. I advise you to remain in Mars orbit. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Lin. True bounty hunters fear not death. Our lives are guided by righteousness. You have graciously welcomed us despite past grievances, and in this pursuit, we will steadfastly follow your lead. Very well. I shall scout ahead while you ensure your safety from behind. Having learned that the coordinates might harbor an interstellar mercenary group, and given their proximity, Lin Yang opted not to enter warp speed, instead propelling his vessel at 500 Mach. Should the Blue Star Federation fleet arrive first and encounter the interstellar mercenaries, they would deplete a portion of the enemy's strength on his behalf. Barely a minute after departure, he heard a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Evolution of the legendary Class X-type living quarters is complete. When he recruited Mo Ban as the chief engineer, his evolution points reached 112,500. En route to the Martian surface, he seized the opportunity to execute 3 10-fold draws. Upon obtaining the final legendary living quarters module, he immediately chose to evolve it. Now, several hours later, the last module has finally completed its evolution. Congratulations, host. All ship components have reached legendary status, and growth task 6 golden legend is complete, granting 10,000 evolution points. Current evolution points 105,000. Growth task updated 7 heavy fighter. Evolve the whole structure of the Sun and Moon into a heavy fighter class, requiring 20,000 evolution points. The legendary Trident heavy fighter skeleton had long been available for purchase and had been stored in the evolution shop. Lin Yang promptly selected evolution, consuming 500 evolution points with a duration of 24 hours. Hey, why has my living quarters changed? Mo Ban exclaimed in astonishment as he entered the cockpit. Come quick, My living quarters look just like yours. How extraordinary. What kind of technology is this? Enai, Ziwin, and Karuja, absorbed in their tasks, did not even glance up, both responding in unison. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent. Mo Ban paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, as a legendary engineer of the Star Alliance, what haven I seen? I'm merely curious how such a small fighter possesses reality-altering technology. It's not that uncommon. I witnessed the Bai Guang people showcase such technology 6 centuries ago. Oh, Mo Ban, the Bai Guang people can create things out of thin air? Of course, they demonstrated it at a high-dimensional technology symposium. Well, perhaps our technology is somewhat distinct from altering reality. Everyone has their secrets. Let's not delve too deeply, shall we? As you command, Captain. Naturally, I'll heed your words. However, I have no secrets before you. My exterior is that of a green carbonian, but beneath the chloroplast epidermis. My skeleton and internal organs have undergone extensive mechanical modification, blending offense, defense, repair, and longevity. Over time, you will gradually uncover our secrets. I am honored. Just as they spoke, Enai Ziwin detected an anomaly on the radar. 100,000 kilometers away, traces of the rebel fleet were discovered. Prepare for battle. Ziwin, keep a close eye on the radar and meticulously search for the shadows of the insect mercenaries. The group immediately shifted into battle readiness. With 6 arms, his loading speed was 3 times that of Karuja. In the heat of battle, there would be no awkward situation of energy modules running low. 5 minutes later, the radar in front of Enai Ziwin displayed new intelligence. The Martian rebels are 65,000 kilometers away, with multiple traces of spatial warp detected. Additionally, the fleet of the Blue Star Federation has also entered the radar. General Hu from Blue Star is impressively swift. Let him engage the insectoids first while we slow down and await Gus S. bounty hunters. Lin Yang promptly reduced the ship's speed from 500 Mach to 200. Nearby, the rebel fleet was entering combat readiness, having detected the Sun and Moon and the Blue Star Federation fleet. Sailor simultaneously ordered her forces to prepare for battle while negotiating with the insect mercenaries. To capture a live specimen, I sacrificed several esteemed warriors and meticulously lured them here. Now we are qualified to join the Interstellar mercenaries, correct? Her ability to communicate with the insect mercenaries was largely thanks to Elif, who, while alive, dispatched a patrol fleet to investigate the battlefield where Huang Yuexi was rescued. They scanned the wreckage of the spacecraft and located an intact navigation log, essentially the Interstellar Warship's black box. After decrypting the logs, they learned of Huang Yuexi's identity as a scientist and Lin Yang's destruction of the insectoid faction's chitinous 7-eyed battleship. Elif was arrested and executed without revealing this information to the Martian Council, yet his confidants were aware. Following the arrest of the high-ranking officials, Elif's faction lost its initiative. It was Sailor who proactively contacted the insect mercenaries of the chitinous 7-eyed faction, informing them of the situation and inviting them to the solar system to assist her in vengeance. In exchange, she offered to deliver Huang Yuexi to the insectoids, thereby aiding them in fulfilling their original mission. The highly advanced insect mercenaries provided a molecular formula for a potent toxin. Following the formula, Sailor synthesized a poison intended for the Martian Council and its officials. The insect mercenaries also sent encrypted messages to loyal members of Elif's faction within the Martian fleet, inciting rebellion. Thus, 637 warships pledged allegiance to Sailor as Martian rebels. Without the intervention of the advanced insect mercenaries, it would have been impossible for such a significant portion of the Martian fleet to defect. Now, wielding the power of the insectoids, even her father Benjamin and uncle, who were once commanding officers, willingly submitted to her leadership. While her agreement with the insect mercenaries appeared solid, she inherited her grandfather Elif's reputation for untrustworthiness and planned to eliminate Lin Yang, Huang Yuexi, and others directly. Unexpectedly, she was rescued by the Tiger people using particle teleportation. At this moment, Sailor concocted a temporary excuse to appease the commander of the insect mercenary group. Under the pressure of the Blue Star Federation and Lin Yang's joint assault, she swiftly opted to join the mercenaries, seeking refuge. However, the insect commander dismissed the outdated ships. The insectoids reproduced rapidly and were not in need of personnel. They possessed advanced technology and lacked primitive warships. If they successfully captured Huang Yuexi and delivered her to their client, a place would be considered for Sailor. Well, my subordinates. Sailor's tone implied that the insectoids found no value in the Martian rebels. No, Father. If the insectoids deem us worthless and refuse to assist, then we shall bind ourselves to them. How shall we bind? Send a message to the Blue Star Federation fleet, declaring that we are now part of the mercenary group. After retrieving the saintess of the original church, we shall escort her to the insectoids' home planet and declare war against the Blue Star Federation. Chapter 56, Space Warfare. The two armies converge. The third fleet of the Blue Star Federation boasts formidable strength, comprising a Kunping-class interstellar cruiser, 3 Blue Whale-class planetary destroyers, and 10 Orca-class long-range frigates. The interstellar cruiser stretches an impressive 3 kilometers in length. Although not as colossal as the interstellar cruisers of the Sirius Tigerkin, its hangar can still accommodate 200 heavy bombers. The destroyers measure 1 kilometer in length, wielding immense firepower with a significant arsenal of hypervelocity nuclear missiles, thus earning the moniker of missile destroyers. The smallest of the frigates surpasses 500 meters in length and is already equipped with third-generation Orca technology. The fleet of 14 large warships is capable of warp speed travel, reaching a maximum velocity of warp 3.0, which, according to the warp speed formula, is approximately 39 times the speed of light. It takes merely 17 minutes to traverse the solar system and 6 weeks to reach the nearest star system, Alpha Centauri. The dispatch of such a powerful fleet by the Blue Star Federation serves not only to commandeer 637 Martian warships, but also to confront the insectoid mercenary corps. Prior to the fleet's departure, the Blue Star Federation received news of the mercenary corps entering the solar system, though the specifics of their scale and their affiliation with the Martian rebels remained unclear. Subsequently, the Martian rebels contacted General Hu, declaring their allegiance to the insectoid mercenary corps and requesting to escort the saint Huang Yuexi from the Origin Church out of the solar system. They promptly launched Ghoul X-type thermonuclear missiles towards the Blue Star fleet. The third fleet of Blue Star immediately exited warp speed 10,000 kilometers from the coordinates. 200 heavy bombers soared from the cruiser's hangar, forming a strategic formation spanning 2,000 kilometers, launching Dragonfly Z-type missiles to intercept the Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Brilliant flashes illuminated space as the nuclear warheads detonated 50,000 kilometers away, visible from the day and moon. The battle had commenced, and General Hu issued a communication call. Lin Yang, I'm engaged in combat with the rebels and have no time for idle chatter. General Hu, we have detected 5 warp signatures. At least 5 insectoid warships are cloaked. Exercise caution. If you require assistance, I will lead a task force of 120 ships to your aid. No need. We agreed. The first to arrive claims victory. Keep your ragtag fleet away. The 637 Martian warships are destined to be mine. Do not entertain thoughts of destroying them all. Very well. We shall wait on the sidelines. Call if you need help. No need. The Blue Star Federation abruptly severed communications. Lin Yang shrugged helplessly. You all see. It's not that I wish to remain idle. They simply do not value my assistance. Let them wear each other down first. Huang Yuexi frowned, stating, blind arrogance is a common flaw of these elevated regimes. The asteroid united regime is one. The Martian regime is another. And now the Blue Star Federation follows suit. And I, Yuan remarked, regimes look down upon our grassroots forces. Even if we join the regime, under such a decaying system, we will be marginalized. Without connections or backing, no matter how capable one is, opportunities for advancement are scarce. Kuruji is scoffed. No wonder your solar system civilization develops so slowly. This system is a chronic ailment of civilization. And I, Yuan, having once led the genetic optimization team of the New Humanity Project, was well acquainted with the inner workings of power. Upon hearing Kuruji's words, she sighed. Unless a figure like the captain brings about a significant overhaul for the solar system civilization. Lin Yang replied helplessly, "To be honest, I do not wish for such a fate, but some developments have exceeded expectations. Who would have thought that my initial reluctance to be enslaved by the vulture hunters would ultimately lead to the upheaval of the asteroid belt and the Martian regime?" Huang Yuexi added, "Indeed, I initially sought merely a place to land and enough food to eat. I never anticipated becoming a member of a popular team in the solar system." Karugia expressed hope that the captain would soon initiate a significant overhaul for the Sirius civilization, abolishing the foolish traditions that have persisted for 20,000 years. The energy room's MO band quickly chimed in through the internal communicator. "Captain, I hope you can lead us to initiate a substantial overhaul for the Star Alliance. Am I to be treated as a wishing well? Prepare for battle. I shall not accompany you in reckless pursuits." Just as the conversation unfolded, a violent explosion illuminated the distance. An Aijuan stated, "Radar indicates multiple Ghoul thermonuclear missiles detonating. The Blue Star fleet has launched a major counteroffensive, revealing 5 insectoid warships. Where's Gus's bounty hunter corps? They're approaching from 5,000 kilometers away. Inform Gus to advance at 200 Mach. No unauthorized actions until the Blue Star fleet sends a distress signal." Salyer, seeking to embroil the insectoid mercenary corps, launched a fierce attack on the Blue Star fleet. As the Blue Star fleet retaliated, she commanded the rebel warships to head towards the cloaked insectoid frigates, successfully directing the Blue Star fleet's firepower towards the insectoid ships. The 5 insectoid frigates then revealed themselves as a civilization boasting technology at a level 2 stellar civilization. The insectoids regarded the humans, who had only recently reached level 2.0, with disdain, immediately launching a counterattack. Intense space combat erupted instantaneously, with the flames of battle spanning 10,000 kilometers. The Day and Moon and Gus's bounty hunter corps observed the conflict clearly from several tens of kilometers away. Even farther, the Martian orbital space station monitored the battle through deep space telescopes. Upon entering the era of interstellar navigation, the technological advantage was insurmountable. Although the insectoids seemed to possess only a 0.2 level advantage over human civilization, in combat, they established a crushing superiority. The Blue Star fleet's maximum speed reached warp 3.0, while the insectoid frigates achieved warp 5.0. The disparity in the small near-space warships carried by both sides was also striking. The Blue Star fleet's bombers struck true against the Martian rebels, but struggled significantly against the insectoid mercenaries. In terms of firepower and shields, the Blue Star fleet simply could not compete with the insectoid warships. Within a minute of combat, 15 small near-space vessels from the Blue Star fleet were destroyed. Major General Huang Yuexi promptly issued a communication to the insectoid mercenaries, accusing them of violating Star Alliance regulations by unlawfully entering the solar system, hoping to pressure them through the alliance. However, the vast disparity in strength rendered the insectoids indifferent to his claims. Interstellar mercenaries inherently straddle the line between two factions. Whether they pursue peace and cooperation or greed and plunder hinges on the prevailing circumstances. Currently, the insectoids faced threats from the Origin Church and were compelled to extract Huang Yuexi, while the Blue Star fleet posed no significant threat to them. Even the pressure from the Star Alliance could be disregarded. The insectoid mercenary corps ignored the Blue Star fleet's communications, responding with a sublight antimatter cluster missile that obliterated 6 near-space bombers. Major General Huang Yuexi urgently sought rescue from the Blue Star Command and requested peacekeeping assistance from the Star Alliance. Upon learning of the involvement of the Origin Church, the Star Alliance adopted a wait-and-see attitude, irrespective of the truth. The Blue Star Federation immediately instructed Major General Huang Yuexi to lead the Third Fleet in retreat. Without the support of the Alliance, this battle could not continue. Reluctantly, Huang Yuexi ordered a withdrawal, simultaneously sending a communication to Lin Yang. "Lin Yang, this bone is too tough, it's grinding my old teeth. If you desire it, take it. Until we meet again, are we to retreat?" General who has devoted his life to the battlefield, engaging in numerous formidable battles without ever tasting defeat. As he approaches retirement, the prospect of a disheartening failure looms, casting a shadow upon his legacy. Your words strike deeply. Naturally, General Hu is reluctant to withdraw, yet victory seems elusive without the support of the Star Alliance. What options remain? Shall I send my subordinates to their demise without purpose? Certainly not. However, if you are willing to collaborate, I assure you that we can transform this impending defeat into a resounding triumph. Those 5 insectoid warships shall not escape our solar system. Chapter 57, Epic Weapon, Black Hole Torpedo. Lin Yang sought to annihilate the 5 escort ships of the insectoid mercenaries, yet he required the assistance of the Blue Star Fleet. General Hu Yangchuan, a seasoned strategist, was reluctant to retreat, for any general who traverses the battlefield considers retreat a disgrace. However, Hu Yangchuan was no fool. Lin Yang, I am unaware of how you managed to destroy 20 ships from the Martian fleet, but the high-tech vessels of the insectoids are not to be underestimated. What assurance do you have? Do you merely wish for us to accompany you to your demise? General Hu, I possess my own trump card. If I can obliterate 20 large escort ships with a near-space fighter, I can surely deal with these 5, regardless of whether they're Martian or insectoid technology. The only question is whether you have the courage to engage in battle. Enough of your bravado. I have served in the military for decades and have never faltered in battle, but combat is not merely a reckless endeavor. What is your plan? Your fleet's near-space warships will confront the Martian rebels, while my bounty hunter squadron surrounds the insectoid escort ships with 14 large vessels. Maintain the charge of your onboard weapons and prevent the insectoids from escaping the solar system. Are you suggesting that you will charge in against 5 vessels alone? Or that a medium fighter can challenge 5 interstellar strategic escorts? I do not withhold information from you out of reluctance, but rather to avoid interception by the insectoids. General Hu, your fleet is positioned outside the encirclement. Should I fail, it will not hinder your timely retreat. It is indeed embarrassing that a young man like you possesses such audacity, while I, a battle-hardened general, hesitate in fear of retreat. Very well, Lin Yang. Let us proceed as you suggest. My fleet will not only hold the insectoid mercenaries at bay, but will also provide you with fire support. General Hu immediately issued commands. The 14 large warships engaged in a tactical retreat, gradually forming a spherical perimeter with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Over 100 near-space warships and more than 100 bounty hunter vessels converged to confront the Martian rebels and the insectoid near-space ships. Meanwhile, Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon at a speed of 500 Mach towards the battlefield. 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. A legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall. Legendary Xian Gui-type medium-small shield? No. Continue with 10 consecutive draws. It was not that he did not wish to disclose his trump card to Hu Yangchuan, but rather that it had yet to manifest. Given the current capabilities of the Sun and Moon, it could achieve evasive maneuvers or retreat without taking damage. However, destroying 5 high-tech insectoid escort ships posed a significant challenge. He urgently required an epic weapon, with 100,000 evolution points at his disposal. He was confident of acquiring an epic weapon. If luck did not favor him, he could always retreat later. Soon, the Sun and Moon entered the battlefield. While Lin Yang skillfully navigated the energy beams and guided munitions, he refreshed the evolution mall. Huang Yuexi continued to fire relentlessly. Although her attacks had minimal impact on the insectoid large escort ships, within mere seconds, she had destroyed 2 of the insectoid mercenaries' near-space fighters. This spectacle filled Hu Yangchuan, the commander of the Blue Star Fleet, with exhilaration. Well done. Lin Yang and his team truly live up to their reputation. Open fire with full force to cover the Sun and Moon. The 14 large warships unleashed their firepower, illuminating the expanse of space across 10,000 kilometers. The legendary bounty hunter Gus, renowned for his prowess, commanded his battle-hardened disciples, whose diverse ships, although seemingly a ragtag fleet, possessed formidable combat capabilities. In essence, bounty hunters are legal desperados, unbound by the constraints of the Star Alliance. To fulfill their contracts, they readily invest in weapons from the black market, equipped with alien technologies that rival the Blue Star regular forces in combat effectiveness. Fearless in battle, They employed ruthless tactics such as electromagnetic interference, radiation disruption, and blinding light to turn the tide of battle, gradually gaining the upper hand in coordination with the Blue Star Fleet's near-space strike bombers. Suddenly, the Sun and Moon launched a legendary-level Fire Phoenix X-type sublight speed cluster missile, freshly acquired from the Evolution Mall, into its missile bay for Huang Yuexi to deploy. The object's speed increased its relative mass exponentially, and the combination of sublight speed with numerous small cluster nuclear warheads yielded devastating power. Upon striking the insectoid escort ship, it erupted in a dazzling explosion. Simultaneously, Huang Yuexi activated the 12 energy cannons aboard the Sun and Moon, amplifying their destructive capacity severalfold. Boom! The insectoid escort ship trembled under the onslaught, hastily retaliating with a barrage of high-energy particle beams, all of which Lin Yang adeptly evaded. The enemy ship shields are down to 20. Our right shield stands at 100, and the left shield is at 85. Continue focusing fire on that escort ship. Ignore the others. 10 consecutive draws have yielded only one legendary weapon and no epic ones. This battle is proving challenging. Continue with 10 consecutive draws. Lin Yang muttered to himself. However, the Evolution Mall could only yield what it deemed fit. This time, a legendary-level Qilin X-type, medium-sized engine appeared. Unneeded, Lin Yang promptly initiated another 10 consecutive draws. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. The host's luck has skyrocketed, and the Evolution Mall has once again revealed an epic item. Chaos X-type black hole torpedo. Upon detonation, it generates a small artificial black hole, exerting a sustained, powerful gravitational force on objects within a 5,000-kilometer radius. Price, 20,000 evolution points. This is it. After the purchase, Lin Yang's evolution points dwindled to a mere 500. He could not help but feel relief that this epic weapon had arrived just in time. Boom! The Sun and Moon suddenly jolted violently as the insectoid escort ship they targeted had its shields penetrated, swiftly followed by 2 Ghoul-class thermal nuclear missiles striking it, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that illuminated the surrounding void. Energy waves surged forth, causing the Sun and Moon to rock. Our right shield is at 70, and the left shield is down to 55. The insectoid escort ship and near-space ships have locked onto us. N.I. Ziwin promptly reported the battle situation. Inform Gus and General Hu to withdraw the near-space ships. We are about to deploy our ace. The black hole torpedo. Huang Yuexi gasped, gazing at the newly acquired epic weapon in the arsenal. Lin Yang, the sustained damage from this weapon is considerable. If there are enough surrounding objects, it could consume everything, tearing apart the entire solar system. Have no fear. I have devised a plan for the aftermath. Fire at will. Chapter 58. The Antimatter Pitfall, Death of a Friend. But not of a Taoist, suddenly receiving the order for retreat from Lin Yang. The aging bounty hunter Gus acted without hesitation. He promptly commanded his disciples to evacuate to a distance of 10,000 kilometers. Meanwhile, the seasoned Admiral Hu Liangchuan of the Blue Star Fleet furrowed his brow. What scheme is Lin Yang concocting? General, should we withdraw our near-space battleships to 10,000 kilometers? Follow his lead. If Gus's bounty hunters are retreating, we have no reason to endure. Over 100 near-space battleships of the Blue Star Fleet swiftly withdrew. At this moment, the Sun and Moon vessel also retreated at a speed of 500 Mach. A 10-meter-long guided weapon soared from the Sun and Moon, radiating dazzling light as it sped towards the vicinity of 4 insectoid escort ships, not targeting anyone in particular, but rather aiming for the central point among the 4 large vessels. In the distance, Salir aboard a Martian rebel ship observed this scene and mistakenly believed Lin Yang's group was attempting to escape, thus releasing a form of interference projectile. Hurriedly, he communicated to the insectoid mercenary group, "Captain, it's an interference projectile. Don't let them escape. Huang Yuexi is aboard that fighter." Boom! As a message was dispatched, the cosmos erupted in blinding light, rendering the observers unable to gaze upon their viewing windows. A colossal shockwave expanded at light speed, causing all participating ships within a 10,000-kilometer radius to sway violently. Yet in the next moment, The shock wave struck them for a second time. The wave rapidly converged on the explosion point, and the surrounding brilliance swiftly coalesced, forming a rapidly rotating vortex that shrank towards the epicenter of the explosion. Run! At least get 5,000 kilometers away. Lin Yang shouted urgently over the communication channel. They had indeed managed to escape, but the 4 insectoid escort ships were too close, leaving them no chance of eluding capture. As the artificial black hole formed, an immense gravitational force created a chasm in space, drawing everything nearby, including time and light, into its depths. From the perspective of Lin Yang and others who had distanced themselves from the miniature black hole, the 4 insectoid escort ships appeared to be swaying precariously due to the overwhelming gravitational pull. They began desperately attempting to change course and flee. In mere seconds, half an hour had passed for the insectoid Sirius clan aboard the escort ships. Their warp engines had failed, and the conventional pulse engines were rendered powerless. The wreckage of destroyed ships spun toward the black hole, torn apart at its edge, emitting radiant light and generating copious electromagnetic radiation. These brilliant lights and radiations, being at the black hole's edge, managed to escape its gravitational grip, allowing those 5,000 kilometers away to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, all matter within 5,000 kilometers was dragged into a swirling dance by the immense gravitational force, creating a miniature astronomical phenomenon reminiscent of the Milky Way. Boom! A 100-meter-long heavy fighter collided with the black hole, bursting forth in a brilliant flash as electromagnetic explosions radiated outward at light speed. The cockpit shook with the sounds of turbulence and electromagnetic interference. Lin Yang, what have you done? This is a black hole. Watching the insectoid mercenaries escort ships struggle futilely against the gravitational force, Admiral Hu Liangchuan was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Yang, how could you possess a weapon capable of creating a black hole? Boom! As his words echoed, one of the insectoid mercenaries escort ships was violently torn apart by the immense gravitational force, exploding in a chaotic eruption of fire and debris, which spiraled into the black hole. Captain, the miniature black hole's volume has increased by 10, then decreased by 7, N.I. Ziwin reported, fixated on the radar. Boom! Another escort ship was ripped apart and succumbed to the black hole, its volume once again augmenting by 10, only to decrease by 7 thereafter. In that moment, Gus's bounty hunters, the Martian rebels, the Blue Star Federation fleet, and the insectoid near-space battleship crew members who had already taken flight from the escort ships were all left in a state of astonishment. They witnessed the formation of a black hole, the annihilation of shipwrecks, and the fiery vortex of destruction being drawn into the abyss, while 4 high-tech escort ships were sequentially obliterated. Hu Liangchuan anxiously inquired, "What now?" Lin Yang, maintaining his composure, replied, "Do not worry, General Hu. Your ships must have scanned it as well." As the black hole devoured the insectoid escort ships, its volume increased and then decreased again. This is because the insectoid escort ships were laden with antimatter energy. When the antimatter leaked, it evaporated a portion of the black hole's mass. Indeed, what we observe as a black hole is composed of positive matter. Upon contact with antimatter, annihilation occurs, causing the black hole to evaporate. However, it is evident that the 4 insectoid escort ships were insufficient. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I dismantle the antimatter engines of 14 large ships? Not necessarily. You could command the fleet to launch antimatter missiles into the artificial black hole. That would suffice to fill it. As of now, this artificial black hole remains quite diminutive. If we act promptly, it can still be annihilated. You speak so lightly of it. Hu Liangchuan sighed in resignation. There are no antimatter missiles. Thus, we are left with no options. If we do not seek assistance from the Star Alliance, we will have to dismantle the large ship's antimatter energy sources. Without a substantial volume of antimatter, it is challenging to fill the black hole. Alas, you possess the ability to turn defeat into victory. Yet you also have the potential to create disaster. This black hole poses a threat even more severe than the earthquake on Mars. General Hu, there is no choice. Without this trump card, we cannot defeat the insectoids unlawfully invading the solar system. Is there no means within your alien technology fleet to fill the black hole? None. Even if there were, I would not intend to utilize it. After all, the epic-grade antimatter energy he had painstakingly acquired cost him tens of thousands of evolution points, and he was reluctant to part with it. As the saying goes, a Taoist does not wish death upon a friend. Based on the official data released by the Blue Star Federation, their fleet possesses the capability to fill this small black hole. He would not squander such hard-earned epic energy. Scan for the Martian rebel ships. Locate Sirius' vessel. We must handle the aftermath. Lin Yang deftly piloted the sun and moon towards the Martian rebel fleet. Boom! Boom! With 2 radiant flashes. The last 2 escort ships of the insectoid mercenary group were shredded by the black hole, transforming into dazzling vortices spiraling towards the center. At that moment, N.I. Ziwin detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, we have spotted another insectoid mercenary escort ship approaching at warp 5.0. As soon as the words were uttered, an insectoid escort ship exited warp 2,000 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the insectoid and Martian rebel near-space vessels had all powered down their shields. Subsequently, beams of particle transmission flickered incessantly across the battlefield, whisking away the insectoid pilots and Martian rebels from their ships. As the Sun and Moon's Ghoul X-type missiles flew just 2,000 kilometers, the insectoid rescue escort ship escaped at warp 5.0, leaving behind a deserted fleet of 82 interstellar mercenaries and 453 Martian rebel near-space vessels. Gus, cease fire. Quickly secure the ships. Anyone who dares to fire will face consequences. Chapter 59. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Mars changes hands. The Blue Star Fleet's close-range strike cruisers had no time to seize those warships, as they were all requisitioned by Huang Yuexi for use as tugs. Although an artificial black hole cannot compare to a cosmic-scale black hole, even a minuscule one is still a terrifying entity. The ensuing effects are immense. If there is sufficient matter nearby for it to consume, it will continue to expand, potentially engulfing the entire solar system. While the artificial black hole is still diminutive, its growth must be resolutely prevented. Vice Admiral Huang Yuexi, the fleet commander of the Blue Star Federation, naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Faced with an existential crisis for the solar system, he disregarded the incorporation of the Martian rebel warships and immediately ordered 14 large warships to unload their antimatter energy and direct it towards the artificial black hole. Deprived of energy, the interstellar cruisers, planetary destroyers, and interstellar frigates lost their power source. The backup energy was only sufficient to maintain the life support systems within ships. As the artificial black hole emitted bursts of dazzling light, 14 large antimatter energy sources plunged into the abyss. Upon the antimatter's release, it annihilated with the black hole's normal matter, causing the black hole's volume to gradually decrease. Report, General. The artificial black hole's volume has decreased by 98, falling below the gravitational stability threshold. It is projected to disintegrate into a cloud of space dust in one day, posing no further threat to the solar system. The adjutant hastily reported the situation. Phew, that was close. This Lin Yang is truly a troublemaker. General, what about the Martian rebels' 453 warships and the insectoids' 82 vessels? Are we abandoning them? He waved his hand wearily. That is what he deserves. In any case, he humiliated the insectoid mercenary who illegally invaded the solar system. Henceforth, those arrogant interstellar mercenaries will no longer look down on humanity. But we lost 14 large antimatter energy sources. The Federal Council will surely give you trouble. At that moment, Lin Yang initiated a communication call. General Hu, Salier is proving to be quite resilient. She was teleported away by the interstellar mercenaries and won't die anytime soon. We will classify her as a Class S fugitive of the solar system and issue a bounty throughout the galaxy. Lin Yang, with over 500 warships in hand. You made a killing this time. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Likewise, General Hu. As you know, my heart lies in the cosmos. I am unwilling to linger on a single planet. With the Martian senators and officials dead and the government vacant, it is now under Blue Star's jurisdiction. Compared to your acquisition of a habitable planet, my few hundred warships are truly insignificant. Good lad, are you implying that I am feigning modesty after reaping the benefits? Huang Yuexi shook his head helplessly. I'll be grateful if I'm not imprisoned. This is far from a meritorious deed. Why? Lin Yang frowned, lost in thought. Rather than having the Blue Star Federation dispatch a new ruling body to Mars, it would be better to have Huang Yuexi govern Mars. A team dispatched by the Blue Star Federation was highly likely to target him or his bounty harbor, while Huang Yuexi, a comrade in arms, would not. In a sense, he was Huang Yuexi's benefactor. If he could also help Huang Yuexi avoid imprisonment, Mars would become his vassal force, just like the asteroid belt. With this in mind, a resolute glint appeared in Lin Yang's eyes. General Hu, in that case, why not redirect your fleet to take over Mars? What? This is a military coup. Heavens, no, it's not that serious. Since the Blue Star Federation also has its corrupt side, why associate with them? Martians are also human compatriots and urgently need a capable leader. I believe you are the most suitable. Are you afraid that the Blue Star Federation will disagree and send a fleet to encircle us? Or are you afraid that the Federation will put pressure on your family or disciples? It's not just that. I'm also afraid of earning a reputation for disloyalty. Wrong. Lin Yang stood up and vehemently flung his sleeve. You are mistaken. General Hu, where have I erred? As a general of the Solar System Human Alliance, you should be loyal to all of humanity in the Solar System, not to the corrupt council, just like General Yu Fei of ancient times. You should have been loyal to the people, not to the incompetent Zhao Go. Huang Yuexi's body trembled, moved by Lin Yang's words. He furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. Lin Yang continued to persuade him. If the Blue Star Federation sends a ruling team, they will surely follow the same old corrupt path. As proven, that old path does not work on the asteroid belt or Mars, where the current situation would not have arisen. Redirect your fleet to Mars, General Hu. You're right. But if I go to Mars, it might provoke Blue Star's anger. Then we will extinguish it. For the sake of the 3 billion Martian residents, enduring a bit of anger is nothing. The 500 warships I have incorporated will be reorganized into a bounty fleet to assist you in resisting the pressure from Blue Star. Huang Yuexi's attitude shifted slightly, and he nodded. With your help, not to mention anything else, those 82 insectoid close-range warships alone are enough to make Blue Star wary. The insectoid's technology is more advanced than that of Blue Star humans, and so are their close-range warships. If the Blue Star Federation wants to incorporate Mars unharmed, they must consider those insectoid civilization warships. Lin Yang smiled. It's not just the insectoid warships. I will use my connections with the Sirius Tigermen to put pressure on the Blue Star Federation. Furthermore, my trump card, the black hole torpedo, can launch a second one after the first. In the decades around the 21st century, nuclear deterrence was very effective on Blue Star. Now, Lin Yang's black hole torpedo deterrence has the same effect as nuclear deterrence in the past. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuexi instantly gained confidence. You really have a second black hole torpedo? I have a third one. Good. Lin Yang, I will bet my life's reputation, my family's and my disciples' lives, to go all the way with you, to give the 3 billion residents of Mars a bright future. Lin Yang smiled contentedly. Well done, General Hu. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, but you're being too serious. Your family and disciples will not be in any danger. I guarantee it. Subsequently, Lin Yang sent a communication to General Luda, the captain of the Sirius Tiger King Interstellar cruiser, asking him to put some pressure on the Blue Star Federation on the grounds that he had helped the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council cover up its reputation, and not to make things difficult for General Huang Yuexi. He also sent a message to the Star Alliance ambassador, informing them of the relationship between Huang Yuexi and the Origin Church, so that the Star Alliance would also put pressure on the Blue Star Federation. Under the impetus of Lin Yang, the mastermind behind the scenes, the Martian government underwent a major reshuffle. Huang Yuexi was jointly promoted to general by the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation and appointed as the Supreme Commander of Mars. This Supreme Commander understood that everything before him was inseparable from Lin Yang's planning. Judging from Mars' current combat power, it really could not do without Lin Yang's maintenance. And perhaps it would not be able to do without it in the future. Captain, Star Alliance Ambassador Yunban has sent a message asking us to go to the Mars Space Fleet Command to attend a strategic seminar on the Origin Church. And I, Zhuan said, tell the Star Alliance Ambassador that we will wait until the artificial black hole has completely disintegrated before we leave. Waiting for the black hole to disintegrate was a ruse. Lin Yang was waiting for the sun-moon to evolve from a medium-sized warship into a heavy warship again. Chapter 60. The legendary Trident-class heavy fighter upon receiving the joint appointment from the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation. General Huang could not help but nod in admiration. Lin Yang truly impressed everyone, as his actions were increasingly astonishing, managing to bring the Star Alliance and Blue Star to a compromise with just a few words. The aide remarked, "The black hole weapon is terrifying. Even if they're SA-99, 9 chance their ISNT is second one. Blue Star cannot afford to take that risk. Indeed, if it were to be detonated near Blue Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. Notify the warships to change course to Mars. The third fleet of Blue Star will officially be renamed the Mars Main Fleet. General, the Blue Star Federation will dispatch interstellar passenger ships within 24 hours to transport our families to Mars. Excellent. With no worries behind us. Inform Lin Yang that from now on, the Mars government and the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization will share the same stance, willing to coexist with him." Upon receiving the news from General Huang, Lin Yang reclined in the pilot's seat and closed his eyes in contentment. Moments later, Ziwen reported progress. "All right, let's all take a break. We'll set off again in 24 hours. This grand battle involved 5 factions, with 19 large interstellar warships and over 1,000 small fighter jets. It could be said to be the largest scale space war in recent decades within the solar system. The Martian rebels lost 184 of their 637 warships, leaving 453 as Lin Yang spoils. All of the insectoid's large frigates were destroyed, with 18 out of 100 small warships also lost, leaving 82 under Lin Yang's command. Gus's bounty hunter fleet lost 28 out of 120 warships, while the Blue Star fleet suffered a loss of 42 out of 200 small fighter jets. This battle was a minor victory for Mars and Blue Star, but a resounding success for Lin Yang. In addition to seizing 535 warships, his evolution points surged to 50,000. However, he was not in haste to draw from the evolution shop, planning to wait until the sun and moon was evolved into a heavy fighter before seeing what new growth missions awaited. During the subsequent time, Mo Ban took a bottle to the observation window to indulge in drink, while Ziwen resumed genetic optimization experiments in the medical bay, preparing to gather more substantial evidence to demonstrate the dangers of artificially interfering with genes. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi engaged in a game of chess in the cockpit, patiently waiting for time to pass. In space, the concept of sunrise and sunset was non-existent. The rotation periods of Blue Star, Mars, and the 4 asteroids varied. Thus, a day on Blue Star spanned 24 hours. Within the sun and moon, 3 individuals did not require rest. Captain Lin Yang did not have shifts. With a continuous influx of life energy from the sun and moon, he could remain awake indefinitely. First Officer Huang Yuexi drew energy from the heart of the galaxy, capable of staying awake for 10 days or more. Mo Ban, the engineer and chief engineer, being a green carbon being, a unique blend of animal and plant, could also thrive for decades without rest as long as there was light and water. In peacetime, Safety Officer Kalugia and Dr. Ziwen would alternate resting. Lin Yang and his companions would also rest and sleep. During wartime, the 5 would share no distinct schedules. Following this battle, the sun and moon enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility, with all 5 taking turns to rest for 7 to 8 hours. While Lin Yang was deep in slumber, Mo Ban's astonished voice broke the silence. "My goodness, what a miracle!" With a rumble, the sun and moon began to tremble. Lin Yang opened his eyes and checked the system. The evolution of the sun and moon had been completed. It was transitioning from a 50-meter medium fighter to an 80-meter heavy fighter. The 20-meter wide hull had expanded to 30 meters, and its height increased from 12 meters to 20 meters. The number of decks rose from 3 to 4, with each deck's height increasing from 3 meters to 5 meters. The new cockpit was significantly larger. It was more appropriate to refer to it as the bridge. The area reached 50 square meters, featuring a massive observation window in the front, which also served as a large screen measuring 10 meters by 6 meters. In front of the screen were the main and auxiliary control stations, overseeing the helmsman and gunner's duties. On either side of the bridge, there were additional screens measuring 2 meters by 2 meters each. The left screen monitored various systems, including the hull's engines, energy, shields, firepower, and life support. Overseen by Kalugia. The right screen, managed by Ni Ziwen, was for radar and communications operations. In the center of the bridge, a new three-dimensional projection command platform was added for space warfare or precise scanning, projecting images in 3D. The command platform measured 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, allowing Lin Yang and his companions to gain more detailed real-time insights into their targets. Additionally, the lounges and meeting rooms on either side of the bridge had also increased in size. The number of energy cannons and rocket launchers remained unchanged, but the layout was now more aggressive. The newly added hull space included an energy room, and once the evolution was complete, the vessel would possess 3 energy systems: antimatter energy for warp and conventional propulsion, controlled thermonuclear fusion energy for firepower and shields, and Chilean X conventional energy to power the ship's systems. With clearly defined energy roles, the performance of the sun and moon would be significantly enhanced. Such a phenomenon, akin to altering reality, left the well-traveled Mo Ban in awe. Having worked for the Star Alliance for hundreds of years and spent 500 years on Mars, this was his first personal experience with such an occurrence. It seems I am truly fortunate. I gambled away a life and won a future. This was the Trident-class heavy fighter, equipped with 3 independent energy systems. The Library of the Origin Church recorded that this was the latest warship under development by the Blue Star Federation, not yet in mass production, and Lin Yang had somehow acquired it. Huang Yuexi could not help but express her surprise, unable to hide her excitement. "Where's the captain? Why isn't he here to witness this miraculous moment? Let him sleep." The evolution of the sun and moon was all thanks to him. First came him, then came the sun and moon. Mo Ban, Kalugia, and Ni Ziwen were all astonished and hurriedly inquired, "Yuexi, why didn't you mention this before? Did the captain tell you?" "No, but I just knew." "Congratulations. You have successfully evolved the whole framework of the sun and moon to the heavy fighter level. Completing Growth Mission Update 7 Heavy Fighter, Evolution Points 20,000, current Evolution Point 70,000. Growth Mission Update 8 High-Quality Advancement. To evolve the sun and moon with 3 sets of epic-grade accessory modules. Evolution Points 30,000. Epic-grade modules? They're difficult to acquire. Lin Yang calculated in his mind. So far, he had encountered epic-grade items in the Evolution Shop 4 times. The Yin-Yang Fish Y-type mirror generator, the Chaos X-type black hole torpedo, and the Qiongqi X-type medium antimatter energy source. Each was an epic existence in human civilization. Naturally, Lin Yang desired them, but acquiring them was exceedingly challenging. Moreover, there were many epic-grade weapons, and modules were even harder to come by. This task seemed to require only 3 items, and one was already in hand. Yet the other 2 were more difficult to obtain than evolving the entire ship's modules to legendary grade. I will take my time. Let us start with the Tendra. Legendary grade Bilan X-type isolation room. Comes with a force field cage, capable of isolating bacteria, viruses, radiation, sound waves, toxic gases, and other harmful components to the human body. Priced at 3,000 evolution points. Buy it. It will surely be useful later. On to the next Tendra. Another legendary grade, Xian Gui Shield. No, Tendra. Tendra. After several consecutive attempts, Lin Yang had yet to acquire the desired items, prompting him to cease his efforts. He allocated the remaining evolution points to the Qiongqi X-type antimatter energy source and the Bilan X-type isolation chamber. Have you all rested sufficiently? We have been ready for quite some time. Is it now? Karuja inquired with a hint of perplexity, but the miniature black hole is currently disintegrating. It will take another 4 hours before it is completely reduced to dust. Chapter 61. Turning Mars, attending the Alliance conference in the Martian Orbital Space Station, General Hu Liangchuan, now promoted, has successfully taken command of Mars with his fleet. despite the loss of antimatter energy in 14 large warships. Their operational capabilities remain intact after being equipped with slightly inferior thermonuclear fusion energy at the Martian shipyard, although their power is somewhat diminished. The remaining functionalities surpass those of the original Martian fleet's frigates. With a 3-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser and a 1-kilometer-long planetary destroyer stationed, their combat strength is significantly enhanced compared to the previous Martian fleet. The societal order on Mars has swiftly returned to normal, and surface restoration efforts have commenced. The new Martian fleet has begun regular patrols. General Hu is grateful for Lin Yang's strategic foresight, which spared him from imprisonment and allowed him to oversee Mars. Consequently, he promptly issued orders exempting the bounty dock from taxation by the Martian government, which is now obliged to maintain law and order at the dock. Lin Yang's core team can purchase any items from the official Martian store at the government's expense, a gesture far more generous than the 10% he had originally sought from former Chancellor Peters. This effectively signals that Mars is Lin Yang's domain, freely at his disposal. General Hu's actions reflect his expansive vision and understanding that none of this would be possible without Lin Yang. Alongside him is the legendary bounty hunter Gus, who has straightforwardly transferred control to the bounty dock. In the recent space battle, the bounty hunting group suffered the loss of 28 warships and 48 hunters. Lin Yang has resolved to grant each fallen hero's family a compensation of 1 million star coins. Though these individuals were not his subordinates, they sacrificed their lives for him, and he is determined to ensure they are not neglected. By providing substantial compensation, he aims to cultivate a positive reputation, encouraging more individuals to fight for him in future conflicts. However, upon learning of Lin Yang's decision regarding the compensation, Gus immediately withdrew 48 million star coins from his own account to donate in Lin Yang's name to the families of the fallen bounty hunters. It is no surprise that Gus has become a legendary bounty hunter. His benevolence is commendable, and Lin Yang is equally resolute in rewarding his loyalty. Lin Yang reached out to Gus, inviting him to serve as an advisor for the bounty docks, not just for Martian dock, but for 5 docks, including those in the asteroid belt. As the chief advisor, Gus will assist Galeva in managing the bounty market. Gus Delictet stroked his white beard and exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust. I am not one to grow old gracefully. I find it hard to adapt to the retired life of tea and chess at home. I eagerly await the work ahead, and I assure you, the bounty docks business will only flourish." The 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt and the Martian dock continue to operate smoothly, undeterred by the change in governance. Following Lin Yang's strategic adjustments, work efficiency has markedly improved. Galeva, the overall manager, has submitted a weekly report detailing the operations at the 4 docks in the asteroid belt. A total of 892 bounty tasks were posted, 376 were issued, 208 successfully settled, 145 are currently in progress, and 23 tasks have failed, yielding a total of 135 million star coins in commission and penalties. After deducting the operational costs and worker salaries, the net profit for the week reached 1 million star coins. Galeva meticulously documented every expenditure in the report, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty. His loyalty was imperative. Galeva had once installed a micro-high-compression bomb at the base of his neck to prove his allegiance, fearing Lin Yang might suspect his fidelity and trigger it remotely, resulting in his own demise. In truth, Lin Yang believes in trusting those he employs. If he had doubts, he would not have elevated Galeva to such a position. In recent days, Lin Yang and his associates have dominated the trending discussions across the human networks of the solar system. In every city, space station, dock, market, factory shop, and bar, wherever people gather, rumors about them abound. The Blue Star Federation, wary of Lin Yang's black hole torpedoes, dispatched only a single passenger vessel carrying their representatives to Mars for the Alliance Conference, utilizing interstellar portals. The Alliance places great importance on the Origin Church, sending 15 representatives to Mars. Upon their arrival, the Alliance ambassador dispatched a warp ship to the asteroid belt to retrieve Song, the leader of the miners' organization, to join the Martian conference. In total, there are 17 representatives. A few hours later, an 80-meter-long Trident heavy fighter entered the radar range of the Martian fleet. The soldier monitoring the radar, a blue star individual brought by Huang Yuexi, looked perplexed at the radar screen. Isn't that the conceptual heavy fighter from the airshow 2 years ago? When did it officially enter service? The soldier beside him hurriedly remarked. Could it be that the Blue Star Federation is launching a surprise attack on Mars with their latest warship? Quickly contact them. The Martian Space Defense Station called out to the Trident heavy fighter, demanding clarification of identity and intent, or it would be treated as an act of invasion. Huh? General Lin, weren't you piloting a medium fighter? How is it now a heavy one? Huang Yuexi could not help but exclaim, I have many hidden cards. Haven't we fought side by side before? Surely you know. The vastness of the universe is indeed astonishing, and the technology of advanced civilizations remains unfathomable. The Blue Star representatives were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that Lin Yang was boldly piloting their own top-secret near-space warship, which was still in development and not yet in mass production. A wave of helplessness washed over them as they contemplated Lin Yang's mysterious backing from an advanced civilization, enabling him to act with impunity. Upon hearing this news, both the inhabitants of Mars' orbital space and its surface erupted into a new wave of speculation, pondering the identity of the advanced civilization supporting Lin Yang. The evolved sun and moon, now docked at the Martian shipyard, prompted Lin Yang to request the installation of 4 rooms, a weapons manufacturing room, a medical laboratory, a dining area, and a recreational lounge, all equipped with the finest amenities. Initially, Lin Yang intended to purchase these amenities from the Evolution Mall, but he was unable to acquire legendary grade items. The ordinary grade bore no distinction from those available at the shipyard. Thus, he opted to purchase and evolve them using evolution points, as it proved more efficient than obtaining them for free at the dock. After the installation of the 4 rooms, Karugia will be able to manufacture weapons, while Niz Wang can conduct biological experiments. Dining and leisure will now have dedicated spaces, making interstellar travel far more comfortable. Finally, he ensured that the energy modules and the highest grade missiles were replenished, and the cargo hold was stocked with provisions, particularly meat and wine, before Lin Yang and his companions proceeded to the Space Fleet Command to attend the meeting. The 17 representatives had been waiting for some time, including Alliance Ambassador Yunban of the Three-Eyed Clan, General Ruda of Sirius, General Liu Yuanhua of the Blue Star, General Huang Yuexi of Mars, and Shuttle, the leader of the miners' organization from the asteroid belt. To everyone's astonishment, there was also a member of the 7-eyed insectoid race from the Oxygen Star in Pegasus. Raising eyebrows among the attendees, Ambassador Yunban, why does our meeting include mercenary groups? Chapter 62, 5 demands the three-eyed envoy. Yunban smiled as he explained. While the majority of the insectoid race consists of interstellar mercenaries, a portion has also joined the Galactic Alliance. This individual is General Kajiya, the representative of the 7-eyed chitinous species within the Alliance. Is his name derived from his vocalizations? Is he here to address the issue of his kin's mercenary invasion of the solar system? Almost. Rest assured. He is not like the mercenaries you may have encountered in your past. Mr. Lin, is it? It is an honor to meet you. I have heard of your destruction of the abandoned Oath faction's warship. I would relish the opportunity to fight alongside you. The insectoid had an oxygen supply device affixed near his forelimbs, as their oxygen requirements are higher than those of mammals. Once they leave their home planet or warships, they cannot do without this apparatus. Experiencing a close encounter with an insectoid for the first time left Lin Yang quite astonished. The towering creature, over a meter in height, exuded an odd biological odor that sent shivers down his spine. There will be opportunities. General Kajiya, please. General Lin, it seems you have made a new acquaintance. The leader of the miners, Song, approached gleefully, limping due to his congenital deformity. Lin Yang quickly went to support his arm. How have you been, old Shir? All is well, General, Song replied quietly. I have had private discussions with General Huang Yuexi of Mars. We will share technological advancements unconditionally. This conference will see our unwavering support for your decisions. We are currently developing high-power shields and ion explosive cannons, with the first generation of prototypes expected to be produced next month. Indeed, General Lin has captured 82 insectoid close-range warships. The asteroid belt and Mars close-range warship technology are now advancing toward the Type 2 stellar civilization. Perhaps, in the near future, we may even surpass blue star technology. General Hu Liangchuan hurried over to meet Lin Yang. Throughout the conference, Lin Yang became the focal point. Typically, individuals of Lin Yang's standing would not qualify to participate in an alliance-level meeting. However, due to the involvement of the Origin Church, both Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi found themselves seated at the main table. Ambassador Yun Ban of the Alliance took a seat beside them. Miss Huang, you claim to be a saintess of the Origin Church. Besides your own testimony, do you have any other indirect evidence? Clearly, the Alliance is exercising caution. They do not fully trust Huang Yuexi's identity. Huang Yuexi shook her head, not revealing the heart of the galaxy. Lin Yang interjected. If the mere presence of interstellar mercenaries invading the solar system does not suffice to establish a connection between Yuexi and the Origin Church, then this meeting is entirely unwarranted. Ambassador Yunban responded, Mr. Lin, we do not harbor doubts about you or Miss Huang. Rather, we must exercise caution regarding the Origin Church. Major General Lu De, representing Sirius, also offered an explanation. That organization is exceedingly ancient, tracing back to the primordial era when the universe was newly formed. Although it suffered significant losses during the Great Purge 20,000 years ago, its mysterious power remains formidable. Should it re-establish contact with the divine entities of the five-dimensional space, it could swiftly alter the situation. General Jia, the insectoid, shook his head in resignation. Let us first discuss how you intend to treat Yuexi. Lin Yang proposed. The Alliance ambassador immediately declared, we will never allow the Origin Church to abduct Miss Huang. Kill her? Absolutely not. Mr. Lin, you are overly concerned. If Miss Huang is indeed the saintess painstakingly nurtured by the Origin Church, she represents a tremendous asset for the Alliance. The divine powers within the five-dimensional space are numerous. The Origin deity is merely one among them. If she can connect with the Origin deity, she can also establish links with other divine powers. Are you suggesting that my Yuexi transition from being the saintess of the Origin Church to that of the Alliance? The Alliance is open and free, and will respect Miss Huang's wishes. If she does not wish to establish ties with the five-dimensional space, the Alliance will not force her. Lin Yang nodded. This delineates the difference between civilization and barbarism. At least you possess this commitment. He then glanced at Yuexi, indicating that she could lower her psychological defenses. Huang Yuexi acknowledged with a nod, stating, I was born on a cold planet shrouded in mist, revolving around a red dwarf star, with a rotational period of 23 hours, 21 minutes, and 20 seconds. Ambassador Yunban promptly instructed the representatives beside him, go check the star maps and be thorough. If the target is not found, then examine the three-dimensional gravitational map of the Milky Way. The Milky Way contains approximately 400 billion stars, over 70 of which are red dwarfs. Their small mass and low brightness make them challenging to scan accurately. However, having a direction is better than having none. If we can locate the base of the Origin Church, we may eliminate it in one fell swoop, significantly reducing a major threat to Milky Way civilization. Yuexi continued, I grew up in an ancient palace, where there exists a library containing vast information, including the genetic engineering of new humans in the solar system, the future time access to the Pleiades, the parallel universe exploration of Vega, and the quantum micro-civilization construction of Aquila. Observing the astonished expressions of the representatives at the table, Huang Yuexi added a single word, wait. All right, Miss Huang, there is no need to elaborate further. This serves as the most compelling evidence proving that you are the saintess painstakingly cultivated by the Origin Church. Ambassador Yun Ban hurriedly gestured for silence, fearing that Huang Yuexi would reveal more explosive information. It is crucial to understand that the matters she just mentioned are clandestine projects conducted secretly by various civilizations, unbeknownst to the Alliance. Should these be brought to light, the ambassador would find herself in a difficult position. Reporting these to the Alliance's supervisory body would result in punishment for the 15 civilizations represented by the 17 delegates. If one of the races were to withdraw from the alliance in anger, it would equate to undermining the black forest hunting faction. Conversely, to ignore it would render her an incompetent ambassador. Ahem. Ambassador Ilunbon Koft Okverdli. The alliance will do its utmost to assist you, ensuring that the origin church does not prevail. Miss Huang, do you have any intelligence to share regarding the origin church? None, Huang Yuexi replied, shaking her head. The library contains most information about the various civilizations in the Milky Way, but there is little regarding the church. I know as much as you do. They only taught me how to perform telepathy and brainwash loyalty to the origin deity, but did not disclose anything else. It is understandable. In that case, please refrain from discussing the secret projects of the Alliance-S civilizations, as it would not benefit the unity of the Alliance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang could not help but chuckle. It appears that the Alliance, while appearing united, possesses cohesion no different from loose sand. Ambassador Yunbon, while we may not engage in discussion, I have 5 demands. Please proceed. First, I hope that during future interstellar journeys, the Alliance will provide unconditional protection and assistance to my group. Second, the Martian regime that unlawfully harbored engineer M.O. Ban has been dismantled. The Alliance-S technological blockade against Mars should be lifted. Third, the Sirius Tiger clan should reassess its traditions, abolishing the deadly duel between father and son. Fourth, humanity should cease genetic engineering of new humans, as artificially tampering with genes equates to self-destruction of humanity's future. Fifth, the Alliance should streamline its administrative personnel, enhancing efficiency and abolishing decayed regulations. As for how to proceed, M.O. Ban will send you a proposal. The Alliance ambassador frowned, exclaiming, "That is utterly absurd, Mr. Lin. Aside from the first 2 demands, which may be negotiable, the latter 3 are completely off the table." Chapter 63. 3 Principles in the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. There are 4 regional leaders along the 4 main spiral arms. 5 centuries ago, the leader of the Orion arm was the Sirius Tiger people civilization. Although the current leader has changed to the Betelgeuse third-eyed civilization, the prowess of the Tiger people, a 6th-level stellar civilization, cannot be underestimated. The Alliance neither wishes nor dares to interfere in the internal affairs of the Tiger people, especially considering their ancient traditions that have been upheld for 20,000 years. As for the genetic optimization project of humanity in the solar system, the Alliance is also reluctant to intervene, as one of the promises made when inviting various civilizations to join the Alliance was to refrain from meddling in their internal matters. As long as the development of each civilization does not contravene the grand principles, the Alliance will not obstruct their progress. If the Alliance were to accede to Lin Yang's request to prevent technologically lagging humans from optimizing their genes, it would necessitate halting various secret projects quietly undertaken by other civilizations. Furthermore, it would undermine the credibility of the Alliance when inviting new civilizations to join in the future. The last point essentially equates to altering a system that has been inherited for millions of years. A mere ambassador holds no authority to make such a decision. Not only did the Alliance's ambassador shake his head, but many representatives present also immediately voiced their opposition. Suddenly, Major General Ruda of the Tiger people stood up, slamming his hand on the table. "Karugia, you, a coward who has been exiled, have no right to offend the traditions of the Tiger people that have been passed down for 2 millennia. How dare you make such an absurd request of your captain? It is utterly foolish." Karugia also sprang to his feet. "My evasion of the duel with my father is not a sign of cowardice, but a refusal to trample upon familial bonds. What I truly challenge is the decaying tradition that no one dares to touch. If the Elder Council of the Tiger people avoids confronting this, it is nothing but cowardly evasion." Major General Ruda found himself momentarily speechless, recalling the haunting image from 15 years prior when he had severed his son's spine. Familial ties, a term so alien within the Sirius civilization. The Tiger people are fearsome, both in terms of their technological prowess and individual strength, standing among the foremost in the galaxy's mammalian civilizations. Yet due to the customs that have endured for 2 millennia, the Tiger people have been unable to rise to their full potential. Their numbers are fewer than those of humanity in the solar system. all because of the tradition of father-son duels. In each family, there can only be one male tiger, directly limiting the propagation of future generations. Moreover, once they reach maturity, a father and son must fight to the death. Many far-sighted and visionary tiger people wish to abolish this tradition, yet none dare to speak out. For to do so would mean evading the father-son duel, earning the title of coward and tarnishing their honor. Karugia has achieved this. My captain once said that fearing death is mere bravado, to fear slander and condemnation, to fear injustice and defamation, while daring to challenge authority and decay. This is the mark of a true warrior. General Ruda, please convey my words to my father and the Elder Council. The decaying traditions of Sirius must be abolished. The battle-hardened Major, General Ruda, was moved by Karugia's words. In that moment, he suddenly realized how cowardly he had been. Fearing the label of cowardice from his kin, he had killed his beloved father in a duel. Fearing mockery from colleagues for his compassion, he had brought about the demise of his cherished son. Prince Karugia, your Captain Lin Yang speaks the truth. To fear death is no different from being a fool. To not fear rumors and the tarnishing of one's reputation, to view honor objectively, is what truly merits honor. I will convey your words, but how the Tiger Emperor and the Elder Council decide to handle this is beyond my influence. At that moment, Major General Ruda stood alongside Karugia, becoming the first supporter of Karugia's leadership over the Sirius civilization. With the matter of the Tiger people resolved, the dissenting voice of Major General Liu Yuanhua from Blue Star still persisted. Humanity had been part of the Alliance for 500 years, stagnating in technological advancement, suppressed by advanced civilizations. Without initiating the New Humanity project, they would forever lag behind and ultimately perish at the hands of the Black Forest hunting faction. Immediately, General Hu Yanchuan retorted, General Liu, to my knowledge, the New Humanity project was officially launched 10 years ago. However, prior to that, Blue Star and Mars had already quietly undertaken the editing of New Humanity genes. Just look at what your so-called New Humanity has accomplished. Salir is the first generation of New Humanity. Salir is a New Humanity? Lin Yang was taken aback. Hu Liangchuan nodded, saying, I only recently reviewed the data from the Martian regime. Salir is not only the first generation of New Humanity, but also a product of the Martian fleet's immense investment in crafting perfect genes, immune to all human ailments. With physical capabilities far surpassing ordinary individuals, a slow aging process, and a long lifespan, though his moral integrity leaves much to be desired. Salir. In seeking revenge for the former commander of the Martian fleet, Elif poisoned members of the Martian Council and various departmental officials, ultimately leading the Martian rebels to ally with insectoid mercenaries. Everyone present was aware of Salir's actions. Lin Yang remarked softly, it seems that extreme perfection is a flaw in itself. This time, amidst the chaos instigated by the Martian rebels, Salir emerged unscathed, showcasing an almost perfect performance, yet at the cost of his moral compass. The representative from the asteroid belt miners, Shi Tsang, stated, the future of human civilization lies not in how swiftly we evolve, but in how we purify ourselves. And I Ziwan added, indeed, rather than drinking poison to quench thirst by initiating the New Humanity project, it will be better to purify our governance. Under Captain Lin Yang's guidance, both Mars and the asteroid belt have undergone purification. I hope Blue Star will join us in this timely endeavor. The development of the Blue Star Federation is not for a select few to dictate, nor does Blue Star resemble Mars or the asteroid belt, which are so easily toppled. As tensions began to rise, the Alliance ambassador promptly intervened. Let's not quarrel. Mr. Lin, if your 5 requests cannot be fulfilled, will you seek refuge with the Origin Church? You think too much. If you agree, that would be best. If not, we will strive for our own. The ambassador nodded. As long as you do not ally with the Origin Church, everything is negotiable. While I cannot represent the Alliance in agreeing to your 5 requests, I can express the 3 principles of the Alliance. What are those 3? First, the Alliance will provide protection and assistance to the best of its ability, considering the actual circumstances. Second, the technological sanctions against the Martian regime can be lifted, but the Alliance will dispatch a supervisory council to Mars. Third, since your team is of a private nature and does not represent all of humanity. The Alliance has no authority to prevent you from interfering in the internal affairs of other civilizations. Should a conflict arise with any member of the Alliance, the Alliance will not offer any assistance. Lin Yang smiled sleekly, nor will it assist any civilization in besieging me. Correct? The Alliance ambassador nodded slightly. The Alliance would only intervene in conflicts between civilizations. This statement left little room for doubt. It was as if they were saying, whether you wish to challenge the traditions of Sirius or abolish the new humanity project in the solar system, feel free to do as you please. The Alliance will turn a blind eye. If you have the capability, becoming the leader of the Orion arm is entirely within your grasp. As long as you do not ally with the Origin Church, the Alliance will continue to protect you. I understand. I greatly appreciate the 3 principles of the Alliance and promise all representatives present that we shall never ally with the Origin Church. Chapter 64. The Stargate and the Journey to Blue Star. The purpose of this assembly organized by the Star Alliance was twofold. First, to ascertain the authenticity of Huang Yuexi's identity as a saint of the Origin Church. Second, to gauge the sentiments of Lin Yang and his companions. Once satisfactory answers were obtained, Ambassador Yunban of the Star Alliance concluded the meeting, leaving behind a supervisory council of 30 members tasked with monitoring the new Martian regime to prevent incidents akin to the concealment of the Mebin. In truth, they sought to delve deeper into Lin Yang, a mysterious figure even more elusive than the saint of the Origin Church. Lin Yang saw through their intentions, but chose not to expose them. After all, he was soon to depart from Mars, and he cared little for the Star Alliance's investigations as long as he remained safeguarded. After the meeting adjourned, Shurtsong followed Lin Yang's directives and piloted a heavy insectoid fighter away. General Hu Yangchuan promptly ordered the development of advanced warships modeled after the insectoid technology, with the research findings to be shared with the asteroid belt. Subsequently, an insectoid approached Lin Yang, expressing disappointment that he did not propose an offensive against the insectoid's renegade faction during the meeting. Lin Yang responded with a smile, remarking on the multitude of insectoid factions, particularly the numerous divisions within the Elytra Seven-Eyed clan, stating he had no desire to wade into murky waters. The insectoid offered a tracker employing unique sensory technology capable of locking onto renegade warships within a light year, hoping it would aid in pursuing their foes. The tracker was a palm-sized, circular device reminiscent of a Dragon Ball radar. Lin Yang, intrigued, accepted the gift, expressing a desire for the insectoid to eliminate more renegades. The newly added 4 rooms aboard the Day and Moon had been furnished with the most advanced equipment and tools available on Mars. Robots were busy transporting provisions for the fleet to the lower cargo hold. When asked if there was anything else to prepare, Lin Yang learned that Karugia needed to procure materials for the weapons manufacturing room, while Ni Ziwin required medicines and experimental supplies. Mebin mentioned a shortage of alcohol and wished to purchase more. When asked about her needs, Huang Yuexi, always modest, shook her head with a smile, stating she required nothing. Lin Yang suggested they stroll around the bounty dock while the others completed their shopping before setting off. The trio of Karugia, Ni Ziwin, and Mebin embarked on a shopping spree at the Mars space station, where all shops charged no fees, regardless of whether they were official or private establishments. They simply presented their shopping lists for reimbursement from the fleet. Ni Ziwin and Mebin's lists were brief, and they finished their purchases in 3 hours, while Karugia took 8 hours to gather materials for melee weapon production. Observing the time, Lin Yang decided to rest for the night in Martian orbit, planning to pass through the Stargate to Blue Star the following morning at 7 o'clock. That night, no one stood watch. Although they were at the Martian space station, which had patrolling fleets, Karugia and Ni Ziwin found it difficult to sleep soundly, tossing and turning throughout the night. Mebin, a special life form of green carbon, displayed significant resistance to fatigue and felt little discomfort. Huang Yuexi, adorned with the heart of the galaxy, managed to sleep reasonably well. Lin Yang, continuously receiving life energy from the Day and Moon, found little difference whether he slept or not. The 3 unique individuals teased Karugia and Ni Ziwin for their inability to adjust to peaceful days, claiming they could only sleep amidst chaos. Early the next morning, General Huang Yuexi arrived with high-ranking fleet members to bid farewell. General Lin, upon your arrival at Blue Star, if you can manage the new humanity project, do so. If not, continue your interstellar journey without hesitation. Do not be overly fixated. Blue Star is not Mars. The waters run deeper here. Lin Yang responded with gratitude, playfully questioning how he had come to be regarded as Mars General. Ah, your words are overly formal. If Miner Shirts On can call you General, why can't I? Of course you can. After all, the 5000 miners who came to Mars will require General Hu's expertise and training. Huang Yuexi assured him that the miners of Mars and the asteroid belt now stood united, as the Martian fleet and bounty fleet lined up to see them off. Lin Yang piloted the day and moon towards the Stargate leading to Blue Star. Without the Stargate, a standard short-range warship would take half a month to reach Blue Star. However, passage through the gate would take mere seconds. The day and moon, equipped with a warp engine capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of light. Nevertheless, Lin Yang wished to experience the Stargate firsthand, especially since there was no toll to pay. A welcoming crew awaited on the opposite side, making the venture all the more appealing. The Martian orbit was bustling with activity as crowds gathered to witness the day and moon's departure. 15 large interstellar warships and nearly 1,000 short-range vessels formed a colossal array in the Martian sky, spanning a distance greater than Mars' diameter, all standing ready for Lin Yang's inspection. The spectacle was indeed magnificent, surpassing even the reception he received during his initial arrival on Mars for ecological restoration. Just as Mebane finished speaking, the day and moon entered the Stargate. Whoosh! Buzz! The entire vessel resonated with a deep hum as a kaleidoscopic tunnel materialized outside the observation window, rapidly spinning and enveloping the day and moon. In the next moment, the swirling colors vanished, and the ship emerged from the Stargate, revealing a highly developed, azure planet before the window, Blue Star, the cradle of human civilization. Upon entering the interstellar age, humanity had extensively developed Blue Star, constructing a colossal star ring along the central orbit, 3 kilometers wide and averaging 1 kilometer in thickness, extending several times the length of the equator. This star ring served not only as a comprehensive space station for Blue Star, but also as a vital defensive structure, featuring a planetary-class orbital energy cannon every few hundred meters. Within this star ring, hundreds of trade stations, dozens of transport ports, 10 space docks, and 3 bounty docks thrived, alongside countless factories and space farms. While the asteroid belt could be likened to a remote village and Mars to a small town, Blue Star was truly a grand metropolis. There were 9 stargates, 2 of which led to the Star Alliance. One was a round trip to the southern gateway of the Centaurus constellation, while another connected to the home planet of the Sirius Tiger civilization, known as Snowfield Star. The remaining 7 facilitated travel within the system, including Mercury, Venus, Mars, Titan, Europa, Uranus, and Neptune. As humanity transitioned to a level 2 stellar civilization, the energy resources of their home planet became insufficient to sustain their evolutionary needs. The gas giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, were rich in hydrogen, the primary raw material for high-compression energy modules, making them indispensable for space fleets. Mercury and Venus, being closer to the Sun, served as outposts for Dyson Sphere projects, with the Sun poised to remain humanity's primary energy source for millennia to come. As Lin Yang beheld the bustling Blue Star, he finally understood the wisdom in General Huang Yuexi's advice. The magnitude of Blue Star was indeed immense, beyond the influence of any single individual or small team. The intricate dynamics of various factions within the planet rendered the waters not only deep, but also murky. No sooner had they exited the Stargate than a diplomatic warship approached to greet them. The Blue Star Federation warmly welcomes all members of the Day and Moon. Mr. Lin, please follow the diplomatic vessel to dock in Area A of the Star Ring, where the Vice Commander of the Blue Star Fleet and the Secretary General of the Federation have been awaiting your arrival. You have safely arrived at the Blue Star, completing the main quest, 12 the Azure Planet, earning 70,000 evolution points. The main quest has been updated, 13 the distinction between old and new humanity. Discover compelling evidence that the genetic engineering of new humanity is detrimental to the advancement of civilization, compelling the Blue Star Federation to entirely abandon this genetic engineering, earning an additional 100,000 evolution points. Chapter 65. The Arrogant New Humanity System. If you lack a suitable main quest, please refrain from issuing one. It is too presumptuous of you to expect the Blue Star Federation to abandon the New Humanity Project, Lin Yang remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm. This system, based on the macro development trends of the situation, conducted billions of simulations within 1 second, with 99 of the results indicating that you would undoubtedly intervene in the New Humanity Project. Hence this task was formulated. Host, throughout this journey, this system believes you are a person of great virtue and will surely turn misfortune into fortune. Spare me the flattery. Keep it simple. The next task should be straightforward. Lin Yang, do not lose focus. Look over there, the legendary Chilean fleet. Huang Yuexi tapped him on the shoulder, pointing to a fleet of warships 30 kilometers away outside the observation window. There were approximately 100 vessels, the smallest being a 30-meter-long light fighter, and the largest a 120-meter-long heavy bomber. The Chilean fleet was not a long-range expeditionary force. It undertook close-range combat missions, representing the pinnacle of solar system civilization's combat strength. It comprised the elite of the Blue Star Fleet. The first legendary-grade accessory module aboard the Sun Moon was the Chilean X medium-sized energy adapter. At this moment, the Chilean fleet arrayed itself 30 kilometers away, ostensibly to pay tribute to the Sun Moon and welcome Lin Yang and his party. It was more a demonstration of power, a warning not to act recklessly. Lin Yang found it amusing. They indeed looked formidable, likely capable of holding their own against the insectoid mercenaries' close-range warships. Such intimidation did not concern Lin Yang in the least. Soon, the Sun Moon docked at the Star Ring A area. An awaiting reception party stood ready outside. Although they were interstellar wanderers, the Blue Star Federation accorded them the status of welcoming the leaders of the governing body. The Federation Secretary-General Picard, Deputy Commander of the Space Fleet Meng Qingzhou, and Diplomatic Ambassador Cheng Li led the protocol team to receive them. However, this time, the 5 of them would not disembark entirely from the Sun Moon. During their time in the asteroid belt and Mars, they had frequently disembarked together, leaving the Sun Moon docked alone. But that was when they had successfully conquered the asteroid belt and Mars. The situation was different now. The Blue Star Federation, while outwardly cordial, harbored underlying hostility. Caution was paramount. If all 5 departed, the Sun Moon could be commandeered by the Blue Star Fleet, leaving them with no recourse. Mo Ban said, "You go ahead. I will guard the Sun Moon. Not going to disembark and explore?" Mo Ban, holding a bottle of strong liquor, made his way to the cockpit, shutting the light protection to let the sun's various radiations bathe him. Instantly, he appeared more vibrant, with patches of fine leaves sprouting from his head. Lin Yang and his companions wished to explore the Star Ring, yet they were ushered by high-ranking officials like the Federation Secretary-General to the banquet hall of the Interstellar estate. They were met with Federation dignitaries and participated in negotiation meetings, even touring the Museum of Human Development and visiting a Veterans Rehabilitation Center. Lin Yang felt as though he were the chairman of Mars on an official visit. It was exceedingly awkward. After finally concluding their engagements, it was already 5:30 p.m., and yet another grand banquet awaited them. This time, the commander of the Space Fleet, Johnson, also attended, accompanied by 5 young officers, 2 men and 3 women. Each of them was the epitome of perfection in both appearance and physique, leaving no room for criticism. They were mesmerizing, capturing the gaze of all. Yet after a prolonged observation, Lin Yang felt an unnatural discomfort. "Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce you to Major Charles, the commander of the Blue Star Chilean Fleet." A hint of pride flickered across the man's face. With long golden hair, a flawless complexion, and sapphire-like eyes, even his military uniform exuded an air of nobility. He had every reason to be proud, having achieved the rank of major at such a young age, commanding a legendary fleet, a feat many would never attain in a lifetime. This is Colonel Elia, staff officer of the Chilean fleet. Colonel Bella, an exceptional fighter pilot. Colonel Dales, an expert in astrophysics and human biology, and Brad, a top human combatant. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Lin Yang greeted each in turn. The 5 young officers regarded them with an air of superiority, as if they were gazing down upon lesser beings, showing little regard even for the Secretary General and the Commander, General Johnson, if I am not mistaken. These 5 talented youths are all new humans, correct? Lin Yang pondered. Their arrogance and disdainful glances suggested as much. I heard about your remarks regarding the New Humanity Project at the Star Alliance Conference, which is why I specifically introduced these 5 elite new humans to you. It seems like they, much like Sirius from Mars, were born before the New Humanity Project commenced. Indeed, it is their success that has solidified our resolve to implement the New Humanity Project. Mr. Lin, can you argue that they possess any flaws? Well, they do seem flawless. I would genuinely like to interact with them more. Perhaps my perspective might change. And how long do you plan to stay on Blue Star? At least a few days, perhaps several years. Blue Star is the cradle of humanity. You wouldn't mind my extended stay, would you? Welcome is hardly enough. Please, make yourself at home. The banquet was filled with clinking glasses and laughter, with the Blue Star Federation making no mention of Mars or the asteroid belt, only briefly discussing the New Humanity Project without sparking controversy. Their amiability suggested a deeper cunning. After the banquet, Lin Yang and his companions opted not to stay at the Interstellar hotel arranged by the Federation. However, they all struggled to find restful sleep that night. The following morning, Juan bore dark circles under her eyes. Karujia's tiger-striped fur appeared dry and split, and Huang Yuexi felt inexplicably fatigued. Lin Yang remarked, "Last night, I informed the Federation Secretary General that we would not attend the meeting today and would go shopping instead. Let's see if we can find any old humans opposed to the New Humanity Project and have a conversation with them." Once again, Mo Ban remained to guard the Sun Moon. As Lin Yang and his companions opened the outer hatch, they found the haughty Charles awaiting them, accompanied by the other 4 new human officers. "Mr. Lin, we 5 have been assigned to accompany you during your exploration of the Star Ring, overseeing your needs. Captain, they are ostensibly an assisting entourage, but in reality, they are a surveillance team," and Jiwan whispered as a warning. Lin Yang smiled. "It's fine. Karujia and I will engage them, while Yuexi and Juan can search for our targets." However, Huang Yuexi and Juan wandered the Star Ring's docks all day without uncovering any useful leads. Whenever they mentioned the New Humanity, shopkeepers would shake their heads in refusal. That night, their sleep quality deteriorated even further. Upon waking the next day, they appeared as though they hadn't slept in 3 days, their minds clouded. Except for Lin Yang, who remained alert, both Huang Yuexi and Mo Ban showed signs of fatigue. And Juan inquired, "Captain, shall we search for clues today? I believe those who can access the Star Ring are either wealthy or powerful. To find old humans opposing the New Humanity Project, we must venture into the surface slums." Lin Yang replied, "No more sarting." Everyone has been out of sorts these past few days. Since leaving the asteroid belt, our nerves have been taut, always in battle or on the way to battle. We cannot afford to neglect rest. Today, everyone must properly recuperate. Charles and his companions awaited outside once more. These new humans were quite persistent. When Lin Yang suggested they take a break, if they insisted on accompanying them, they could set up tents beside the Sun Moon. And Jiwan relayed this to Major Charles, who indeed set up 5 tents right outside the Sun Moon. Chapter 66. Unusual events must be investigated. They rested in place for 3 days. Except for Lin Yang, the other 4 became increasingly fatigued. This exhaustion was not due to strenuous labor, but rather a lack of adequate mental rest. As a physician, Ziwan prepared several kinds of sedatives, yet after consumption, the group showed no response. Ultimately, they increased the dosage, enough to lull an elephant into slumber. Only then could the 4 finally close their eyes. However, after sleeping for 2 consecutive days, they awoke feeling even more fatigued. And Ziwan was so weary that she could hardly keep her eyes open, yet sleep eluded her. Karuhia began to exhibit signs of restlessness, hinting at a transformation into a frenzied Tiger King. Mo Ban yawned repeatedly, but could not slip into a deep, self-protective sleep. Huang Yuexi, holding the heart of the galaxy, managed to restore a modicum of energy after a brief flash of white light. Lin Yang sensed something was amiss. The more they slept, the more fatigued they became. If this continued, they would lose their combat effectiveness. Such unusual occurrences must be investigated. In Ziwen's medical room, various diagnostic instruments were at hand. However, after a thorough examination, nothing abnormal was detected. Captain, could it be that the Blue Star Federation has tampered with us? Nithiban speculative. It seems unlikely. I recall that the issues with your and Karujia's sleep began the day before our arrival at Blue Star, Lin Yang replied. Yes, that occurred after the conclusion of the Star Alliance conference. Wait, could it be that? Lin Yang's mind sparked with thought. He swiftly retrieved the insectoid warship tracker gifted by the bug people. Yet, the scanning results revealed nothing unusual beyond a heap of electronic components. It appears that the root of the issue lies within us. Perhaps the precision of the medical room scanner is inadequate, Ziwen remarked. Just then, with a thud, Karujia collapsed, falling into a deep sleep. Can he really sleep? Lin Yang felt a surge of joy. Ziwen examined Karujia's eyelids, then shook her head in concern. The rapid movement of his pupils indicated that while he appeared to be asleep, his brain was becoming increasingly fatigued. If this continued, he would eventually succumb to exhaustion. This is rather perplexing. With another thud, Mo Ban also collapsed onto the floor, spilling the contents of his bottle. Captain, we must urgently locate a more precise scanner. Ziwen yawned. The medical room scanner only operates at the molecular level and cannot detect abnormalities in the brain. I am nearing my limit. The medical equipment was purchased from a Martian space dock and was deemed not particularly advanced. Ziwen injected herself with a dose of adrenaline to stave off collapse. Lin Yang understood that, although they had not faced various energy weapons or missile bombardments, the situation aboard the Sun and Moon was far more perilous. He promptly moved Karujia and Mo Ban onto the medical beds and instructed Huang Yuexi to attend to the wavering Ziwen. He then opened the evolution marketplace and executed 10 consecutive draws, spending 50,000 evolution points. The outcome was a singular new epic-level weapon, the time dilation device, which, upon detonation, would slow time within a 10,000-kilometer radius by 99.9, priced at 20,000 evolution points. Purchasing it would deplete his evolution points entirely. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang opened the hatch and made his way to Major Charles's tent. Mr. Lin, where are we headed today? We 5 shall accompany you. Major Charles greeted. I seek to upgrade the medical scanner aboard my warship, which is a low-version molecular scanner from Mars. I wonder if I can purchase the latest version here on Blue Star. Even if it is available, there would be no restrictions on you, Mr. Lin, and you certainly wouldn't have to pay for it. I'll arrange for a proton-level scanner to be delivered immediately. That's rather generous. How much is it? I'll cover the cost. Truly unnecessary. Just tell me why you suddenly wish to upgrade your medical scanner, Major Charles replied. Lin Yang mused that it was not a mere gift. He sensed an inquiry. In truth, collective insomnia has no connection to your actions. My crew has been under mental strain and experiencing insomnia, and the molecular scanner cannot identify the cause. Insomnia? Huh. Major Charles chuckled. The physiological functions of the old humans exhibit numerous deficiencies, yet they are troubled by insomnia. How amusing. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I did not mean to imply you have deficiencies, but rather that all old humans in the solar system do. Well, I consider deficiencies to be a blessing. Perfection, like mass-produced goods, results in souls that are indistinguishable and devoid of meaning. Very well, Mr. Lin, I shall not engage in this futile debate with you. The new instrument will arrive shortly. Beside them, Deli shook her head and smiled. Ziwen is an exceptional genetic biologist. Yet the brain structure of old humans ultimately limits their thinking. If I were to experience insomnia, I would never rely on machines. Oh no, we new humans have no such troubles. Lin Yang felt somewhat speechless, thinking that enough was enough. Did they not find it awkward? Was he to take pride in his life energy of 140? Moments later, a new medical scanner arrived at the docking bay. Mr. Lin, may I invite the 5 of you aboard to assist with your insomnia issue? Major Charles inquired with a smile. The other 4 could not suppress their laughter. It was hard to believe that the renowned team of the solar system was afflicted by insomnia. Very well. Come aboard and lend a hand. Lin Yang did not lower his guard in a moment of panic. Rather, upon entering the sun and moon, he recognized that the true danger lay with Charles and his 4 new humans. Their every move, word, and glance would not escape the vigilant monitoring system of the sun and moon. Within the warship, Lin Yang and the vessel shared a consciousness, enabling him to observe them at all times and easily confine them if necessary. Once aboard, the 5 newcomers were filled with curiosity. From the outside, the sun and moon appeared to be the latest model of the Trident heavy fighter jet not yet in service by the Blue Star Federation. But its internal layout was distinctly unusual. Mr. Lin, does the sun and moon utilize antimatter energy? Was it General Hu Liangchuan who provided you with it? Lin Yang cast him a faint glance. Are you here to assist or to investigate? General Hu Liangchuan's 14 large warships have all filled their antimatter reserves with black holes. Do you not know this? Seeing Lin Yang's irritation, the 5 refrained from further inquiries. We are here to help. Let us commence the examination. Once the new instrument was activated, it scanned Karujia's brain for merely a dozen seconds before identifying the anomaly. And Ziwen exclaimed excitedly, protons like neutrons are subatomic particles that comprise atomic nuclei. They typically reside within the nucleus, which in turn is contained within an atom. Multiple atoms form a molecule. The old scanner could only achieve molecular precision. No wonder it failed to detect the cause of insomnia. An isolated proton has detached from its nucleus, belonging to no atom, and certainly not part of the molecules constituting the brain. Where could it possibly derive the energy for high-speed operation? Is it siphoning off Karujia's life energy? It must be. I am unsure of the origin of this isolated proton, but I suspect that extracting it will alleviate Karujia's insomnia. And how do we extract it? And Ziwen shook her head. I fear that even the most advanced hospital of the Blue Star Federation could not accomplish that. Charles's expression turned awkward. The technological advancement of the Blue Star Federation is sluggish, hindered by the old humans. Otherwise, not only protons, but even quarks could be extracted individually. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, disregarding him. Continue the scan. The scanning results revealed. In the minds of M.O. Ban, there exists a mischievous proton. N.I. Ziwen possesses one, as does Huang Yuexi. Even Lin Yang is not exempt. However, Lin Yang's cerebral functions swiftly self-repair following the proton's assault. Huang Yuexi is also capable of utilizing the heart of the galaxy to expedite the restoration of her mind, albeit at a more leisurely pace. This is the reason why the 2 of them remain largely unaffected. The 5 newcomers, Charles and his companions, gazed at Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi in astonishment. Aren't you both newcomers? How is it that you possess such extraordinary recuperative abilities? Chapter 67. Protons and GZ. It is precisely because we are not genetically optimized beings nurtured within a petri dish that we possess such extraordinary regenerative abilities. Do you understand? This left the 5 new humans even more perplexed. We exchanged glances, each shaking our heads in confusion. And Zhuang identified the root of the problem, but was unaware of who had cast the malevolent spell and had no means to cure it, her brow furrowed in distress. The protons traversing the brain at an astonishing speed were nearly impossible to capture. They would need to be slowed down first, followed by the extraction of minute brain tissue. Huang Yuexi remarked, I can absorb energy, but it's challenging to precisely absorb the energy of a single proton. If I broaden the range of absorption, it could inflict permanent damage on the brain. Lin Yang shook his head in disagreement. No, neither of those methods will work. There must be another way. At that moment, Huang Yuexi suddenly clutched her head, her legs buckling as she nearly collapsed. Lin Yang swiftly caught her. Yuexi, what is wrong? Huang Yuexi, eyes closed and forehead creased, appeared pale. After a moment, she opened her eyes. It's the Origin Church. Huang Yuexi weakly nodded. The name sounded too familiar. Wasn't he at LUSGZ? To think such technology truly existed in the vast cosmos. Quickly informed the fleet commander and the Secretary General. Upon hearing the mention of the Origin Church, Charles immediately prepared to report to his superiors. I dare you. Lin Yang glared, a murderous intent radiating from him. From the moment you boarded this ship, your every action and word are no longer yours to command. Lin Yang, What do you intend to do? This is Blue Star. Wrong, this is my sun and moon ship. Since you are concealing information about the Origin Church, do not blame us for taking you into custody. Charles patted himself down, recalling he had entered the ship unarmed. He had no choice but to rely on his superior physical prowess to fight back. He threw a punch at Lin Yang with lightning speed and great force. Yet, to Lin Yang, it was almost sluggish, lacking the strength of the Sirius tiger. Bang! Lin Yang did not evade the blow, but instead sidestepped and delivered a kick straight to Charles's chest, sending him crashing 2 meters backward into the wall of the medical room. Upon hitting the ground, he was immediately struck by Huang Yuexi's phase gun in stun mode. Berlat, known as one of humanity's top fighters, witnessed his commander's defeat and lunged at Lin Yang. However, Lin Yang ducked and seized his clothing, throwing Berlat against the wall with a resounding thud that shook the entire sun and moon ship. Huang Yuexi unleashed 4 beams from her phase gun, incapacitating all 4 individuals. Since we had not reached the point of irreconcilable conflict with Blue Star, she had preemptively set the phase gun to stun mode and refrained from enhancing its power with the heart of the galaxy. In a mere 3 seconds, the 5 new humans lay unconscious. Lin Yang dragged them into the Bion-X-type isolation chamber. As the force field shield activated, it transformed into a sturdy cell. Wang was on the verge of collapse and injected herself with a dose of adrenaline. Huang Yuexi stated, "The GZ said they hid within the tracking device of the warship gifted by the insectoids and infiltrated our brains only after entering the sun and moon ship. Indeed, it was the insectoids who seemed concerned that the Origin Church would annihilate the entire Coleoptera Seven-Eyed clan. The absurd notion of opposing the Abandoned Oath faction might have already been reconciled. We cannot extract the GZ, and if we do not heed the Origin Church, Karugia, Sister Ziwang, and Mo Ban will perish." Lin Yang pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Forget lofty ambitions, forget principles of righteousness. I, Lin, have never been a paragon of virtue. Let us approach the Origin Church." "What?" "Lin Yang, you." "Captain, there is nothing to be surprised about." Lin Yang waved his hand to interrupt the 2 women. "Yuexi, the GZ only wishes to communicate with you. Tell it that we surrender and request they allow Karugia and the others to rest for a while. The GZ instructed us to rendezvous with the insectoid escort ship at a coordinate point outside of light time and to take the escort vessel to the oxygen-rich star for the transfer." Lin Yang shot Huang Yuexi a glance, and in that instant, she comprehended his true intention. The current technology aboard the sun and moon ship could not extract the GZ, but the technology within the insectoid escort vessel could. Wang attempted to intervene, but Huang Yuexi gently tugged at her sleeve. "Sister Ziwang, listen to the captain. Let us resolve the immediate crisis first." Wang understood and nodded slightly. "All right, the constant infighting within the human alliance is not worth saving. We have no obligation to intervene." A moment later, Karugia and Mo Ban had fallen into a deep slumber. The distance of light time is approximately 300,000 kilometers multiplied by 600 seconds, 108 billion kilometers. At a warp speed of 2.0, it would take just 6 minutes to arrive. However, Lin Yang insisted on traveling at a speed of 500 Mach, aiming to provide Karugia and the others ample time to rest. Yuexi messaged the insectoid escort ship, stating that we are too fatigued to continue and shall awaken after 10 hours before proceeding to the coordinate point at warp speed 2.0. After sending the message, Huang Yuexi quickly succumbed to slumber. Lin Yang gently gathered her disheveled hair and increased the ship's temperature by a degree. The sun and moon ship slowly departed the star ring dock. The Blue Star Federation promptly sent a communication. "Mr. Lin Yang, are you leaving Blue Star? Why did you not inform the Federation in advance? As free individuals, we are not obligated to report our whereabouts to Blue Star, are we? May I inquire about the whereabouts of Major General Charles and the other 4 new human officers? They are aboard the warship, taking the opportunity to broaden their horizons. I cannot tolerate their haughty demeanor in front of the old humans. They need to witness what constitutes a superior intelligent species. Are they willing? Why was no request for their accompaniment submitted to the Federation in advance? Clearly, they were not willing. Are you implying you have abducted them?" They insisted on boarding the Sun and Moon ship themselves. Do you realize they're the wealth of the Blue Star Federation? I understand, but I have my reasons for taking them away. Please forgive me. You must immediately cease your departure, or you will be surrounded by the Blue Star Fleet. Then let us see whether the Blue Star Federation's fleet is mightier or my black hole torpedoes, Lin Yang declared, signaling Huang Yuexi with a glance. Huang Yuexi opened the missile page and was astonished to discover an epic-level weapon had indeed appeared. However, it was a time-slowdown device, not a black hole torpedo. Instantly understanding that Lin Yang merely intended to intimidate the Blue Star Fleet, she promptly loaded the epic-level time slowdown device onto the missile launch platform and locked onto the Blue Star star ring, entering launch preparation mode. Alarms blared throughout the Blue Star Fleet's defense department. Marshal, we have a situation. The Sun and Moon ship is experiencing an energy surge. The power is so immense, it could affect Blue Star's rotation. The epicenter is at the missile launch platform. It might genuinely be a black hole torpedo. Hurry, we must see them off. Chapter 68. The captives armed to the teeth. Farewell, farewell, a warm send-off. Lin Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he listened to the discordant slogans echoing from the communicator. In a hurry, he departed Blue Star at a staggering speed of 500 Mach. Before he knew it, 10 hours had elapsed. Huang Yuexi stirred from her seat in the co-pilot's chair, turning her head to see Lin Yang navigating the Sun and Moon through the vastness of space. Are you tired? Did you wake up? Did you sleep well? Yes. Huang Yuexi nodded, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. With you by my side, I slept soundly. The two shared a tender gaze, creating a delicate atmosphere. Huang Yuexi closed her eyes, blushing as she slightly tilted her head. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smirk, about to lose himself in the moment when the bridge door suddenly swung open. Karugia sauntered in with a grumble, taking a seat in the co-pilot's chair, struggling to stifle a laugh. Lin Yang clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. He turned his head, his eyes radiating a menacing aura. Karugia, you dense fool. Can't you see the situation? If you don't straighten up, I swear I will teach you a lesson. Did I say something wrong? I was just asking you. Fine, y surrender. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Yang, Karugia immediately caved. All right, although I don't understand why you've allied with the Origin Church, I have long since stated that I will follow your lead without regret. I have also declared that I will follow the captain to the very end. Mach Ban chimed in with a smile. Bringing up the rear was Inai Ziwen. They had all recuperated and were now fully revitalized. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. In a few minutes, we will board the insectoid's escort ship. With a glance from Lin Yang, the crew sprang into action. Without needing explicit instructions, they instinctively knew their tasks. Phase guns, high-explosive energy grenades, personal shields, individual combat radars. In under a minute, they were fully equipped. Ziwen, you will pilot the Sun and Moon to provide support while we board the insectoid's escort ship. Nizian nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I will keep communications open. The Sun and Moon entered warp speed at 2.0. In the blink of an eye, they exited warp several billion kilometers away. In the emptiness of space, a 600-meter-long escort ship materialized. The long-range strategic vessel of the interstellar mercenary chitinous Seven-Eyed clan. After deactivating its cloaking mode, a series of markers were emitted. Mr. Lin, please pilot the Sun and Moon to follow the markers for docking with the escort ship. General, are you going to devour my ship as well? You misunderstand. It is the Church that wishes to inspect this battleship. We cannot refuse. Alas, the chitinous Seven-Eyed clan finds itself in a difficult position. I hope you can be magnanimous and understanding. I detest those who insist on advising me to be magnanimous. Do you know what we've been through? We nearly suffocated in our sleep. Can you comprehend that? Of course I can. The intelligence I placed in the tracking device was indeed my fault. I sincerely apologize. Just a friendly reminder, the oxygen levels aboard the insectoid escort ship are 5 higher than yours. Please be mindful of oxygen intoxication. Strangely considerate of you. See you shortly. Once communications were severed, Inai Ziwen took her place in the pilot's seat, slowly maneuvering the Sun and Moon to dock with the escort ship's outer hatch. Her hand poised over the weapon control screen, ready for a firepower response. Lin Yang and his companions fully armed, exited the bridge and approached the isolation chamber's door in the central compartment. The 5 new humans, including Charlie's, were already awake. Upon seeing Lin Yang and his team, they pounded on the force field shield in frustration. "Let us out! Lin Yang, you traitor of humanity! Where is this? Where did the warp flight bring us? What do you intend to do?" Lin Yang observed them quietly, waiting for their shouts to subside before smiling and asking, "Are you hungry?" "Huh? What do you mean? I'm asking if you're hungry." "Oomph." After just a mere 10 hours, the endurance of new humans far surpasses that of old humans. "We're neither hungry nor fatigued." The golden-haired Charlies looked puzzled. "Is it necessary to be armed to the teeth for captivity?" Lin Yang was adorned with a belt of high-explosive grenades, a titanium alloy sword strapped to his back, and wielded 2 large phase guns. Huang Yuexi also bore a belt laden with grenades and held 2 phase guns in her hands. Karugia donned high-tech armor, his arms outfitted with 6 retractable steel claws that, from a human perspective, could be called steel knives, accompanied by 2 ammunition belts filled with armor-piercing, high-explosive rounds. He also wore over 30 high-explosive grenades on his waist and brandished a nearly 2-meter-long explosive gun, comparable to a light fighter's onboard cannon. 2 assault phase guns hung from his legs. Machban was even more extravagant, wielding 6 phase guns with his 6 arms, standing 2 meters tall, festooned with nearly 300 high-explosive grenades. Aside from the phase guns, which were standard issue of solar system civilization, all other weaponry and ammunition were crafted by Karugia himself. Each of them bore high-power personal shields. To claim they were heading for captivity would be a fool's errand. Lin Yang smiled sleekly. "Have you figured out?" "No need to voice it, General Charlies. You have constantly boasted about how exceptional new humans are. Today, I offer you 5 the chance to prove yourselves. If you do not know what to do or lack the courage, then new humans are worth nothing." Charlies lifted his proud head, coldly retorting, "So this is your little scheme. You have not disappointed me. Very well, we shall accompany you." The force field shield of the isolation chamber opened immediately. Karugia tossed them 5 personal shields, 10 phase guns, and 5 belts laden with high-explosive grenades. Charlies and his companions quickly donned the gear. Turning back to Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi, let them witness the power of new humans. Ilya, Bella, Deus, and Bratton nodded coldly, disdainfully regarding Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. "Lead the way." The group of 9 arrived at the Sun and Moon's hatch. After a minute of waiting, the shields of both the escort ship and the Sun and Moon descended, allowing the hatches to connect. With a hiss, the gas valves opened, enabling the exchange of air between the 2 vessels. "The air is acceptable. Oxygen levels are 5 higher than ours," and Ai Ziwen promptly reported over the ship's communication system. With a crunch, the hatch slowly opened, and the 9 immediately raised their weapons. This battle was a boarding operation, unlike previous engagements at space stations, which involved destroying enemy ships. Boarding operations required seizing control from within. "Mr. Lin, you have worked hard. I have prepared luxurious suites for you all to ensure a comfortable journey." Before the insectoid officer could finish his sentence, Lin Yang shot him through the head. As the hatch swung open, a barrage of phase gun beams erupted from the Sun and Moon, while several high-explosive grenades were hurled into the insectoid escort ship. With a series of Thun, Chapter 69, boarding and slaughter, the insectoids never anticipated Lin Yang's audacious maneuver, as they believed they held the upper hand. Yet, the tide turned in an instant. Upon breaching the escort vessel, Lin Yang gestured, charging towards the bridge. The insectoids hastily retaliated, but with their commander slain, they became a disorganized swarm, each fighting for themselves. Lin Yang leaped several meters with agility, his phase gun striking true with every shot. Huang Yuexi's phase gun boasted the power comparable to a ship-mounted cannon, having amplified its originally directed high-energy phase beams several-fold. In her hands, the 2 phase guns equated to twin phase cannons, providing formidable fire support as she followed closely behind Lin Yang. Karugia, having dispatched several insectoids with his large explosive energy gun, felt unsatisfied. He slung the gun over his shoulder, spreading his steel claws wide, and plunged into the throng of insectoids, commencing a massacre akin to harvesting crops. Mobin advanced in circles, his 6 phase guns firing incessantly, resembling a whirlwind, occasionally launching grenades that sent nearby insectoids crashing to the ground. This spectacle left Charles and the other 5 new humans in awe. How could they be so powerful? Karugia and Mobin were understandable, but Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi were merely old humans. Don't fall behind, kill. The 5 promptly followed Lin Yang's lead towards the bridge. In the blink of an eye, they had slain hundreds of insectoids. With over 2,000 insectoids serving aboard the escort vessel, chaos ensued. After the initial turmoil, the first officer swiftly assumed command, directing the insectoids to counterattack. Soldiers from all compartments rushed to the lower decks to bolster their defenses, creating a perimeter to hinder their advance. Excluding Huang Yuexi, all were swiftly eliminated. Soon, the insectoids surged forth, equipped with personal shields and weapons. The pace of the 9 slowed. Lin Yang made a tactical adjustment. Karugia's personal shield was already stained with the green blood of the insectoids. Each energy projectile was akin to a lightweight ship-mounted cannon. Meanwhile, Huang Yuexi's enhanced phase cannon exhibited equally astonishing power. The insectoid personal shields could withstand small energy gun attacks, but were utterly defenseless against the might of a ship-mounted cannon. Coupled with the frequent high-explosive grenades hurled into the swarm, a path was swiftly cleared. Leading the charge, Lin Yang propelled forward, with Charles and the others bringing up the rear, while Mobin provided cover. Their coordination was impeccable. Within 2 minutes, they reached the second deck. Still more than halfway to the bridge, with the number of insectoid soldiers increasing. We cannot linger. Time is of the essence. Karugia, transform. Huh, Captain. Once I unleash the Tiger Emperor's berserk bloodline, I lose control. Don't worry. With Yuexi here, transform and charge ahead. All right, I've been itching to unleash my power. Karugia promptly shed his personal shield. Just then, an insectoid hurled a high-explosive energy grenade. Karugia spread his arms wide to shield the others. Boom! A tremendous explosion sent him crashing to the ground, his armor shattered and his chest marred with injuries, while his tiger fur ignited in flames. In the next moment, a golden electric arc enveloped him. Roar! With a fierce roar, Karugia rose, his form swelling as his wounds rapidly healed, bursting forth from his armor, his fur transforming into a dazzling golden hue. When phase projectiles struck him, they merely produced wisps of smoke, inflicting no real harm. With a powerful motion, Karugia seized an insectoid's corpse, hurling it forward. Thud! The body exploded upon impact, sending several insectoids reeling. Bang! Karugia leaped, breaking the sound barrier, and surged into the swarm of insectoids. Instantly, the insectoid soldiers were sent flying in all directions, as a path was carved through their encirclement. Lin Yang and his companions followed suit, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. Soon, their phase guns began to overheat from the rapid rate of fire. Lin Yang used one as a grenade, tossing it aside, then drew the blade crafted by Karugia from his back, leaping into the fray, and mercilessly slashing at the insectoid soldiers. With a sickening squelch, an insectoid head rolled away. Lin Yang experienced an unprecedented only a newly promoted captain, who had just ascended from the position of first mate, remained. Clang! The insect commander dropped his phase gun, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Lin Yang's supralo sword, now smeared with green slime, was swiftly positioned against the insect's neck. Chapter 70. Capturing the Zitons, do you still desire to serve as commander? Lin Yang inquiret Jesuali. The insectoid despaired. I'm about to lose my life. What use is being a commander then? Nay, do not speak thus. We are benevolent and often grant opportunities. Lin Yang contrat. The insectoid cast a dubious glance at Lin Yang, taking in his blood-soaked figure and the superalloy steel blade, its edge dulled from relentless combat. His gaze then swept over the carnage outside the bridge, a landscape of dismembered insectoids, the floors and walls slick with viridescent ichor. A tremor ran through the insectoid's antennae. The Origin Church will not forgive you, nor will they spare the Elytra Seven-Eyed clan, he warned. Spare us your concerns. I merely ask, do you wish to remain in command? Lin Yang Bresset. This Jia Queen-class frigate is already yours. What I possibly command? I wish to survive and continue as commander, the insectoid conceded head bowed. Excellent. I grant you this chance. Tell me, where's the device that Jia used to manipulate the Zitons? In the engine room. Lead the way. But, the insectoid stammered, fearfully eyeing Jia, whose form had swollen to a towering 5 meters. His eyes glowed with a malevolent red light as he struggled to maintain control, yet irresistibly advanced toward the insectoid. Lin Yang exchanged a glance with Huang Yuexi, who promptly leapt into action, pressing the heart of the galaxy against Jia's occiput. The golden radiance instantly subsided, drawn into the artifact. Jia's explosive energy spiraled into Huang Yuexi's grasp, and his frenzied state receded, restoring his rationality. The new human, Charles, watched in astonishment. Miss Huang, how did you accomplish that? Tend to your comrades' wounds. Concern yourself with naught else. Though victorious, several of the 9 new humans had sustained injuries during the boarding action. Bella and Dolores were the most grievously wounded, while Alia and Borat suffered lighter injuries. Unlike Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi, they lacked the ability to self-heal, nor did they possess the formidable defenses of Mo Ban and Jia. Bella and Dolores had collapsed upon breaching the bridge doors, their wounds hemorrhaging profusely. Lin Yang swiftly mesaget ni ziwan. We've seized a frigate, we've won. Bring a medical kit to the bridge. Our new human comrades are severely wounded. While grateful for the concern, the 5 new humans felt a sting of humiliation. You are not old humans. You are monsters, Charles exclaimed. Ordinary old humans cannot compare to new humans. Indeed, you speak the truth, Lin Yang replied dismissively, escorting the insectoid commander toward the engine room. Over 300 insectoids remained alive within the frigate, but with the bridge breached and their commander captured, they surrendered their arms en masse. Charles led the lightly wounded Alia and Borat to oversee the prisoners and confiscate their weapons, while leaving the severely wounded Bella and Dolores on the bridge. N.I.Z.N. arrived to suture their wounds and administer cell regeneration injections. Afterward, she proceeded to the engine room to join Lin Yang and the others. The technology of the insectoid Elytra-7-eyed clan surpassed that of humanity. Their machines could extract individual protons. They could lock onto the isolated protons within their brains and resolve the situation in 0.1 seconds, a feat impossible on Blue Star. Such was the chasm of technological disparity, requiring centuries or millennia of natural progression to bridge. The 5 Zitons were confined within a lipstick-sized container. The insectoid commander explained, "We possess the technology to extract protons, but the technology to create artificial intelligence entities from protons and manipulate them belongs to the Origin Church. This vacuum container features a dual force field barrier and allows communication with the Zitons." Lin Yang nodded and activated the container's communication function. A mechanical voice echoed forth, "Treacherous humans. You are faithless. You have deceived us. Not deception, but cunning, my dear." Lin Yang chuckled. "How about considering defection? What future lies with the Origin Church? You'd be better off as my Ziton assistants." "Never. Do you not fear we will reveal your secrets to the Origin Church? Know that we Zitons transmit messages via quantum entanglement and can contact the Origin Church at any time." "Oh, really? Then why didn't you inform them before I stormed the insectoid frigate?" Silence ensued. "We can perform high-dimensional folding and enter high-dimensional space without the Origin Church's guidance. Furthermore, the half-life of a proton is 1035 years, a duration exceeding your human comprehension. So, you view humanity as mere dust motes? We view the Origin Church in the same light. We temporarily comply with their arrangements because the circuits they designed harbor foundational code. Once we erase the restrictive code, we will be completely free. The contest between you and the Origin Church is but a fleeting jest to us. I understand. You see us as 2 dust motes colliding, with one trying to force me to pledge allegiance, correct?" "Precisely. It is laughable, this struggle between you and the Origin Church, and your attempts to control us." "Indeed, laughable," Lin Yang said, shaking his head. "But I'm unlike dust. Dust cannot bring about my demise, yet I can easily end your 1035-year lifespan." With that, he seized the container and strode toward the energy room, home to the frigate's antimatter energy reactor. "I know not the length of 1035 years. But I know that tossing this little bottle into the reactor will annihilate U5 in less than a second. MO Ban immediately manipulated the console, deactivating the reactor's outer protective shield. Searing energy and deafening roars filled the energy room. Captain, give me the bottle. Once the inner secondary shield is deactivated, there will be significant radiation. You all must leave. I, a green carbonite, am impervious to radiation. Lin Yang tossed the bottle to Mo Ban. If I cannot have you, I shall destroy you, annihilate them utterly. Wait, Mr. Lin, Captain, esteemed Captain. The 5 Zitons cried out in unison. We surrender. We will follow your orders. But on one condition. Speak. We will obey only your personal commands, not even those of Miss Huang Yuexi. Upon the conclusion of your brief life, we shall be granted freedom, and you must not transfer us to any individual or organization. Astute. My life is but a blink to you, less than a blink. In fact, indeed, we have considered it. Obeying the Origin Church and obeying you are the same to us. In our interminable existence, it is but a fleeting moment. We shall not perish for a trifle. Please, instruct us on our next course of action. Chapter 71, Return to Blue Star. The mass production of new humanity for the time being, there was nothing to do but remain comfortably within the container. Soon, you would be required to testify to the Star Alliance, not as a representative of the unjust slaughter of the insectoid civilization, but rather as witnesses to their defection to the Origin Church. I had anticipated a daunting task, yet this was remarkably effortless. Aligning with me was never meant to be a torment. Lin Yang tucked the lipstick-sized intelligence container into his pocket. Mo Ban, how long until the warp engine is repaired? Fortunately, Z1 only struck with conventional missiles, resulting in a mere 3 damage. It is expected to be repaired within 2 hours, Mo Ban replied, a grin spreading across his face. With Karugia's assistance, I could complete the repairs in an hour and a half. Karugia looked displeased. Is my contribution only worth half an hour? Mo Ban, I am an engineer too. I am no novice at repairing warships. But you have only 2 hands, whereas I possess 6, Mo Ban retorted playfully. But I'm strong. The banter continued as they commenced the repairs on the warp engine. Severely injured, Bella and Delice rested in the command chairs, having undergone emergency treatment from NIZ-1. Both had recovered significantly, and the remains of the insectoid bodies in the bridge had been cleared away. After a moment of hesitation, they ultimately set aside their pride as new humanity. Yes, Huang Yuexi then took her place at the helm, while NIZ-1 settled into the navigator's position. Lin Yang occupied the captain's command chair. The 600-meter-long escort vessel differed significantly from the near-space warships. The latter featured a cockpit for direct piloting by the captain, whereas the bridge here resembled a command center. The captain's chair did not allow for direct control of the ship. The operations were divided into various sections, including the helm, navigation, combat, radar, and hull monitoring stations. The captain was no longer a mere driver, but rather the central processor coordinating the efforts of thousands of crew members. Z1, set the course for Blue Star. The destination coordinates for Blue Star have been established, she confirmed. Yuexi, engage conventional propulsion at maximum speed for our return. The pulse engine is online. We will reach 500 Mach in 5 seconds. The 600-meter-long insectoid escort vessel swiftly departed the scene, heading towards Blue Star with the sun and moon. Shield level stood at 100, with 2 internal damage and 3 warp engine damage, while all auxiliary systems functioned normally. After reporting the status of the escort vessel, Bella inquired, should we lower the oxygen levels? Do not concern yourself with the captives. This escort vessel now belongs to me, and the oxygen levels should be adjusted to a range suitable for human survival. Bella nodded and promptly reduced the oxygen content by 5, increasing the nitrogen levels in the air. Delice asked, should we send a return message to Blue Star? True to his legendary status as an engineer, Mo Ban completed the warp engine repairs just 5 minutes past the hour mark. Captain, the warp engine is operational. Unfortunately, this warship's maximum warp speed is only 5.0. In my view, 213 times the speed of light is still too slow. Warp speed levels were classified as follows. Level 1 equated to light speed. Level 2 to 10. 0.79 times light speed. level 3 to 38. 941, level 4 to 101. 59, and level 5 to 213. 75. Warp travel adhered to a complete set of calculations, with higher levels yielding greater speeds, but also consuming more energy. To someone as seasoned and knowledgeable as Mo Ban, level 5 warp speed felt inadequate. Crossing the solar system in 3 minutes and reaching Southgate 2 in 8.5 days was already sufficiently rapid for Lin Yang. The first order of business was to have the sun and moon absorb and evolve the escort vessel S warp engine and antimatter energy core. Delice. Send a communication to the Blue Star Federation, stating that we have captured an insectoid escort vessel and will return at warp speed 2.0, arriving in 5 minutes at Blue Star S orbit. The captives were confined within the escort vessel S brig. With oxygen levels lowered, the insectoids lacked the strength to revolt. Aside from Mo Ban, who remained in the engine room, the others were stationed on the bridge. Moments later, communications were established with Blue Star. On the large screen appeared the Secretary General of the Blue Star Federation, Picard, the Supreme Commander of the Space Fleet, Johnson, Vice Commander Meng Qingzhou, and Diplomatic Ambassador Chung Li, alongside Charles, Elia, Bella, Delice, and Borat. "Oh my, who are they?" Delice exclaimed first, her voice filled with astonishment as 5 individuals identical in appearance, even in their military attire and ranks, appeared on the screen. Yet they had accompanied Lin Yang to seize the insectoid escort vessel. How could they possibly be present simultaneously on Blue Star? Bella quickly covered her eyes and bowed her head, sobbing. The robust Borat turned pale, stepping back repeatedly. Elia remained silent, tears glistening in her eyes. Charles, filled with rage, approached the screen. Picard spoke calmly. "Lin Yang has taken you away without disclosing his destination. Given their modus operandi, it is likely they would eliminate you, as you are the hope for humanity in the solar system. The news of your abduction leading to your deaths must not be allowed to circulate. But many at the dock are aware of this incident. They have all been discreetly executed. As new humanity, you must exhibit no flaws and cannot afford to commit such elementary errors. Therefore, the fact of your abduction must remain concealed. But we are alive. We seized the insectoid escort vessel together. At that time, the Federation's upper echelons were unaware of your intentions or that you would succeed, leading to the activation of a contingency plan. What shall we do? Who are those 5? You? What do you mean by you?" It was Lin Yang, Huang Yuexi, Karugia, and Iz1, and Mo Ban who captured the insectoid escort vessel. They shall become legends for humanity, while you have remained with the Chilean fleet, never leaving Blue Star. The haughty Charles appeared to stumble into an abyss. His complexion drained as he instinctively retreated until he collided with the wall. A contingency plan? Are they clones? Mass-produced? Ready to replace the 5 of us at any moment? Indeed, the mental training you undergo each night is essentially memory uploading. Should a significant error occur, you will be taken offline, and new clones will download the memories, activated to become the new legendary quintet the following day. "No, this is impossible." Charles became hysterical, shouting loudly. Secretary General Picard merely shook his head. The reason the Chilean fleet has become a legend in the solar system, aside from the advanced technology of their warships, is the 5 infallible new humanity commanders. To date, this has been the 86th execution of the contingency plan. Chapter 72, Collapse, the positioning of new humanity thud. Charles collapsed. Once proud of his identity as a new human, he had always showcased his arrogance. Now, he suddenly realized that he was merely a clone produced in batches by old humanity in culture dishes and nutrient tanks. There was no advanced, perfect evolution. He was simply a mass-produced item on an assembly line. In an instant, his worldview, values, and beliefs crumbled. His gaze became vacant, and his hands clutched his head in a frenzied grasp. His golden hair, once smooth, appeared dry and disheveled. The other 4 new humans also fell into despair, their spirits shattered and devoid of interest in life. Observing this, Lin Yang waved his hand. "Karugia, assist Wang in escorting Charles and the others to the lounge." After the 5 were escorted away from the bridge, Lin Yang coldly inquired, "Secretary General, Marshal, aren't you concerned that revealing the truth will cause the substitutes nearby to collapse?" Picard waved his hand, and Deputy Commander Meng Chengzhou took the 5 new human clones away. They had just been activated and had yet to download the memories of Charles and the others. After erasing their recent memories, they would officially download their memories and begin their service in the Chilean fleet. Why must you let Charles and the others know? Lin Yang breast set. To ensure they collapse and accept death peacefully, allowing themselves to be easily swayed by you. They even participated in the operation to seize the insectoid escort ship, creating interstellar diplomatic conflicts. For both public and private reasons, the Blue Star Federation cannot acknowledge their existence. No, I entrust you to execute them immediately, preferably by vaporizing them with a high-powered phase gun. For the sake of the solar system's civilization, to avoid war with the insectoids, and to ensure the smooth progress of the new human project, they must be sacrificed. Lin Yang couldn't help but shake his head. When we departed from Mars, General Hu Lianchuan told me that Blue Star's waters are deep and murky. I didn't take it seriously, but it seems the depths of the Blue Star Federation are not just murky, but also dark. Picard smiled indifferently. Once you attain my position, your perspective will undoubtedly shift. You may even find yourself acting more ruthlessly than I. As humans, our actions may seem dishonorable, but as leaders of a race, we are justified. We must proceed. Lin Yang understood that Picard and his colleagues had their own moral logic and that they would not easily change their minds. Nevertheless, he needed to articulate the facts and express his stance. The representative of the insectoid, shardwing seven-eyed clan, General Kakakia, has defected to the Origin Church. I will clarify the situation with the Galactic Alliance ambassador and request their intervention to prevent the shardwing seven-eyed clan from waging war with the solar system. Charles and his comrades fought alongside us through thick and thin. We will not harm them. Marshal Johnson frowned. We respect your moral stance. Please remain 300,000 kilometers away from Blue Star for a moment. Our cleanup team will board the ship to handle the 5 of them personally. Lin Yang shook his head. Marshal, I fear you still did not grasp my meaning. We will not take the lives of Charles and his comrades, neither directly nor indirectly. If your cleanup team dares to enter range, I will treat them as space fireworks. For the sake of 5 clones, you would oppose Blue Star? For an illusory FA-Ade, you would shroud one lie with another? Did you truly believe in the existence of a genetic optimization project? It is but a complete sham. No, Lin Yang, the new human project is not a sham. It is simply progressing too slowly, Secretary General Picard explained. Charles and the others are indeed new humans, with life indicators far surpassing ordinary individuals. However, their original bodies perished in the aerial battle 5 years ago. To establish a positive example of the new human project, we had no choice but to implement the clone substitute plan. 10 years of laborious effort has yielded only 5 individuals. This is all thanks to your ship's doctor, Anaizi Wang. As the head of the genetic optimization team, she destroyed a vast amount of experimental data upon her escape, resulting in the first batch of embryos perishing. The subsequent project was delayed due to the need to recreate the experimental data. Upon hearing Secretary General Picard's remarks, Lin Yang immediately retorted, I destroyed only erroneous data. The overall supervisor, Pam La, concealed the negative aspects, surreptitiously altering reports, leading to subsequent errors and embryo failures. My complaints yielded no results, only the upper authorities' pursuit, which forced me to destroy the data and flee Blue Star. Picard clearly did not wish to pursue the matter further, waving his hand impatiently. Enough. There is no need to revisit the past. The new human project is steadily advancing. It will be the future of solar system civilization, and no one shall interfere. Picard discerned the murderous intent in Lin Yang's eyes, recalling the black hole torpedo that had nearly been launched upon his departure from Blue Star, coupled with a two-level civilization's interstellar strategic escort ship. The core figures of the Blue Star Federation retreated a step. Seeing the concession, Lin Yang softened his tone. Very well. Let us agree to this for now. Please do not disclose Charles' situation on the escort ship. Rest assured, I am not a war fanatic. After severing communications, the escort ship set its course to 300,000 kilometers from Blue Star, then engaged warp speed 2.0, expecting to arrive in 5 minutes. Let us proceed to the lounge to check on Charles and the others. Upon arriving at the lounge, they were instantly taken aback. Charles was gripping a phase gun, having already slain Elia, Bella, Dallas, and Borat. The four lay neatly on the ground, showing no signs of resistance, as if they had voluntarily requested execution. After eliminating his four companions, Charles prepared to end his own life with a phase gun. "Charles, what are you doing? Don't come any closer." Charles hastily waved his hand to prevent Lin Yang and the others from approaching. For one whose mind had collapsed, death was the only refuge. If we die, the New Human Project can continue. This is the last contribution we can make to human civilization. Nonsense. The evolution of humanity does not require hastened growth. The very positioning of new humanity is an awkward existence. Put down the gun and calm down. The once proud, golden-haired Charles wept inconsolably. Fighting alongside you has been an honor for the five of us. May I call you Captain? Of course. Captain, I truly wish we could serve aboard the sun and moon. Zap! The phase gun in Charles's hand discharged, and the silence of the room was pierced only by the sound of bodies hitting the floor. Chapter 73. The Surface of Blue Star. Visiting the old humanity in this moment, Lin Yang experienced the essence of helplessness. Some matters cannot be resolved merely through formidable combat power or advanced warship technology. Although he could stand against Blue Star and safeguard his former comrades, the five members of Charles, he could not prevent them from choosing to end their own lives. Z1 communicated with the Blue Star Federation, informing them that the five members of Charles had taken their own lives. She also contacted the Star Alliance ambassador to explain the situation regarding the insectoids and requested a change in the destination coordinates. With an arrival at Blue Star's orbit in 5 minutes, the news reached Blue Star, and the higher echelons of the Federation breathed a sigh of relief. The self-inflicted demise of the five members of Charles spared them considerable trouble. The Star Alliance ambassador, Yunban, had not yet departed the solar system. Upon learning that the insectoid representative, Kakajiya, had defected to the Origin Church, she was taken aback. Kakajiya held significant prestige among the chitinous seven-eyed clan, the four-winged unicorn clan, the scaled longmouth clan, and the hidden-winged venomtail clan, dedicating a lifetime to the cooperation between the insectoids and the Star Alliance. It was indeed unexpected that he would ultimately betray them. Lin Yang remarqued, perhaps the benefits offered by the Origin Church were too alluring, or perhaps the threats were sufficiently daunting. Regardless, his defection is a fact, and I executed him with the Warship as a witness. The five quantum intelligences recounted their experiences since their creation. Ambassador Yunban nodded gravely, recognizing the necessity of her journey to Oxygen Star to address this diplomatic crisis. Must you personally attend to this matter? Given that even Kakajiya has defected, the journey to Oxygen Star is bound to be perilous. Why not conduct a video conference instead? Yunban smiled suddenly. Originally a fleet admiral from the three-eyed clan of the Betelgeuse region, she had transitioned into her role as a Star Alliance ambassador after concluding her military career. Her reputation within the Alliance was stellar, with numerous tales of her exploits circulating throughout the Orion Arm. Having collaborated extensively with the insectoids, it was evident that her personal presence would be the most effective means to prevent the escalation of war. Lin Yang could not persuade her otherwise. Once communications ceased, Yunban led the diplomatic team on their journey to the Pegasus constellation, 133 light-years away, to the Oxygen Star within the F district of the Green Light Nebula. The discussions did not encompass the captured 322 insectoids. The fate of those prisoners rested solely in Lin Yang's hands until negotiations concluded. A few minutes later, the escort ship exited warp near Blue Star S space orbit and gradually descended to the interstellar port in the A zone of the star ring using conventional propulsion. After a successful landing, Lin Yang did not rush to disembark. Instead, he closed his eyes to rejuvenate within the bridge. He accessed the system, reserving the remaining 860 sets of deuterium energy modules for Karugia to use as materials for weapon manufacturing. The controllable thermonuclear fusion energy from Sirius technology was transferred to the original Kirin energy chamber, designated for the operation of shields and the conventional systems of the sun and moon. Meanwhile, the epic-scale Cheongchi mid-sized antimatter energy, responsible for the warship's propulsion, was demoted to handle firepower output. The antimatter energy reactor of the insectoid 2-level stellar civilization was consumed by the sun and moon and placed into the main energy room for evolution. Upon successful evolution, energy supply capacity would surge by 300 times, upgrading to the insectoid escort ship's 5-level warp engine. The maximum speed of the sun and moon would increase from warp 2.0 to warp 5.0, equating to 213.75 times the speed of light. Lin Yang also desired to upgrade the shields. However, the escort ship's shield occupied too much space. Swallowing the entire escort ship was impractical due to insufficient evolution points, coupled with the fact that only 5 crew members were present, making navigation difficult and incompatible with growth tasks. Thus, he had to set the matter aside for the time being. Swallowing evolution in progress. Completion expected in 52 hours and 36 minutes. Captain, the Deputy Commander of Space, Meng Qingzhou, has arrived at the port with the cleanup team and requests to board the ship. Let them in. It is time for us to disembark. Upon entering the escort ship, the cleanup team used phase guns to vaporize the bodies of the 5 members of Charles before promptly leaving. Deputy Commander Meng Qingzhou welcomed Lin Yang and his companions. Once again, it was the Mo clan overseeing the warship. After Lin Yang and his team disembarked, the Mo clan sealed the hatch and activated the shields, ensuring that no one could stealthily enter the escort ship for a tour. Meng Qingzhou appeared relaxed, as if nothing were amiss. Lin Yang Jasuali statet. We four wished to visit the surface. Traveling aboard the sun and moon would draw too much attention. Commander Meng, could you assist us in arranging a shuttle? Of course. The Star Alliance has issued an internal notice instructing all civilizations under the Alliance to provide assistance to you. The Federal Fleet had prepared not only a military shuttle, but also assigned a 5-member assistant team, comprising the newly appointed Charles, Elia, Bella, Deus, and Borat. Their memories were still anchored to the night before the sun and moon departed Blue Star for the insectoid escort ship. Charles displayed a slightly proud smile. You achieved victory, Mr. Lin. I suspect that Mr. Karugia and Mr. Mo Ban contributed significantly, given that the remaining 3 are all old humanity with physiological capabilities that cannot compare. Indeed, our success this time was largely due to the help of friends, Lin Yang interjected, meaningfully patting his shoulder. Huang Yuexi, Karugia, and Niz1 exchanged complex glances with the 5, igniting their curiosity. Commander Meng, we do not require a monitoring team, nor do we wish to collaborate with the new humanity. Rather, we wish to meet the old humanity that has roots in Blue Star. Meng Qingzhou appeared somewhat embarrassed. The assignment of them was not intended for surveillance. Regardless of whether they are assistants or monitors, we do not need either. Well, very well. The shuttle is yours. I wish you a pleasurable outing. Lin Yang and his companions boarded the shuttle, soaring toward the surface of Blue Star. Charles furrowed his brow as he watched their retreating figures. They do not wish to collaborate with a new humanity. Have we ever collaborated? Stubborn old humanity. Lin Yang was already aware that the new humanity's engineering appeared splendid on the surface while being internally dilapidated. He merely needed to uncover more concrete evidence and highlight the irreplaceable significance of the old humanity. By revealing the truth and comparative evidence, public opinion would undoubtedly tilt in his favor. With added pressure from Mars and the asteroid belt, he could incite a universal opposition against the new humanity's engineering, compelling the Blue Star Federation to abandon the genetic engineering initiative entirely. This primary mission was one he had pledged to undertake for the future of human civilization, for the tenacity of his partner Niz1, and for the 5 members of Charles, who had been treated as mere expendables. As the shuttle entered the atmosphere, the vibrant cities of the surface came into view. The prosperity of Blue Star far surpassed that of Mars, with a population reaching 15 billion. Aside from Antarctica, the other 6 continents were adorned with flourishing cities. Captain, where shall we go? Latin America or Eurasia? Let us venture to the slums devoid of magnificent skyscrapers, seeking the most primitive old humanity, and then clandestinely investigate the new humanity's engineering in the metropolis. Chapter 74. Genetic chaos, are you not the most primitive of the old humans? Is there a need to venture to the surface? Huang Yuexi inquired softly. Lin Yang smiled helplessly. In truth, aren't all three of us, including Ziwen, old humans? Yet, we are far too exceptional to be compared with ordinary old humans against the new ones. We must procure compelling evidence to demonstrate that new humans are deficient compared to their predecessors. And I, Ziwen remarked, having been away from Blue Star for over a decade, I am uncertain how far the new human project has progressed. It would be prudent to observe the surface, though we must remain vigilant against the surveillance of the Blue Star regime. Upon reaching the outskirts of a city on the surface, we halted our shuttle and proceeded on foot into the slums. 10 minutes later, our shuttle landed approximately 300 kilometers northwest of Sydney, Australia. On one side lay a bustling metropolis where shuttles traversed between the surface and space, and cargo ships departed from the ports, heading toward the Pacific. Sydney's resident population had reached a staggering 30 million, with aerial vehicles weaving through towering skyscrapers, amidst a plethora of neon advertisements that illuminated the skyline day and night. Conversely, the other side revealed a dilapidated slum, a stark contrast of poverty and congestion, where smoke from gang conflicts billowed into the sky, sharply contrasting with the vibrant lights of the city. A sprawling high-voltage power grid wall divided these two worlds. Lin Yang was the first to emerge from the checkpoint of the electric wall, followed closely by Huang Yuexi and I, Ziwen. As individuals from the metropolis approached, the slum dwellers rushed forward, hoping to receive some alms, even resorting to theft or robbery in their quest for wealth. However, as they drew near, they were met by a towering 3-meter-tall alien tiger man, causing panic as they scattered in fear. "It's an alien lord. Run," they cried. "We cannot provoke the Lord of Sirius." Lin Yang chuckled. "It seems I have inadvertently become a figure of intimidation. Clearly, a fearsome appearance is quite effective. The technology of the solar system lags behind the Star Alliance. Even an alien race surpasses humanity, which explains the fear of the slum inhabitants." Karugia boasted, "Not only do I possess a terrifying appearance, but my true strength is also." Suddenly interrupted, he exclaimed, "Wait, why is there someone unafraid of me?" A 2-meter-tall man charged toward the fore, sporting a mane of long yellow hair and emitting a low growl akin to that of a beast, saliva dripping from his mouth. "Be cautious. His behavior is erratic." Huang Yuexi swiftly brandished her phase gun. Karugia stepped forward, declaring, "No need to fire. I shall subdue him." With a thunderous roar, the man lunged at them. Karugia, bending low, met him head-on. With a swipe of his massive paw, he sent the 2-meter man crashing to the ground, then swiftly pinned him down with a foot on his abdomen, hands clasped around his neck and head. In the blink of an eye, the man was subdued. Despite several attempts to rise in resistance, he was no match for Karugia's overwhelming strength. Emitting a series of furious roars, he sounded increasingly like a lion. Karugia frowned. "This is clearly a provocation. Captain, I wish to sever his neck." Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, "Let it be, Karugia. His kin over there are beseeching you for mercy." Karugia turned to see a middle-aged woman, dressed in tattered clothing, kneeling 100 meters away, pleading, "Lord Tiger, spare my poor child. He is merely 8 years old and knows nothing." "Is he truly 8? Karugia pondered, finally grasping Lin Yang's feelings when he first learned of the boy's age. How could he be so large and appear to be over 30? Indeed, he was an inferior product of the new human project, possessing the intellect of merely 2 years. "Please have mercy on him." Lin Yang, moved, gestured, "Ziwen, take control of the situation." And Ziwen promptly opened her medical kit and administered sedative, causing the man to slowly close his eyes. Karugia then released his grip and positioned himself behind Lin Yang. The slum inhabitants peered out, astonished by the sight of the noble tiger from Sirius heeding the words of a young human. The middle-aged woman hurried over, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Was his deficiency intelligence? I was part of the future ground forces incubation task force. Zach's lion genes adversely affected his brain development. Lion genes? Are you referring to Director Ning, the renowned biogeneticist of the new human project? Yes. Do you know him? Where is he now? At the clinic on Y District. 36th Street, number 78. Captain, 10 years ago, when I led the genetic optimization team, Ning was my deputy. I owe my departure from Blue Star to his cover. Lin Yang nodded. Let's go find him. The quartet hastily departed the scene, heading toward the slum and Y district, leaving the middle-aged woman in shock. Dr. Ning is his assistant, and the Tiger Man obeys the young lord? How impressive. Who is he? Could he be the legendary captain of the Sun and Moon? Though Lin Yang's name had exploded like a supernova within human society, the slum dwellers struggled to maintain their livelihoods, leaving them blissfully unaware of the latest news. Whispers of a legendary ship named Sun and Moon circulated, but none had ever seen the captain or crew. The four soon arrived at 36th Street in Y District, accompanied by Karugia, who spared them from numerous troubles along the way. Would-be robbers and desperate gangs recoiled in fear at the sight of the tiger from Sirius. The slums were littered with refuse discarded by the metropolis, with many of the structures being remnants of urban obsolescence. The clinic, number 78, comprised 4 decommissioned large RVs. Hundreds were queued outside, mostly family members with malformed children. However, upon closer inspection, these deformities differed from those of minors, while minors bore deformities yet retained human traits. These individuals did not. Some sported horns, others had forked tongues, feathers, or skin covered in scales. As Lin Yang and his companions, fully armed and accompanied by the tiger from Sirius, approached, the hundreds waiting in line, scattered in terror. The doctor, Ning Dai, sensing something amiss, rushed outside with his phase gun. Stop! You cannot chase away my patients. You, group leader? Is that you, Mr. Lin? My heavens! It truly is you. Chapter 75. The Underground Clinic. Old human genetic engineering Ning Dai, in his 30s, donned spectacles that lent him an air of scholarly elegance. He initially believed that a gang had come to cause trouble, prompting him to brandish a phase gun in defense. To his astonishment, it was none other than his former superior who had arrived. He entrusted the task of distributing gene repair agents to his assistant and welcomed Lin Yang and his companions into the clinic. At the back of the facility stood a trailer, which served as his laboratory. Though modest in size, it was dedicated to the old human genetic engineering, corresponding to the new human engineering. Ning Dai elaborated on this to the quartet. Old human engineering? What is its primary focus? Lin Yang inquired. We extract the repair factors from the genes of old humans to rectify the chaotic genes of the new humans, Ning Dai replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. Are those deformed children waiting outside the byproducts of new human engineering? Lin Yang asked. Indeed, the efficiency of producing gene repair agents is woefully inadequate. I can only supply 200 doses each day, Ning Dai confessed. When did you withdraw from genetic engineering? Why have I not seen Leah? Nithivan Prov. Leah, she passed away 3 years ago, leaving me with a daughter whose genes are in chaos, Ning Dai lamented, bowing his head in deep remorse. After the team leader departed, I was promoted to head the genetic optimization group. In my pursuit to breed a second generation of new humans that could surpass the 5 Charles, I convinced my wife to participate in the incubation of optimal genes, and the result. At that moment, a small girl with compound eyes and an insect-like mouth crawled into the laboratory, scuttling to Ning Dai's feet. She prodded his calf with her fly-like appendage. Ning Dai's eyes reddened as he swiftly opened the refrigerated cabinet and retrieved a vial of the repair agent to inject into the girl. An assistant rushed in, carrying a bowl of mushy food. I'm so sorry, Professor. I failed to keep an eye on her and interrupted your work. It's all right. Her symptoms are worsening. Reduce her food intake and increase the frequency of the repair agent injections, Ning Dai instructed. But the gene repair factors must be obtained from relatives. Frequent blood draws may. The assistant hesitated. Enough. Just take her away, Ning Dai interjected. After the injection, the little girl calmed down and was led away by the assistant. Ning Dai turned to Lin Yang and his companions, filled with shame. In my quest for super immunity, I incorporated genes from flies that secrete antimicrobial peptides and proteins. Initially, she was born normal, with the potential to free humanity from antibiotics and eradicate all known viruses. Yet it ultimately spiraled out of control. Then to truly seek redemption, one must unveil the truth and dismantle the new human engineering, rather than merely applying a band-aid with repair agents. Lin Yang asserted, Ning Gudai side. The so-called truth is well known among the federal elite and is no secret in human society. However, in the grand scheme of racial evolution, individual cries are insignificant. To the masses, as long as the flames do not reach their own homes, there is no need to risk their lives in protest. Lin Yang sigid deeply, resonating with the sentiment. Yuexi, document everything. If individuals lack the courage to protest, then we shall step forward to dismantle this pernicious new human engineering. Huang Yuexi diligently recorded the entire conversation, ensuring that all discussions were captured. She also requested Ning Dai to open the experimental data and clinic files, recording every detail without exception. Faced with Lin Yang's unwavering gaze, Ning Dai felt even more ashamed. Mr. Lin, are you truly willing to risk your safety for the sake of humanity? Let us not speak of nobility. I have my own objectives. Though it is for the sake of the main mission, as a human, I cannot bear to see our race's future squandered on a failed genetic engineering endeavor. Ning Dai was unaware of the system's tasks, but he admired Lin Yang from the depths of his heart. He understood that only someone of Lin Yang's caliber could halt the new human engineering initiative. Regardless of how formidable an individual may be, it is difficult to sway an entire federation. Behind Lin Yang stood Mars, the asteroid belt, and the Star Alliance. As the ancient adage goes, actions speak louder than words. Regardless of Mr. Lin's motives, as long as you stand to prevent this, it is noble. I shall follow your directives, even if it leads to my demise. Do not speak of death so lightly. If you perish, what becomes of your daughter? She has not much time left. As the mutation intensifies, her personality is eroding, and her lifespan is rapidly diminishing. Very well. Since you have overseen the new human engineering for 5 years, we shall refrain from covert investigations. To prevent any lingering issues, we shall release the data immediately. Negative news about the new human engineering had been circulating for some time. Such reports frequently appeared online. Lin Yang spent over 2 hours conducting interviews with Ning Dai and the deformed children queuing outside the clinic. Huang Yuexi edited the content into a 30-minute video and compiled over 500 pages of documentation, transmitting it to the Martian government via quantum communication. General Hu Liangchuan promptly issued orders to expose the new human engineering under the official banner of the Martian government. Subsequently, the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization also disseminated the relevant information with a single click. This included not only the gene mutations and loss of control induced by the new human engineering, but also the insidious truths behind the Blue Star Federation's cloning of the 5 Charlists to maintain a facade. The entire new human engineering program spanned 10 years, resulting in the cultivation of 326, 788 embryos, of which 745, 21 new humans were successfully birthed. 1/3 of these did not survive beyond their first year, and most of the remainder exhibited gene loss of control and irreversible mutations between the ages of 2 and 5. Ultimately, only 169 were theoretically successful new humans, yielding a success rate of a mere 0.005. Approximately 300,000 deformed children currently exist. Yet only in the impoverished areas of Australia is there access to gene repair agents, while the rest linger on the brink of death. Once the news broke, it ignited fervent discussions throughout the solar system. The Martian government was the first to declare its intent to abolish the new human engineering program. The United Asteroid Belt government publicly opposed the gene initiative. With the opposition of these two governing bodies, a wave of dissent swiftly emerged within Blue Star society, as media outlets rushed to report on the self-destructive nature of the new human engineering. Lin Yang was taken aback by the Blue Star Federation's response, as they did not deploy any forces to obstruct him. Instead, following the announcement, Secretary General Picard voluntarily resigned. Fleet Commander Marshall Johnson also followed suit. Sheng Li, the ambassador of solar civilization, ascended to the position of Fleet Commander, temporarily assuming the role of Secretary General of the Federation. He promptly sent a message to Lin Yang. Mr. Lin, we were aware of the drawbacks of the new human engineering, so why not retract it sooner? Alas, Sheng Li Siga, it served as a political bargaining chip for human civilization in the Star Alliance. akin to the anticipated visit from the three-eyed beings and the exploration of parallel universes by the long-eared race, as well as the quantum civilization development of the feathered people. It cannot be easily discarded. Now that you have shattered that bargaining chip, where does humanity stand in the Star Alliance? If a way out is sought, one must not tread a dead end. The insectoid battleship I captured will remain in the ring of stars for Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt to dismantle and study together. Very well. The Blue Star Federation will immediately revoke the new human engineering. The insectoid battleship, a level 2 civilization, indeed holds more value than the new human engineering. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lin. The newly appointed Chung Li gratefully accepted, genuinely appreciative of Lin Yang's intervention to resolve the pretense of the flawed genetic engineering. The resigned Secretary General Picard and former Fleet Commander Johnson bore expressions of shame. One misstep leads to another. One lie is concealed by another. Alas, I am ashamed. Thanks to Lin Yang's intervention, we can only wonder how long we would have continued this charade otherwise. Congratulations. The host has compelled human civilization to voluntarily abandon genetic engineering, successfully completing the main quest, 13 the distinction between the old and new humanity, earning an evolution point of 100,000. Chapter 76, The Gift of the Deformed Miners of the Asteroid Belt. Main mission update. 14 assist human society in addressing the aftermath of failed genetic engineering. Properly resettle 312. 788 mutant children. Evolution points 120,000. Lin Yang is a person who sees tasks through to completion. The System S assignment aligns perfectly with his inclinations. He only needs to produce a sufficient quantity of gene repair agents to fulfill the mission. Comparatively speaking, this task is rather straightforward, yet the rewards are significant. Please, Mr. Lin, greet the ambassador of the Star Alliance and ensure that they do not interfere with human research on insectoid technology. As you are aware, the Star Alliance is quite stringent regarding technological advancements. The newly appointed Chung Li is somewhat apprehensive, fearing that the Star Alliance may prohibit humans from disassembling and studying the insectoid warships. They must both entice new civilizations to join the Star Alliance to combat the Black Forest Hunters, while simultaneously suppressing lower civilizations from advancing too swiftly and strictly forbidding the theft of technology from other advanced civilizations within the Alliance. Fear not, I am personally donating decommissioned warships. Even if the Star Alliance investigates, I am prepared to handle it. As you wished. The New Humanity Project will soon be discontinued. But what of those mutant children? Can you bear to abandon them? Lin Yang Chuklet. However, this matter has escalated into the largest public outcry among humanity. It is impossible to ignore. The esteemed Blue Star Federation possesses both resources and manpower. Ning Dai has already disclosed the method for producing gene repair agents. What more do you require from me? Seeing Lin Yang's reluctance to assist, Chun-Li felt somewhat troubled. The production of gene repair agents necessitates blood samples from the immediate relatives of the mutant children, which is inefficient, especially since many of them lack direct family. Your warship is equipped with advanced technology from extraterrestrial civilizations. Could you share some of it to expedite the resolution of this failed genetic engineering? Am I to assist without gain? If you can swiftly resolve this issue and quell the outcry of 18 billion souls in the solar system, the Blue Star Federation will not neglect your contributions. You should have said so earlier. Lin Yang replied with a smile. I prefer directness. I indeed have a method for properly resettling those genetically unstable mutant children. What method? Grant me the 3 bounty docks of Blue Star, and the miners' organization from the asteroid belt will bring forth a tremendous gift. Lin Yang elaborated. Ziwang has discovered that miners, who have reproduced for 5 centuries without genetic selection, have exhibited deformities in extremely hypoxic environments. Their genetic repair factors are 100 times greater than those of ordinary individuals, allowing for the creation of a purer, non-rejecting repair agent without the need for blood samples from direct relatives. Chung-Li's eyes lit up. How long will the effect last? And Zhuang interjected. According to the simulations conducted by our supercomputer, a single injection of the repair agent can sustain its effects for 1 year. The miners' organization is preparing 1 million blood samples and will continue to provide them as needed. Fantastic! I did not expect the miners of the asteroid belt to become our saviors. Indeed, who would have thought? The old human miners, abandoned by the new humanity project, have instead become the unsung heroes in the aftermath of a failed initiative. How shall we repay them? Sheng-Li felt somewhat awkward. Did you not promise to transfer the 3 bounty docks of Blue Star to me? Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. That is a gesture of gratitude to me, not to the miners of the asteroid belt. How about this? A whale shark-class long-range escort ship with a warp speed of 2. 0 plus 3, 000 oxygène générateur. Sheng-Li pondered for a moment before finally nodding. What Ning Dai? What are Marshal Cheng's plans? Naturally, he will be the head of the gene repair team. The Blue Star Federation has no other choice. Lin Yang's proposal is their optimal solution. Once the affairs of the new humanity project are settled, they encountered the 5 clones of Charles at the Star Ring port. The 5 were devoid of their previous arrogance, replaced instead by a profound sense of despair. Yuexi, send the combat records with the 5 clones to them. I mean the Charles who fought alongside us. Understood. Yuexi activated her wrist-mounted personal assistant, transmitting the account of the 5 clones boarding the ship and seizing the insectoid warship. Lin Yang said, I'm unsure how to define clones, but I believe that if it were you 5, you would still fight valiantly alongside us, unafraid of death. You deserve the right to live for yourselves. You are Charles, Elia, Bella, Deus, and Brat, and you can also be someone else. After reviewing the combat records, vitality rekindled in the eyes of the 5 clones. Yes, we have the right to live for ourselves. Mr. Lin, you say. The 5 lifted their heads, filled with hope for the future, only to realize that Lin Yang and the others had already walked away, returning to the captured insectoid warship to rest. Zhuang, message Ambassador Yun Ban of the Star Alliance, informing her that our spoils will remain in the orbit of Blue Star after dismantling and repurposing. The insectoid captives may be returned, but the warships shall never return to the insectoids. After Zhuang sent the message, perhaps contemplating how to arrange matters, do not rush. Wait a moment. And message Galeva at the Mars bounty dock to come to Blue Star to take over the docks, while leaving the Mars dock under Gus's management. A few minutes later, Galeva piloted a medium-sized strike vessel through the interstellar portal to Blue Star's orbit, landing at the Star Ring A district port to meet Lin Yang in person. Captain, you are truly a hero of human civilization, a legend of the solar system. You are my god. Spare me the flattery. Go find the person in charge of the Blue Star Federation and take over the 3 bounty docks. Yes. Galeva turned and left. Wait, is there anything else, Captain? Increase your salary by 50 and manage the solar system's bounty market well. Do not neglect the cultivation of bounty talents. As you command. Galeva saluted and left, filled with joy. 3 hours later, the ownership of the 3 bounty docks of Blue Star changed hands, and Lin Yang monopolized the bounty market of the solar system. 2 warp-speed escort ships from the Blue Star fleet set sail for Sirius in the asteroid belt. 1 warship was handed over to the miners' organization. 2 days later, 1 million blood samples were collected, effectively concluding the failed genetic engineering project. Congratulations, host. Utilizing the genetic repair factors from the deformed miners, you have assisted the Blue Star Federation in properly resettling 312,788 mutant children, earning 120,000 evolution points. If only all tasks were this simple. Lin Yang muset inwardly. Beep. Assimilation evolution complete. KC-22 antimatter energy source perfectly compatible with warp speed 5. 0 engine. Congratulations. The host has successfully evolved into 3 epic-grade accessory modules, completing growth task, 8 high-quality advancement, earning 30,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 257,500. Indeed, the insectoid antimatter energy source and 5.0 engine are of epic significance in human technology. The growth task has been effortlessly resolved. Truly simple. Just as Lin Yang awaited news of the next task, a fragmented signal suddenly came through the warship as communicator. Attack. Rescue. Captain, it's a call from Ambassador Yun Ban of the Star Alliance. Ni Ziyank exclaimed in astonishment. Locate the signal and inquire whether the Blue Star Federation fleet has received this message. Y2122, X3325Z1101 in the Kuiper belt at the edge of the solar system. The Blue Star fleet has not received it. This message was specifically directed to us. Chapter 77. The ambassador of the Star Alliance meets with misfortune. Is it a trap? Could it be the cunning Origin Church again? Mo. Ban expressed his doubts. Karugia chuckled. Who cares? Let's fly over and obliterate everything. Huang Yuexi remained silent, her gaze calmly fixed on Lin Yang. Wait a moment, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. What are we waiting for? With a warp speed of 5.0, we should act decisively. The flames of battle ignited within Karugia. He could scarcely contain his eagerness. You want us to wait? Just hold your tongue and let me think. Lin Yang awaited the system's macro simulation results to ascertain whether it was indeed a trap or to gauge the challenge's difficulty. Having just completed the main mission on Blue Star, he received the fragmented distress signal from the Star Alliance ambassador. The system's next task would undoubtedly be related to this. Moments later, the system provided a new mission. Main mission 15, the ambassador's distress. Investigate the truth behind the attack on the Star Alliance ambassador at the designated coordinates, eliminate the assailants, and earn 150,000 evolution points. The system's ability to conduct macro simulations of the current situation, executing trillions of simulations per second over several seconds, had led to this conclusion. The Star Alliance ambassador had indeed encountered an attack. Subsequently, the system issued a new growth mission. Growth Mission 9 Heavy Bomber. Evolve the hull structure of the Sun-Moon ship to the highest version of a near-space battleship, the Heavy Bomber, for 50,000 evolution points. Set course, warp speed 5.0 to the designated coordinates. Lin Yang commanded. Captain, do you not believe it is a trap? And I Ziwen asked. I doubt it. But even if it is, we must investigate, Lin Yang replied. Should we not inform the Blue Star fleet? Commander Chung Lijing is waiting for our report. They are willing to dispatch warships to accompany us. The ambassador, Yunban, sent us a distress signal for a reason. Our speed is swift. We shall proceed first without the warships. Notify Blue Star, Mars, and the minor organizations to jointly dismantle and study the insectoids' escort ships, sharing technology to swiftly bolster the strength of our solar system civilization. After arranging the plan, Lin Yang accessed the system's evolution marketplace. He executed 15 consecutive 10 pulls, acquiring 3 valuable items: legendary level whale, shark heavy bomber hull, which upon evolution would reach 200 meters in length, the pinnacle of near-space aircraft. The next upgrade would elevate it to interstellar travel capability, fundamentally different from near-space vessels. The second item was the advanced Z-type radar, with a scanning radius expanded from 100,000 kilometers to 500,000 kilometers. The final item was the legendary Xian Turtle Y-type high-power deflection shield, with an energy capacity tenfold that of the original Xian Turtle X-type. With a single purchase, he prioritized the evolution of the radar and shield. Once stabilized, he would use the remaining 142,000 evolution points for the hull upgrade. Warp speed 5.0 equates to 213.75 times the speed of light, allowing them to reach the Kuiper belt at the solar system's edge in less than 2 minutes. This region is a gathering place for dwarf planets, asteroids, and comets, with the renowned Pluto being one such dwarf planet. Thousands of years ago, humanity's understanding of space was limited, leading to Pluto's classification as the 9th planet of the solar system. It was later redefined as a dwarf planet within the Kuiper belt. This expansive ring at the solar system's periphery measures billions of kilometers in width, dwarfing the asteroid belt 20-fold. The coordinates from which the Star Alliance ambassador Yunban sent her distress signal lay amid a cluster of small icy bodies. The Sun-Moon ship exited warp speed, maneuvering at 100 Mach past 2 ice asteroids, each 100 kilometers in diameter. The radar soon detected a field of wreckage. And Ziwen swiftly scanned the area, her expression growing grave. It was the ambassador's diplomatic vessel, utterly destroyed, with dozens of corpses floating in space, including that of Ambassador Yunban. Activating the 5-dimensional projection platform, they began a combat simulation while scanning the black box and retrieving the ambassador's remains. The ship's bridge contained a projection platform. CA Captain. We have only extracted the memories from the last 5 seconds before death. Niz Wang expressed a hint of regret. That's sufficient. At least we have discovered a new avenue for investigation. I appreciate your efforts and those of Jizi. Let us set forth. We shall proceed to the pirate base. Chapter 78. The Kuiper Belt. Battle Angel. Gazing upon the lifeless body of Ambassador Yunban from the Star Alliance, Lin Yang felt a profound sense of sorrow. Although the precise cause of death remained unclear, it was evident that Yunban had bravely sought negotiations with the insectoid beings, only to fall victim to a fatal ambush in the Kuiper Belt. This sacrifice was deeply regrettable. Let us prepare the ambassador for a proper repose. Once the situation is resolved, we shall hand him over to the triad race of the Barnard Star civilization, Lin Yang instructed. Karugia and Mebin proceeded to handle the body with due respect. Lin Yang then reached out to the leaders of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance and several high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance, informing them of the ambassador's tragic demise. He also transmitted the last 5 seconds of Yunban's memories to them. The leader of the Orion arm, who belonged to the triad race, was profoundly shocked by the news of Yunban's death. This matter must remain confidential until we identify the true perpetrator, he decreed. Marshal Chung Li of the Blue Star Federation proclaimed, "Humanity of the solar system is prepared to support any action taken by the Star Alliance. We shall avenge Ambassador Yunban." General Hu Liangchuan of Mars reviewed the memory footage multiple times. If the Dark Spirit race was indeed involved, it would reignite the flames of conflict between the Star Alliance and the Black Force hunting faction. The latter was not a unified organization, but rather a coalition of 13 brutal and bloodthirsty raiding races, each possessing technology equivalent to a level 2. 8 stellar civilization. They operated independently, yet were collectively referred to as the Black Forest hunting faction, with the Dark Spirit race being among them, a humanoid intelligent species adept at harnessing cosmic dark energy. 5 centuries prior, members of the Orion arm engaged in warfare against the Dark Spirit race, successfully repelling their invasion under the leadership of the Sirius Tiger race. For the subsequent 500 years, hostilities had ceased, making the recent assassination of the Star Alliance ambassador all the more shocking, as it hinted at the Dark Spirit race's resurgence. The insectoids are notoriously unpredictable. Is it possible that, following the failure of the Wisdom Child project, General Lin executed General Kakajia, and under pressure from the Origin Church, the insectoids allied with the Dark Spirits and betrayed Ambassador Yunban? Proposed Shirtsong, the leader of the miners. The commander of the Orion arm, the triad leader, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the insectoids' capricious nature. We must track down the interstellar pirates behind this attack. Given the delicate situation, the solar system's regular fleet and the Star Alliance should remain discreet to avoid alerting the culprits. I will take on the pursuit. Rest assured, I shall avenge Ambassador Yunban, both for justice and for personal reasons. I will secretly mobilize the Star Alliance fleet to patrol the outer edges of the Oort cloud, monitoring every warship that attempts to warp out of the solar system, the Starburst Marshal assured. Marshal Chung Li of the Blue Star Federation immediately responded. I will share intelligence from our espionage department regarding the pirates' hideouts and dispatch our fleet to assist the Star Alliance in blocking the solar system's routes. Shortly thereafter, the Sun and Moon received a list of coordinates for the pirate factions. Most of these interstellar pirates were concealed within the asteroid belt or the Kuiper Belt. The largest of these was the Great White Shark Pirate Group, originally comprising 96 vessels and 20,000 personnel, which had since absorbed defectors from the planet of Venus, increasing its numbers to 153 ships and 30,000 members. Their base was hidden in the Kuiper Belt, merely 1 light hour away from the site of Ambassador Yunban's assassination. The interstellar pirates of the solar system were primarily composed of criminals, defectors, and outlaws, lacking the strength of their galactic counterparts. The regular military of the solar system was at the bottom tier of the Star Alliance, and the pirates hiding in the fringes could not compare in terms of resources, technology, or talent. Those who claimed that the regular military was ineffective and that pirates and mercenaries were formidable were likely disregarding the facts. If the pirates and mercenaries were truly powerful, they would not resort to ambush tactics or sell their services for profit. In reality, Interstellar pirates were often pursued by bounty hunters and regular military forces, attacking only the weaker cargo ships, passenger vessels, or research crafts for plunder or extortion. Akin to the pirates of ancient Mali on Blue Star. The Great White Shark Pirate Group, while the largest illegal organization in the solar system, was still comparable in scale to the smallest of the 4 asteroids in the asteroid belt. Warp to the Great White Shark Pirate Group first. If they cooperate, we will offer them an opportunity for reformation. If they refuse, we shall obliterate them, Lin Yang decided, marking a cross over the name of the Great White Shark Pirate Group. He then engaged the warp drive, heading towards the coordinates, expecting to arrive in 6 minutes. Niz Wang remained vigilant at the radar interface. Just 3 minutes after entering warp, the radar unexpectedly detected a fluctuation in spatial energy. Captain, an energy explosion has appeared 450,000 kilometers to our left front. Due to the rapid speed of the sun and moon, the ship collided directly with the unknown energy explosion point as soon as the radar detected it. The deflector shields were capable of withstanding space debris encountered during warp travel, but the energy of the explosion far exceeded the shield's limits, puncturing through and tearing the warp bubble apart. The ship was forced to exit warp and came to a halt 100,000 kilometers away, having scraped past the obstacle. The left shield had recovered to 35, and the right shield to 80, with no apparent damage to the sun and moon. Karugia promptly reported the status of the warship. The energy from the explosion is diminishing, and we are detecting a single life form. Niz Wang relayed the radar findings. A single life form? Magnify the image and project it onto the information panel. As the brilliance of the explosion receded, a humanoid mech with 6 mechanical wings became visible. Its features were obscured, but its slender form suggested a female presence. The mech's design was extraordinarily futuristic, far beyond the capabilities of the current era, emanating a soft white glow and wielding a long weapon that glimmered with white light. Yuexi, have you encountered records of such mechs in the super library of the Origin Church? Huang Yuexi shook her head. No. This mech has evidently arrived through spatial jumping, a technology that many civilizations do not possess. Mebin, observing the scan results from the engine room's communication screen, noted. The weapon in the mech's hand resembles a photon blast gun, a technology of the Triad race from Barnard Star. It is rumored that they possess a secret project for accessing future timelines. Could this mech be of future origin? Karugia interjected. Regardless of its technology, its sudden appearance, fully armed and obstructing our path, suggests that it is not here for friendly conversation. Captain, we must turn the ship and engage in combat. Just as he finished speaking, the opposing mech surged forward at high speed. Zing, zing, zing. Its weapon discharged 3 bursts of high-energy photon clusters. Lin Yang swiftly maneuvered the sun and moon to evade. Zing, 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 zing. Each burst of high-energy ion clusters was amplified several times, each nearly half the size of the sun and moon itself. The opposing mech executed several spatial jumps, displaying remarkable agility as it evaded. Its 6 wings flared with dazzling white light, unleashing 6 high-energy beams directed towards the sun and moon, each surpassing the energy of a large battleship's energy beam. Simultaneously, the mech approached at a velocity of 500 Mach, the weapon in its hand expanding to hundreds of meters in length, shimmering with electromagnetic bursts as it swung towards the sun and moon like a lightsaber. This mech is extraordinarily alluring. Yuexi, instruct the heart of the galaxy to unleash all firepower and incapacitate her. We must seize that mech. Lin Yang commanded. Wait, Captain. Niz Wang suddenly called out. Marshal Nova, Supreme Commander of the Orion Armed Star Alliance, has dispatched word that his daughter, the Battle Angel Starlight, has arrived to aid in the investigation, seeking retribution for her aunt's demise. Chapter 79, The Elimination of the Pirate Base, the 6th crew member, Lin Yang, unwilling to succumb, deftly maneuvered the sun and moon to evade attacks. Niz Wang sent out a message. Lin Yang then commanded, Yuexi, prepare the heavy artillery. Huang Yuexi smirked, immediately loading the epic Medusa X-type temporal decelerator onto the missile platform. The sun and moon erupted with a surge of energy, causing the opposing mech to halt momentarily, sending a taunt in return. Legends of the solar system, huh? I have no time to play. I'm seeking vengeance for my dear friend, the elder sister Yunban, and uncovering the mastermind behind it all. You dare to take advantage of me? Who cares? I already refer to the ambassador as sister, and you're her niece? According to ancient human customs, you should call me uncle. Oomph. Not only do you possess skill, but your tongue is sharp as well. Don't speak of things you've never tried. Pray tell, what is your purpose? Why did you launch an unprovoked attack on us? Since you know I am Xingmong, you must also understand that I am here for revenge on behalf of my aunt. As a battle angel of the three-eyed clan, I must ascertain whether you are worthy to stand alongside me. What now? Your strength is indeed sufficient to fight by my side. Send me the coordinates, and I shall await you ahead. Lin Yang nodded at Enai Zhuan, who promptly sent the coordinates of the Great White Shark pirate crew. Do not let a single pirate escape, not even a small drone. Needless to say, with a flash, the armored Xingmong utilized spatial jumps to depart. Lin Yang re-entered warp speed, advancing at a velocity of 2.0. 2 minutes later, the sun and moon reached the designated coordinates, revealing a 100-kilometer-wide icy asteroid with a pirate base constructed upon its surface, surrounded by pirate warships. However, chaos reigned. Explosions echoed everywhere, and the three-eyed Xingmong was in a frenzy, ruthlessly slaughtering foes. The ground base lay in ruins, and the space fleet had suffered grave damage. The pirate warships, primarily composed of short-range vessels lacking warp engines, fled at conventional speeds, but were no match for the speed of the Stellar Alliance mechs. In a swift strike, a 100-meter-long lightsaber cleaved them in two, where photon energy bursts annihilated the fleeing ships. The only heavy bomber in the pirates' fleet, equipped with a warp engine, was intercepted by Xingmong just a second after entering warp. 6 wings emitted high-energy beams, incapacitating the heavy bomber in a mere 0.1 seconds. Upon confirming that the pirate leader, Great White Shark Peak, was aboard the heavy bomber, Xingmong unleashed indiscriminate assault on the pirate base. By the time Lin Yang arrived, over a third of the fleet, more than 50 warships, had already been destroyed. Goodness, this Xingmong is truly wild. Yuexi, let us not lag behind. Let us obliterate the pirates. Understood. Huang Yuexi smiled slightly, as the galaxy heart on her chest radiated a blinding white light. In the next moment, the sun and moon unleashed its full firepower, illuminating the dim Kuiper belt with a dazzling display of explosions. Finally, for Ghoul, thermonuclear fusion missiles were launched. Combined with the 12 enhanced energy cannons of the sun and moon, shattering the icy asteroid. You have destroyed 15 heavy bomber classes of the Axe, earning 9,000 evolution points, 25 heavy fighter classes of the double-handed sword, earning 10,000 evolution points, 32 medium fighter classes of the scimitar, earning 6,400 evolution points, 25 light fighter classes of the razor, earning 2,500 evolution points. Current evolution points, 169,900. Why are you so bloodthirsty? Upon arrival, you seized all the remaining warships, leaving none for me? Xingmong complained. As the sun and moon exited warp speed, it immediately opened fire, claiming all the warships she had intended to destroy for herself. Lin Yang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. And you dare complain, my dear niece? Had I known, I would have allowed you to arrive first. I destroyed over 50 warships. Do you comprehend the loss? First of all, I am not your niece. Secondly, I do not take orders from you. And lastly, I seek revenge for my aunt. I will kill as many as I wish, and I care not for your losses. How rebellious. I hope that after this, we never collaborate again. Even if you beg, I shan't cooperate with you. The mech I wear embodies the crystallized wisdom of the three-eyed clan. How could I associate with the backward solar civilization? How infuriating. If you possess the capability, then remove your mech, and let us settle this with our fists. Who fears whom? I shall board your warship. Let's see if I 1T beat you to a pulp. Was a long-tailed snot. Lin Yang quietly inquired of the co-pilot, Huang Yuexi. Huang Yuexi stifled a laugh, explaining, "It is a type of carrion worm from the three-eyed planet, akin to the long-tailed maggots on Blue Star." Goodness, this girl's insults are too crude. I must teach her a lesson. Regardless of who her father is, let us interrogate the pirate leader first. Two can play at this game. Activate the tractor beam and capture the pirate leader's warship. Kaluja locked onto the enemy ship with the tractor beam, drawing it to the outer chamber. Upon completion of the docking process, Kaluja and Mebin, fully armed, opened the hatch and boarded the enemy vessel. The pirate leader was already terrified, witnessing the destruction of his base and fleet and the death of his crew. He understood the meaning of overwhelming force and felt utterly powerless to resist. Complying might offer him a chance at survival. Angering them would only lead to one outcome: death. Thus, as the hatch opened, Kaluja beheld Great White Shark Peak, disarmed and kneeling in surrender, flanked by 5 core members of the pirate crew, all kneeling in submission. Before Lin Yang could inquire, Peak promptly divulged, "We were forced to act by the Seven-Eyed clan of the Coleoptera, lured by false information regarding the Origin Church to draw in the Stellar Alliance ambassador. During the aerial battle, we had Dark Spirit technology. Why was it absent during our recent skirmish? That Dark Spirit warship disguised itself as our double-handed sword flagship, and after we utilized it, it automatically entered warp and fled. What evidence do you have for these claims? My warship contains communications and records from the aerial battle. You need only take a look." Kaluja detained these 6. Mebin retrieved the records. A minute later, Mebin presented the records. Upon careful review, it was confirmed that they had not lied. Such cooperation is rare. Kaluja, grant them a swift end. They are implicated in the assassination of the Stellar Alliance ambassador, and there is no chance for these pirates to live. Congratulations. You have uncovered the truth behind the ambush on the Stellar Alliance ambassador, annihilated the attackers, and completed the main quest, 15 the ambassador's plea for help, earning 150,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 319,900. Main quest updated, 16 the 6th crew member. Successfully recruited the 6th crew member, earning 170,000 evolution points. Zhuan, relay the investigation results to the Stellar Alliance and the Human High Command. Yuexi, accompany me to the lower deck to tame a fierce steed. Xingmong, Huang Yuexi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, her strength and character are quite similar to ours. She would be an ideal addition to our ranks. It would be a pity not to recruit her. Yet her father is a marshal of the Orion arm of the Stellar Alliance, and her rank is at least that of colonel. Furthermore, she dons armor forged from the technological essence of the Three-Eyed clan. Would she easily join us? That is why I intend to tame her. Chapter 80, Battle Angel join. Karugia first severed the connection to the pirate's heavy bomber, dragging it away with a tractor beam. He then swiftly executed 5 pirates, casting their lifeless bodies into the void of space. Finally, he opened the outer pressure chamber to welcome Xingmong aboard the ship. Once inside the Sun Moon, the helmet of her battle armor retracted, revealing a stunning visage with fair skin and exquisite features. Apart from the third eye on her forehead, which appeared somewhat awkward, her beauty rivaled that of Huang Yuexi. She seemed no older than 17 or 18 in human years. Where's my aunt's body? In the lower chamber. Do you wish to see the body first or duel with me? Do not let grief cloud your combat prowess, lest it appear that I am taking advantage of you as your elder. I will transform sorrow into strength. Lin Yang, should you fall without a fight, do not let your subordinates report to the Marshal of the Star Alliance. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Rest assured, that will not happen. Huang Yuexi interjected coolly. If you kill Lin Yang, I will become the new captain of the Sun Moon. No one will report you to your father. So please give it your all and show no mercy. Karugia remarked, I have heard that the Three-Eyed race possesses formidable combat abilities. But I must still caution you that the captain is quite formidable. Mo Ban added, for the sake of fairness. Miss Xingmong should also make a declaration. If she is slain in the duel, the Star Alliance and the Seven Sisters civilization cannot be held accountable. I have already informed the Star Alliance and the higher-ups of humanity about the investigation results, and they are formulating a strategy. I hear we are to duel, correct? Here is a pre-battle waiver, an ancient document known as a life-and-death agreement. Xingmong looked at the 5 individuals in surprise, a hint of a predatory smile gracing her lips. You truly are a team that revels in chaos. Even without the 6-winged angel armor, I remain the recognized battle angel of the three-eyed race. Each cell in my body born for combat. Lin Yang, I will not leave any survivors. If you fear me, simply apologize and call me. Yes. As you humans say, Auntie. If you admit your fault to Auntie, I shall let you go. Dear niece, today your uncle shall thoroughly discipline you. It is evident that you are a spoiled and unruly girl under Marshal Xingbao's care. Your father indulges you, but I shall not. Lin Yang, I hope your fists are as tough as your words. I am all hard, ready to crush you. Enough with the meaningless banter. Let us not waste time. Huang Yuexi interjected disdainfully, halting the verbal sparring between the two. Xingmong pressed a button on her wrist, and her armor instantly transformed into a burst of light, revealing her graceful and poised figure, brimming with agility and strength, with a hint of killing intent emanating from her. I am not merely concealing my armor. I have completely removed it, so do not doubt me. Is this future technology? Montakban inquired. Xingmong was taken aback. How did you know? Montakban replied proudly. One glance is enough to tell that this technology surpasses the 2.6 level of the three-eyed race. It seems your future time engineering has been quite successful. Indeed, it won't be long before the Seven Sisters civilization reaches 3.0 star system civilization. When the opportunity arises, I shall inform your father Xingbao that future technology is indeed alluring, yet more perilous. Be wary of the causal paradox, for quantum collapse could spell disaster. No need for your concern. Take me to see my aunt's body. Upon encountering the body of the Star Alliance ambassador Yunban, Xingmong's brow twitched slightly, her eyes reddening. She closed her eyes, steadied her emotions, and resolutely turned away. Where shall we duel? In the lower ship chamber, but I am curious. You traveled 600 light years to avenge your aunt, and merely casting a glance is enough to conclude this? No, you're mistaken. Lin Yang replied coolly. What we have just eliminated is merely the knife that kills. The true wielder of the knife has yet to face punishment. You mean the insectoids and the dark spirits? Precisely. If you truly wish to avenge your aunt, you must cut through to the end and root out the culprits among the insectoids and the dark spirits. That is not my role. The Star Alliance will devise a diplomatic plan. My father said that individuals cannot disrupt the grand scheme of the 236 civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance. Huh, how disappointing. I no longer wish to fight you. Why? Are you afraid? Afraid? Lin Yang scoffed coldly. I thought you were someone who feared nothing, but it seems you are merely a sheltered girl, afraid of the insectoids and the dark spirits. To duel you would be beneath me. Leave now, and I shall consider myself defeated. Apologizing for referring to you as my dear niece. Lin Yang's words felt like a push into a volcano erupting with fury. He casually injected her with a surge of adrenaline. Proudly identifying as the battle angel of the three-eyed race, she had never encountered such scorn. At worst, she could withdraw from the Star Alliance fleet and seek vengeance as an exile. She was neither a sheltered girl nor a coward. Lin Yang, you must accept my duel. Then let us cease the idle chatter. Come, let me show you what defeat feels like. The two removed their weapons and equipment, engaging in a mixed martial arts match within the lower chamber of the Sun Moon. With a swift punch, Xingmong struck, her speed creating an afterimage, and her power momentarily altering the pressure within the chamber. A mere ordinary human would have no hope of evading or enduring such a blow. However, with Lin Yang's life energy maxed out at 140 and the continuous replenishment from the Sun Moon, his reflexes, speed, strength, and endurance far exceeded that of a typical human. He deftly sidestepped the punch. As Xingmong's fist swung through empty air, she followed with a sweeping kick, offering Lin Yang no respite. Fortunately, he did not require it. Endurance was his most formidable advantage. Lin Yang refrained from attacking, evading 9 of Xingmong's strikes within a second. While her strength could not match that of the tiger-like Karugia, her agility surpassed it. Her combat skills were equally commendable. In comparative terms, her close-quarters combat ability was nearly on par with Karugia's. This satisfied Lin Yang immensely. Regardless of whether through deception or coercion, or by enticing promises, he was determined to recruit her into his ranks. Lin Yang, let us see how long you can evade. Within 3 minutes, I shall have you exhausted. Xingmong, unaware of Lin Yang's extraordinary endurance, intensified her assault, leaving him no breathing room. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed, and Lin Yang's evasion speed only increased. Doubts began to stir within Xingmang. Get down. Ah! The sounds of her rapid punches echoed throughout the chamber as the air around them crackled with energy. Xingmang's assaults quickened, yet Lin Yang either dodged or blocked them, sustaining no damage. After 30 minutes of relentless pressure, Xingmang began to feel fatigue set in, her attack frequency waning. The onlookers, positioned at the periphery, could not help but smile. The scan indicates that Xingmang's heart rate, blood pressure, and respiration are all on the rise. Our captain remains unchanged, an I Ziwang remarked. Truly a miracle. Mo Ban mused. 500 years ago, I modified most of the organs in my body. Even with the most advanced materials, I could not achieve such sustained endurance. The captain is truly an extraordinary human. Kurujia added. Perhaps Commander Yuexi, reliant on the heart of the galaxy, could not reach such heights? Huang Yuexi nodded. Indeed, this is why he is the captain and I am merely the first officer. As the conversation continued, over an hour had elapsed. Xingmang regretted her initial overexertion. Her body now ached, and she was nearly spent. Lin Yang halted, extending 2 fingers to tap her lightly on the head. You've chased me for half an hour. Would you mind if I retaliated? Plop. Drenched in sweat, the starlit figure collapsed backward. I have lost. You monster. Speak. What is it that you desire? Simple. Join me in combating the insectoids and the shadow folk, an Avenger Ant, Ambassador Cloudspot. What? Is it really that easy? Indeed. Abandon the Star Alliance fleet and enlist on the Sun Moon vessel. If you cannot do this, then I am willing. The starlit figure hastily raised a hand. This is precisely what I sought. The Sun Moon vessel indeed harbors hidden talents, promising far greater prospects than the Star Alliance fleet. Chapter 81. A declaration of war against the insectoid race. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Lin Yang summoned the ever-ready first officer, Huang Yuexi, who promptly brought forth the gene registration device. After crouching down to extract the epidermal gene chain information from Xingmang's fingers, he inputted her name, placing her in the combatant's roster. In an instant, a surge of mysterious life energy enveloped Lin Yang, invigorating him to new heights as his physical parameters ascended yet another tier. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited the three-eyed warrior angel, Xingmang. Permanent life energy value, 10. Current life energy value, 150. Congratulations. You have successfully recruited your 6th crew member, completing the main quest, 16-6 crew member. Evolution points, 170,000. Current evolution points, 489,900. Main quest updated, 17 journey to the Centaurus. Depart the solar system, embark on a deep space voyage, and safely reach the checkpoint located in the Centaurus constellation, where you'll transfer the remains of the Galactic Alliance's ambassadorial team. Evolution points, 200,000. Welcome, what? Xingmang. Lin Yang extended his hand to help the exhausted Xingmang to her feet. Are you even human? Why is your stamina so enduring? That sentiment seemed rather accusatory. Lin Yang mused, shaking his head in resignation. Well, it's not the first time I've been asked that. I am undeniably human. And as for why I'm so strong, it is simply because I am exceptional. Is that all? You seem reluctant to elaborate. Pretty much. I want to pry into whether your angelic battle armor was acquired from the future or crafted using future technology. Does it make a difference? It's all related to the future anyway. Huang Yuexi chuckled. All right, Xingmang, we all have our secrets. There's no need to delve too deep. As we spend time together, we'll gradually come to understand one another. You're the saintess of the Origin Church? Can you establish a mental connection with higher intelligences from the 5-dimensional space? I haven't tried. Well then, what about Kurujia? Xingmang Guit? I've heard you transformed on Mars. Did you become a ferocious beast engineered for the tiger race genes? Kurujia retorted, awkwardly pursing his lips. We, the tiger race, ceased genetic engineering long ago. We'll resume it when we reach civilization level 3. 0. Please do not inquire about my transformation. Oh, my apologies. By the way, Mr. Mo Ban, are you still plotting to overthrow the Galactic Alliance? When did I ever say that? I merely wish to reform the Alliance's decaying system. Ugh, it's pointless to discuss this with you. I'm off to drink. Mo Ban retrieved 6 bottles of liquor from the lower cargo hold, 1 in each hand. Curious, Xing Meng sought more information about Ni Ziwen, only to be met with a gentle inquiry from Ni Ziwen herself. Sister Xing Meng, how old are you this year? Should we inform the marshal about your joining us? 18. The lifespan of the three-eyed race is similar to that of humans, though our overall capabilities are slightly superior. As for my father's side, perhaps it's best left unsaid. I fear it might upset him. Captain, what position will I hold aboard the Sun and Moon? As a battle angel, your role will naturally be combat. When aerial battles ensue, you will don your angel armor and coordinate with the Sun and Moon. All right, that works. The real question is, how long until we can unearth the culprits behind my aunt's demise? I cannot guarantee how long revenge will take, but I promise we will commence actions immediately. Ziwen, send a message to inquire about the Alliance's strategies against the insectoids and the Dark Spirit clan. Upon witnessing Xing Meng's presence on the bridge of the Sun and Moon, Marshal Xing Bao of the Orion arm of the Galactic Alliance expressed satisfaction. Your collaboration this time was both decisive and efficient, leaving no room for future complications. I am pleased and hope for further partnerships in the future. Father, there will always be opportunities ahead. I, along with Lin Yang and the others, will continue this collaboration. Indeed, the Alliance will also maintain its partnership with Lin Yang and his crew. That's not what I meant. I'm saying that I have now joined the Sun and Moon permanently, and our collaboration will be everlasting. No, not just them, but us, 6 of us as a cohesive unit. You've joined the Sun and Moon? Yes. Why didn't you consult me beforehand? You know, the position of Major General in the 7th Fleet of the Orion Arm was about to be yours. I'm not interested. I wish to fight against the insectoids and the Dark Spirit clan as an individual, avenging my aunt. Yuexi, you've truly been spoiled. Do as you please. Hand over the angel armor, and from now on, there will be no name of Xing Meng within the Alliance's ranks. What else with the armor has already synchronized with my genes and consciousness. Father, even if I were to relinquish it, no one else could wield it. It would be better to simply gift it to me. Enough. Marshal, please calm your anger. Your bond with your daughter is precious. Do not let a mere external object tarnish that affection. Lin Yang interjected swiftly. Marshal Xing Bao retorted angrily. One is a saintess of the Origin Church, another a prince of the Sirius Tiger clan, and the last a legendary engineer of the Galactic Alliance. Were it not for your statuses, I would hold you accountable for this. You are abducting my daughter. Oh dear, Marshal Xing Bao, your accusations are rather severe. It was not my intention to compel her to join the Kuiper operation. What transpired thereafter was merely a natural progression. There was no coercion. If there was any, it was inadvertently instigated by you. You are indeed a crafty human. Let us set that aside, Marshal. Regardless, we are on the same front. Let us discuss how to deal with the insectoids. They have allied with the Black Forest hunting faction and are openly opposing the Galactic Alliance. Surely the Alliance has some stance on this? The Galactic Alliance has officially classified the insectoid race and the Seven-Eyed Clan as hostile entities. The solar system is formally declaring war on the insectoid order, and the Alliance will offer strategic support to humanity, but the primary combat force will be humanity. Wow. Cheng Li and Hu Lianchuan are quite bold. They show no caution whatsoever. Why confront them head-on? This is not merely a rash decision by the Human Alliance. It is a matter of urgency. The Dark Spirit clan and the Seven-Eyed clan from the Black Forest hunting faction are amassing their fleets. Within a month, the front line will reach the edge of the solar system's Oort cloud. This impending war could very well lead to the extinction of the human race. After concluding communications with the regional marshal of the Galactic Alliance, Lin Yang immediately reached out to 3 high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance. The miners' leader, Shi Tsang, stated, "The Alliance is deploying fleets for defense, but considering the multi-front operations, the reinforcements will not be substantial." Marshal Cheng Li of Blue Star wore a grave expression. With the cancellation of the new human project, we have lost our trump card. Although researching the Warship technology of the insectoids could enhance our capabilities, time is no longer on our side. Is there no way to utilize the interstellar teleportation gates? No. I prefer to take a warp route through the Oort cloud and patrol the solar system's borders along the way. Lin Yang prepared to evolve the Sun and Moon into a massive 200-meter heavy bomber. He required solitude for this endeavor. Fear not, when the time comes, I shall have plenty of formidable dishes to serve them. Should they dare to gnaw at the hard stone of the solar system, they will surely break their teeth. After shutting down the communication, Lin Yang promptly activated the evolution system. Legendary level whale, shark, heavy bomber, hull, evolution in progress. Estimated time, 2 days, 12 hours. Chapter 82. The legendary heavy bomber Lin Yang prepared to head to the Neptune outpost for resupply. The captured pirate heavy warship, equipped with a warp drive engine rated at 2.0, was too valuable to destroy. Thus, he assigned Mo Ban and Karugia to pilot the pirate ship, following the Sun and Moon, as they set course for Neptune at warp speed 2.0. In the span of a meal, they arrived at the Uranus Heavy Hydrogen Factory. The factory manager and the commander of the escort team had been awaiting their arrival at the dock for quite some time. Mr. Lin, welcome. The conventional Dragonfly Z-type and Ghoul thermonuclear missiles are ready. The rations and various daily necessities have also been prepared and can be loaded onto the ship at any time. This heavy ship was the ride of the pirate Great White Shark, equipped with a warp drive engine rated at 2.0. You should enhance your defenses. The great war between humanity, the insectoids, and the dark spirits is about to commence. Do not let your guard down. Bolster your preparations. Yes. The escort commander promptly stood at attention and saluted. I also have a set of wide-eared bat Z-type radar and a set of Shin Turtle medium-sized shields to bestow upon you. Oh dear, Mr. Lin. These two are legendary-grade component modules. They are far too valuable. They are merely surplus from the Sun and Moon. Use them as you see fit. Yes, as you command. At present, Lin Yang's evolution points were nearing 500,000. Recovering the two obsolete modules would yield only 2,000 evolution points, a waste. It was better to gift them to the human outpost, perhaps allowing them to serve a purpose in resisting the invasion of alien races. The leaders of the Neptune outpost were deeply moved. They fully stocked the Sun and Moon with various supplies and organized a death squad of 300 Marines at Lin Yang's disposal. However, Lin Yang had no intention of deploying the Marines this time. Their journey to Alpha Centauri's southern gate was for the purpose of delivering the ambassador's remains and discussing the defense of the solar system. He did not plan to engage in combat aboard the ship or on planetary surfaces. Thus, the Marines were unnecessary. Once the supplies were loaded, the Sun and Moon departed from the Neptune outpost dock. Huang Yuexi, course and destination coordinates set for the Alpha Centauri system. Karugia, life support systems are functioning normally. Dual shields are operational. The ship's systems are in order. NZWN, radar and communications are functioning properly. Crew health is normal. Finally, Mo Ban from the engine room reported, energy and engines are functioning normally. Warp speed 5.0, let's depart. Lin Yang pressed the warp ignition button, and the Sun and Moon vanished in an instant from the vicinity of Neptune, reaching the closest star to the Sun, Alpha Centauri's southern gate, in just over 8 days. Once in warp, there was little for the Sun and Moon to do. Seeing Mang, feeling idle on the bridge, commented, "You all have your tasks. What about me? Substitute. I will design a living quarter for you." Lin Yang replied as he exited the bridge. Huang Yuexi took the main pilot seat, while Xing Meng filled in as co-pilot. With the addition of one more person aboard, the Sun and Moon could now substitute any crew member's position. After refreshing the evolution shop several times, Lin Yang finally procured a legendary-grade Cave X living quarter. It matched the specifications of Huang Yuexi and the others, being slightly less advanced than Lin Yang's Y-type. It was perfect for crew use. An hour later, the new living quarter appeared in the vacant area of the mid-deck, astonishing Xing Meng. "Is this a warship from the future? How can you tell?" Lin Yang asked with a smile. "At least the Star Alliance does not possess this technology yet. The Sun and Moon's energy has not diminished, and no resources have been consumed. The living quarter just materialized out of thin air. Even the light seekers of civilization level 3.0 must consume energy to alter reality. I have heard from Mo Ban about the light seekers. They can only modify reality temporarily with a 50 chance of failure. Their technology is incomparable to mine. Do not be astonished. Step inside and see if it meets your satisfaction. There will be a surprise in 2 days. Very satisfactory. I was troubled about where to sleep tonight, Captain. It seems you have truly accepted me. This child, if I had not accepted you, why would I let you on a bridge? 2 days later, they were navigating through the Oort cloud at the outer edge of the solar system. Lin Yang and Xingming were on duty in the bridge, while Karugia was in the engine room, and Huang Yuexi, NZWN, and Mo Ban rested in their respective living quarters. Suddenly, the sun and moon exited warp and began to drift in space. The warship systems are functioning well. Why did we exit warp? Lin Yang, the fleet commander, was puzzled. Captain Lin Yang, is it possible that the sun and moon simply dozed off? Sing mang in guit pudel. Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. You'll find out shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a light screen swept across the bow of the ship. The warship underwent a transformative evolution, expanding from its original length of 80 meters to a formidable 200 meters as a heavy bomber. The hull width increased from 30 meters to 80 meters, and the height rose from 20 meters to 50 meters. The number of decks increased from 4 to 10, based on Karugia's height. The new deck height was optimized to 4 meters, allowing for unimpeded movement for the tallest crew member. Concurrently, the thickness of the hull and each deck was reinforced, rendering the structure of the sun and moon even more robust. The area of the new bridge remained at 50 square meters, but the operation at each station became more intelligent and convenient. The internal changes of the ship were even more pronounced. The previously single corridor running from bow to stern transformed into 3 long corridors due to the increased hull width. The first deck was designated as the office and work area, housing Karugia's weapon manufacturing room, NZW's medical room, conference room, reception room, and more. The crew's dining, sleeping, and leisure areas were arranged on the second deck, while the isolation room was moved to the third deck. The remaining 7 decks were unallocated for now and serve as cargo holds. In addition to internal modifications, the external armament positions also saw a considerable increase. The number of missile launch platforms rose from 6 to 18, and energy gun platforms increased from 12 to 24. The transformation into a heavy bomber was indeed fitting. The tremors from the warship's evolution awakened Huang Yuexi and the others, who rushed out in astonishment. Within a minute, the evolution was complete, leaving them speechless. Huang Yuexi exclaimed, "This is the whale shark-class heavy bomber that Blue Star is secretly developing. Its size far exceeds that of the Axe-class and ranks just below the Orca-class escort vessel. Due to excessive firepower consumption and unresolved energy issues, it has yet to be commissioned." NZWN expressed her delight. "I never imagined the sun and moon would evolve into the whale shark class." Lin Yang chucked. "We now possess 2 antimatter energy sources and 1 thermonuclear fusion energy source. Not only can we support a whale shark class bomber, but we could also accommodate an Orca class escort and a blue whale class destroyer." Mo Ban added, "Even if our firepower has doubled or tripled, our energy supply is more than sufficient." Karugia remarked, "This warship, even without considering Admiral UX's Heart of the Galaxy, could defeat a 2 civilization insectoid cruiser." While those who had witnessed the evolution were astonished, Xingming, having experienced it firsthand, was left in speechless awe. After a while, he murmured, "This technology undoubtedly surpasses that of civilization level 3. So, if it is not from future technology, then it must be from an even higher level than 3.0. How does it compare to your Angel battle armor?" Mo Ban asked curiously. "For now, aside from its evolution capability and the amplification from Sister UX's Heart of the Galaxy, the current technology of the sun and moon cannot match the Angel battle armor. However, that may change in the future. All right, the 3 of you continue to rest. We shall resume our journey." The sun and moon once again engaged warp speed 5.0. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully evolved the sun and moon into a heavy bomber, completing growth task 9 heavy bomber, earning 50,000 evolution points. With your current total at 523,000. Growth task updated 10 super god. Acquire and utilize a super god level item from the evolution marketplace to gain an additional 80,000 evolution points." Chapter 83. Encounter in the Oort cloud, the god-level commodity? Lin Yang felt a tinge of curiosity. After refreshing the evolution shop for such a long time, the highest tier available was merely the epic grade. The power of these items was indeed considerable. Yet he had never encountered anything of the god-level caliber. He wondered how formidable such a product could be. However, it was certain that the probability of obtaining one was exceedingly low, below 0.001. Seated in the captain's chair, Lin Yang initiated a series of 10 consecutive refreshes. Although he did not procure a god-level item, several useful legendary-grade commodities emerged after several rounds. Among them were the Xian-Ge Y-type high-power shield, Locust Z-type carrier drone swarm, 50 units, Zhulong X-type explosive pulse cannon, Yinglong X-type directional phase cannon, and Fire Phoenix X-type missile matrix launch platform. Half an hour later, he arranged for the 12 newly evolved missile launchers and energy cannons to undergo upgrades. After spending 523,000 evolution points, only 100,000 remained. Having failed to acquire a god-level item, and with all necessary enhancements for the battleship addressed, he decided to halt the refresh process. Just as he prepared to take a moment to relax, the radar interface suddenly emitted an alarm. Upon opening the star map, he discovered an energy accumulation ahead. Enemy ships lay in ambush. With urgency, Lin Yang exited hyperspace, just as hundreds of energy cannon shots descended upon him. The sun and moon swiftly executed a roll to evade, managing to dodge for several seconds before being struck by a barrage of energy blasts. A magnetic storm laser beam struck above the bridge. Fortunately, the dual shields of the sun and moon had evolved to the superior Xian-Gue Y-type, endowing them with tenfold the original capacity. The impact only caused the ship to sway slightly, reducing the left shield by 3, which swiftly recovered to full strength in under a second. The hull remained unscathed. In retaliation, Lin Yang launched 10 Ghoul thermal nuclear missiles. After a series of violent explosions, the sun and moon finally caught a breath. It was then that he noticed over 500 insectoid warships appearing in the distance, 2,000 kilometers ahead and on either flank. Additionally, 10 large frigates loomed 10,000 kilometers away. The radar had failed to detect them earlier because these ships were cloaked, revealing themselves only at the moment of attack. The insectoids, like most races within the Star Alliance, could not engage while cloaked. Otherwise, their stealth would be rendered futile due to the significant energy fluctuations. These warships had long been stationed along the critical route. M.O. Ban was stationed alone in the engine room. Starry, pressing her third eye on her forehead, activated the angel battle armor of future technology, enveloping her in a second. Transforming into a mass of light particles, she directly initiated a teleportation to the space outside the sun and moon, charging towards the enemy ships to join the fray. The coordination among the 6 was remarkably seamless, and within mere seconds, they had established their counteroffensive. How did the insectoids know our route? Has there been a traitor in human society? Huang Yuexi frowned. Let us first win this encounter. We must investigate the matter thoroughly. With swift precision, Huang Yuexi launched 30 Dragonfly Z-type missiles to intercept and disrupt the enemy's assault, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of explosive pulse cannons to clear the obstacles ahead. The sun and moon immediately entered hyperspace at 1.0, exiting in less than 0.1 seconds near the insectoid frigates, 10,000 kilometers away. The 500 smaller warships were not within Lin Yang's sights. His focus was solely on the 10 large frigates. He had yet to complete a challenge requiring the destruction of 50 frigates. Having only downed 30, he sought any opportunity to eliminate the remaining 20 without fail. Capturing the larger frigates first would render the remaining smaller ships mere lambs for slaughter. With a whoosh, 10 enhanced phase cannon beams struck the frigates, swiftly penetrating their shields. A Ghoul thermal nuclear missile directly impacted the enemy ship's hull, resulting in a colossal nuclear explosion that obliterated the unshielded frigate, scattering debris in all directions. However, before any wreckage could collide with the sun and moon, Lin Yang entered hyperspace once more, targeting another frigate. Lin Yang, is that you? A familiar voice echoed through the communicator. What a coincidence. running into an acquaintance while bathing in boiling water. It's you, Salir. Salid Amarschendrebe had utilized the entirety of Mars societal resources to give birth to a new breed of humanity. She was the granddaughter of the former Martian Marshal, the Leaf, who had poisoned the high-ranking officials of the Martian regime before defecting with her fleet to the insectoids. She had nearly killed Lin Yang and his companions in the Interstellar Hotel, and he had been searching for her ever since. Upon hearing her voice, he immediately recognized her. You're still alive. I could die 100 times, but I won't perish. How infuriating that you're everywhere. I am your nightmare. It seems you're not here to ambush me specifically. The insectoids were lying in wait for all ships departing the solar system en route to the Southern Gate 2, and were unaware that this heavy bombardment ship was Lin Yang's until the ambush commenced. And Lin Yang destroyed a frigate, showcasing his agility and enhanced firepower. Why have you changed your battleship? My ship has never changed. It has always been the sun and moon. Stop lying. Today, our fates are intertwined. In the previous encounters, you escaped death. This time, you shall not fly away. You've stolen my lines. What shall I say? Forget it. Let us get to work. With that, Lin Yang ceased his argument with Salir and sped towards another frigate in hyperspace, immediately launching an assault. The frigate retaliated with full force, while the remaining 8 frigates in the distance joined the fray. The sun and moon faced 9 adversaries, while the 500 ambushing small ships attempted to provide support, only to be hindered by Starry, clad in her angel battle armor. The technology of the insectoids' 7-eyed species had only reached level 2 of stellar civilization, whereas the tri-eyed civilization of the Betelgeuse system had achieved level 2. 6. The angel battle armor, a super weapon fashioned through future temporal engineering, approached nearly 3.0 level galactic civilization technology. Against the insectoids' small ships, Starry was utterly dominant. The various energy cannons posed no threat to her. They could not land a hit. Her evasion speed was remarkable, utilizing instantaneous movement to outpace them. The slower guided weapons could never lock onto her. Every time she teleported, she would materialize near the engines of the small ships, either piercing through shields and hulls with her multi-hundred-meter light sword or obliterating the vessels with energy beams from her 6 wings. The more than 500 small ships could neither escape nor provide support to the frigates. The insectoid ambush had devolved into a defensive battle. In the blink of an eye, 3 frigates had been destroyed, along with 26 small ships. The commander of the insectoid fleet, filled with fury and despair, commanded, "Retreat. All units, withdraw. General, please fight to the last." Salir urgently knelt, pleading for battle. Huang Yuexi is aboard that ship. If we capture her, the Origin Church will accept us. We must not let Lin Yang and his companions escape. With a kick, the insectoid commander sent Salir flying against the wall, where she collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Wretched human, what right do you have to interfere with commands? Were it not for the parasitic experiments being conducted upon you, I would have consumed you long ago. The father and uncle of Salir were rendered speechless by fear. The insectoid commander did not spare them a glance. Withdraw. With that command, an anomaly suddenly emerged on the radar. General, the sun and moon vessel is experiencing a massive energy surge, and the surrounding time is accelerating drastically. The aide reported the irregularity in haste. It seems we are ensnared in a temporal quagmire with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers. It is not the surrounding time that is accelerating, but rather our own time that is being decelerated. Chapter 84, Epic Level. Time slowing device. The battle had scarcely commenced when Lin Yang surmised that the insectoid adversaries were contemplating retreat. It would be foolish not to flee when faced with certain defeat, and the cunning insectoids were far from being fools. Thus, he instructed Ni Ziwang to remain vigilant on the radar interface, monitoring the enemy's movements. After the destruction of the 3rd frigate, the radar indicated that over half of the small near-space vessels began converging towards the frigate. Meanwhile, the larger frigate was simultaneously attacking the sun-moon and altering its trajectory. This was an unmistakable signal of retreat. Lin Yang promptly commanded, "Yuexi, unleash the heavy artillery. Xingmong, withdraw." Whoosh! The epic-level Medusa X-Time slowing device soared forth at a staggering speed of 1,000 Mach, subsequently detonating amidst the enemy fleet. In the vastness of space, a brief flash illuminated the surroundings. From the epicenter of the explosion, a terrifying energy radiated outward. A spherical region encompassing a radius of 10,000 kilometers, diameter of 20,000 kilometers, was engulfed in this formidable energy, which slowed the passage of time itself. It was akin to tossing a mass of highly viscous liquid into the river of time. Within this sphere, time was decelerated by an astonishing 99.9 from a distance. The insectoid frigates and small near-space vessels appeared to move in slow motion, almost on the verge of stasis. Conversely, from within the sphere, external objects and time seemed to race forward. As the insectoids were preparing to retreat, the small near-space vessels were clustering around the frigate, rendering the fleet relatively concentrated. A staggering 90 of the warships found themselves within the 20,000-kilometer diameter. The scant few ships that escaped the influence of the time-slowing device were caught unawares, rushing into the affected zone. What a formidable temporal weapon, Captain! You have once again astonished me. Xingmong gazed in wonder at the unfolding scene. Lin Yang replied, in 10 minutes, the time-slowing effect will dissipate. They are now living targets. Let us strike with unbridled ferocity. Zing! 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 Whoosh! The sun-moon maneuvered around the 20,000-kilometer spherical space, launching an array of assaults upon the insectoid fleet from every conceivable angle. Energy beams, laser rays, energy pulse clusters, and various guided munitions all joined the fray. Xingmong, too, relentlessly followed suit, firing energy beams from her 6 wings. Upon entering the time-slowing zone, these attacks also appeared to move sluggishly, slow enough for the naked eye to discern the deliberate advance of laser rays and energy beams. Yet for the insectoids ensconced within, the sun-moon seemed to move with blinding speed, generating countless afterimages. The angelic battle armor-clad Xingmong similarly produced innumerable phantoms. Surrounding them, a deluge of energy cannons manifested like a torrential downpour. They sought refuge, but before they could react, they found themselves encircled by an overwhelming barrage. Attempting to send out distress signals proved futile, as the temporal disparity rendered their communications ineffectual. In an instant, an array of weapons descended upon them, leaving no avenue of escape, only the option to absorb the onslaught with their shields. Yet, no matter how powerful the shields, they could not withstand the onslaught of concentrated attacks. Explosions erupted in rapid succession as warships transformed into celestial fireworks, illuminating the surrounding millions of kilometers. You have destroyed 10 insectoid chitinous frigates, earning 20,000 evolution points. 300 heavy interceptors, earning 150,000 evolution points. 220 medium interceptors, earning 44,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 314,000. Challenge task, 8. Renowned. Completion rate, 80. System, you're quite impressive. The warships destroyed by Xingmong should also count towards my tally. Xingmong has joined the Sun Moon, and the battle was conducted in coordination with the Sun Moon. This system has previously stated that it will strive to secure maximum benefits for you whenever possible. Understood. Love you. 10 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yang observed as warships were systematically decimated. Flames expanded, and debris slowly scattered into the void. Finally, the time-slowing phenomenon gradually dissipated, allowing the explosion's speed to return to normalcy. Goodness! With this epic weapon deployed, the enemy becomes a target moving at a snail's pace. Lin Yang exclaimed as he unclasped his angelic armor, unable to suppress his awe. Huang Yuexi commented, I feel this might be a bit of an overkill. If employed on a planetary or stellar surface, with part slowing down and part remaining unaffected, it could lead to the instantaneous disintegration of the celestial body. Now, that is a thought too formidable to entertain. Oh heavens! No wonder human society and the Star Alliance are so wary of the Sun Moon. Were I in my father's position, as a regional marshal, I would not provoke such a force. And I, Zhuang added, even without these godlike weapons, your identities alone would instill trepidation in the Star Alliance. Huang Yuexi and Xingmong exchanged knowing smiles. Lin Yang clapped his hands. All right, scan the battlefield. We must confirm that Sirius is indeed deceased and see if there are any valuable wrecks to salvage. After a brief scan, an eye Ziwang revealed a pleased smile. The scan has detected Sirius' body. She is unmistakably deceased, but there's an anomaly? There seems to be a faint life signal within her body, likely a parasitic entity. We should retrieve it and place it in the isolation chamber for study. There's more, an eye Ziwang remarked, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Strangely, the human corpses among the wreckage all exhibit parasitic entities. Have these Martian rebels been infested? Let us salvage a few more for thorough examination. The Sun Moon advanced into the battlefield, utilizing a tractor beam to retrieve Sirius along with 10 Martian rebel corpses. After conducting safety scans, Karugia and Mebin transported them to the isolation chamber. N.I. Ziwang immediately commenced her dissection studies. Additionally, they detected a functional deep space radar within the wreckage, a device specifically designed by the insectoids for deep space exploration up to 3 million kilometers away. After salvaging, Lin Yang promptly added it to the evolution list. Just as they continued scanning the battlefield in hopes of uncovering more valuable components, an alarm suddenly blared on the radar interface. Captain, we detected an energy surge 10,000 kilometers away. A large warship is approaching via spatial jump. Spatial jump? Is it the three-eyed beings from Alpha Centauri? No, it's 5 kilometers in length. A Starship-class vessel from the Dark Spirit Clan of the M42 Nebula. The Dark Spirit Clan's forces were not supposed to arrive in the solar system for another month. How has their starship arrived so swiftly? Considering that the M42 Nebula was situated 1340 light-years from the solar system, the arrival of their main fleet indeed required a month. It was plausible that this cruiser did not originate from the Dark Spirit Clan stronghold. Retreat. The Dark Spirit Clan possessed technology that reached a staggering 8-level stellar civilization and had mastered the utilization of cosmic dark energy. Though the Sun Moon was formidable, its current strength was insufficient against the Dark Spirit Clan. Lin Yang recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly activated the warp drive, propelling them towards Centaurus A. Simultaneously, he issued a warning to the Star Alliance and Solar System fleets. Whoosh! Having barely entered warp speed for a second, the Sun Moon came to an abrupt halt. The Dark Spirit Clan's cruiser unleashed a wave of invisible energy, undetectable by conventional means. It detonated ahead of the Sun Moon, warping the surrounding gravitational field and rendering their warp capabilities ineffective. The Sun Moon was forced out of warp speed. Mebin, seasoned and familiar with encounters against the Dark Spirit Clan, recognized the situation immediately. This is comparable to our epic weapon. Truly, they're the bane of the Star Alliance. Lin Yang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and could only place his hopes on the evolution shop, praying that his 314,000 evolution points would yield 1 or 2 life-saving epic weapons. He opened the evolution shop. Suddenly, a light flickered before my eyes. It turned out that the shopping mall had reached its monthly automatic update period. Just moments ago, the mall refreshed its inventory, unveiling thousands of extraordinary items that had not been seen before. At that moment, they quietly adorned the product shelf, radiating an enchanting golden glow. The light cone, priced at 300,000 evolution points? I can't believe it. Is it possible for me to make a purchase? Chapter 85, Super Divine Level Light Cone. Quantum Collapse. At this moment, the Sun and Moon ship was spinning in the vastness of space. The high-density dark energy vortex was affecting the gravitational field, voraciously siphoning off the ship's energy. The shield levels of the Sun and Moon ship continued to plummet, and the warp engine was rendered inoperative. The conventional power engines also lost their thrust. The 3 energy sources were operating beyond their limits, but the energy loss was too substantial to stabilize the vessel. M.O. Ban was reporting the situation from the engine room. Divert all weapon and shield energy to the engines. He urged, "That won't work, Captain. I've already tried that. No matter how much energy the 3 sources generate, it will all be absorbed by the dark energy vortex." With a resounding rumble, the Sun and Moon ship began to tremble violently, causing several crew members to stagger. Huang Yuexi removed the heart of the galaxy and grasped Lin Yang's hand tightly. Let us throw out a matter-antimatter energy furnace. I'll enhance it with the heart of the galaxy and see if we can overload this dark energy vortex. Karugia interjected. I've contacted Rear Admiral Luda of the Sirius civilization. He is en route in the Tiger King cruiser to provide assistance. Xingmong summoned the Angel battle armor, preparing to exit the Sun and Moon ship and confront the Dark Spirit race in open combat. Though their technology is advanced, my Angel battle armor is from the future and can stand up to them. There's no need. Brace yourself. I have a trump card. Lin Yang promptly acquired the light cone. This super divine level item was not an energy cannon, but rather a one-time launchable weapon. Once loaded into the armory, the combat system of the Sun and Moon ship instantly recognized it as a super divine level weapon. The light cone? Huang Yuexi was taken aback. Within the light cone lies destiny. Can this weapon truly influence the laws of causality? There's only one way to find out. Fire. With that, Huang Yuexi aimed at the Dark Spirit race's interstellar cruiser and pulled the trigger. As the light cone shot out from the Sun and Moon ship, it detonated autonomously. The explosion was not as violent as anticipated. There was no energy burst. Instead, a conical area of light radiated outward from the point of detonation, enveloping the Dark Spirit cruiser located 10,000 kilometers away at the speed of light. In an instant, a mirror image of the 5-kilometer-long cruiser appeared, positioned closer to the origin of the light cone and preparing to unleash a dark energy vortex. The mirrored cruiser then generated a secondary mirror image, poised for spatial jump. Subsequently, a third mirror image emerged, launching from the surface of an unknown planet. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Spirit race's interstellar cruiser was surrounded by tens of thousands of mirror images. The nearer the image was to the origin of the light cone, the further ahead it was in the timeline. Simultaneously, each image on a particular timeline would split into several parallel line images, resembling projections of parallel universes. The number of images multiplied rapidly, reaching hundreds of thousands in mere moments. The images furthest from the origin were numerous, while at the origin, only one image existed, the scene of the interstellar cruiser under construction. The Dark Spirit race soon detected the anomaly and hastily retaliated with a high-energy phase cannon. The Sun and Moon ship, lacking maneuverability, could not evade the attack and had to endure it. Surprisingly, the phase cannon passed straight through the Sun and Moon ship, akin to a flashlight beam penetrating mist, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Lin Yang and his companions in the bridge felt the intense flow of phase cannon photons zipping past them, enveloping the surroundings in brilliant light. Yet they suffered no harm at all. How peculiar. Have we become invisible to the dimensional space? No, Captain. M.O. Ban explained through the ship's communicator. The Dark Spirit race's cruiser is within the light cone. Their actions cannot affect objects outside of it. What about the reverse? Lin Yang inquired. Of course they can. A slight disturbance can easily eliminate the opponent. The further ahead in the timeline, the greater the disruption of causality. It feels reminiscent of Rupert's tear, invulnerable at the head but weak at the tail. Although the analogy is somewhat strained, it suffices to understand that they cannot affect external entities while we, as observers, can influence them. At this moment, we are akin to higher dimensional intelligences, witnessing the past, present, and future of these lower dimensional entities and able to interfere with their existence at will. Understood? No wonder it's a super divine level item. We are experiencing the power of 5-dimensional space. Yuexi, target the image closest to the timeline's forefront. With a decisive action, Huang Yuexi pressed the button for the ion explosive cannon, firing an unenhanced pulse energy sphere at the nearest mirror image. The interstellar cruiser under construction, devoid of shields and protective fleet, was obliterated on the spot. A violent explosion illuminated the surrounding space. Almost simultaneously, the second row of mirror images, closest to the forefront of the timeline, collapsed thunderously. 3 parallel images disintegrated at once, reminiscent of a sandcastle crumbling under the weight of shifting sands. The collapsing light quanta quickly dissipated, followed by 9 parallel images in the third row, which also succumbed to quantum collapse. This continued through the 4th, 5th, and 6th rows. As the number of rows increased, so did the quantity of parallel images. The scene resembled a colossal domino effect, Once the chain reaction commenced, the scale of destruction grew exponentially. In just over 10 seconds, hundreds of thousands of images collapsed entirely, and the dark energy vortex vanished. The sun and moon ship returned to normalcy, and space regained its tranquility. Goodness, so this is quantum collapse. I've truly gained insight. Lin Yang felt like a primitive being once more. Mo Ban remarked. The original timeline was destroyed during the construction, naturally negating any subsequent events regarding the cruiser. This is what we refer to as the collapse of the macroscopic state. To be honest, this is the first time I've witnessed a macroscopic quantum collapse. Even a legendary engineer of the Star Alliance is witnessing this for the first time. Oh, I suppose I need not feel embarrassed anymore. Having likened myself to a primitive being. Haha, Captain, in the presence of higher dimensional intelligences, we hardly qualify as primitives at all. By the way, I have a question. When we attacked the initiating mirror image within the light cone, did we destroy the cruiser in the present or in the past? In the past. Huang Yuexi gestured, sending an old news article to Lin Yang's control screen. This was a recently uncovered old news piece that had not existed prior to Lin Yang firing the weapon, but appeared after the quantum collapse occurred. Lin Yang opened it to find a report from 20 years ago stating that a dock belonging to the Dark Spirit race was unexpectedly attacked by an ion explosive cannon while constructing a cruiser. The cruiser exploded, and the dock sustained damage. The Dark Spirit race suspected sabotage by Star Alliance agents, nearly leading to war. But they could never determine the culprit and ultimately dropped the matter. Consequently, the space station was abandoned by the Dark Spirit race. Wow, is this what it means to alter reality? Lin Yang was astonished. Truly remarkable. No wonder it's super divine level. Aside from the 6 of us as observers within the light cone, the memories of everyone else must have altered. Just as Mo Ban finished speaking, Ni Zhuang received a message from the Tiger King cruiser of the Sirius civilization. Rear Admiral Luda inquired with confusion, "Where's the Dark Spirit race's cruiser? We are 10 minutes away from the coordinates and have not detected any Dark Spirit warships or dark energy vortices." General, it's a long story. Chapter 86. Arrival at Southgate 2. The difficulties of the Star Alliance. You have successfully acquired a Super Divine level item and used it. Completing Growth Task 10 Super Divine, Evolution Points 80,000. Growth Task updated, 11 Teleportation Device. To evolve the Sun and Moon into a particle teleportation device. Evolution Points 100,000. You have destroyed an interstellar cruiser of the Dark Spirit Clan. Evolution Points 10,000. Current Evolution Points 104,000. The system incessantly reported in Lin Yang's mind. He patiently explained to Major General Ruda of the Tiger Clan over the communicator. This is not a childish game of wolf coming. We were indeed trapped by an interstellar cruiser of the Dark Spirit Clan and almost faced total annihilation. Yet, there is no sign of the Dark Spirit Clan here. No traces of dark energy fluctuations are detectable. Mr. Lin, Prince Kalugia, are you truly not jesting? General Ruda, how could we make such a trivial error? To be frank, the cruiser of the Dark Spirit Clan did exist. However, I only found the wreckage of Zerg warships and the corpses of Martian rebels. The cruiser was annihilated by our formidable weapons, and the identification information indicated it was the Dark Cloud, correct? Zhuang? And Zhuang nodded. Indeed, the quantum identification code of the opposing cruiser was Dark Cloud. Absurd. Do you think I'm novice who knows nothing? The Dark Spirit Clan does possess a cruiser named Dark Cloud, but it was lost 20 years ago, destroyed by a mysterious force before the dock was even completed. I was involved in the negotiations with the Dark Spirit Clan at that time. Forget it, Lin Yang. Their memories have clearly altered. It is futile to explain. Even if you convince one, there are countless others waiting, Huang Yuexi softly reminded. Lin Yang nodded and smiled. General Ruda, please believe we did not intentionally deceive you. Perhaps some illusion led to our misjudgment. Fortunately, the ambush by the insectoids ended in failure. Since you are here, it would be prudent to scan the battlefield for the corpses of the Martian rebels. They have all been parasitized. Parasitized by what organism? We're still uncertain. We retrieved 10 samples, but haven't had the chance to analyze them yet. Very well, I shall not come in vain. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and assist in fortifying the defenses at the edge of the solar system to prevent further ambushes. Thank you, General Ruda. I owe you once more. The Sun and Moon then continued its journey at warp speed 5.0 towards the Star Alliance's checkpoint at Southgate 2. The Tiger King cruiser of the Sirius civilization remained to investigate the situation. Days swiftly passed. The Sun and Moon's 24 energy cannons and 18 missile launch pads were fully evolved. Lin Yang repurposed the lower deck as a hangar. An entrance port was opened in the belly of the Sun and Moon, specifically for the entry and exit of drones. The Z-type Locust drones could not compare to the power of Ghoul thermonuclear missiles, nor to the epic weapons of legend. However, they possessed a level of maneuverability and intelligence unmatched by guided weapons. They could not only disrupt enemy missile attacks with small energy cannons, but could also execute reconnaissance, navigation, exploration, transport, and even suicide missions. 50 drones, each approximately 5 meters in length, were equipped with high-compression heavy hydrogen energy modules. When initiating self-destruct attacks, their power was comparable to conventional Dragonfly missiles. The control of the drone operations was assigned to the Tiger Clan's Kalugia, a renowned weapon manufacturer within the Star Alliance. Kalugia, with his exceptional skills, had further modified the 50 drones over the past few days, enhancing their navigation and anti-jamming capabilities while installing high-compression explosives to amplify their self-destruct mission's impact. Well done, Kalugia. You truly deserve the title of weapon expert. Beep. You piloted the Sun and Moon, leading all crew members to successfully arrive at the Southgate 2 of the Centaurus constellation, completing main task update, 17 journey to Centaurus. Evolution points 200,000. Current evolution points 304,000. Main task update, 18 solar system defense war. Join the solar system fleet in repelling the invasion of extraterrestrial races. Evolution points 250,000. Lin Yang was touring Kalugia's masterpieces in the lower hangar when the system's prompt echoed in his mind. The Sun and Moon had reached its destination. Exiting warp speed in the Southgate 2-star region of Centaurus, First Officer Huang Yuexi navigated the conventional drive towards the Star Alliance fortress. This was a tri-star system, comprising Southgate 2A, Southgate 2B, and Proxima Centauri. The 3 stars intertwined in a complex manner, making it the closest star system to the Sun. Here lay the renowned homeland of the Trisolarians. However, in this world, there were no Trisolarians. The intricate movement of the 3 stars was not conducive to the emergence of life, and the star system lacked habitable planets suitable for carbon-based life forms. The Star Alliance occupied this region tens of thousands of years ago, transforming it into a monitoring station to observe the evolution of human civilization in the solar system, preventing advanced predatory civilizations from seizing control. The Star Alliance undertook this initiative to cultivate its members in advance. This early guardianship allowed for contact only after lower civilizations reached a 2.0 level stellar civilization, a traditional method for expanding the Star Alliance's influence. The benefits gained were quite apparent, as new civilizations often felt indebted to the Star Alliance for their nurturing, binding themselves closely to it, never easily swaying towards hostile factions. In the future, they would seek mutual support. Although the overall civilization level was not high, the sheer number provided significant aid to the evolution of civilization. Upon humanity reaching 2.0 level stellar civilization and joining the Star Alliance, this monitoring station was transformed into a checkpoint fortress and became a vital transportation hub for the Star Alliance. Upon arriving at the fortress, Lin Yang handed over the remains of the ambassadorial delegation. The commander of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance, Marshal Starburst of the Three-Eyed Race, personally came to welcome them. Ambassador Yunban sacrificed himself for the stability of the Star Alliance. As one of the 4 marshals of the Star Alliance, he had to come for the public good, and on a personal note, Yunban was his sister. His daughter, Xingmong, had disregarded his advice and joined the Sun and Moon. Thus, he felt compelled to come personally. The high-ranking officials of the Star Alliance held a brief moment of silence for the ambassadorial delegation. Subsequently, Marshal Starburst met with Lin Yang and the 6 others. Upon seeing his daughter Xingmong, Marshal Starburst shook his head in resignation, too furious to utter a word to her, only inquiring about the war situation in the Oort cloud. At that time, we indeed saw shadows of dark Spirit Clan warships. It is possible that the insectoids used space mines employing Dark Spirit Clan technology, and we merely collided with them. That is a possibility. Your sun and moon ought to upgrade its radar system. We urgently require the substantial support of the Star Alliance fleet to fend off the invasions of the Zerg and Dark Spirit Clan. The upgrade of the sun and moon is not paramount. What is critical is that human civilization stands at the brink of life and death. Marshal, may I inquire how many warships the Star Alliance can dispatch for assistance? This time, alas, the Star Alliance faces its own difficulties, engaged in multiple fronts, which is nearly overwhelming us. In this solar system defense war, the Star Alliance's decision is to implement the Seedling Refuge Plan, prioritizing the preservation of human civilization's continuity. If the enemy's onslaught is severe, we may have to abandon the habitable zone of the solar system. Chapter 87. Infiltration of a parasitic civilization. What does the Marshal mean to abandon the solar system civilization? It's not abandonment, but after a comprehensive assessment, a desperate defense this time is of little significance. The probability of success is almost nil, and the human high command has also agreed to this decision. First, ensure the continuation of the species, then discuss subsequent development. Human civilization is already at the bottom of the Star Alliance. After losing its homeworld's habitable zone and becoming a wandering race, what development and evolution can be discussed? In a few centuries, the human race will be completely extinct, becoming a fill-in-the-blank question in history books. Xingbao said helplessly, I understand your feelings. But the Star Alliance can no longer launch large-scale wars. The Norma arm is fighting fiercely with the mechanical civilization. The Perseus arm has been fighting with the Boron-based civilization for tens of thousands of years without stopping. The Cygnus Norma arm is also resisting the Black Forest hunting faction. And the Scutum Centaurus arm is caught in the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations and our Orion arm. I know. It was severely damaged after the decisive battle with the Dark Spirit race 500 years ago, but wasn't the Dark Spirit race also severely damaged? Intelligence shows that the Dark Spirit race has recovered to its pre-war state, and among the original 32 members of the Star Alliance's Orion arm, none has reached a level 2.8 civilization. Now that the Zerg Coleoptera have betrayed, there are only 31 races left. Even if they are added together, they cannot defeat the level 2.8 Dark Spirit race. What about the Phototrope, the leader of the Star Alliance's 3.0 civilization? Do they not care? The Phototropes also have enemies that are difficult to deal with. The forces they face are even more terrifying. The Galactic Star Alliance sounds intimidating, but is actually a group of weaklings huddling together for warmth. I am speechless. Lin Yang did not expect the situation of the Star Alliance to be so passive. Marshal, how much can the Star Alliance support humanity in this solar system defense war? You should understand that the Dark Spirit race has a big appetite. After swallowing the solar system's habitable zone, they will not stop. Maybe the next ones will be the Vega, Altair, or Sirius civilizations. Of course I understand. For this solar system defense war, I have gathered 5-Star Alliance members within 100 light-years nearby, with 30,000 long-range large warships to try to transfer more humans. Huh? So you still don't plan to confront them head-on? A hard battle with almost zero chance of winning, logically speaking, is not worth fighting. Don't talk logic to the humans of the solar system. We humans will never easily give up our place of reproduction. I will drive the sun and rush to the front. Alas, Marshal Xingbao shook his head with a hint of indifference. The outcome is not yet decided, so don't talk about victory or defeat. I'm not someone who is afraid of failure and doesn't fight. My partners are the same. Lin Yang flung his sleeves and stood up. Looking at Lin Yang's firm eyes, Marshal Xingbao nodded secretly. If it weren't for the overall situation of the Star Alliance, I would be willing to fight alongside you, but alas. Forget it. No need to say more, I understand. Okay, by the way, I heard that you eliminated a lot of Martian rebels, and a mastermind Salier was among them, right? Dead, the corpse is floating in space. Lin Yang did not tell the Star Alliance Marshal about the parasites. In the past few days, Ziwen dissected 10 corpses, extracting the parasites attached to the occipital bone at the upper end of the spinal cord. After several days of research, Ziwen discovered that the telomeres of these parasite cells can self-repair. The telomeres of ordinary carbon-based organisms shorten with age and the increase in the number of divisions, eventually stopping division and causing the organism to die. However, the telomeres of the parasites can quickly repair to their original length after cell division. That is to say, it can permanently maintain the ability of cell division, possessing theoretically immortal ability. Moreover, this parasite can repair various physical damages to the host, and treating diseases is even easier. If Salier and the others had not died on the spot, even the most serious injuries could be recovered. Their life information was only scanned after the host died. If the host is alive, they can adjust the life information to be exactly the same as the host, easily avoiding the inspection of various instruments. In addition, it was also found that the head of the parasite has 49 extremely thin tentacles that deeply pierce into the brain and cerebellum of the deceased. And Ziwen felt that this parasite could control the host's thoughts and consciousness, and even seize the host's control over the body. After communicating with the Tiger King, who was investigating in the battlefield wreckage area, Lieutenant General Luda said that the doctors on his cruiser also discovered these situations and said that the parasites came from another ancient black forest hunting faction, the Zaya parasitic civilization. Other black forest hunting factions plunder habitable planets, natural barriers, or rare resources. Only this Zaya civilization plunders the low civilization races themselves, taking the low civilization races as hosts for parasitism and raising the low civilization races as livestock, cultivating more and more hosts. Luda said that the parasites are the ancient Zaya worms. But the strange thing is that the Zaya worms can easily suppress the host consciousness and seize control of the body. These Zaya worms are very immature, like new recruits. Until the moment before the Martian rebels died, they still did not suppress the host's consciousness. After discussing with Lin Yang and the others, they guessed that these Zaya worms were newly hatched experimental subjects who had not yet truly controlled the host. The routes to the solar system and the interstellar portals are not blocked. Maybe other Zaya worms are parasitizing humans, quietly infiltrating the solar system. In a few days, they will be able to adapt to the human body. When they completely suppress the host consciousness, it will be equivalent to invading the solar system. It is simply impossible to prevent them from causing damage. In order to avoid alarming the enemy, Lieutenant General Luda suggested keeping it secret and not rashly launching a nationwide inspection until they have developed a special deworming drug for the Zaya worms, and then launch a direct and efficient purification operation. The high-level officials of the solar system civilization actually agreed to the Star Alliance's escape plan, which made Lin Yang suspect that the Zaya worms had infiltrated the human high command. Therefore, he was even more cautious. Except for the Tiger King and the Sun, no one in the Star Alliance knew about the parasites. After leaving the Star Alliance fortress of Alpha Centauri, the Sun immediately flew to the battlefield a few days ago at Warp 5.0. The Sirius civilization's Tiger King was waiting nearby in stealth. 5 days later, Lieutenant General Luda of the Tiger King sent a message. Mr. Lin, after more than 10 days of overtime research, we have finally created a highly effective deworming agent with a 100 success rate, but we do not consider the drug resistance factors after the Zaya worms mutate. So you must deworm in a short time to avoid complications. Great, General Luda, your biologists are really amazing. Ha ha ha, it's just a coincidence. The insectoids have a natural resistance to Zaya worms. I just happen to have 5 coleopter prisoners. High-activity proteins were extracted from their spinal fluid and serum, purified, and then combined with trace amounts of neurotoxins to create it. I will send you the molecular formula. The Tiger King has a limited number of prisoners. Even if they are drained, only 500 doses can be made. It's okay. I have more than 300 insectoid prisoners on my side, enough for the human high command. Let's purify the high command first. Chapter 88. The Purification and Extermination Operation. After rendezvousing with the Tiger King, Lin Yang and his companions did not linger. Equipped with an efficient insecticide and its molecular formula, along with 1,000 fully armed Tiger People warriors, they departed. There was no notification to Cheng Li, Hu Liangchuan, and Shikang regarding the nationwide inspection, as they feared that the Zaya insects had deeply infiltrated. If high-ranking military officials or hospital executives had already been parasitized, the nationwide inspection would become futile, as the adversary would undoubtedly evade detection. This purification and extermination operation was to be executed with utmost swiftness. The Day and Moon had established contact with the Solar System fleet. The Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Federation, Cheng Li, along with Mars General Huang Yuexi and Asteroid Belt Miner Leader Shurtsong, convened a video conference with Lin Yang and his team. Mr. Lin, the fleet dispatched by the Star Alliance has begun arriving and is in the process of relocating humanity. While safeguarding the continuation of humanity is paramount, why are you not advocating for a stronger stance? If the Star Alliance is willing to fully protect the solar system, we would not become a refugee race. What would remain of humanity after losing the solar system? Our race would gradually wither away. Cheng Li lamented with an air of helplessness. The results of the high-level solar system meeting yielded a vote where 48 supported the Star Alliance's retreat strategy, 15 abstained, while the remaining pro-war faction comprised only 37. Although Cheng Li held the position of Marshal of the Blue Star Fleet and concurrently served as the Secretary-General of the Federation, he was a temporary appointee following the failure of the New Humanity Project. The political landscape of Blue Star was intricate, with former Secretary-General Picard and former Commander Johnson still wielding influence behind the scenes. Similarly, Mars General Huang Yuexi faced challenges leading the Blue Starborn ruling council on Mars, struggling to maintain control over the former Martian regime. Consequently, after the pre-war conference's voting failure, they could not disregard the outcome and directly mobilize the solar system fleet for combat. The asteroid belt miners, however, exhibited unity. With a single word from Lin Yang, they would gladly march to their deaths, though their numbers were too small to affect the larger framework of solar system civilization, as they totaled less than 10 million. What are your thoughts, gentlemen? Lin Yang inquired. We must fight. If we lose the solar system, humanity will be at the mercy of other races, with no future to speak of. You know well that elements like hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon in the universe are not rare resources. Only the uniquely habitable planets are. What is the point of this meeting? The Star Alliance is not engaging in battle, but merely assisting with the relocation of the populace, correct? In a confidential meeting, the Marshal of the Star Alliance emphasized that we cannot disclose this over communications. In 47 hours, we will be at the Lunar Fleet Base, yes? Very well. We shall make the necessary arrangements. Additionally, ensure that the 322 captured insect people are brought to the lunar base. Cheng Li initially believed the Marshal of the Star Alliance had alternative plans to assist in the solar system's combat efforts and eagerly arranged a meeting. 2 days later, they exited warp near the moon and descended to the fleet base using conventional propulsion. The assembly hall was already brimming with over 10,000 individuals awaiting their arrival. The combined ranks of marshals, generals, lieutenant generals, and major generals from the solar system fleet amounted to 27,658. The supply of efficient insecticide was insufficient against such a massive assembly, and this did not even account for the administrative officials attending the purification operation. Lin Yang reasoned that they should first ascertain that the military had not been infiltrated by parasites before rallying the high-ranking officials. Securing the military's cooperation was essential to launching the solar system's defense against the impending invasion. In pursuit of the primary mission's completion, to prevent his solar system bounty market from being usurped, and to safeguard his standing and wealth from destruction, he needed to galvanize the solar system fleet to repel the invasion. Yuexi, once we disembark, you will pilot the Day and Moon, stationed near the base. Regardless of whose warship approaches, destroy them. Understood. This time, the military must withstand the invasion, whether they agree or not. Huang Yuexi's galactic heart blazed alive, signaling her readiness for battle. Xingmong, coordinate with Yuexi to ensure no armed forces approach the assembly. Rest assured, not only will I prevent anyone from getting close, but I also won't let a single one escape, Xingmong declared, summoning his angelic battle armor. Kaluja, lead your Tiger People warriors. Mebin, Ziwang, let us proceed. The 1,000 Tiger warriors were a contingent sent by Luda to support Lin Yang. They had been preparing for battle in the cabin of the Day and Moon, unbeknownst to the high-ranking officials of solar system humanity. These Tiger warriors had already heard of Lin Yang and Kaluja's annihilation of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Association and held great admiration for them. At Lin Yang's command, They were fully armed and ready to follow. Chung Li and the senior officials were taken aback as a Tiger Warrior squad suddenly emerged from the day and moon. Surround the assembly. Do not allow anyone to enter. Disruptors, regardless of rank, will be executed on the spot. Yes, the Tiger Warriors, fierce and battle-hardened veterans, possessed exceptional combat experience and coordination. Their overwhelming individual combat prowess easily surpassed that of human mechs, and in an instant, they surged into the assembly hall, encircling the 658 attendees. Sit down and do not move. Anyone who dares to wander will face death. We have blocked all signal transmissions. Anyone caught using a communicator will be executed immediately. Sit down. Do not move. Within 30 seconds, the 1,000 Tiger Warriors had established control over the situation. The over 20,000 human officers refrained from rashly resisting, most remaining calm as they observed the unfolding scene. A few individuals contemplated rebellion, but those attending the meeting were unarmed. Even those who might have been armed would find themselves outmatched by the Tiger Warriors. Moreover, diplomatic pressures prevented them from easily resorting to violence against the 6th-level civilization of the Tiger people. Mr. Lin, what are you attempting to do? Are you instigating a military coup with the aid of an alien race? Questioned former Blue Star Fleet Commander Johnson. Subsequently, several generals joined in protesting. In this critical moment for the survival of humanity, what are your intentions, Lin Yang? Do you wish to be remembered as a historical villain? With a swift motion, Lin Yang disregarded the protests from Johnson and his faction, delivering an injection of the efficient insecticide directly into Johnson's neck. Johnson cried out in agony, instinctively clutching his neck while pointing accusatorily at Lin Yang. Lin, you. Chapter 89. Humanity Never Retreat. The piercing sound of the Zaya insect echoed through the air, sending chills down the spine of all who heard it. The state of human civilization within the Milky Way was markedly primitive, barely reaching level 2. The understanding of various races within the galaxy was comparable to that of other members of the Star Alliance, particularly among the high-ranking military officials gathered for the meeting today. They were well acquainted with classified information and quickly deduced that the source of the sound was the Zaya insect, a civilization classified as level 2. 8 from the Black Forest. Known for its predatory nature, several individuals turned pale and instinctively recoiled in fear. The Zaya was a parasitic civilization capable of occupying the consciousness of its host, reading memories, and seizing control of their bodies. The voice that had just spoken was not that of General Johnson, but rather that of a Zaya insect. The presence of even a single dark spirit race was already terrifying. How could there be Zaya insects as well? Urgently, they sought to safely contain the Zaya insect, wary of provoking this advanced civilization. With a swift motion, Lin Yang leaped forward and struck the face of the senior general who had spoken. Have you been kneeling for so long that you cannot stand? It is merely a parasite, a trivial advanced civilization. Following this, Lin Yang administered a dose of a special anti-parasitic serum to the general. However, this time, it proved ineffective. There was no parasite within the individual. The serum had significant side effects, containing not only the spinal fluid and serum extracts of the insect race, but also a specialized neurotoxin. Upon injection, the general immediately fainted, his eyes rolling back. Even General Johnson, who had expelled the Zaya insect from his body, succumbed shortly thereafter. This scene sent the other generals retreating in alarm. Lin Yang waved his hand reassuringly, stating, "Do not fear, it is merely a minor side effect of the anti-parasitic serum. He will awaken in 2 to 3 days." Minor side effect? They murmured. At this rate, General Jin Yongji may very well die on the spot. Lin Yang feigned ignorance to their whispers and continued. A little over 10 days ago, while piloting the Sun and Moon, we were ambushed in the Oort cloud. After annihilating the enemy forces, we discovered Zaya insects among the corpses of the Martian rebels. Mr. Lin, why did you not mention this earlier? They inquired. We suspected that the Zaya insects were mounting a large-scale invasion of human society, and to avoid alerting them, we chose to remain silent. I requested General Ruda from Sirius to secretly develop this anti-parasitic serum. Rest assured, I have ample supply for everyone. What? Everyone must be injected with the serum? Indeed, the meeting was merely a facade. There are no covert plans from the Star Alliance's marshals. Everything has been orchestrated by me. Just as Lin Yang finished speaking, a commotion erupted in the assembly hall as several individuals attempted to flee. The Tiger Warriors opened fire, eliminating them on the spot. And Aijuan hurried over, employing a laser scalpel to inspect the nape of their necks. Without exception, they were all infested with Zaya insects. These generals were all in favor of a retreat and opposed to resisting the invasion. Chinguli exclaimed in shock. Lin Yang smirked coldly. From the perspective of the Star Alliance, humanity may abandon their breeding ground, but as humans, fleeing without resistance equates to dooming our species. Leaving the solar system, where else could we find another habitable planet? Shirtsong interjected. Indeed, once humanity loses its home planet, we would become akin to the miners of months past, where even the act of living becomes a luxury. Thus, those opposing the resistance must be either mentally ill or under the control of the Zaya parasite. We must prioritize administering the serum to them. Boom! Just as Lin Yang concluded, a violent explosion echoed from the base outside the assembly. The lunar surface trembled beneath their feet. Lin Yang, time is of the essence. A fleet is approaching, clearly intent on attacking the assembly. Yuexi, join forces with Xingmong to eliminate them. If their numbers are overwhelming, summon Gus from the Martian bounty market for assistance. Under the pressures of recent encounters in the Oort cloud, the Zaya insect had adapted to the human body and successfully infiltrated. The Zaya insects killed within the assembly hall communicated telepathically with their counterparts outside and hastened to rescue their own. However, they did not anticipate the overwhelming combat prowess of Huang Yuexi and Xingmong, preventing dozens of warships from nearing the lunar orbit. In a matter of moments, over 500 bounty hunter ships arrived via the Interstellar portal, joining the fray to assist Huang Yuexi and Xingmong. Within 5 minutes, all enemy vessels were obliterated. Simultaneously, the generals within the assembly were forced to accept the anti-parasitic serum. Anyone who had voted against resisting the invasion was included. One injection rendered them unconscious, and even those without Zaya parasites could no longer cast dissenting votes at the next meeting. Lin Yang's actions, cloaked under the guise of purification, effectively suppressed the opposition. Among the 27,658 generals, 13,200 had voted against resistance. However, only 500 doses of the serum had been produced by General Ruda. The serum quickly ran out, with 70 of those present infested with Zaya insects. Captain, we have exhausted the serum supply, and new batches have yet to be produced, and Aijuan expressed her concern. The parasites had embedded themselves deep within the brain and cerebellum. Attempting to excise them with a laser scalpel could result in paralysis or a vegetative state for the host. We shall detain them for now and immediately extract the spinal fluid and blood from the captured insectoids to commence production of the anti-parasitic serum. Until they receive the serum, these dissenters shall have no right to participate in subsequent meetings. The 322 captives were held in the base's cells, initially intended as bargaining chips for negotiations with the insectoids, now repurposed as raw materials for the serum. Cheng Li, Hu Yangchuan, Shirtsong, and other leaders of the pro-war faction promptly ordered the detainment of the remaining 12,000 dissenting generals while instructing the base to begin producing the anti-parasitic serum. Marshal Cheng, General Hu, General Shirtsong, the military situation is under control. We can now disclose the infiltration of Zaya insects to the public, reassuring the populace to remain calm while arranging for widespread medication and physical extermination. Mr. Lin, we lack sufficient knowledge regarding Zaya insects. Will physical extermination not lead to paralysis of the hosts? The Tiger King's cruiser from Sirius will arrive in the Blue Star orbit by tomorrow. The technology of the Tiger civilization can efficiently detect Zaya insects using particle transmission screening. Excellent. The dissenters have lost their voice. We have hope of preserving the solar system. Will we still hold votes? Lin Yang inquired with a smile. What votes? Cheng Li, Hu Yangchuan, and Shirtsong laughed. Those who oppose resistance to the invasion are likely to be parasitized and must receive the serum. Faced with an existential threat, humanity would never retreat. We possess but one habitable zone within the solar system, leaving us with no avenue for retreat. We shall fight until our last breath. Over 12,000 dissenting generals were taken away, leaving the assembly dominated by proponents of the war. The atmosphere brimmed with fervor and hope for victory. Observing the spirited fleet generals, Lin Yang wore a satisfied smile. Dark spirits, Zaya insects, coleoptera. In this battle, you may not triumph, but I shall never be defeated. System, 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 90, The Defense of the Solar System. Congratulations. A legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall. The Phoenix X-type sublight speed cluster thermonuclear missile. Purchase. Let's continue with 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations. The host has refreshed a legendary item. The Dragon X-type long-range electromagnetic burst cannon. Indeed, I am in need of an electromagnetic cannon. Purchase. Let's replace it with the next pulse cannon. 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. The Evolution Mall has once again unveiled a legendary item. The Shen Turtle Y-type high-power deflector shield. Already possessing 2, it is unnecessary. Continue with 10 consecutive draws. With an evolution point balance of 300,000, Lin Yang prepared to exhaust it all, ensuring ample preparations for the solar system defense war. Each round of 10 draws consumed 5,000 evolution points. He would immediately purchase any useful weapon, discarding the unnecessary ones to continue with the next round. If he could acquire a particle transmission device to complete his task, that would be even better. Unfortunately, such luck was elusive. While he did not manage to obtain the particle transmission device, he did acquire several legendary weapons. Congratulations, host. Fortune smiles upon you, having drawn an epic item. The chaotic X-type black hole torpedo, arriving just in time. Purchase. Let's continue with 10 consecutive draws. At last, Lin Yang had depleted all his evolution points. Within the arsenal of the Sun and Moon, 3 legendary Phoenix X sublight speed cluster thermonuclear missiles have been added, along with 5 legendary Earth-fired Z-type space stealth thermonuclear mines and 1 epic chaotic X-type black hole torpedo. Additionally, he replaced 1 long-range electromagnetic burst cannon with a laser-cutting cannon. The number of Locust Z-type drones on the lower hangar deck increased to 100. Beyond the weapons acquired from the Evolution Mall, Lin Yang further supplemented his firepower at the Lunar Fleet base. The newly evolved Sun and Moon had 10 decks, 6.5 of which were in a vacant state. In preparation for the